we're the new kids in town. Breaking walls, blowing bridges, leaving rubble like a wrecking ball. Go ahead, call us outlaws. Cause we tear the roof off. Yeah. Better get your umbrella, cause this wind's gonna kill ya. Better run for some shelter, cause we're blowing down this house. We are a hurricane. I'm blowing in and we're taking names. Bring in the storm, here we go. Put your hands up, cause we are a hurricane. We are a hurricane. Better get your umbrella, cause this wind's gonna kill ya. There's no stopping us now, we'll blow down this house, yeah. We are a hurricane. I'm blowing in and we're taking names. Bring in the storm, here we go. Put your hands up.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello, good morning, and welcome. You are watching live pictures right now coming to you from the Swiss Waterski Resort in Claremont, Florida, and we have made it to the 10th edition of the Swiss Pro Slalom. My name is Tony Lightfoot, and glad to have the pleasure of your company for all of the slalom action, which will be taking place starting within the next few minutes with the women's competition. You see the countdown right there. We are T-minus about 26 minutes before we take on the first of our women's competitors. And isn't that an absolutely glorious shot there? The beautiful conditions here. Here's our schedule for today's competition. Women's round one, men's round one in the quick succession. Then we go into round two after a refueling break with the women and the men. And then we go into the finals in both women's and men's competition. And we'll conclude today's festivities with a prize giving. Best score of 2 rounds. And it is going to be an absolute cracker of a competition, as it has been for the last decade. And joining me right here is Kyle Lead. Good morning to you, sir.
Yeah, good morning, Tony. How you doing today?
I'm doing pretty good. I am absolutely giddy for this competition because it's going to feature every previous champion that has ever won it among the men. And, of course, the defending and only champion in the women's competition, Regina Jaquist, looking to stamp her dominance of this competition permanently, rubber stamping her dominance in this competition by taking a 10th straight victory.
Well, that would be pretty cool to see this afternoon. But looking at that view coming in, the glass calm water here at Swiss Ski Resort, the mecca of slalom skiing in Claremont, Florida, and we're looking forward to a great day. A ton of slalom ski action, and we're going to hear from Wade.
All right, then. Let's send it over to Wade for Wade's World for the first time this season.
Hey, guys, thanks so much. What an honor to be here this morning. Mr. Clint Stadelbar, the owner of Swiss Waterski Resort. We were just standing over a few minutes ago, just sort of reminiscing about the years and how it's grown. And I told your son when I came through the gate this morning, the place has never looked better.
Yeah, thank you, Wade. Glad to have you. Everybody, hello to everybody. We're really happy for today. It's a beautiful day in Florida, as you can see. Conditions are perfect. It's our 10th anniversary edition, and we're ready to have a nice day, I think.
And so let's talk about that. You've got some new signage up, And I really like that because I always enjoyed going to the U.S. Masters and Waterski tournament because once you won it, your name was on the board. Well, now your name is on the sign, so it's going to be a little bit rewarding when someone else gets a new picture on the sign, right?
Yeah, definitely. You have the Walk of Fame, walking into the lake. You have all the winners since 2015. And we'll see who we'll get this year.
Well, and I hear the drone flying. We're going to let you guys enjoy this view and enjoy your day.
Thank you very much, Wade. And there, Wade with Clint Stadelbauer, the tournament director from day one with the very first event that took place back in 2015. And I don't know what you were doing back in 2015, but I mean, it is just hard to imagine many other tournaments that have this kind of sustainability and being able to be held for that amount of time and continue to be held beyond the 10-year anniversary.
Yeah, for sure. Great history for this event. This is the 10th year running, and some unbelievable skiing here. Over the last 9 years, and hopefully again in 2024. But let's go back to that Walk of Fame that Clint was talking about. I got all the feels walking in here, Tony. You saw it's kind of like the Australian Open of tennis when you walked in there. Where the champions sort of walk in for their final game. You see all the previous champions and really set the atmosphere this morning as we entered the site.
Right, you are, and see a few of our officials just going through last moment discussions before we head out and send out our first skiers, and we'll have that list up on the screen for you in just a few moments. It is certainly going to be a true representation of the finest slalom skiers in the world. As I mentioned before, every single one of the champions that have taken the crown of Swiss Pro Slalom among the men are here. We've got the likes of Will Asher, Freddie Winter, Nate Smith, and they're all here. And Regina Jaquist, the only champion in the Swiss Pro Slalom in the women's competition. All right, then, with that in mind, we'll take a look at the pre-show, and when we come back, we will be ready to send our first skiers out here in the 10th edition of the Swiss Pro Slalom.
Hey, guys, you'll see a few shots from the camera today. You'll see these gentlemen right here to my left. Rocket Man, Scott Ellis, Scott Greenwood, two legends. They're going to be steering the Nautique today, and they're sort of discussing their pregame. There's a ton of equipment in the boat, technology that gives you all those different shots that you get at home. So, yeah, we've been here early, and it's sort of coffee's going. It's going to be a good day. Enjoy it, guys.
All right, then. Thanks a lot, Wade. As we take a quick surveil around the side, our camera people are on deck right now. We've got cameras quite literally everywhere. It's a far cry from how we started webcasting the Swiss Pro Slalom starting in 2016. Didn't have a webcast on the very first iterant of this event, but since 2016, it's gone onwards and upwards there, Kyle.
No, for sure. And today there's cameras everywhere, and you guys at home get the best shots. Seeing this the slalom action from every possible imaginary sort of angle you could come up with. So. Cheers to Vince for getting creative and coming up with some crazy shots for you at home.
And even if you're on site and you have a cell phone with you, you can still monitor the action on waterskibroadcasting.com. And also, we have other elements concerning this event, other competitive elements. We've got the strongest pool for both the women and the men's competitions. There is quite a hefty chunk of cash on offer for whomever can pull back the boat the strongest in the women's and men's competition.
I love seeing that. It always throws a little different element to it, doesn't it? Benny Stadelbauer, he still has the record. Is that right, Tony?
Yes, he most certainly does.
900? Is it over 1,000? Is it 900 something?
It's close to £1,000 per square inch, as my memory serves me on that one. But yeah, he's going to be among our list of slalom skiers in the men's competition. He'll be around about the middle of the order, so he'll be
1,064. It's already over 1,000. That's crazy.
Yeah, indeed. It's pretty hefty, I would say. And there's the kilogram measurement as well. There's Valerie Stadelbauer on site as well. We're just trying to get things situated underneath the tent. And we got a few of our folks just arriving little by little, getting ready for the events, which will constitute the 10th edition of the Swiss Pro Slalom. And when we return, we will have the first of those skiers taken to the water. And here comes that pre-show.
Crunch time. Getting the hook up off number two and three. A little. Oh no, man, alive! Round one. Does he get outside now? Oh, look at this! Oh, he tries to get outside number three. Oh, he gave the world record a try, folks. Oh, man alive. Took him another season or two to get there, but here he is. This is Joel Howley. Oh, look at this. Look at this. He's round number 2 at 10.25 meters. Man alive, look at this. He's round number 4, keeping it going. Oh, my word, he's round number 5. Can he make it round number 6? Oh, and he almost hits the boat. Sets herself up well. Buoy 1. She's still there with the ski in front of her. Buoy number 2. Good to go round buoy number 3. Look at this. And that's a little under 10 stone. 10 stone. All right, here we go. A2 for Charlie Ross. This is 10.75 meters. Oh, look at this, though.
He's in this. He's in this. Needs a big 4.
Look at this.
He's going to run it.
Look at this. Safety checks on 5.
Are you kidding me, man?
That's a new Canadian
Are you
national
kidding
record.
me? Look at that.
But he knows how to manage. He's going to have a big, hard gate. He stretches around for number 1. He's got the line. Big number 2. The ski stays in the water. He's around number 3.
Stay
Hopefully
there.
He's
Come
got
on.
this run. He's got number 4.
Stay there. Come on.
Oh, my goodness. And Kenny
Stay
number
there.
5.
Oh.
4.5.
Ooh, a double pull out there. There's an Andy Mapple move. Better one.
Nicely done.
Big 2 here. Can he get it? Yes, that's an awesome number 2.
Ski
He's on
behind
time
him.
here at 3. He's still going strong. Can he pick up number 4? He's going to get through this pass, guys. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the second time ever Jaime right off. He is pumped.
And here is 41 off for Robert Hayes. When he gets round buoy number 1, he turns 2. Look at this. He's still there. He's on top of buoy number 3. Does he make a play on 4? Oh! Oh!
Well, standing next to me, a good friend of mine from way back in the day, and one of the world's top drivers, Scott Greenwood. How you doing, sir?
Doing great, Tony. Glad to be here.
All right. So, what do you do to prepare for a tournament like this?
Well, in this case, I came down on Wednesday, and I've been here just driving for 3 days, just trying to get sets and get in the nautique and just get comfortable and kind of get back with the guys again and do some driving.
Now, most people out there drive recreationally. They drive a certain level, but it certainly takes a whole bunch of different focus to achieve the level that you have driving the pros here.
Yeah, it's a good time. I enjoy serving the guys. Fortunately, I've been around some amazing people in my life that have mentored me and kind of helped me get to this point where I can serve the skiers.
All right, that's Scott Greenwood, one of our top drivers here at the Swiss Pro Slalom. Well, here we are at the Swiss Pro Slalom, me and Corey Vaughan. So how you been preparing for this?
Well, I got a good start on the season by preparing for Moomba, and then I came back home and got started March 30th. It's been a cold, windy April in Virginia, but it feels good coming down here into the Florida water. So I'm excited to get some more reps and enjoy skiing down here.
So what kind of score are you looking to put out there?
Well, I think that to even make the finals tomorrow, you're going to need a minimum of 1 3 at 41, maybe 2 3s, and that's just to get in. I think to get on that podium, you're going to need to be over to a piece of 4 ball, and so that's where I want to be. Four or more would be the plan.
And how's the KD working for you?
Super well. I'm loving it. We got something coming in the pipeline that I'm excited about too. I am having a small equipment issue at the moment, but I'm going to try to use the next 12 hours to get that sorted out so that I'm ready to go this time tomorrow.
Corey Vaughan. Well, here I am with Sweden's Tim Tornquist getting ready for the Swiss Pro Slalom. How are your preparations been up until now?
No, my preparation has been good. I had a practice set here yesterday, resting today, so just checking out the site. I'm excited for tomorrow.
And tomorrow brings the first and second round of the tournaments as well as the final. What kind of score do you reckon it's going to take to advance?
I'm guessing, I'm assuming we have to get the 3-ball at 41, so that's my goal. I'm here to try and make final. That would be really fun. My practice has been going good, so I'm excited.
Tim Tornquist. All right, a skier who's recently arrived from Chile to compete in this competition, the Swiss Pro Slalom, is Trinidad Espinal. How you been doing? Good?
Hi, I'm pretty good. I just skied. It felt amazing. I was been skiing in Chile and the last 2 weeks were super cold, so ski here, it's amazing. Like the conditions are pretty good.
What kind of scores have you been throwing out there in practice?
Like sometimes running 38 or 5 buoys, but always like there. So, yeah.
Excellent stuff. And what kind of score do you reckon that you would need to get to make it into the finals, possibly?
Probably to a 39, but I hope to run 38 in this tournament. I have been looking this score for a long while, so yeah, super excited for tomorrow.
First-time competitor here at the Swiss Pro Slalom, Trinidad Espinal of Chile. Well, here we are at the Swiss Pro Slalom and standing next to Clint Stadelbauer, and we are celebrating a milestone for this event, 10 years.
Indeed, Tony. 10 years have gone by. That's the 10th year anniversary edition of Swiss Pro Slalom. We're extremely happy. We're very happy to still be here to organize a tournament for 10 years. I think it's quite a feat with ups and downs. We've grown the tournament till now, and I think this year is going to be a very nice edition. We're very happy.
What were you thinking about this event like 10 years ago, way back in 2015? Surely you couldn't have thought that this event had this staying power for this long, 10 years.
Well, yes and no. We started obviously a little smaller, although we always had like the best skiers from year one. We had also all the best officials, good support from the boats, etc. I had organized already previously in Europe the Alizé Cup, which lasted for 9 years, and the last year of that tournament we had also all the pros. So we saw it like as a big tournament coming, I think.
Excellent stuff. So 10th year, I mean, Regina Jake was absolutely on a tear, looking for a 10th consecutive victory, the only undefeated skier in the Swiss Pro Slalom. Every single one of the men's winners are going to be here in attendance as well. So you must be delighted that not only does this competition have staying power, it has support and popularity.
Yeah, totally, Tony. You said it. We're very happy to have all the winners of Swiss Pro. That one since the first year was Freddie Winter, Nate Smith, Will Asher, Regina. They're all skiing on the 10th edition, so which is great for us, and I think it's an enormous achievement for them to be at the top for 10 consecutive years, still skiing, still going on strong, still pushing. There's going to be a lot of competition, but we're very happy to have all these skiers, and like the Swiss Pro Slalom is almost like a family. We have a lot of skiers that skied the 10th edition, or at least 6 or 7 of them.
We've heard from Clint Stadelbauer. We'll hear from him once again on the post-event podcast at waterskibroadcasting.com. But this is the Swiss Pro Slalom, the 10th edition.
Hey guys, there's two unique features that the Swiss Waterski Resort offers here. We can see the golfers right there walking off the green, the seawall, so it creates a little bit more turbulence, makes the water a little bit more rolly on this end than the other. And then looking straight down the street tree line, there's very few sites in the world where behind ball one you have such a wall of trees. The embankment comes up, and it's fairly tight behind ball one, and then the trees create a massive wall, if you will, and you'll hear a few skiers today, especially if you haven't skied here much, and it will entertain their thoughts. And yeah, so those are our two features. Besides the wind, we see a little bit of wind, and we always like a little texture in the water, but not a lot. So keep our fingers crossed. Back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Wade, and we'll be hearing him a lot during the course of this competition. We'll also be hearing a little bit more from some of our sponsors as well. Let me read off that list to you. The Swiss Pro Slalom event sponsors being brought to you by Swiss Waterski Resort, obviously the home venue here for the Swiss Pro Slalom, along with Pro Gear Gloves. Ravenol. We've also got Reflex skis on board, along with Good Skis. Master Lion and Eagle are in the house as well, followed by Visit Lake County, Florida. And we also have support from Christoph Beck and Hicham Bumrah. And the season-long webcast sponsors have Houston Cadillac involved, along with 6 at 41 Wetsuits, Drew Ross Realtor, 2U Nutritional Bars, My Family for Pets, Dayon Real Estate, Waterski Wien or Waterski Vienna, Dillinger Insurance, D3 Skis, Conley Skis, Pro Gear Gloves, Swiss Waterski Resort, Francois Brenet, HO Syndicate, Wake House, Waterski Hall of Fame, and Hobe Sound Ski Club. So, how many minutes do we have? We've got maybe about 8 minutes to go. So a few of our women are getting warmed up nicely and getting ready to go there, Kyle. But before we hear from Kyle, let's send it back over to Wade one more time.
Hey, thanks, Tony. I'm here with Alice Bagnoli, our Italian champion, and not similar to a lot of the skiers who this will be their first event of the year. You've already been to Australia, and you tricked in the Swiss Pro a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, definitely. My season has already started. After Mumbai, I took quite a big break because coming out from a tournament like this kind of drains you out. So I needed to recharge my batteries and come back stronger. So I did the Swiss Pro trick last week, 2 weeks ago. It was pretty good, but now back to slaloming mode.
Well, and we'll see you back in the trailer later today.
Yeah, maybe for finals, I'm going to help out Vince.
Good deal. We're going to let her go get to work. Back to you guys.
All right, then, and we sincerely hope for Alice's point of view that she doesn't go back in the trailer.
Yeah,
because,
for sure.
Yeah, I mean, she wants to be part of that women's slalom final. But let's have a look at the skiers that we'll have on deck, getting ready to hit the water. 2 Chileans will be our lead-off skiers, Daniela Kretschmer and Trinidad Espinal. Trinidad Espinal, the current U17 women girls slalom world champion. Samantha Stadelbauer, a skier that we're quite familiar with here at Swiss Waterski Resort, but fielding a brand new name and a brand new title as a doctor, and we'll see her third out. There we see Alicia Bagnoli fourth out, then Elizabeth Montavon, then Paige Reaney, Ali Garcia, Ali Nicholson, Whitney McClintock-Greeny, Regina Jaquist, and finally our current world slalom champion, Jamie Bull. So, what do you reckon to that list?
Oh, a huge list of women's slalom skiers, and I'm excited to see these first couple girls from Chile come out and see what they can do. First appearance at pro events, I would say. Maybe have had a little dabble here and there, but still young girls, but slaloming exceptionally well, threatening that 38 off pass into 39. And the conditions absolutely perfect, and hopefully they're going to get the event started well for us.
All right, and there we see Daniela Kretschmer, who I mentioned just momentarily, the current U17 girls waterski slalom champion of the world.
I've got to mention obviously Rodrigo Miranda there. He's instrumental in developing these Chilean skiers. Got a great junior program going, and him and his brother Felipe and the Miranda Ski School have been doing a great job. And some great talent coming out of Chile right now.
All right, then. And speaking about the U17 World Waterski Championships, delighted to mention, and for the first time, that the U17 World Waterski Championships will be brought to you exclusively live on TWBC from the Lakes of Casting Stone at Predator Bay, just outside Calgary, Canada. But with that in mind, let's check in with Wade.
Hey guys, here with one of our lady competitors, Miss Allie Garcia, and got some big stuff coming up. Going to graduate from college, but soon. But we got business in hand, right? First tournament of the year.
Yeah, I've had a couple collegiate stops, but this is my first pro stop. I'm maybe not as ready as I'd like to be. This week was finals week, but I'm excited to get on the water and get the season going.
Well, I did school. I know there's that huge relief when you write your last final. In fact, our camera guy there's got a final on Monday, so we understand his anxiety, but what a relief to finally get to the tournament, though, and go, okay, now we get to go do it.
Yeah, it's been great. I can just spend the summer focusing on skiing and catching up on sleep.
Well, we can't wait to watch you rip it. She'll be out there soon. Back to you guys.
Well, thank you very much, and we're going to take a look inside the towboat. We've got Scott, the Rocket Man Ellis, at the helm of that towboat, getting dialed in with that Nautique. And we are less than 4 minutes away from bringing out our first competitor out on the water here on the 10th edition of the Swiss Pro Slalom. So, glorious sunshine.
Yeah, beautiful sunshine. You can see it sort of glimmering through the trees there. We'll go back to some of Wade's comments earlier, Tony. If the skiers that haven't been here too much, you do ski into that side. It is kind of narrow here, and you get a little bit of shadow. So a lot of these skiers came out and practiced and got used to it. And once you figure that out, this place actually slalom's unreal. So some big performances today.
Yeah, we're certainly anticipating that, and we've got, as I mentioned, Daniela on starting lock and getting warmed up, trying to get the nerves out of her system. I'm sure, and this is actually her first appearance in the Swiss Pro Slalom, so she joins a decades-long tradition of great slalomers to grace this venue for this particular event. So continuing right along, and this is our second event of the season for TWBC, and we got a whole slew of events that we broadcast during this upcoming summer.
Yeah, Tony, we were here 2 weeks ago, weren't we? Sitting here for the Swiss Pro Tricks to kick off the US Pro season. Obviously, the Moomba Masters kicked off the Pro season for the year down in the Southern Hemisphere. But 2 weeks ago, saw some incredible trick skiing here.
Oh, yes, indeed.
We're back 2 weeks later for some slalom. I'm thinking maybe Swiss Pro Jump should come up shortly too.
Maybe. Yeah, here's wishing, but I tell you what, big ups to Matty Gonzalez for taking the win there ahead of Jake Abelson. And we're going to see that battle, that head-to-head battle again in the middle of the summer, because I would anticipate both of those competitors will be skiing for their respective nations at the U17 World Championships.
Yeah.
With that in mind, let's check in with Wade once again.
Hey, so guys, talk about some changes in your life. This young lady, her new name, Dr. Sam Stadelbauer. Wow.
Wow.
So she graduated from med school Wednesday, so she's officially a doctor. And you guys got married into March, right?
Yeah, it was a big spring. Got placement for my residency, got married, graduated medical school, big year.
Just get to relax and ski now, right?
Yeah, exactly. Our part's over.
Well, when you have so much going on in your life, sometimes the skiing is that one little bit that you just want to go out on the water and get away from everything, right?
Yeah, it's a good place to clear my head, but then it's also the first thing to get cut if I don't have the time or the energy. So I'm excited to be able to have a little more time now.
Well, good stuff. I know your mommy and daddy are like proud, proud, proud. So we're going to be proud watching her all day. Back to you guys.
All right, then, and we are about to get started right now with our first skier to take to the water, the current U17 Girls World Champion in this event. This is Daniela Kretzmer from Chile coming into the course, and I believe the opening pass for her is going to be 14.25 meters.
All right, punctual and on time here at 8 a.m. at the Swiss Pro Slalom. This is Daniela Kretzmer coming in 14 meters, 28 off. As with most of these initial few girls, they'll start at 14 meters. making easy work of her first pass. A full 6 buoys, and this tournament is underway, Tony.
Yes, underway, and Daniela are making light work of that opening pass of 14.25 meters, and getting ready for F13. They're coming back, and beautiful conditions here all the way from the top to the bottom of this this great venue here at Swiss Waterski Resort.
Okay, and Daniela has just recently, I think, moved out of the under-17 division. She will not be competing at the Junior Worlds later on this year. But she was one of the top juniors. I'm looking back at her history. Her personal best, I believe, is around 3 or 4 at 38 off, 11.25 meters. And looking back at the history of this event, Tony, we're going to say deep 38 off into 39 makes our final. Is that kind of been the trend?
Yeah, somewhere around the halfway down 38 off 11.25 meters is what I'm reckoning it's probably going to take. I mean, if you can get into 39.5 off, that's only going to boost your chances of making it through to the 5-skier final for the women's competition. There will be 8 skiers going through to the final in the men's competition. There is an expanded field there, which explains the difference in numbers of people making it through to the final. Here we go, Daniela Kretzmer. This is 13 meters, rope length 32 off, or 43 feet.
Okay, a little bit of a check there at number 3. The tip came up a little bit. Just a warm-up pass here, though, for Daniela. And cruising around at number 6. Although we say warm-up passes for 14 and 13, the skiers really use these to kind of find their timing, kind of feel the conditions, get their place spot on the ski. So they've got to make sure that that those passes are productive and really kind of find their spots.
And try not to overdo it, and use up your strength and your rhythm too early on with the likes of 14 and 13 meters. But now it's time to get to business. 12 meters. If she can make it through this pass, then it becomes a hard slog to get as far down 11.25 meters and try and place herself through the next round. But first things first, 12 meters coming up there for Daniela Kretzmer.
All right, and the boat speed for the woman set at 55 kilometers, 34 miles per hour. She'll be coming back in. This is 12 meters of 35 off.
Alrighty, here we go. Mashing the throttle down. Scott Ellis in that Ravenol-powered Nautique. Here we go. 12 meters. Let's see what kind of start she gets. Nice, a little bit of break on number 1, but let's see if she can stay relaxed enough. Try not to let that bother her too much. She's round number 4. And in pristine condition, she has made it through 12 meters, 35 off, and there you go. Not the most relaxed of passes that we've seen her produce on 12 meters compared to previous times. But she gets the job done, and when things start to go a little bit sideways as they did on her approach into number 1, it certainly takes a special kind of athlete to be able to recover from that and still keep going.
Yeah, we're getting the job done, Tony. You're right about that. That's all she had to do here on this pass. She didn't have to run it beautifully. She just had to get the 6 buoys. And kudos to her. I've seen her at quite a few big events. Get a little bit scrambly, kind of keep her head about her, and keep skiing and make the pass and get another chance. So well done. That's 6 buoys at 12. And she gets her shot here at 11.
Maybe got a little bit antsy around buoy number 1 and round number 3, trying to get on the gas a little bit on the tail end of the turn and just not producing the desired effect.
Maybe.
Yeah.
I mean, all the skiers want a big number 1. Want to start off the pass well, but she's obviously probably a little nervous too. One of her first sort of pro events, especially here in the US. I think she might have shown up at the Moomba Masters. Obviously, for her being from Chile, she's been working in the off season, different season for her. So she's coming into this tournament with a lot of skiing under her belt and hopefully ready to challenge this 11-meter pass.
All right then, and looking good going into buoy number 1, allowing that ski. Oh, and bouncing off buoy number 1 even more dramatically that time and is inside buoy number 3. So our first score in the 10th edition of the Swiss Pro Slalom, recorded by Daniela Kretzmer. Write that in the history books. It's 2 at 38 off, 2 at 11.25 meters as she returns to the dock, and we get ready for our next competitor, who is Trinidad Espinal.
Yeah, well, a solid first score for Daniela, 2 at 38. You can see her coming into number 1 there, pretty narrow. Didn't really get the gate setup she was looking for. Just let's watch this replay here. Strong position right there, but just maybe came off the little hand a little bit early. Had to reach, squeezed around number 1, didn't get the turn. Pulled all the way to number 2, secured, got a little bit of worked off the wakes there, didn't she? Yeah.
Oh, I tell you.
So just scrambling to hold on to that through the ski at number 3, but really no intention of going around it. 2 at 38 off, and that's right there and thereabouts with her personal best. I think she's secured a 3 somewhere along the lines.
I believe she has, yeah.
So she's got to be reasonably happy with that. It's not probably going to be enough to go forward, but obviously the beauty of this format, she gets another round later on today.
I think she actually made a play on number 3 when she won the U17 Girls World Championship over in Lago Los Moros in Santiago de Chile about a couple of seasons back to secure that World Championship. So she's there and thereabouts of where we expect her to be performance-wise. So that's Daniela Kretzmer. Now she's going to have to play the waiting game and see how much more she would have to perform to possibly strengthen her case to make it through to the next round. But in the meantime, this here, coming into the course, is Trinidad Espinal. First ever professional event. Here she comes from Chile, Trinidad Espinal.
All right, Trinidad from Chile. And this girl is still under 17s. She will be representing Chile at the Junior World Championships later on in July. And she has been perilously close to running 38 off. I think she's got a personal best of around 5. And at her first pro event, it would be great to see her smoke that past, wouldn't it?
Yeah, absolutely, and what a great place to do it as well. I mean, a number of skiers come away from this competition, maybe not with the win. There have only been very precious few skiers that have won or have gotten on the podium, but many have come away from this venue achieving a personal best. And with that in mind, let's check in with Wade.
No, Danny's coming. See Dan?
Yeah.
All right, whilst we wait for Daniela Kretzmer to make her way back off the dock, I mean, receiving some congratulations there, and probably a little bit camera shy, I would reckon, but we'll try and get a few words or two with her, you know, as we get ready to bring in Trinidad Espinal for pass number 2. See one or two of our skiers warming up. There we see Dr. Sam Stadelbaugh.
And when we've got a moment, we'll expand a little bit further on the opportunities for these skiers to get personal best. So, you know, these young skiers, maybe, you know, they're hoping to make the final, but even if they don't, they get 2 beautiful record rounds, getting experience and the opportunity to get records or personal best, you know, well down the 38 off pass and maybe even run it. So Trinidad is enjoying this experience out here, getting to stand on the dock with the pros and really kind of shape her future.
Good skiing there from Trinidad Espinal. She's gone through 14 and 13. Minimum starting line length is 14.25 meters in this round, and I believe the rope length is reduced for the second round. And let's try with Wade's World once again.
Hey guys, I've got Danny here. She's our U17 World Slalom champ. A little camera shy, yes, Tony, you nailed that. Working on her English, but wow, great run. You did exactly what we want our first skier to do, go out and make some passes and make it look good.
Thank you. It felt amazing out there. I was really nervous, but my first pro event, and I'm really happy with the result.
No, you should have been well happy you made your 12th and got a shot at 11 coming back. How was that?
Yeah, 12 felt pretty good. It was a really nice pass, and then at 11, not a good start, but hopefully the next round.
Well, good for you. We're already fans. We're going to get to see her again this afternoon. Back to you guys.
And the sense of optimism there from Daniela Kretzmer, very, very palpable there. She will look forward to seeing her come off the dock in round number 2. But we're still in round number 1, and we are only on skier number 2. This here is Trinidad Espinal, 12 meters.
All right, Tony, and here's where things get a little bit tougher for these skiers. Shortened up to 12 meters. Still enough rope to reach out around the buoys. And she's very methodical coming through this pass. Nothing sort of crazy, but just kind of keeping her tempo going. And another 6 buoys in the books for Trinidad.
Nice, nicely done, and getting some good work done out there on the course as she gets ready for 11.25 meters. Now she's seen the marker that Daniela Kretzmer put out there, and a little bit of Chilean rivalry right from the get-go here with the women's slalom competition in round 1. This is Trinidad Espinal, and looking good on 12 meters. Quite smooth there, but she stood up a little bit into this next buoy coming up, which is number 4, but she had enough in hand, didn't she, Kyle?
Yeah, like I said, very methodical with that pass. Didn't really do anything. Didn't want to push it. She knows she can run this pass all day long. Didn't try for any huge turns, just to get the score on the board, and then she'll unleash a little bit more here on 38 off.
All right, and Trinidad Espinal, we're just trying to get her credentials up a little bit higher going forwards, as we see on the starting dock. Samantha Stadelbauer getting ready for her go out in the water, assisted there by her husband Benjamin Stadelbauer. The lead currently is 2 buoys at 11.25 meters, and here comes Trinidad. Little flat into number 1, but she nice turn, good recovery off that one. Standing up a little bit there, and 2 Chileans and 2 performances with 2 at 11.
Tied lead there between Trinidad and Daniela. So great skiing, but like you said, Tony, you got it there. She turned in pretty well on her gates, and we'll watch a replay in just a second, but then kind of shied away from the wakes a little bit, set up, and I think she ran into number 1 a little narrow. Maybe again, we'll talk about that shadow and kind of the approach. That shoreline comes up to you, and she just sort of gave up a little bit sort of her position and came up a little bit short. Still a decent number 1, but she was down course and securing a full 2 buoys, but not enough to get her outside at number 3.
There's always that little bit of a battle, whenever you start to edge change on line lengths this short. You want to try and get the best turn possible, but sometimes the best way to do that is to actually just stay relaxed and stay focused, and just allow the ski to do what it's designed to do, rather than put too much oomph at the end of the turn, which can be counterproductive, as you saw there off number 1.
Yeah, I think her approach in was just like we talked about, just a little bit shy. She didn't really quite have the angle, stay together with the handle off the second wake, and when you come in a little bit narrow, it's hard to get much of that pre-turn we talk about before the buoy. You've got to do everything afterwards, and then you're just kind of running a late line into the next buoy. But a good score, almost like a carbon copy of what we saw Daniela do. But our next skier on the water is Sam Stadelbauer.
Yep.
And let's see what she's going to start at. She is one of those skiers, our first skier, this woman, that has run the 39 off, 10.75 pass. It's been a little while ago now, and she's had other things going on in her life, but let's see how she's performing on the water. This is 14.25, 28 off.
Coming into the course, Sam Stadelbauer, MD. A little narrower there on number 2, but one thing that we've seen from Samantha over the last few seasons is her ability to make that counter rotation on into 1, 3, and 5, and does it very, very well indeed.
No, definitely a unique style from Sam, but it works really, really well for her. She sometimes gets her shoulder down a little bit too much, but typically it works out in her favor when she sort of locks into her load behind the boat, and she can create some good space out there, and that's what got her through 39 off a while ago. Hopefully she can find that same form here today.
All right there, and Nautica towboat at the other end of the course there. We've got the fully synthetic protection that is offered by Ravenol with the 5W30 oil that is currently coursing its way through the engine of that towboat, which is a PCM 6.2 liter. 450 horsepower and torque for days coming off that towboat here at the Swiss Pro. Scott Ellis, who getting ready now for pass number 2 for Samantha Stadelbauer. And let's see what transpires. The top score, it's a two-way tie between Daniela Kretzmer and Trinidad Espinal, both from Chile and both with 2 at 11.25 meters. Sam Stadelbauer, 13 meters.
She's looking pretty good out here as she around number 3. Keeping her composure, keeping the line tight. And another 6 buoys. And although, yeah, she's been a little bit out of action, maybe on the water as much as she would like. I mean, we're looking back at her results from the Worlds last year. 2.5 at 39 at the World Champs. So still staying in touch with her slalom ski.
All right, then, as Sam Stadelbauer lowers herself into the water on this end of the course, let's check in with Wade's World.
Hey guys, I'm here with Miss Trinidad, and she's got the life of a pro skier started at the young age of 16. She flew in yesterday from Chile on a red eye, came straight to the lake and did a practice. It didn't go so good this morning, but you still have a round this afternoon. What will you change?
Yeah, I'm super excited for next round. Probably I will be more active and more like aggressive in the first passes. And yeah, I'm super excited for the second round.
But that's the life of these skiers. You're going to travel and you have to get there and sort of adjust and hope you bring your best, correct?
Yeah, I'm going to ski my best in the second round. I hope, yes. So
Okay, we're going to let it go get dried off. We're going to see you out this afternoon. Back to you guys.
All right, so far, Sam Stadelbauer coming into the course, her season's best so far. I'm led to believe is 4 at 11.25 meters, but she has cleared 10.75 meters in the past, in the seemingly distant past. Let's see what she can do on 12 meters. Good approach into number 3, equally impressive into number 4, and just keeping that ski down and just easing up a little bit, and 12 meters, no worries there for her.
Yeah, not a problem there for Sam. You can see the confidence that she sort of took into that pass compared to the other 2 girls. She knew that she could let rip on that pass and ran that one a little more up course than we saw Daniela and Trinidad. We'll watch the replay here just to kind of check out her positions. Strong always through the wakes here. Gets that right shoulder down. Sometimes gets stuck on that lean a little bit, but making no mistakes here at number 1 really, really early. Saw the other 2 girls have a little bit of a check at number 1 and get a little bit of a slow start, but she is on top of this pass right from the get-go.
Looking good there, and using those Pro Gear gloves to great effect there. Look at that. Off number 4 into number 5, just drives that shoulder over just a little bit more, just to set the ski on a good angle and good attacking posture into number 5, to where she can just ease up enough and get that ski neatly round number 6.
Yeah, working her ski well. She actually gets away with that because she uses her lower body really, really well, Tony. She usually uses her knees and works the ski through the edge change. So, some people who sort of drop the shoulder like that sometimes get stuck in it and you kind of pull too long, but she releases her feet and stays right over her ski right out to the buoy line. So it's a technique that's working well for her. Let's cheer her on, and hopefully she can see our first skier through 38 off, 11.25. Here she comes.
Selecting Alpha 2 there at 11.25 meters. She gets around number 2. She's early enough for number 3, enough to take the lead, and look at this. She's round number 4. Does she make it outside 5? Yes, she does. Oh, and so close to making a full impact upon that pass, 11.25 meters. But we had speculated a little bit before this competition that it could take something deep into 11.25 meters to allow a skier to advance through to the next round. And it's a little early to say that would be the case for Sam Stadelbauer, but 5 at 11, not too bad at this stage.
I think that's a pretty good score for her, 8 o'clock on Sunday morning. But she had this pass going, had a killer start, 1 and 2, right on the back side of it, kept the rope tight. And it was number 4 here. This was a good turn here at number 3 as well. And I think she just kind of relaxed a little bit, didn't want to mess up at 4. You see that a little bit. The skier's doing a bit of a safety check. Still wasn't in a bad spot, and she can usually rope this onside turn. It didn't come round for her, but 5 at 38. She's in the lead, and it's a good spot to be. It'll be there and thereabouts to make the final.
All right there, Sam Stadelbauer, MD, completing her run in the first round. 5 buoy count, 11.25 meters. She assumes the lead. After 3 skiers, she has that 5 at 11.25 ahead of a two-way tie for second between Daniela Kretzmer and Trinidad Espinal. Taking a look at the tail end of this instant replay on 11.25 meters and just noticing the hip rotation, the counter rotation here. A little late off number 4 into number 5 and just couldn't really get the ski rotated enough in time to make a full play for 6 buoys on 11.25 meters. From Sam, we now go to Alice Bagnoli, 14.25 meters. Looking good. Opening pass.
Not a problem there, Tony.
No problems there.
Super strong on that 135 side, wasn't it?
All right, then, and she gets ready for pass number 2. Let's send it over to Wade's World.
Well, same as you guys at home, I've got my own screen in there, and I watched your start at 38. It looked unreal, Sam. Backside 1, space at 2, backside 3. What happened at 4?
The 4, I feel it was okay, just typical lefty things. I don't know, I felt fine. I think 5 was a little bit of a fluke, just early morning, slow 4. Didn't commit at 5.
So will you make any changes? Is that the similar feel you've had on your opening passes up to that point?
I think I'm just going to do the same thing, commit more. I mean, it's my onside. I turned that 9 out of 10 times. I just got to do it again.
No, it was a bit surprising. So still a good score, though, but back it up big this afternoon, right?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think that's going to be it to get in, but I have a little warm-up, and it's a 2-round event, so it's not over.
Still work to be done. Back to you guys.
I like that quotable, typical lefty thing.
Yeah, the 4 wasn't too bad. It was that 5 that surprised her, wasn't it? She can usually get that turn done and scamper across to 6, but it didn't work today. She'll go back and, like Wade, she'll watch some of this footage and kind of see if she can figure out what happened and change things up for round number 2.
All right, let's have a look at Alice Bagnoli.
One skier that's definitely familiar with these conditions out here and that tree line, that shadow, especially early in the morning here. Does a lot of skiing here at the Swiss Waterski Resort. And as it shows on the water, no problems past number 2.
No worries there. A skier who has medaled in the European Open Women's Slalom Championship on a number of occasions, has also done the same in the tricks event and in overall as well. Alice Bagnoli, who when she's not skiing here at Swiss Waterski Resort, skis over at the Italian Federation headquarters in Riceto in Italy, where we will be heading actually in the middle part of the season. We'll bring to you exclusively live coverage of the European Under-14 and Under-17 Championships. So we've got a whole jam-packed summer of competitions.
Tony, you've got a busy year ahead of you.
Oh, yes, indeed. And our European sojourn starts actually in Africa, where we will be bringing to you live, exclusively live, the K1000 Pro Slalom, which will be taking place for the very first time in Marrakesh, Morocco. That will be in the middle part of June. And here we go. This is Alice Bagnoli coming in past number 3. This is going to be 12 meters.
All right, the scores on the board so far. Sam Saddlebar, 5 at 38, and there's a couple of 2s out there. Alice coming in. This is 12 meters, 35 off. She's got another pass to get through before she has her chance at the lead. And she is the current Italian slalom record holder. 3 at 39, 3 at 10.75. And a pretty comfortable pass. I think she would like to have smoothed the one out a little bit more, but another 6 buoys. And her shot at 11 coming up in just a few moments. Obviously, all these skiers sit down that, both ends. The skier will sit, wait about 1 minute, let the water settle down, and ensure fair conditions. It's the same conditions for every competitor.
All right there, and as I mentioned, Alice Bagnoli, this is pretty much her home away from home in the United States. And sometimes that kind of familiarity does put you into a false sense of security sometimes. But so far with Alicia Bagnoli, she absolutely strokes the 12-meter run and getting ready for 11.25 meters, knowing full well that it would take pretty much a complete pass to take the lead at this point. And if she can do that and then get at least about a third the way down, 10.75 meters, her chances of not working in the trailer during the women's slalom final will take a little bit more of a boost.
All right, this is the pass. This is one she needs. We heard Sam say, hey, she came up short at 38, the 5. She doesn't think it's going to be enough. It's going to be close, but Alice, full focus, 38 off. It's a big one ball, drops her shoulder.
One.
But she's early at 2. She's on time at number 3. Hopefully keeps her shoulder up. Yep, she's got this pass working.
Keep it going. A handle up high.
Yep, a little bit slow.
She's
Another
round
5.
5 and to the wake, and she ties the lead with Samantha Stadelbauer. So we've had one two-way tie for the lead earlier in this competition. We have another two-way tie in this stage. Two-way tie for the lead, 5 and 11.25 minutes between Sam Stadelbauer and now Alicia Bagnoli.
For sure, Tony. A good performance there early this morning. But that one ball is absolutely huge as we see her turning on the gates. The slow-mo replay will see it.
She's left foot
She's
forward.
really trying to rope it. Drops her shoulder a little bit, but damn, she is strong on that side. Locks in, but sometimes that sort of throws your rhythm off a little bit. She didn't hesitate at number 2, and I thought after 2 she was away. Again, at 3 was strong. It was number 4, just like we saw Sam. That offside turn, just a little bit slow here. Sucks the rope up, delays things, and she's late into number 5. Gets the ski round. That was a good effort just to secure the full 5 buoys. And back in, got to get between those boat guides for the full 5.
And I suspect that turn off number 1 towards number 2 is probably the strongest pull, and it is 254 kilograms of pressure on that rope. So Alicia Bagnoli, strongest person out there on the water, and tied with the lead with 5 and 11.25 meters. And with that, we'll take on our next competitor. It is going to be Elizabeth Montavon, as she's in the course right now. 14.25 meter start. Was in a little bit of two minds of whether she would attend this event. Originally slated herself to be a part, and then decided to withdraw from the event, and only within about the last 48 hours has she decided that she wanted to come on down and be a part of the festivities for the 10th edition of the Swiss Pro Slalom. Let's check in with Wade's World.
Hey, Tony, thanks. I'm here with our new co-leader, Miss Alice Bagnoli. I was watching again on the screen there, Alice. That start at 38. There's a lot of guys at home that would dream to have a one ball like you had. How much space at 2?
Definitely a lot of space, but usually as a lefty, when I have such a big one ball, I get kind of whiplash into 2 and have a lot of speed into it. But I decided to remain calm, and honestly, the whole pass I just wanted to go for it because I had nothing to lose. I wasn't practicing very well, but I got it together in the tournament.
So, still good off 3, little stumble there, 4 ballish.
Yeah, I'm definitely giving up my chest and my whole body going into 4. So at the end, I didn't really have a lot of space. I tried to turn it and leave very hard into 5, but no chance to turn it really.
Yeah, but good score though, and yeah, good look for the afternoon, right?
Yeah. Definitely more excited going into the second round after this round.
Good deal. She had some good cheers up on shore here. We're enjoying it. Back to you guys.
All right then, and congratulations to Alicia Bagnoli, a tie for the lead with 5 and 11.25 meters. Now, Elizabeth Montavon actually started on 13 meters, which means that now this line length is 12. So let's see what she does with this one. Now, certainly capable of going in on 14.25 meters, but she feels that the change of direction here would give her an advantage, with 11.25 meters being on an odd numbered pass, pass number 3. and riding that La Pointe slalom ski to pretty good effect so far there, Kyle.
Yeah, for sure. Another very nice pass for Elizabeth. Riding some confidence, probably because she's been already competed this year. She went down to the Moomba Masters, picked up a podium finish down there, picked up a third. I think she ran 4 at 38 on the Yarra River, which is a pretty respectable score. And so, yeah, she started her season off early. And the first of probably the rest of this field will maybe start at 13 meters, I would say.
I think if you can get anywhere past the second run on the Yarra River and put a score into the third, or even better, the fourth pass, you're pretty skiing pretty well on that challenging venue.
Yeah, Elizabeth has made the trip down to Australia a number of times. Speaking of Australia, I just got a little message. I wanted to do a bit of a shout out to Ryan Green and the folks up at Halidon. They're doing a little training up there at the Appletons Lake, and got a little message from Ryan and wanted a shout out. So Ryan, hope you guys are doing well. Great to have you following along on the TWBC footage of the Swiss Pro Slalom.
And
all around the world, these guys are checking it out.
Yes, indeed. And also a big shout out to Sarah and the remainder of that family as well from in WA as well. Here we go. This is Elizabeth Montavon, 11.25. Oh, and she pops the handle around buoy number 2 before the ski makes it to the midway point, which means that after 5 skiers at this time, Elizabeth Montavon is currently in dead last right now.
Yeah, not a great start there for Elizabeth. I think the one ball was okay. She sort of looked a little bit of an unbelievable look on her face, like what happened there at number 2. I'd like to know the reason why she was sort of in and out of this event. Maybe she had there's an injury going on that we're unaware of, or some equipment troubles. But let's watch the replay here as she comes around number 1. A little bit of loose line, but she handles it well, and she's a super strong skier.
Rocked back a little bit, in my estimation there.
And almost didn't want to hold on to that. I thought she could have probably taken that pull, but like I said, there may be some underlying reason why she didn't. Again, she'll be back out later on this afternoon, and she'll know what to run.
Well, certainly, if she wants to make a play and be part of those 5 women in the women's slalom final, she's got to come away in round number 2 with something substantially better than what we've just seen so far from her. Elizabeth Montavon, it is going to be 1 1/2 at 11.25 meters. And in the lead is Alicia Bagnoli, tied with Sam Stadelbauer with 5 buoys at 11.25 meters. And there is your leaderboard. All right, we'll wait on our next skier to take to the water, who should be Paige Reaney. Great conditions here. Wind starting to kick up a little bit, but it's not going to have any significant effect upon the skiers out there on the slalom course. A very, very minor effect for the most part.
No, for sure. I mean, I haven't seen the forecast for today, but one thing you don't really worry about too much here at Swiss is if the wind picks up, we still are afforded some beautiful conditions. It's one of the most protected slalom sites in the world, and that's why all the skiers love coming out there. Whether it's for a pro event or for a record tournament, you can always sort of guarantee that you're going to have some fair and even competition conditions out on the water.
And this action is brought to you by the Swiss Waterski Resort, along with Pro Gear gloves, Ravenol, Reflex skis, good skis, Masterline Eagle, Visit Lake County, Florida, along with Christoph Beck and Hitchem Bamra. So here we go, skier number 6, Paige Reaney.
Another skier electing for 13 meters, and like I said, I think a number of these skiers remaining will choose this line length. They want to get business started quickly. And round number 4, 5, and 6 here, easy as you like.
All right, then, good skiing there from the opening pass, and let's check in with Wade's World.
Hey guys, we want to make it more interactive for you guys. So you see my Instagram handle there. While I'm over watching the action from my TWBC set over there, same as you guys, shoot me a message. I'll refer to you. If you got any question you want to ask any of the athletes, put me to work. I'm here for you guys. Have fun.
Ski with Wade _ on Instagram. If you have access to Instagram, then use that handle, Ski with Wade _ and make sure you get your questions in, and hopefully Wade will be answering something that you've posted there very, very soon. Then we see Ali Garcia on the starting dock, getting ready to go. And we see Paige Reaney out on the water. Interesting bit of information that I gleaned from with conversing with Corey Vaughn yesterday, who will be slaloming later on, and talked about family and stuff like that, and Corey Vaughn's kid Seth, and actually found out that when Seth wants to have a birthday party, he wants to invite Paige Reaney there.
Okay. All right, well, Paige Reaney coming in this 12 meters, 35 off. And one of the top up-and-coming slalom skiers out of Canada. There's another couple Canadians coming up here very shortly, Whitney McClintock and Jamie Bull. So Canada featuring very strongly in the women's slalom event.
Yes, indeed. Looking pretty strong out there.
And a Canadian that we're missing, though, is Neely Ross. I would expect it. We saw her at the Swiss Pro Tricks a couple of weeks ago, but we're not seeing her here. I did see her. She received a bit of an injury, a releasing injury.
Yeah.
Is that the reason?
That is the reason.
Okay.
Yeah, she was releasing for Pato, and unfortunately, Pato got in a little bit deep with a trick, and whenever you do that, the line tightens up very, very quickly, and depending upon where you have your hand in relation to the pole, could determine whether you get an injury or not in that respect. But let's have a look at Paige Reaney and keep our focus here with her. Left foot forward skier, which means she had a beautiful turn off number 1 and well on top of number 2 and 3.
Well, I was going to comment on the width that she had there at number 1. You've seen a few other skiers come up a little bit short into 135 there, but she had plenty of space and just sat on the backside of her good side there. So 135 working extremely well for Paige Reaney, and this could be our first skier through 38 off. Let's get behind her. It's 11.25. She's run multiple times in big events.
Wasn't able to ski in the Swiss Pro Tricks a couple of weeks ago because of a prior commitment working a wedding. She's in the wedding planning business along with her boss Cindy Benzel. Look at her go round buoy number 3 and number 4, getting in a little bit deep here, but still able to run this pass. Yeah,
there it is, a new
done.
leader. Our first skier through 38 off, 11.25.
Yeah, indeed.
I was a little worried about the start, Tony. I didn't see a ton of angle going through the gates. I thought she was going to come up a little short, but she can really just pivot that radar ski around on 135. Let's watch the replay here. So she comes back on the handle, doesn't get the ski through quite as well, but gets that shoulder down and a lot of load into number 1. But bam, the ski comes around. 2 was a little bit maybe slow, but she's a lefty. Yep. But then again, a little maybe narrow coming into number 3, but no problems. Gets the ski around quickly, and after that, she sort of fell into a beautiful rhythm, and first skier through 38 off.
And by clearing 38 off, and with 5 skiers remaining, she officially sets the bar right now, because for our remaining 5 skiers to put themselves in the best shot possible of advancing through to the 5 skier women's slalom final, they would have to basically exceed whatever Paige Reaney puts out there at this time, which at this moment in time is 6 at 11.25 meters, 38 off, and counting. Just trying to get a little bit energized on the starting dock is a skier representing the Raging Cajuns of Louisiana Lafayette, and coming fresh off a win at the Pony Express in Texas. That is Ali Garcia. On the water right now, buoy number 1 for Paige Reaney, 10.75 meters, and it is going to be a 2 buoy count.
No, that's some great skiing there for Paige, a full 2 buoys. Got a hold of number 1, but didn't want to take any chances at falling at 2, so just did the kind of S-turn, and a great score, and it's going to be very, very close for her making through to the final.
Score is under review. Let's see that graphic at the top. I think that they're trying to make sure that the call is right after buoy number 2.
Yeah, I don't think it's the gates that they're reviewing. It looked like she had a pretty good tight number 1, but took a little bit of slack rope, and it's getting round number 2 now for sure.
She's round number 2 now. The second part of this review. Does she get to the wicks?
Yeah,
Ooh.
easy.
Just kind of grazed that buoy a little bit there, but it is 2 from our perspective at least, and I think the officials will concur.
Let's watch the replay yet again. She came around number 1 pretty tight. Had to wait on a little bit of loose line. I was surprised she was squeaking around 2 as much as she did. But a full 2 buoys, and she's our new leader. 5 skiers remaining.
Yes, indeed, and setting the bar there, and the official score is going to be 2. And skier who is currently ranked on the Pro Tour points from last season as 8th, and will be looking to try and boost her credentials going forward. That was Pedrini. Equally so, our next skier coming to us out of Horizon West in the Orlando area, it is going to be Ali Garcia. And Paige has taken the lead in the not only in the competition, but also in the strongest pull as well. Brought to you by Masterline Ropes. They are providing the monetary bounty for that in both the women's and men's competition. So thanks a lot to those guys at Masterline Eagle for furnishing that prize. In the meantime, this is Ali Garcia. 14.25 meters, and not looking bad. So with that going on, let's send it over to Wade.
Hey guys, here with Miss Paige Rini, our new leader, and first pro event of the year. Got your first 38 out of the way, so all good.
Yeah, it was really good. I'm a little disappointed with my approach to 2 because my 1 ball and gate was really good, but I'm getting there, so yeah.
So I heard Kyle's review, and I thought the same. You're tight out of 1, so what might you differently next round if you get the same look?
Probably just be more confident off the second wake into 2. That was the only thing that I was missing there, just that little extra. But yeah, I'm really happy with that.
Nice, patient 38. Look good, yeah. Good, big scores already. Back to you guys.
All right, then. So continuing right along, we've just seen Pedrini take the lead with 2 at 10.75 meters ahead of a 2-way tie for second place between Sam Saddlebauer and Alicia Bagnoli, Daniela Kretzmer and Trinidad Espinal on 2. And Elizabeth Montavon on 1.5. Those are the scores that we've seen so far. In the meantime, on the water is Ali Garcia, a current student at the University of Louisiana at Lafayette. They are the Raging Cajuns. And as I mentioned a little bit briefly, coming off a win in collegiate skiing and taking the victory in the women's slalom competition at the inaugural Pony Express that was organized by Southern Methodist University, which is just outside the Dallas Metroplex area. So, decent skiing there from Ali Garcia, no 2 ways about that. Just looking around the site and seeing a whole slew of skiers, athletes, and their respective entourage, and they're certainly here for a treat. The 10th edition of the Swiss Pro Slalom. All right. So, we got Ali Garcia getting settled in. She's through 14 and 13. At least a couple of skiers in our field so far have gone in on 13 meters. That would be Elizabeth Montavon and Pedrini, with varying fortunes from that start. 30 meters, but with a 14.25 meter start and on pass number 3, this becomes 12 meters there for Ali Garcia, and manages to slice and dice her way through that run and looking in very good shape so far, so good.
Yeah, 3 passes under her belt, starting at 14 and now coming through a full 6 buoys at 12. Watching the replay here, Ali Garcia, very, very smooth skier. You know, she doesn't really force anything, really rides that it's a good slalom ski, isn't it? Yeah, she lets it finish this turn well. So sits in behind the pull, doesn't try to crank things too hard. And when she's on form, she can make really light work of that 38 off pass. She is a pro event winner. She picked up maybe a couple of years ago. She picked up
at the
America's Cup. Yes. So it was great to see her on top of the podium there. And she's been featuring, you know, down through 39. I think she's picked up a piece of 3-ball a couple of times. So. And definitely a good chance to get into the finals here today.
And gone into the tournament game, at least at this level, at least quite late. At least when you compare her to brother Taylor Garcia, who I'm sure is watching right now. Figured that why let Taylor have all the fun, and got into it, and the rest, as they say, is history.
Yeah, she's definitely making a name for herself. And as we look at the leaderboard, 2 at 39 is the lead she is chasing. This is the 38 off pass. She's got to get this done.
There's number 1 from
one
Ali
ball
Garcia.
to do it, isn't it? And a
look
smooth
at this. Looking in good shape off number 3. She's still there on number 4. She rears up on number 4, gets to the wake, and I think that's pretty smart skiing there, because she could have risked a huge turn on number 4 and gotten short of the wake and only gotten 3.5. But a 4 buoys is a decent score and keeps her in contention whenever you consider the likes of Pedrini, who's gotten 2 at 10.75 meters, and then you got that 2-way tie with Stadelbauer and Bagnoli with 5.
Well, let's watch the start again. And although that's probably not the score she wants, the actual technique, the skiing was good. I mean, she came out of 1 and 2 really, really strong. It was just 3 was maybe a little bit shy. But I think she knows what she's doing, and I think she can kind of capitalize that and move forward in the next round, because I thought she looked great at 1 and 2. Hopefully she just pick things up in the second round.
Yeah, we'll see if she can dial up the aggression a little bit in round number 2, but opens up with a pretty decent score. The strength measurement there for her, 227 kilograms.
Yeah, I was interested to see what that would be. I figured it would be down a little bit. Like I said, she's very, very smooth, doesn't like to force things too much. It was just number 3, just sort of sat back a little on the tail of the ski, was trying to maybe go a little bit easier. But the 1 and 2 look great, and hopefully she can figure things out to run that pass next round and make our final. Our next skier hitting the water right now. These are the first of the big 4, I guess you'd call it. This is Ali Nicholson.
Here we go.
She's choosing 13-meter 32 off.
Ali Nicholson, who cleared 10.75 meters for the first time last season. She did that at Kaiafa in Greece, and that was one of the moments of the season. And with that in mind, let's check in with Wade.
Hey guys, here with Miss Ali Garcia, and Ali, same again. I'm getting to listen to Kyle's review as I'm watching, and start look great at 38. If we had the same look to do again, how would you handle it different?
You know, I'm really happy with that side. I've been working on a lot of stuff this winter, especially like my 135, and I feel like I executed what I've been working on. I think if I just had another look, I would be patient and try and push all the way down it.
Well, let's talk about, for the folks at home, as pros, you know you have to get better, and when you do get better, sometimes you get in a tournament, and now you're getting a look that you've never had in your entire life. And you're earlier than you've ever been. You're like, okay, good, I'm executing, but I've got to learn how to re-execute for this position, right?
Yeah, I mean, this new 135, it definitely gets me into 2-4 a lot earlier, and I just need to make sure that I don't come off so fast like I did there at 4-ball.
Note to self at home, be patient. We'll watch her again this afternoon. Back to you guys.
All right, here we go. Approaching the course right here and now. This is Ali Nicholson, originally out of Gallatin in Tennessee, but now resides in Central Florida these days. When she's not competing, she is a traveling nurse. There you go. There we go. That is Ali Nicholson. So, good solid effort there. Very, very light on that slalom ski. Seems to have a real ease of movement from one side of the course and the other. A rather unconventional style compared to a lot of other female competitors, but she, when the call comes for her to be aggressive on the course, she is among the best of them.
No, definitely, Tony, and she had a stellar year last year, didn't she? Run 39 for the first time and ran it several times that year. Really found some confidence, found some form, doing it for HO Syndicate. And watching this replay, she looks like she's been getting some training under her belt early this season. She's on form and making it a very, very easy 12-meter pass. Light, like you said, light on the water. She's a light skier, actually, but uses her height. She's a tall skier. For her advantage, gets locked into a very straight, aligned position behind the boat, and that makes no mistake, she is strong right there after she exits the second wake out to each bull.
All right, good skiing there from Ali Nicholson, and we will now bring her into the course, having cleared 13 and 12. This is now 11.25 meters. Only one person has run this pass so far in this round of the competition. And that is Pedrini, who currently has the lead on 2 at 10.75 meters. But first things first, 11.25, let's see what she's got. Buoy number 1 takes a good hard stab there. Round number 2, she's there on the back of the ski. She's round number... Oh! And pops the handle off buoy number 3, and that is rather unexpected there from Ali Nicholson, and that puts... currently in 5th spot right now, and a lot of work to do in round number 2.
Very unexpected fall there at number 3 for Ali. Maybe a first event of the year for her, a few nerves popping up. But she'll look back at this footage, and she'll look back at kind of what happened out there, and I expect to see her back with vengeance in round number 2. Strong number 1, got into a big lean across to number 2. Like she had a fair bit of space there at number 2 too. Little overturn here at number 3, Tony.
Yeah, I think she got on the good foot just a little bit too soon there, and she knows it as well. Almost as soon as she realized that the handle came in a little soon and kind of stopped the ski cold, that her ability to recover beyond that was severely compromised.
And as the results stack up right now, looking at the leaderboard with 3 skiers remaining, that puts Alice and Sam Stedelbar and Pedrini all into the final after this round number 1. So 5 at 11 is kind of the mark. 5 at 38 off.
Yeah, and we could end up being in a runoff situation if between Sam and Alice. So. So here we are. I'm Tony Lightfoot. He's Kyle Lead. And here is a jug of 5W30, courtesy of Ravenol, fully synthetic oil, protecting all of those moving parts in your engine. If you want to get the best, get Ravenol. All right, there is your leaderboard. Pedrini in the lead, 2 at 10.75 meters. Looking pretty comfortable right now for one of those top 5 spots. You know, but a lot of things can change in round 2, so don't count your chickens quite yet. All right, we are down to 3 skiers remaining. We'll have Regina Jaquist. Take into the water very, very soon, followed by the current world champion, Jamie Ball. But before them, we'll have Whitney McClintock-Rini. Season's best so far, 2 at 10.25, and currently 3rd spot in the current Pro Tour standings.
Okay, and we've mentioned the number of titles that Regina Jaquist has picked up here, 9 Swiss Pro Slaloms, but I have a feeling that Whitney McClintock has picked up 9 podium finishes here, but not quite the podium finish she wants and this could be the year for her. She was one of our contenders down at the Moomba Masters, skiing exceptionally well down there, and had a strong year last year, and desperately wants this title in 2024.
Most certainly, and that will be absolutely historic if she's able to pull that off, as we see Regina Jaquist wearing the maillot vert, the maillot jaune, as I'm reminded. And my French is a little ways off, but the maillot jaune, the yellow jersey, and with that, let's go over to Wade.
Well, Tony, the Americans used to call the maillot jaune the Mellow Johnny, and there's a bike shop named after that. But yeah, speaking of yellow jerseys, she's got 9 of them. It's quite impressive. It's rather astounding. Already getting some good messages from Australia. Mr. Dylan Wright wanting to know how his buddy Lucas is holding up. A little pressure. And Mike Hazelwood reached out. How are you, mate? And so, yeah, and Sebastian from Chile already cheering on his fellow countrymen. So, yeah, thanks, guys. Keep the messages coming.
All right, and we return to on-water action as it stands. We've got Whitney McClintock-Greeny. Looking good.
Yeah, 12-meter pass for Whitney. Coming in, just kind of watching her 135 side. Really, really strong. Does it for radar skis and 6 buoys into her bag, I guess. She'll be coming back at 38. She knows right now to secure a spot. It's 5 at 38. 5 at 38, and she would have a spot in the final after round 1. Obviously, round 2, things can change up. Looking at the conditions right now, just a slight breeze, maybe a little bit of a head breeze on this 38 off past Tony, but nothing really to phase these skiers.
Multiple-time U.S. Masters slalom champion, and has won at least on a couple of occasions. I think 3 occasions on the Yarra River in the Moomba Masters.
I think it's more than that, Tony. To be honest, it's interesting. Probably is what's happened. She's won the Moomba Masters almost as much as Regina's won this tournament. Regina went down there though to Moomba and took that title away from her earlier this year. So I think she's going to have something to say about this tournament this year.
Like everything that she's done up to this point just hasn't been enough. But there we go, Whitney McClintock-Greeny, who has also been crowned World Women's Slalom Champion on at least a couple of occasions as well.
Women's Trick Champion, Women's Overall Champion. Yeah, she's done it all.
Yeah,
but now
she has.
Choosing to focus mostly on the slalom ski. I think she brings the trick ski out every once in a while. This is her forte, though. This is 11.25.
All right, here we go. Looking good. Looking strong. 11.25 meters.
And years of experience behind her as she rounds number 5. Wasn't the easiest 38 off pass. I thought she got a little down course, but they didn't panic.
Yeah, wrangles the handle a little bit round buoy number 5, but she's able to get the job done. And another left foot forward skier getting through the 6 buoy count on 11.25 meters. And there is Regina Jaquist, 9-time Swiss Pro Slalom champion, trying to make it 10 in a row. And looking at Whitney McClintock-Greeny.
Yeah, let's watch this pass as she comes into number 3. I thought she was starting to drift down course just a little bit here, 3 and 4. As I mentioned, though, her experience, just keeping a level head, not panicking, staying patient, and maybe just a little down course for what she would prefer, but setting up well for 39. And chasing that lead, Paige Reaney, 2 at 39, 2 at 10.75 is our current number 1 spot. But I think that's going down here with our next skier, Whitney McClintock's attempt.
And having that kind of experience affords her the ability to do some things out there on the slalom course that not a lot of people can get away with, such as pulling up and on the inside shoulder on number 5, and just being patient enough to wait for the line to just whip her into number 5, into number 6, I should say, and run the previous pass. Lead is 2 on 10.75 meters. Let's see what Whitney McClintock-Greeny has. She's round buoy number 1, Now, can she make it round number 2? Yes, she can. Can she make a play on 3? Yes, she can. And she goes to the wake. And it's probably a little bit early to say, but I'll say it anyway. She's probably put herself in a good position to make it through to the final.
You can say that, Tony. That 3 at 39 is going to do it here today. Yeah, she's gone out there. She's done her job. In the round 1 of the slalom, she's posted 3 at 39. Stranger things have happened, but you know, if I was a betting man, I would say she's definitely in the final. But she's probably not 100% happy with kind of the way she went about that pass. She didn't get out of 1 that well. Was having trouble with the line through the backside of 1-3 there. Sort of fought her way, scratched her way to a score of 3. She's got the lead. But she's got a few things she probably wants to adjust for round 2 and the final later on this afternoon.
Looking at this one more time with the instant replay. Nice separation from the handle there into a turn into buoy number 1.
Being a lefty, she had a great number 2 there actually.
Oh,
for
yeah,
how
better
down
number
course.
2 than 1.
Yeah, exactly. But, you know, with being a lefty, she wants her onside, her weapon, you know, working, and it wasn't just firing there at 1 or 3.
But taking all of that into account, she has gotten round number 3 into the wakes and has established herself with a new lead. 3 buoys at 10.75 meters. The lead now ahead of Rini, Stadabauer, Bagnoli, and Garcia. Those are currently your top 5.
And yeah, leaving the dock right now is our 9-time champion, Regina Jaquist. And as you can tell, she's not our last skier off the dock because obviously this event is seated on the Pro Tour leaderboard, isn't it?
Yes, indeed. And that is why we see Jamie Ball starting last off the dock. Now, Regina Jaquist was out on an absolute tear last season, throwing in some good performances, including the world record with 5 buoys at 10.25 meters this past season. And quite a bit has changed in that time since she got that world record. She is signed as a new athlete for Team Nautique, and we'll see what happens from that point. So let's check in with Wade.
Hey guys, here with Miss Whitney McClintock Rini, and she's going to tell us about her first round. I thought the 11 was good, and coming back at 39, how was it?
Yeah, I mean, I want to be happy about it because, I mean, it wasn't a terrible performance or anything like that, but definitely expected more out of myself this morning. So I was happy with the 38. I think I want to swing up a little higher on the boat, and I didn't focus on that enough on my gates, and then that sets the rhythm for the pass really well. So just work on that for the next rounds.
Well, I know how much of a competitor you are, and does it have any sort of bearing that the girls weren't putting up big scores before you? I mean, because I always enjoyed that.
If they were putting up big scores, yeah, for sure. I mean, it definitely puts the energy out there. I mean, it's the first event of the season for a lot of us out here, and we're just getting the feel back. I mean, there's a little bit of weird light out there right now too, so I don't know if that made anybody ski different, but it's only going to get better as the day goes on.
We talked about that from that other end this morning, guys, so she mentioned it. Back to you guys.
Why, thank you there, Wade, and big ups there to Whitney McClintock Rini on her performance that has taken the lead with 3 at 10.75 meters. Mentioned a little bit about the light. There is shading on one side of the course. It will be on the 2, 4, 6 side on the odd numbered passes, and then obviously you switch it round coming back. But how much of an effect does that have on the slalom skiers?
Well, I think early in the morning, like she said, it can impact your vision a little bit coming into, for Regina there, it was coming into 135. The skiers that have been here and skied this site, they get used to it. those trees are providing, protection from the wind and, providing some sort of sheltered conditions.
And I'm looking
but
at
it does change the light a touch.
And I'm looking at the replay right now, and at least on the early part of this pass coming near, the light coming through the trees and going through the gaps, provides a little bit of a strobing effect going in, so that can be a little bit distracting, I would imagine.
Yeah, but all these top competitors, they're used to it. They figure things out pretty quick on the water. It might sort of take them by surprise on their first pass, but then they sort of deal with it, move on. And this is Regina Jaquist. She's moving on to 38 off, 11.25.
All right. No, she has to get through this run and get at least halfway down to make an impact here. Oh no! And she is down on 11.25 meters after buoy number 4. That will give her 3.5. Wow.
Yeah, didn't expect that at all. It was 3-ball that kind of got away from her. Tip, she comes around pretty nicely on both sides, but that 3-ball, the tip kind of popped up and it sort of stalled her out. And she knew she could crank her onside and get back in the game. Maybe a little too much, couldn't hold on to it. And a big surprising fall for our 9-time champion, Regina Jaquist. Little pressure on her shoulders going into round number 2, but if anyone can deal with it, it's this lady. She's done it time and time again. And a score of 3.5 at 38, and that's ways down the...
took a big hit off number 2. That didn't exactly help. And that kind of set her rhythm, or lack of it, going into buoy number 3 and number 4. And unfortunately there for Regina Jaquist, she has got some work to do in round number 2. But if anyone can do it, Regina most probably can. Let's take a little bit more of a forensic examination here. Number 1, typical
tight.
of...
Yeah, number 1 was tight, wasn't it?
Yeah, exactly. And number 2...
there was nothing wrong with number 2, I didn't think. It was just coming,
maybe
reached
line
inside there at number 3. Her eyes maybe got ahead of her a little bit at the end of the turn. Pushed on the ski a touch, it popped up. And I think it just surprised her. And then tried a little bit too much at number 4, but nothing that she won't be able to address in rounds 2 and in the final.
All right, and that brings us down to our final skier in round number 1, the current and 2-time World Women's Slalom Champion. This is going to be Jamie Ball. So we're about 12 or so minutes away from starting the men's round 1, give or take, depending upon how long Jamie Ball stays out there for, which we hope is going to be a while, considering the accolades that she has accomplished over the last few seasons, and the scores that related to them.
Yep, well, she's done it all. She's a 2-time world champion. She's a 2-time Pro Tour champion.
Yes, indeed, and that is the reason why she is last off the dock.
Oh yeah, but one thing she hasn't done is won this event. She was 3rd last year. 2.5 at 39 was the score that she got to secure a 3rd spot on the podium. She's chasing a lead right now, 3 at 39, so somewhat surprising, maybe down a little bit on what we would have thought this morning as this event kicked off. Whitney McClintock-Rini, 3 at 39. Paige Rini at 2 at 39. A couple of 5s at 38 for Sam Saddlebar and Alice. And Ellie Garcia, 4 at 38.
And let's check in with Wade.
So, hey, guys, this is rather a strange round we have going. Curious how many times have we seen Regina go down early like that in the last 10 years. So, anyway, we've got some curious fans at home. We've got Nate Pigden from Australia wanting to see how Lucas is going here in the States and wanting to know if he's found his lucky shorts and shoes. So, we're missing our former Aussie world champ as well. So, saying hey to all down under.
Yeah, Wade appears to be quite popular down there in Australia. And New Zealand as well.
No, definitely. And it's good to hear from all the Aussies because it's pretty late down there. It's, what is it, about 11 o'clock, 11 p.m. down on the east coast of Australia right now.
Yeah, and obviously about 3 hours earlier, you'd get WA and Northern Territories and South Australia as well into the mix. We got to give a big shout out to everyone there. We got Jamie Bull. This is 12 meters. She having started on 13.
Yeah, 12 meters and looking really strong. One of the biggest parts of Jamie's skiing is just the connection to the handle and not moving at all through the wakes. That worked successfully for her last year, and it looks like she's found that form again so far this season. She did not go down to the Moomba Masters. She didn't compete down there this year. I don't believe actually she's ever been down to Moomba Masters, is it, Tony? She's one of those slow starters. She seems to enjoy the off-season, enjoys taking a break from the slalom ski.
Oh, does she ever enjoy the off-season?
Yeah, does a lot of snow skiing, but it never pushes things. She knows she's got a long season ahead of her, so she sort of gets a bit of a quieter start, and then really ramps things up through the middle of the summer and into the end of the year, and especially last year, culminating in the World Champs.
Yep, you can't win the Waterski Pro Tour off just one event at the start of the season. You have to be consistent all the way throughout, and Jamie Bull has demonstrated that in the last few seasons, including the previous one, where she is the current Women's Slalom Pro Tour champion. Through the exit gates there on that particular run, and getting through the opening couple of passes, and now looking for 11.25 meters. Now,
well, ordinarily would say, hey, this is a walk in the park here for these skiers, for Jamie anyway, but we've seen some surprises this morning. Let's hope we don't see another one from Jamie, but this is 38 off. She's chasing basically 4 to secure a spot so far. She's got a sneak ahead of Regina Jacquez, 3.5.
There you go, just trying to stay cool, just trying to stay focused and not trying to put too much.
Beautiful, that's the best pass we've seen at 38 off there, isn't it, Tony?
Oh yeah, very much in control, and good skiing there from Jamie Bull. No two ways about it, on top of her game right now, and by the fact that she came into the course 11.25 meters, it means that every single women's competitor has at least registered a score into 11.25 meters and beyond. But that's of no real concern of Jamie Bull, because she had this pass on lock.
Yep.
Right foot forward skier, and well on her game there.
Yeah, just showing why she is 2-time world champion and 2-time Pro Tour champion, running a 38 off pass as clean as you like. And she gets her opportunity to track down that lead. Whitney McClintock, Rini at 3. I'm going to place a bet and say she's going to do it here. The way she looked through that 38 off pass, the way she was skiing last year, she wants to be top seed going into the final. Our third skier to run the 38 off pass.
All right, and as it stands right now, there is a possibility of a runoff with 5 at 11.25 meters if things stay exactly as they are right now, going in towards the final off round number 2. But there we go. That is Jamie Bull. She gets, I believe that was
a 3. Yeah,
that was a 3. So that puts her in a 2-way tie in the lead with Whitney McClintock-Rini, and pretty much pencils herself in for future participation in the women's slalom final. But we still got women's round 2 coming up, and a whole bunch of skiers looking for redemption.
No, for sure. Things will change up here in round number 2. But Jamie coming out of 1, actually pretty strong. Gets a little bit of a delay, but gets the shoulder down, got across to 2 pretty easily. And usually her onside, she would have just killed that, but she just wanted to make sure she didn't make any mistakes. She knew she could turn that kind of down course a little bit of a delay, still squeak around 3 and tie with Whitney, but she'll be going out after her in the second round. She'll be our top seed in round number 2.
All right, and obviously some skiers with the position that they have right now towards the end of women's slalom round 2, which is going to be reseeded, by the way. So the the skiers who are currently in the lead will be last off the dock, and I'm sure one or two of them will make a decision whether to ski round 2 or rest up for the final, depending upon where they are. All right then, folks, let's have a look at the leaderboard after the first round. And, oh, take a look at that. Oh, Canada indeed. Two-way tie for the lead with Whitney McClintock-Rini and Jamie Ball, both on 3 at 10.75 meters. And Paige Rini with 2 at 10.75 meters. Trio of Canadians right up there at the top. Then we see a two-way tie for fourth between Dr. Samantha Stadelbauer and Alicia Bagnoli with 5 at 11.25 meters. And currently in sixth spot right now is Ali Garcia with 4 at 11.25 meters. And let's have a look at the rope tension leaderboard. Who pulls the strongest? Well, hardly any surprise, really, because Whitney McClintock-Rini on 653 pounds per square inch on the first buoy at 10.75 meters is your current leader there. If you want that in kilograms, it's 296 kilograms. Ahead of Paige Rini, ahead of Licia Bagnoli, Trinidad Espinal, rather surprisingly, and fifth place in the pole competition is Jamie Ball. And let's switch on over to Wade's World.
Hey guys, here with Miss Jamie Ball, who will be our top seed for the afternoon round. So it was a little bit of a strange round, though, all in all, wasn't it?
Yeah, definitely some low scores this morning. So we'll see what happens this afternoon. I'm sure everyone's going to step it up a bit.
Well, you had looks from 11 and 10 each ends. You like them?
Yeah, I think I was like a little cautious this round, so it's nice to get something under my belt, and then next round probably try and step it up a bit and be a little stronger, get a little better width up on the side of the boat, and we'll see what happens.
All right, we're going to see it happen, and we're going to take a quick break. Back to you guys.
All right, then. So there we see the leaderboard previously and the strength leaderboard. And when we come back, we will have the men's slalom in round 1. You are watching the 10th edition of the Swiss Pro Slalom, and we'll be back right after these.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat? A place where that summer feeling lasts all year long. A place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers. A place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions, and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Waterski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterskiResort.com.
See you in Vienna.
All right, welcome back to continuing coverage of this, the 10th edition of the Swiss Pro Slalom. I am Tony Lightfoot, and this is the running order for the men's slalom competition in round one. And making his inaugural appearance for the nation of Morocco, this is Camille Bamra. He'll be our lead-off skier, followed by Jaden Eade, then Jaime Palomino, then Lucas Cornell, Steve Ireland, Martin Bartowski, Nikki Antonsen, Tim Tornquist, Jamie Calhoun, Benjamin Stadelbauer, Charlie Ross, Robert Pagozzi. That's page one. Page two starts off with Adam Sadelmeyer, then followed by Joel Poland, Stephen Neveu, Jonathan Travers, Corey Vaughan, Cole McCormick, Robert Hazelwood, Dane Meckler, Thomas de Gasperi, Will Asher, Freddie Winter, and Nate Smith. 24 skiers on this list, and only 8 will ski in the final. All right, then. Have you got your favorite beverage? Have you got your favorite seat? Good, because we are ready for our first competitor of 24. And he comes to us out of Marrakesh in Morocco. This is Camille Bamra. And speaking about the nation of Morocco, TWBC will bring to you live and exclusive coverage of the K1000 Pro Slalom event, which will take place in Marrakesh in the middle part of June. And I'm sure that Camille Bamra is going to be a home crowd favorite there for that event, but he's making his debut here at the Swiss Pro Slalom and starting off with 13 meters and making that pass look pretty smooth for starters. One of our taller skiers, and certainly very, very light on the movement on the water so far as his movement is concerned, but running his opening pass and getting those nerves quickly dissipated at the same time. And on the slalom dock, getting ready for his turn, he'll be our second competitor out, Jaden Eade. Just trying to get all the nervousness out before he heads on out onto the water, but it'll be a little while before he does that. And there we go, Jaden. Just trying to reassure the good folks wherever they happen to be watching from that he's got this. And getting it so far in the women's slalom competition is Jamie Bull, who is in that tied lead with Whitney McClintock-Rini after round one. He's Kylie. How you doing?
I'm doing great, mate. Looking forward to an exciting men's slalom preliminary round. Round number one, Camille Bamra coming in at 12 meters, 35 off. And we talked about how tall and light this guy is. And he's been slaloming exceptionally well, going to Rollins College, skiing collegiate right now. One of those skiers that's been pushing and trying to get through his first 39.5 pass. I think he's been very, very close. Maybe his personal best around 4 or 5 at that pass. And one of his first pro events. And a very smooth, tall, very, very smooth and tall skier that has got a big future in the sport.
Yeah, absolutely. No worries there for Camille Bamra coming to us from the North African nation of Morocco. And that's going to be an event for the ages. The very first time a pro waterski event will ever be held in North Africa, and it's happening in about the third or fourth weekend of June. More details of that competition and indeed every other competition on the Waterski Pro Tour can be found at waterskiprotour.com. waterskiprotour.com, and more information about TWBC can be found at waterskibroadcasting.com as well. You'll find a whole bunch of content there, including the TWBC podcast. You can listen to that, the latest episodes on Spotify, on Apple Podcasts, and on YouTube Music, along with iHeart and Amazon Music as well. All the major players with the TWBC podcast. Here we go. Camille Bumrah, 11.25 meters.
All right, we're straight into the short 11-meter pass, 38 off. He's got a bit of a slow number 2. He's going to be down course at number 3. He keeps his composure. He's still working it. He's late at number 4. Around number 5, he's going to be scrambling across, reaches all the way to number 6. Can he handle the slack?
Oh, how does he ski that late and still run the pass?
I don't know how he got through that one, but he threw the fist out the gates. So a great score. Our first skier off the dock, our first skier through 38 off. And a bunch of young skiers kicking this event off in this men's slalom. Round number 1, Camille, only maybe 18, 19 years of age. He had a tight number 1, but this 2-ball didn't really pan out for him. And from there, he was just seeing what he could do. I'm surprised the score's not under review right now, because he was squeaking around some of these boys, wasn't he, Tony?
Yeah, and just trying to get on the gas a little bit after the buoys, and that doesn't exactly work out for him. That number 5 there, he just barely squeaked that ski out. And round number 6, he had more room into number 6, I do have to say, but that number 5, that was...
From that angle, he didn't look like he was going to get even to it, let alone make a turn and get across to 6. But
yeah, they should have taken a still frame of that shot as he was coming through the wakes, going into a number 5, and asked the question: does he make it, or does he get round, or does he come up short? And I'm sure some of you folks out there, given that situation, would have plumped for not making it round number 5. But
well, a few nerves coming into play there on that 38 off pass, but hopefully he can settle down here. This is 39, and he'd love to get halfway or almost through this pass. He's got the 1 to do it. Can he pick up at number 2? That's better than he was looking at 38 off.
Look at this.
And
round number 4. Does he get round number 4 to the wakes? Oh, wow. I don't know what I'm more impressed by, the score or the complete front flip.
Wow, Camille having fun out there. That was some entertaining skiing. A shaky 38 off, one that we thought he might not get through. Comes back and a pretty handy 1 and 2. Sort of sits back at number 3. I thought he was done there, but skis all the way to number 4. Gets I think he got round number 4, and then an explosion at the end of it, and ski went flying, and he went flying, but he's okay, and a pretty handy score from our first skier.
I would be curious to find out what the African slalom record is, men's slalom record, and see how close he got to it.
Let's get our TWBC research team on that one, and we'll get back to you. But just completely stood up at number 3, and whether there were, I don't know what his score was going to be there. I didn't really see if he got around number 4, but he had a good shot at it. And
oh, man.
We are starting this event in style with Camille Bumrah.
The people here on the site,
entertaining skiing.
The people here on the site have no clue what we see here, unless they actually get on their phones and watch the coverage. But I mean, I'm sure that Camille, for his part, will be taking a snapshot of his recovery off number 4, or at least attempt on number 4. But he gets around number 3. Look at this into number 4. He gets barely inside number 4, tries to do the S-turn, pulls, and I'm surprised that the ski didn't come back and hit him.
Yeah, that was awesome skiing there for Camille. He got round 1 and 2 really nicely, kind of played it safe at 3, or kind of got a little bit panicky there, and still had a play at number 4, didn't get the ski around. Maybe he thought he could trick our judges into giving him a piece of 4
it's worth
by holding on to it, especially with that spectacular 4. Maybe take their attention away from actually skiing around number 4. But
it's
3
worth
boys,
a try.
and he's our lead. He's our first skier, and a handy score.
All right, they're coming into the course, and the team skier for the Conley brand. This is Jaden Eade.
All right. This is Jaden coming back in his first big event of 2024. He made a little play at some pro events last year. He went along to the Mastercraft Pro, the Malibu Open, and also the Travers Grand Prix. Kind of got his feet wet, you'd say. Had a big year for him last year, ran his first 39.5 off pass, and he did it a couple of times at a pro event, actually at the Grand Prix, just down the road from here. But yeah, still I guess, wet behind the ears when it comes to pro slalom tournaments, but gaining experience quickly.
All right, then, and we'll send it over to Wade and find out who he has with him.
We're still getting messages from down under about haircuts and shoes, so it's been quite entertaining. But what also is super entertaining is the first 4 on this list are all teenagers, and they're all seasoned veterans. Kyle, your boy's out there now. This is really exciting for the future of water skiing. It's fun to watch.
All right, then, if you want to communicate with Wade, it's skiwithwade_ on Instagram. If you want to communicate with him and submit your question so he can ask the appropriate skier what's going on with whatever they have going on. skiwithwade_ on Instagram. Check that out. All right, here comes Jaden Eade. He's coming back on 12 meters now.
All right, he's the youngest skier in this field here today. Like we said, there's some young skiers kicking this event off. He's only 16 years of age, but last year had a bit of a breakout year, and he's making a pretty handy 12-meter pass. He came out and got a little practice here yesterday, kind of felt things out. And another skier through 12 meters. He's going to have his shot at 11 here in just a second. Looking forward to skiing, seeing the first 4 skiers here, all young fellas, 18, 19 years of age. Jaime Palomino coming up, Lucas Cornell, who's been skiing, going on a streak down in Australia, just come over for a season here, and hopefully going to kick around some of our pro events here in the States. Looking excited to see him, and then we'll kind of go into our more seasoned skiers as we go down this running order. There's Scott Greenwood behind the helm, behind the wheel of our Ski Nautique. He's got a lot of work ahead of him. 24 slalom skiers here today.
And here's a bunch of who's who in tournament water skiing. There's Jonathan Travers there. There's, what's his face? Dorian Llewellyn and Adam Saddlemeyer, Stephen Neveu, Jamie Bull, Alex King. You know, I mean, how many stars can we fit in one picture?
All just chilling and watching the footage on the screen in the skiers' enclosure. And a lot of those skiers will be up very, very soon. 24 slalom skiers in this event.
Yeah, indeed. From a whole slew of nations across the world. Mexico's coming up next with Jaime Palomino, but in the meantime, from the United States, this is Jaden Eade. Look at this. Round number 3. This is 11.25 meters, a little bit of a straight path into number 5, but he seems to have a pretty darn good read on that one and is able to get through it. But
I'm trying to stay a little quiet while he's seeing there, Tony.
Understandable. But one question I do have for you in relation to Jaden Eade, and it's been a question that I wanted to ask. Obviously, he's born in the United States, and he has New Zealand citizenship if he wanted to. Why did he plump for the United States?
Well, I mean, he lives here, he trains here, and he competes at the regionals and at the nationals. He competes with all his buddies, his friends, and you know, he's a U.S.
It made more sense.
Citizen, and yeah, so that definitely he wants to be, and hopefully he's going to be on the U.S. team at the Junior Worlds. He's currently the number 1 ranked under-17 slalom skier, so he'll be competing, and he'll be competing for the U.S. Coming up in July. So he's literally looking forward to that event. He's had a good start to the season. He's skied a couple of events so far at Winter Garden Waterski just a couple of weeks ago. He got a 1 at 41, the first event of the year. So this is his 4th time running 39. He's been working on his jump, and I think he's ranked number 4 in the world in jump right now too. So that's been a bit of his focus. He's got some LCQs coming up for the Masters, but right now he's on the water. It's just 39, Tony.
Here he comes, 10.75 meters, trying to work against 3 by Camille Bamra. He's gotten 3. Look at this. He's round number 4. Oh, look at that ski break on number 4 into 5. Can he make it round number 6? Oh, and he makes it round number 6. But unfortunately, not through the exit gates, and that is going to be a 5.5 for him.
Oh, that was so close. It was a crazy fall. 2 skiers have gone so far, and 2 crazy falls towards the tail end of 39 off pass. Let's watch this again. On the replay, I couldn't really talk through here because I listened back to some of the webcasts from last year, and I got a little bit too excited when he skied. But he roped number 1 there.
Again, a little bit stretched into 2.
Yeah, but sort of kept his composure and was on top of 3. He ran this in practice yesterday. Well, he had a little trouble at 38, but then he ran it in practice. He really likes skiing behind Scott Greenwood, and as all these skiers do. A little down course coming into 5, but he gets the turn. And he
just
was
broke
narrow
over.
in number 6, but gets around it. Probably thought he was okay.
And he made contact with that buoy, though.
Maybe hit a little bit. I thought his ski got around it, but that's probably going to be a 5.5. Yeah, official score, 5.5 at 39. And although his hands are up, he's like, come on. I think he's going to be secretly pretty happy with that performance and set some pace out there for these skiers to follow him.
Certainly dialing up the pressure here, and it's going to take, at this stage, a complete pass at 39.5 off to take the lead. Jade needs maximum pull, 304 kilograms, setting the 0 off at Bravo 2. He actually escaped from that from a big one right there because he dove towards the handle.
That was a little bit. Could have been bad then, but no, he got out of it unscathed. So let's get on to our next skier, Jaime Palomino. Yep, from Mexico.
Yep.
Another young skier, super strong behind the boat. Compact skier, gets his job done on all of his turns. Sometimes gets a little bit deep, but he's got the power to pull it off. And 13 meters.
And he's certainly been a presence here at the Swiss Pro Slalom for at least the last few seasons. Has had success and in some respects, and we'll send it over to Wade.
Hey guys, I'm here with Camille, our first skier of the day, and almost like a seasoned veteran now because you skied this event last year, right? And you've filled out. You haven't gotten any taller, but you look stronger, and you did exactly what the rest of the pros wanted. You went out and ran some good passes.
Well, I did go to the gym a little bit during the winter. Skiing was pretty good, feeling great. I wish I could have a better score. My start was very good at 39, got a great 1 ball, great 2 ball, and coming up at 3, I just lost a little bit of my balance.
So let's talk about that crash. Did you get a chance to watch it yet? You physically okay?
I'm okay. I'm a strong guy. I'll be fine.
Well, when you're his age, you can take those. When you're my age, you can't. But it's super fun to watch. We get another go this afternoon, but great setting the pace, Camille.
Thank you very much.
All right, thanks a lot there, and good to hear from Camille, and we'll be hearing a lot of him, especially on the run-up to the K1000 in Marrakesh in Morocco. Make sure you tune into that exclusively live on TWBC. Here we go, Jaime Palomino, 12 meters for his second run, and I like the way that he plants his ski, especially into his 2-4 side.
Yeah, I was just kind of noticing what ski he's riding there.
It's the Neo 2.
Yeah, he's changed up a little bit from last year. Used to do it for good, now on D3.
And speaking of which, win the ski of your choice. waterskibroadcasting.com/play. Yep. Make sure you get your predictions in for the top 3 in women's and men's, and also the tiebreaker score. And if your predictions match up to what actually happens, and your tiebreaker score is close enough to the one that you selected, to the one that is actually performed, then you could win yourself a ski from Connolly or D3.
Yeah, big thanks to D3 and Connolly for providing that. As with most of these competitions, those skis up for grabs. Tony, do we get a shot at that? Can we put our predictions in? I've tried in the past. I haven't come up with it yet, but
I can't enter.
No?
No.
You got some background knowledge?
No. I don't have the magic 8 ball with me, nor do I have a crystal ball either.
Oh, well, back to the water. This is Jaime coming in. This is 38 off pass, and he's looked exceptionally in form on that new ski, that new D3 ski. This is 38 off though. Things get tough here. The line gets shorter than the distance out from the center of the course to the buoys. The skiers have to stretch, but a strong number 2. He is on time. This is our best 38 off pass looking so far. Early as you like, coming into number 5. A little bit of a break, characteristic of Jaime at number 135.
And you know, I spoke with him a little bit before the event, and one of the things that Jaime Palomino has been self-critical on is the fact that on a lot of occasions in competitions that the times that he's fallen, he's always blown the fin out.
Yeah, well,
and he says it's pretty much impossible to do that on this ski.
Yeah, no, on D3 skis, they're one of the most predictable skis, you can ride. They really ride deep in the water. You can trust them. You can kind of push them through the turns, and they'll stay right there for you. So he's really kind of riding that advantage, especially into your offside. So even though he sort of breaks, gets over the front a little bit sometimes, that ski's going to hold steady for him. So good job for Jaime. And hopefully he's going to be coming back at 39 here in just a second and push our lead. Jaden Eade, 5.5. We'll be sitting on watching carefully. He's, although he's getting experience, he's wanting to kind of try and get ahead of some of these other young fellas. Also doing the same thing at this pro event.
Now, Wade's been getting in a lot of questions in from Australia, especially about hair and stuff like that. And I'm now looking at the dock and realizing why.
Is that why? The frosted tips there from Lucas Cornell? I guess that's a new thing down in Australia.
Yeah.
They're a bit strange down there.
You should know. All right there, 10.75 meters. Look at this. Jaime Palomino.
He's on time as he comes to 4. It's a big number 4. Can it be our first skier through this pass? It's a late number 5. Cuts all the way to number 6.
Round number 6 and through the gates. Jaime Palomino of Mexico.
These skiers just keep adding buoys to our lead. Camille out there first, 3 at 39. Jaden 5.5 at 39. Not quite getting it, but no mistakes from Jaime. Our full pass, 6 at 39, and our first skier of the day to have a shot at 41.
All right there. So looking at Jaime Palomino with the instant replay, he's put himself in a position where he could be one of those 8 skiers to advance through to the final, but it's going to be determined about how far he can go down 41 off 10.25 meters. But in the meantime, just look at this this turn round buoy number 5. Almost got bogged down too much and was narrow going into number 6, but just had enough strength, had enough determination, and had the 6 buoy count on that run. In round 1, it's 6 at 10.75 meters and still continuing to ski. Jaime Palomino of Mexico.
All right, let's see what he's got here. I think his personal best is actually a 1. I don't know if he's ever made it to 2. Maybe he has somewhere along the lines, but he's going to need a piece of 2 or even 3 to get into our final here later on this afternoon. He's got out to number 1. It's a big 1. Can he squeak around number 2?
I'm not sure.
Made a play for it, but no, he knows his ski didn't go around it. He didn't try and get back behind the boat.
And the score is under review as a result,
yeah. They'll review it, but I'm pretty sure, the skier usually knows, or at least if they think it's close, he would have made an S-turn and got back.
Carl, I want you to take a look at his ski a little bit on his turn into number 1. That ski is bouncing seriously into that number 1. Hardly what I would call stable.
I mean, it's 41 off that time, isn't it? And he's throwing it out there, trying to squeak around that buoy and maybe just jumped on a little bit too hard. But as we were saying, his ski stayed for him. He got a turn out of it and had a shot at number 2. So great skiing for Jaime. And we've got a new leader and 3 young skiers all going out and skiing exceptionally well to kick off this event.
Certainly tried to make a play on number 2, but he knew the gig was up. But 1 at 41 took the lead in the rope tension. Not too sure who pulled better, whether it was between him and Pedrini, but there you go. 330 kilograms. Good skiing, and Jaime Palomino skis to the dock, and we'll see how things shake up for the remaining skiers in this round, and obviously the totality of round number 2.
Well, what an exciting way to start this event. There's a lot more in store. 21 skiers remaining, and some cool skiing, some from these young guns. to start things off, and really excited. The next skier doing it for Conley Skis, Lucas Cornell, picked up a 3rd place at the Moomba Masters in the Open. Set a junior record in the junior Moomba, picked up that title, and then went ahead and made the finals in the Open, and got on top of on podium on 3rd spot. So skiing exceptionally well. First time here at the Swiss Pro. Let's see what he's got for us.
And if you'd like to win the slalom ski that Lucas Cornell is riding, well, not his specific ski, I'll never sell you his, but if you want to win yourself a facsimile of that slalom ski, that Conley slalom ski, all you have to do is enter waterskibroadcasting.com/play and enter for your chance to win yourself either a D3 or a Conley slalom ski.
All right, well, we talked about the number of sort of top skiers sitting in the skiers tent down there watching the webcast, but they've got to be getting excited so far. Watching some of these young skiers come out and really kind of step the game up. Getting excited, getting nervous probably, feeling challenged out there from the young guns.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got a whole slew of skiers coming up very, very soon. A few seasoned veterans along with our up-and-coming stars. And here is Lucas Cornell, one of those up-and-coming stars, silver medalist in the previous U17 World Waterski Championship. Oh, and a little
hand drag, showing some confidence on pass number 1. We love to see that.
A little bit of styling there. And one thing that I've noticed so far is the 2 skiers that have ridden on Conley's right now are both riding the DV8 rather than the top-of-the-line C1. But let's send it over to Wade right now.
Hey guys, I'm here with our new leader, Jaime Palomino, and Jaime just informed me he's 18 years old, and I've been interviewing now for 3 years. So how does it feel to be the leader now?
Definitely it feels great for the moment. Obviously, we have like 20 million more pros to come, but I enjoy the lead while I have it. I'm chilling right now.
And let's walk us through that 39. It was good through the middle, survival at the end, but 6 buoys nonetheless.
For me, 6 buoys are 6 buoys. Probably wouldn't recommend you guys to run it like that. My neck is pretty sore. But 6 buoys are 6 buoys, and 41, almost got to 2, but not quite there yet.
Well, our leader in the clubhouse for now, he's going to enjoy it. Back to you guys.
Yeah, happy Jaime Palomino with a 1 at 41 off, 1 at 10.25, recalling his personal best.
And I think Camille Bamra is equal with his personal best as well.
No, I think Camille's got down to, I heard earlier, 5, somewhere along the lines, 5 at 39. And this guy's personal best, I've just heard he set a new under 21 Australian record with 3 at 41. And, we knew he'd been running 39 a lot, getting the 1s and the 2s, but to get the piece of 3, that is huge. And you can see why. He's a very, very strong skier. He's worked hard down over the Aussie summer and posted some big scores, and now he's ready to rip on the US tour this year. And Lucas Cornell, he's a great overall skier actually. He's a really good tricker, over 8,000 points, handy jumper, maybe up around 50 meters. Slalom is his strength, and he is one of the toughest skiers out there. Really kind of locks into, he's got full confidence in what he's doing because he comes through the turn and just locks into position and does not move, and that's fared him well, especially in tough sites like the Moomba Masters. And excited to see what this guy's going to come up with today. This is kind of the proving grounds, for these guys. You see, and it's happened in years past, hasn't it, Tony, where they've come to this event, this very event, and kind of stamped their mark in the pro. We saw Charlie Ross do it the first time he ever ran 39 off. It was right here at this pro event.
He set the world record at that time.
Yeah, it was a under 17 world record at that stage. We've seen Jaden go out there and almost get through 39. Jaime run a 1 at 41. And let's see what Lucas has got in store for us.
Representing Queensland in Australia. Here comes Lucas Cornell. I'm sure that Peter Cornell is watching this.
I was just going to say, it's a big shout out to Peter. I skied with him a number of years back, and he's still a very strong senior skier, probably going to the over 35 wheels. So they'll be watching with interest to see what happens here. And this is another beautiful pass for Lucas Cornell.
Oh, look at that. He is settled in and dialed.
Both him and Jaime running that 38 off with ease.
Yeah, no two worries about that there for Lucas Cornell. Seems to be taking it all in his stride and on the starting dock, getting ready to go on his own little island, Stephen Island. Getting ready and warmed up for his go. But let's have a look at the instant replay for Lucas Cornell. And make sure you subscribe to the TWBC YouTube channel to be informed as to when we go live next. And hit that bell icon as well to make sure you get those notifications via email. But look at this.
Yeah, keen to see what his rope tension's going to be as he goes through this 38.
I think it's actually going to be...
He's pretty smooth, but he is a really, really strong skier. That was probably maybe one of his issues maybe a year or two ago when he was kind of figuring things out. He almost went too hard sometimes, sort of cranked away, and he's learned how to kind of balance that, kind of dial that down a little bit and get a little bit more control. And his consistency has been right up there. And
you know, it's strange that happens, you know, because a lot of skiers that I know, and one of them comes to mind, Sasha Deska, you know, like really used to rip an incredibly hard turn and did that for years, but then it took a toll on his body, and he's now kind of moderated that style to be a little bit more consistent. Here we go. This is Lucas Cornell getting a good load off number one. He's excellent off number two. 10.75 meters. The lead is one on the next pass. Oh my word. He drops everything, dropped his locks completely off number four and is early as you like into 5 and 6.
That's what we like. That's what we like, guys. He had a little bit of a narrow start, a sort of a little bit of a, like a bit of a fin slide there at number one. So a bit of a shaky number one, but ropes two ball. Let's watch the start again. Yeah, he got sucked back in a little bit on this gate. Turns the ski though, puts the power on. Watch the ski here. The number, yeah, watch that sort of tip sort of grabbed a little bit. Tail got a little bit loose, but he handled it well and ripped number two. Ooh. Tight line as he approached number three. And what are we hearing? What was the rope tension as
361 kilograms.
Yeah, that's right up there. And our fourth skier and our second skier through 39 off. We have got a big day ahead of us here today.
Massive skiing there from Lucas Cornell. I'm sure that Peter and the rest of the family there are watching in from Queensland. They're absolutely jumping up and down off the sofa, you know, rattling the walls and, you know, and probably doing it with a can of VB or something like that. I'm not too sure, but I don't know what their tipple is in that part of the world. But
don't know if they drink VB anymore, Tony. But
no, they don't. They certainly don't drink Fosters. I know that. All right, there. Here we go.
This is it, guys. 41 off. He's got to 3 once in his life just a few weeks ago. Can he do it again? That would put the cat amongst the pigeons early in this field.
All right, here he comes, 10.25 meters. Oh, he gets the start that he needs off buoy number one. He's still there on number two. He's good to go for number three.
What are we seeing here, guys?
Oh, and he's inside number four. Does that rubber stamp his participation through to the next round? It's a little early to tell, but he's certainly giving it his absolute best shot out there in round number one.
And all the Australians at home watching this will be on their feet, cheering along. Lucas Cornell just picked up a 3, equaling his under-21 record in emphatic style as he goes through the gates on the replay. Stretches around number one. I thought he was kind of narrow, but he got back into position, works his way across to 2, and coming out of 2, I thought he had a shot at 4 here. Breaks a little bit, but puts the hammer down again and just coming up a little bit short, but 3 buoys. I tell you what, that's got into finals here before, Tony.
Yeah, if it was Rob Hazelwood at that point, would have thrown the ski into number 4. But I tell you what, 361 kilograms maximum out of 5 buoy at 39.5 off 10.75 meters. He'll be skiing into the dock momentarily. He is your new leader with 3 on this pass of 10.25 meters. How many skiers have we had so far? 4 skiers, and how many skiers do we have left?
20.
20,
20
okay.
skiers left. I'm looking at a leaderboard with a 3 at 41 are already on it. It's crazy.
Oh, fantastic there. Great skiing there from Lucas Cornell. Proof positive that you can slalom at a high level with frosted tips. So great skiing there. And this event being brought to you by Swiss Waterski Resort, along with Pro Gear Gloves, Ravenol Motor Oil, Reflex Skis, Good Skis, Master Line, and Eagle, along with Visit Lake County, along with Christoph Beck and Hitcham Bamra. All right, and our webcast sponsors throughout the totality of the season: Houston Cadillac, 6 at 41 Wetsuits, Drew Ross Realtor, 2U Nutritional Bars, My Family for Pets, Dayon Real Estate, Waterski Wien, Dillinger Insurance, D3 Skis, Conley Skis, Pro Gear Gloves, Swiss Waterski Resort, Francois Brenet, HO Syndicate, Wake House Waterski Hall of Fame, and Hobe Sound Ski Club. All right, that taken care of. On the water, coming to us from South Florida, this is Stephen Island.
All right, now to one of our more seasoned campaigners, I guess you'd call him. He's been around a little while now, and he's sort of made a bit of a name for himself in some of the pro events. He's posted some big scores, round 3 at 41. Had a little tough year last year, kind of switched up equipment back and forth a little bit. I didn't see him in the pro events kind of get the performance he was looking for, but he's had the whole off season, the whole winter kind of to work things out, and hopefully in 2024 we'll see him back top of his game.
And hopefully armed with a whole bunch of messages from Australia. Here is Wade's World.
Well, Tony, we know Australia is awake and watching this young man right now. We've seen a lot of things over the last few years. We saw 4 girls run 10-7 in the final, but I don't know if we've ever seen 2 18-year-olds in a row go out and take the lead and get into 41 off. So congrats. Another tied on the Aussie Junior record as well.
Yeah, thanks, Wade. Super happy with that. Pumped. Feels so good out here. God, that's Swiss. It's bloody awesome.
So I heard some guys mention, hey, he even has some Joel Howley things going. So you ski with Joel quite a bit at home?
Nah, not really. It's me, more and my dad. We just do our own thing. But yeah, I actually beat Joel's record like a week ago and did it again today. So
so we can rub that in at least?
Yeah, definitely. He's probably watching. So yeah.
So all the good chats about his hair worked out because he's the leader now. Congrats, mate.
Well, he's definitely Australian, isn't he?
Yeah, absolutely, through and through. I need a phrase book for some of what he said just then. Here we go. This is Stephen Island on 12 meters. He comes to us originally from the Metroplex area in Texas and moved there some time ago and has not looked back since that time. And here we go, Stephen Island, heavily into CrossFit and what have you, and also partners up with Elizabeth Montavon with the Ski or Die podcast, which you can listen into on Spotify, on YouTube Music, Amazon, and on iHeart podcasts as well. All right, win the ski of your choice. Could you be winning a replica of that ski that that Lucas Cornell is riding? Make sure you enter waterskibroadcasting.com/play. Here we see a few of our stars there with that camera view, and also one of the stars of the show is our synthetic blend of oil for our towboats, courtesy of Ravenol with their 5W30 full synthetic blend. If you want the best, run with Ravenol. All right, so a little bit of a breather here before we go into the next run for Stephen Island. He's run the opening 2. It's 13 and 12, and now 11.25 meters coming up right now. It's going to be a tall order from here on out to try and get above the skiers that are currently on 41 off, and here we see that exclusive in-water camera shot around buoy number 2 for Stephen Island. Beautifully crafted and executed, and 11.25 meters. And I don't seem to recall him running 11.25 meters as smoothly as that.
No, I was just going to comment, Tony. He's done his homework over the winter. He's kind of figured a few things out. He looks stable on his ski and really working his offside better. And so hopefully big things to come for Stephen Ireland this year in 2024, making a little bit more of a stamp on the Pro Tour. And a pretty handy 38 off pass for him, but obviously things get tight here. This is 39 off coming up next. He's seen 2 competitors so far before him run through it. He knows there's a big lead out there, 3 at 41. Still can't believe how we've kicked off this event, Tony, and what's in store for us. All the competitors now, I'm sure all these seasoned campaigners that are sitting on the bank here, kind of watching things unfold, are getting excited about kind of what the potential of what could hold here today.
Well, we know with at least the first 5 skiers, they've all run 11.25 meters, and that's a pretty high standard on its own.
No, it sure it is. It looks a bit of a warm-up pass here for our skiers here today, but that's a tough pass. And here, Stephen Ireland, he's coming in. This is 39 off. He needs to get the job done here. He's run it a number of times. He's got some scores in record tournaments down round 3, maybe even 4 at 41. It's a great number 1. Can he pick up a good 2? He looks calm. He looks confident. Round number 3 a little slow. He's going to have to turn it up a little bit here at number 4. He does so. He is looking on time. It could be our 3rd skier through 39 off. Gets out of shape a little bit on the weight crossing. That was looking good. That was looking steady, stable, confident. Unfortunately, just drifted down a little too far. Couldn't squeak around number 6.
All right, then. That puts him on 5 at 10.75 meters, slotting him in 4th spot. Half a buoy behind Jaden Eade at this juncture. But Lucas Cornell still in the lead with 3 at 10.25 meters and Jaime Palomino on 1 at 10.25 meters, the top 2 spots. And it looked pretty good at the start, I do have to say.
No, definitely. Watch the replay here. He's a little narrow at number 1 and maybe a little bit slower than he would like at number 2, but confident. He looks in touch with where he's standing and his balance on his ski. A little slow at number 4. I was hoping he was going to pick up a big onside turn here at number 4. But still just starting to lose a little bit of ground. I still thought he was going to make this pass. Just took it a little bit easier than he should have at number 5 and just inside number 6. But some potential there, some good things from Stephen Ireland skiing there.
All right, good skiing there from him. Returns to the dock, and I would suspect he has a little bit more work to do between now and the end, unless things go seriously sideways for a good portion of the remaining 19 skiers that we have about to take to the water, including our next skier who comes to us from the European nation of Slovakia. Although he resides in the United States, he proudly represents Slovakia, and his name is Martin Bartowski.
All right, this is Martin coming in. This is 13 meters, and he's not the biggest guy in our field. Kind of light on the water, but he can turn out of a slalom ski.
Yeah, exactly. All right, then, with that in mind, let's check in with Wade.
Hey guys, here with Mr. Stevie Ireland, and you had to follow up a bunch of boys, and then you've become a man. I heard Kyle talk about your 11 pass, and I was thinking the same thing. You look more settled than you've ever looked, and Kyle said he did his homework over the winter.
Yeah, I put in a lot of work this winter, and it was just about going out there and executing on my skills and seeing what works, what doesn't, and then adjusting from there. I mean, every pro event's always a learning opportunity.
But I think what Kyle saw, and we all sort of acquire in different time frame, but just being able to be settled off the buoy.
Yeah, I mean, I've done a few of these now, and I feel a lot more settled on the water. Greening and nautique can be very familiar. I grew up with greening. I don't know if anyone knows that. And it's easy to be settled out there. It feels great. And when you are settled, then you can execute on those skills, and you can learn more, and you can, take that as an opportunity in the next round.
Well done, young man. We're going to see him out again this afternoon. Back to you guys.
Yes, and I can certainly vouch for the fact that Stephen Ireland did grow up with Scott Greenwood's driving for the majority of the tournaments that he skied in the South Central region, especially those in North Texas and North Louisiana. Scott Greenwood originally from Scott in Arkansas, funnily enough.
Okay, well, back to the water. This is Martin Bartelski. This is 12 meter, 35 off. And Martin's one of our tinkerers. He likes to kind of get on different slalom skis, see what works for him. He plays around with different things, different fin settings. He's one of those sort of guys that likes to test out new ideas. And I've seen him run 39 on pretty much every shape of slalom ski you can imagine. Right now he's riding his D3 and he's been looking pretty settled on it.
What are you doing? Go away.
Getting close to through 39. The last couple of record tournaments he skied out. He kind of fell out the gates, but he's starting to find some confidence again. He injured his knee about this time last year in a snow skiing. He was snow ski racing actually, and did I think it's his ACL. It took him a bit of time to sort of get back into things on the water, but he's starting to find some form. And
oh, it had to happen. It had to happen. The heads have come out, certainly.
We're on the screen.
And
wow.
Yeah, wow. That's all I can say. Wow, at this point. And I just saw Thomas de Gasperi getting his handle ready. I was less concerned about the handle and more concerned about the Argyle socks. He's stylish Italian, although in that instance probably not quite as stylish as he could be, but there you go. Here we go. This is Martin Bartelski coming to us out of Slovakia, riding a KD Platinum Series slalom ski.
No, that would be a D3 today.
Oh,
I don't know what's happened there.
Yeah, you're right. It is a D3. The caption was a little off key there for Martin Bartelski, but
no, I can understand why. Like I said, he's chop and change a little bit, but no, he's been skiing well of late on this D3 Neo.
But unfortunately, not quite up to snuff this time.
It's sort of come in with his shoulders here, turned his head a little bit, and got just a touch ahead of the ski. And God, we saw a few of those in the women's event, didn't we? Some random results.
Yeah.
Regina comes to mind, and another one there for Martin. But hopefully he can kind of figure things out a little bit. And the beauty of this format, he's got another round.
Yeah, suffice to say he's got some work to do then. All right then, so that is half a buoy. Half a buoy there, 11.25 meters, kind of breaking our streak at the moment for having every skier getting at least through 11.25 meters in of our competitors so far.
Yeah, it's unfortunate there for Martin, but it had to happen, didn't it? You know, there's some great scores on the board so far. Cornell still with the lead, 3 at 41. Palomino, 1 at 41. Ede, 5.5 at 39. Ireland, 5 at 39. Some big scores to chase for our next few competitors. Nicky Atkinson getting G'd up on the dock. He'll be going out next.
All right, so we got Nicholas Antonsen from Wien in Austria.
Yes, can too, please. Sorry.
Uh-oh.
Go get the deal.
It's a little warm out today, so boat judge just felt like a little dip in the lake.
All right,
good commitment there. Trying to get that handle.
Well, it's all happening here at Swiss Pro Slalom, and some of it not directly related to on-water performance. So,
yep. Well, hopefully they'll find that handle there. Like I said, good commitment from our boat judge to go for it and grab it.
Gone are the days where a handle's marketability is based solely on the fact that it floats, but. We're going to take a quick break, and once we return, we should have a handle for Nicky Antonsen, whether he finds it in the lake or finds it at the booth.
Ravenol, the lifeblood of your car.
And a big round of applause has just ringed around the facility. We have located the handle, and a big shout and a big cheer to Ali Nicholson for doing the honors there. And Jim Powers, of course, just barely seconds away from sending Nicholas Antonsen on a handle which he wouldn't ordinarily ski with on a daily basis. Now he's found his handle, and now, well, it's one of the more unusual situations going on. I think Nicky Antonsen was confused in this contest with bowling or something like that, given how much zip he put on that handle when not able to be caught by any of the boat crew. But anyway,
been to a lot of slalom tournaments, Tony.
Never seen that.
Never seen that one. But
and you've seen it exclusively live on TWBC. Here we go. Nicky Antonsen.
Okay, another young skier that's been had a big year in 2023, ran 39 a lot, has a personal best of 2 at 41. Picked up, I think it was a silver medal at the Under-21 World Championships. Is that correct, Tony?
Yep, silver medal at the U21 Worlds, which took place in Chapala,
yep.
Boca Laguna, and in Chapala, in Mexico. And I'll tell you what, he was pretty much on fire that day. And let's check in with Wade.
Hey guys, I'm here with current world champion Fred Winter. That must sound pretty good, right? Current world champion.
Yeah, it does. I mean, it's nice to hear, to be honest with you. I can't complain.
And then you backed it up with Moomba, which must have been nice. They notched that one on the belt again. But you feeling good for today?
Yeah. I mean, yeah, it's the same as everyone says. Oh, you know, we're on a nice boat. We got good conditions. It's a good lake. I mean, I'm gonna do my best. It's yeah, there's some stuff, but no, I'm excited to go ski. I've been like a coiled spring yesterday, just like, all right, let's get going. So I'm excited to go ski.
No, let's talk about that. I chatted about that with Ali Garcia this morning. We get all this other stuff going on, and then you keep waiting, and you're trying to occupy your mind, but it's hard to. And then the final 24 hours, that's all you're literally thinking about is what's going to happen tomorrow.
Well, and yesterday, I woke up, I took the day off, and I'm just there. I'm like, okay, what am I going to do today? Like, I didn't want to do anything, just kind of walk around a little bit, get my body moving, and I made all my food for today, and was just like measured everything on my ski fins, all that sort of stuff. It's like, what do? You're just stressed out, trying to not waste energy, but also you got to keep occupied. So it's fun, but like I say, you got to do that for today, and so I can put some energy into my sets, my hopefully 3 sets today.
Well, they say about rock stars, their worst enemy on the road, boredom, sort of waiting around for your next round.
That's right, and like it's kind of funny because it's a one-day tournament, so you need all your energy. It's 3 rounds today, so I knew that yesterday was going to be really important. I've been skiing as much as I can, trying to push through a couple of things. I wouldn't say I'm skiing at the top of my ability, so that's been frustrating. But yesterday was a big day to take off, and like got to have all my energy for hopefully peaking at 6 p.m. today.
Well, we hope he is as well, because we're going to be here watching. Back to you guys.
I do have to say I love the shirt there from Freddie Winter, and I think he comes into this event making a statement, and that statement is respect to the man in the ice cream van.
Okay.
He looks like someone who should be serving up soft serve. All right then. Okay, Nicky Antonsen, 2 passes down the line. He's gotten through, what was it, 13 and 12, and now getting ready for 11.25 meters.
Oh, a little bit of a wonky start to his set with that handle mishap. Hopefully he's settled himself down a little bit. He's looking good on the water. This is 38 off.
And sometimes
strong guy, you know, he kind of takes a lot of power through right here behind the boat. Keeps himself compact, gets connected with the handle at the end of each turn. Fairly smooth pass, grabbing a little bit onto the handle. He's sort of popping up a little bit. Maybe not the smoothest 38 we've seen so far today, but 6 boys nonetheless.
Certainly not into number 6 anyway, but decent skiing there, and yeah, definitely not the most conventional of starts. I mean, from a personal level myself, I've had 1 or 2 of those. Actually, the boat actually run over the slalom line just before I went out and skied, so you can imagine how long it would take to resolve that situation. But then I ended up skiing one of my best scores of the season as a result of it, you know. So it's you know, it's a little disconcerting when it happens, but sometimes you just got to go with the flow and just no,
it can definitely rattle people, and other people can handle it well. But he seems like it's not phasing him on the water. But it's a very unconventional way to start his campaign here at the Swiss Pro Slalom 2024. And he's got the money pass. The 39 off coming up next. There's our leaderboard. Lucas Cornell, the Aussie, the young Aussie, 3 at 41. Palomino, Jaime Palomino from Mexico, 1 at 41. And then Jaden Eade, 5.5, 39 is our top 3 so far. Only 18 slalom skiers to go though.
Only 18. And then we've got the second round. All the women, all the men again. All right then, here we go. 39.5 off, 10.75 meters.
It's not the best start, Tony. He's a little bit down course. Goes for a big number 2. He's going to have to rope number 3. He's slow again. Strong onside though. He's going to keep the tempo going. Can he get around number 4? 5,
he makes a play on 5 and unfortunately doesn't quite get that one to go. But we'll have a look at the score. It is under review whether it's going to be 4 or 4 and a piece of 5.
Yeah, you can see him shaking his head there. He knew he just wasn't quite in that pass.
Got strung out into number 1 a little bit there.
Yeah,
but
his
this
arms
is
sort of
39.
come away from his body. He didn't even went straight at number 1. It was a strong number 2. He's got a very like he hooks up well out of his onside, but again slow at number 3. And way down course at number 4, and he's not going to be happy with round number 1, especially as he's seen these scores on the board so far. Gets around 5, it looks like, without the handle. We'll see what the judges have decided.
Yeah, that's going to be the main focal point in their decision. How long he kept that handle, how long he stayed in contact with that handle on his approach to number 5. He'll get at least a piece of 5. But whether it's a 1/4 is going to be determined by what.
Yeah, I don't know if he let go of the handle before the buoy line, he might only end up with a 4.
Okay, here's the telling one.
Yeah, it's only a 4. Yeah, let's see the angle from the boat. He's pulling a long way to try and get out there. He gets his ski around the buoy, but ooh, that's a tough call. But yeah, they've decided he's let the handle go right before the buoy. If he got past the buoy line, he would have got that 1/4. If he gets back inside the line of the buoys, he gets the 4.5. But no, it's a 4. It's regardless anyway. That score is not going to be that extra 1/4 wasn't going to be important for him.
All
he
right.
needed to run that pass.
Indeed. Here comes Tim Tornquist, who comes to us from Sweden. Looking good on the opener, 13 meters. Not bad. Not bad. Opening pass seems to have gotten into the flow, and I see a good. And when we'll go to Wade quickly.
Hey, thanks, Tony. I'm here with new world record holder, Mr. Joel Poland. Just another one on the list, right?
Just taking them off one by one. How you doing, Wade?
Doing real good, man. So we've seen you run 41 off now. Jump 230, tricked, 11 plus. That's amazing, man. Just absolutely amazing. Yeah.
Yeah, thanks. I don't know what to say. I'm blushing a little bit, man. Like, you're bigging me up. I got to ski later. Don't big me up too much.
No, it's all good. So we'll switch gears. Music. What were you listening to this morning?
Greta Van Fleet. Big Greta Van Fleet fan. I don't know if you're aware of him, but if you don't know them, go check him out. He's pretty good.
Yeah, the one.
Yeah. Like, I don't know if it's a single dude or a band. I'm pretty sure it's just a single dude, but I mean, he's got some good guitar, good drums, so big fan.
Yeah, they're kind of like a Led Zeppelin band.
Yeah, a little bit. I think he's definitely inspired by them.
No, good stuff, and keep the Instagrams flowing, man. I love watching those pre-trick ride warm-ups. It's a blast.
Cheers, man. Thank you.
Back to you guys.
All right, and personally, I'm more into the Kaiser Chiefs myself, but that's neither here nor there. This is Tim Tornquist. And good skiing there. He has some fans here along the shore side. And from a musical standpoint, Sweden next weekend will be hosting the Eurovision Song Contest, and I'm sure that that's on the very, very back of Tim Tornquist's mind right now. But yeah, the Swedes have come out here in force with the heads along the shore side and. Giving their best support that they can to a fellow Swede, that is Tim Tornquist.
Yeah, and Tim been slaloming exceptionally well. Season's the best so far. He ran 1 at 41. He did that last weekend actually, and his personal best I think it was around 3 at 41. I don't know what the Swedish record is. Obviously, the Swedish have a strong history in this slalom event. And we have it. We're thinking he's maybe tied with the Swedish national record, 3 at 41. Jacob Bogne, I haven't seen him for a little while.
Yeah, he's been largely absent for the last season or so. I'm not too sure why, but Tim Tornquist looking at the next run. This is going to be 11.25 meters. Skiing on that D3 Ion 3, the new addition to their stable of slalom skis. You can win by going to waterskibroadcasting.com/play.
Well, he's been quietly adding to some scores in slalom, but he's also last weekend jumped 214 feet, became a member of the 200-foot club by maybe the biggest margin ever, going 214. So this guy can get it done, slalom and jump. And here's our 11-meter pass, maybe scrapping a little bit towards the end. Touchdown course, not quite as smooth as some of our earlier skiers, but 6 buoys in his back pocket, and his chance at 39 off coming up in just a minute's time.
All right, we're looking forward to seeing what he can produce here. If he can hang tough and make a good play on the gates and number 1, then we could see something really sensational going forward. As our Swedish fans along the shore side, they've got the heads, they've got plenty of other stuff besides, and offering their support for their fellow athlete. As we look inside the tent, see Freddie Winter there. Also look outside and see Rob Hazelwood. I don't know who he's talking to, but sounds interesting nonetheless. And there we see on the starting dock Benjamin Stadelbauer, who's very familiar with this venue. He would appear to be the one of the next people to take to the water. One more skier is ahead of him, and that is Jamie Calhoun. Here we go, folks.
This is Tim Tornquist chasing down the lead, 3 at 41. A couple youngsters sit on top of it so far.
First,
getting a little down course at number 3. He's going to be late at 4. That's all she wrote.
Oh, tries to make a play on number 5, but no one was behind that one.
Valiant effort. No, I don't think so. That was weird. He wasn't looking too bad. Had a slow sort of 3 and 4, and that at 39, that you can't afford that.
Puts him in a 2-way tie for 5th with Nicky Antonsen right now. All right, we'll take a look at Nicky Tim Tornquist at 347 kilograms. Currently ranked 3rd on the strongest pull contest. So just looking here at Tim Tornquist, the first third of the course, it looked pretty good, and then things started to unravel off of buoy number 3, gotten broken over into number 4, and then from there the ski started reacting adversely to the late input that he put in on that ski on that particular moment, and ends up with 4. Tried to make it run number 5, but no dice.
No, ties the previous competitor, gets a Nicky Atkinson also got a 4. His 1 and 2 looked all right, maybe a touch narrow, a little bit down course coming into number 3. Was looking for the big onside, didn't quite get it, had to pull a long way to number 4, shut things down, and that ski kind of just bit on him, and he couldn't hold on to his pull out of 4 to 5. So work in progress, I guess, there for Tim. Not what he wants after round 1, but he's got another shot later on today. And recapping our leaderboard, Lucas Cornell, the 18-year-old from Aussie, 3 at 41. Jaime Palomino, 1 at 41. And Jade Needs still holding on to a 3rd spot so far. Our next skier could change things up. This guy, Jamie Calhoun. This is coming in at 13 meter. He's from Canada. One of the smoothest slalom skiers around. And lives here in Central Florida. Skied a few events so far this year, so obviously he's been doing his training. And 6 buoys, opening pass for Jamie. Let's hear from Wade. He's got Tim with him.
Hey, thanks, Kyle. So I was just saying to Tim, and it looked really good on the start at 39, and say what you said to me.
No, I mean, 1 ball was perfect. So, yeah, I've been working on that side. And I'm so early off the edge as coming into 2 and 4, so I just lost the connection with the boat for a while there, and that kind of caught me off guard.
But he looked at me and grinned and said, "It's awesome out there," right?
It is really good out there. I mean, feels amazing. There's a little head breeze on the first pass, so yeah, it's nice. It's really nice.
He'll come back with a bigger score this afternoon. You guys stay tuned.
All right, let's have a quick look at the rope tension leaderboard. Stephen Ireland out in the lead with 374
all that
kilograms.
CrossFit paying off. He's leading, isn't he?
Yes, that's the equivalent of 831 pounds per square inch, and that was on the 5 ball at 10.75 meters. Lucas Cornell there, 796 pounds. Tim Tornquist with 765 pounds, so they've got a bit of work to do, but
some place more priority on that leaderboard than the leaderboard for the tournament.
Yeah, indeed, at this time. But early doors yet. Let's have a look and see what Jamie Calhoun can do. He's run through 13. This is now 12. Looking in good shape. I don't see too much fault with this pass. So, chasing down the $500 bonus for the strongest pull, brought to you by Masterline. They're providing the bounty for the men and the women in each of those competitions who can produce the strongest pull. All right, Jamie Calhoun. He's smoothly done with the opening 2 passes. Now it's crunch time. Let's see what he can do on 11.
Well, Tony, I'm going to say that we started this event with a bang, didn't we? We started off with some of our young guys going out and absolutely ripping. Kind of in the midfield here, we've kind of had a few sort of surprises. All of them's coming in saying, hey, the conditions are great out there. We've the potential's there. They're looking forward to getting back out in round number 2, hopefully securing their spot. But some of our early skiers still stacking up on top of the leaderboard so far. But I have a feeling that Jamie Calhoun will have something to say about that. A lot of experience, this guy. Does it for radar skis. One of the smoothest skiers around, has a beautiful offside turn when it's working. Skis, he went to school just down the road, Florida Southern College. Now he's settled here in Central Florida. And when he's on form, this guy can get a long way down 41.
All right, here we go, folks. Jamie Calhoun, 11.25 meters. Decent start.
Yeah, in touch all the way through this pass so far, Tony. Maybe not as early as he'd maybe liked, but making no mistakes. In the right spot on his ski, maybe a little bit narrow on his gate pull. It didn't seem like he got up on the boat all that much, but just kind of milked that through all the way through the pass. Down course a little bit, but no problems at all, 11 meters.
So doing good work. A former silver medalist in the World Championship level at the U21 Worlds, which took place over in Santa Rosa Beach about 3 or so seasons ago now. But looking in good shape, looking quite strong here at Swiss Waterski Resort.
Looking at that repo though, Tony, he's going to have to turn the tempo up a notch, isn't he? Coming back in at 10.75. He was a little on autopilot going through that pass. Hopefully he can dig deep, find another gear here, and step through this next 39 off pass, have a chance at our leaders.
Rocking and rolling indeed, and hopefully we'll get to see Benjamin Stadelbauer put out a performance here at the Swiss Pro in the next few minutes. Beforehand, we'll see what Jamie Calhoun can do on 10.75 meters. Certainly a pass that he's capable of running.
It's a pressure pass though. Still a little bit shy on the space on his gates.
Nicely done off number 1.
Yeah, it's a strong 2-ball. He's got the tempo now.
Rearing back a little bit on number 3, but he has enough rope and enough space and enough time to run 10.75.
That offside, working extremely well there. You know, 1 was so-so, 2 rocked. He got himself back on time and just settled into it. 3, 4, and 5.
And
easy as you like, yep.
And that is why it's so important to establish a good rhythm early in the event. You know, I mean, he had that really good rhythm on 11.25 meters, running, as you said, pretty much on autopilot here. This takes a little bit more than 11.25 meters, but I tell you what, a lot of the rhythm that he established on 11.25, he applied right here, and then just basically just up the ante behind the boat, a little bit more resistance, and still stays ahead of the course.
Yeah, textbook 2 and 4 there, and kept them on time. And experience coming around number 5, just kind of kept it calm. Knew he had the pass, pretty early line into number 6 on that replay. And here's his shot coming up at 41 here next.
All right, let's see some of the scores that have been recorded on 41 off. Jaime Palomino with 1. Lucas Cornell on 3.
So that was a nice 39 off pass. He's got his work to do here. It's his 41 to have a shot at getting into our 8-man final.
And
a piece of 3 at least, we're thinking.
And in addition to all of this, no Canadian has ever run 41 off. Let's see if he can get close.
That was a narrow number 1, kind of fell into it, but he's still on time at number 2. Gets his ski around number 3. Guys, there's already some huge scores. He is stoked about that.
He is, no doubt, and he's put himself in the frame for making it through to the next round of the competition. He's going to have to wait a few skiers and a good portion of round 2 to find out whether he will indeed make it through. But he has definitely put a good case out there for inclusion into the men's slalom final, which will take place towards the tail end of this tournament.
That was huge. It was a bit of a narrow number 1, got in deep, but held on to it. It was strong across the 2, and his offside, unreal. Gets him around to number 3, and he is pumped. A tied lead, 3 at 41. There's going to be some big scores today, Tony, mark my words.
Yeah, indeed, and Jamie Calhoun there. Registered takes the lead in the strongest pull contest, 388 kilograms of pressure on that toe line. He is the lead skier.
Got a suggestion. If it's tied up with 3 at 41 for a final, why don't we go to the rope tension to break the tie? That would be a good idea.
Yeah, and then but then you'd have lighter skiers like Jaime Palomino on the outside looking in. Anyway, give him a cheer, folks. Jamie Calhoun It's 3 buoys. It's 10.25 meters. It's a two-way tie for the lead between himself and Lucas Cornell. All right, let's see who we have here. It looks like we've got Benjamin Stadelbauer coming up next. There's your leaderboard. Just working away nicely from one skier to the next. We had a little bit of a delay after Nicky Antonsen decided that he was playing bowls instead of skiing out there, and threw the handle way past the boat, and we had to spend a little bit of time trying to locate it. Ali Nicholson finding it instantly. And here we go. This is Benjamin Stadelbauer. Opening pass should be 32 off.
32 off is the minimum start length this round. Is it 12 meters next round?
12 meters is going to be the starting line length next round.
Yep, cool. All right, so Benny hitting the water on his home site. He was a little bit absent from some of our events, in the middle of last season. Took a little bit of a break. I think there's a few injuries kind of popped up. Kind of needed to reassess things. But so he's out maybe a little bit earlier in this order than we are accustomed to seeing.
Looking
good.
good.
He's still looking good on the slalom ski, doing it for Team Syndicate.
Riding a Works 02. Looking good there with that run. And let's check in with Wade's World.
Hey, thanks, Tony. I'm here with Jamie Calhoun. And, man, 4-ball 39. Sweet. I watched it on replay twice, and you sort of needed it, but you really chilled out, looked really, level-headed, and then, man, next thing you're 3 at 41, tied for the lead.
Oh yeah, thanks, Wade. It was a lot of fun. 39 wasn't great, but I knew just stay calm, keep moving, and it turned out good, and got a shot at 41.
Yeah. So walk us through that coming off too. You're like, hey, were you sure, confident you were going to get outside 3?
Yeah, confident I was going to get at 3. It was going to be turn 3 or S-turn. I think there's a big difference between 2.5 and 3, especially with the field of guys we have coming up. I mean, so many good skiers left to come. The plan was to turn 3 and hopefully get to 4, and so maybe we'll have to save that for next round, but I'm happy with that. That was a lot of fun.
No, I like it, man, and just look really calm. Like I said, that 3 to 4 and 4 to 5 at 39, man, that was well done. We'll see him later. Back to you guys.
Thanks.
All right, then, and nice words there from Jamie Calhoun, and fellow Canadian Charlie Ross is sitting dockside, and in amongst those two, we have
interesting point you made about no Canadian has ever run 41, and there's a handful there that are perilously close and they're trying. Charlie has got a 4 somewhere along the lines. Stephen Nephew, and obviously Jamie Calhoun in touch. So I think that's going to maybe go down this year.
Yeah, and I also believe that the women's Canadian national slalom record, which is currently around 4.5. I believe Whitney McClintock-Rini currently holds that, and the same distinction.
2.5, 2.25.
Something like that, yes.
41,
but I mean, suffice to say that no Canadian woman has ever run through 10.75 meters or 39 and a half off.
Canadian? No, she. Both, there's Jamie Bull and Whitney, both 2. Jamie's got 2, and
they've been
Whitney's
close to about halfway down the pass there on 41 off. My mistake on that one, but I mean they're all seem to be very, very close to each other, whether it be the men or the women's competitors, and but we are focusing on someone from Switzerland right now, and this is Benjamin Stadelbauer, who was largely absent for the tail end of last season, and trying to make an impact at the start of this season, see if he can get a good, confident start.
I think he was still working on his slalom and definitely still working on his moustache. That's one of the best ones I've ever seen.
Yeah, it's magnificent.
Yep. He's known for that, and known for one of the biggest pullers, I guess you'd call him, on the Pro Tour. He's got the record with the rope tension.
He can certainly
over
load it
1,000
up.
pounds. Yep, this guy's strong on the water. And he is looking really nice through 38 off. New season, new year for Benny.
Indeed, indeed, and you know one thing that I'll be curious on for someone like Benjamin Stadelbauer, how the actual poundage and how the how the strain on the line increases on each specific buoy in relation to its to each pass, as it ratchets up from like 13 and 12 to 11. How much more pressure he puts on the line at the end of each one of those turns. It's probably something that we can get into a little bit, but for the moment we're going on absolute poundage on the slalom line as each of our competitors works to get towards that $500 bounty. So 356 kilograms on that tow line. He's
our best today so far is 388, I think is what I saw. Is that right?
Yeah, exactly.
But his record was popped up a second ago there in pounds, over 1,000 pounds, 1,064. In my calculations, 483 kgs. 100 kgs higher. That's incredible.
Yeah.
So let's hopefully he gets into this one and shows some of that form that's got him that record. He can grip and rip. Benny Stadelbauer coming in, 39 off.
Here he comes, Benjamin Stadelbauer, 10.75 meters. Let's see if he can nice approach it to number one. Ski really reacted well to him there on that turn. Not so much on number three, but he's getting deeper down the pass now. And look at this, he's round buoy number 5. Oh, and he's inside buoy number 6. Oh my word.
Yeah, that was surprising. We saw on 1 and 3, he got a little bit of that head nod. You know, that happens a little bit to him on his offside, and maybe just lost a little more angle than he thought out of 3, and then was down course 4, tried for it at 5, and just a little slow. So comes up short. He's going to be tied up there with Stephen Ireland at 5 at 39. Let's watch that replay.
For a two-way tie for 5th place, this is a 5 buoy count at 10.75 minutes. And he had about as good a number one as you could get, especially considering that he's right for forward.
That 2-ball was right on the backside of it, but maybe still a little narrow. Would come across the top of his ski, and it stopped on him there at number 3. So that put him kind of getting pulled up all the way to number 4. Still a strong 4, but you're starting to lose time. He's losing ground into his offside here. Tries for it, gets a turn, but not enough to get out to actually quite a ways from number 6 there. But again, like a lot of these other skiers, the potential's there. They're looking good on the water. Not the scores they're looking for so far in round 1. I did notice on his first sort of setup on this one, he was a little bit narrow. You could see that spray coming off the inside edge of his ski. Had to sit out there maybe a little longer than he was used to, and that sometimes catches up with you down the pass.
All right, decent ski in there from Benjamin Stadelbauer, getting in deep there on 10.75 meters, but suffice to say he still has some work to do in round number 2 if he wants to get himself into the 6th skier final.
Well, there's a number of skiers coming through the ranks right now that are kind of the future of slalom skiing. This is definitely one of them. He's the under-17 world slalom record holder. It's 4 at 41. He's the under-21, I believe, world record holder as well. Charlie Ross coming in he's from Canada. Did I see 12 meters on the board?
Yeah, you did.
Now, it was a 13-meter start there for Charlie. I thought that was, maybe he's got to do it next round, but I thought this round he'd go out at the 13.
All right, then, and with that, let's send it over to Wade.
So, guys, here with Ben Stadelbauer, and Ben, that wasn't the score you were looking for, but I thought the start looked unreal there at 39. A little short at 3?
Yeah, I think the 32 and the 35 I ran really well for my standards. And I think the 38 lately, and today as well, it's just not enough, I don't want to say power, just not enough angle, not enough good positions to be comfortable enough at 39. So I ran a good 38 maybe, but it could be better. It could be a lot better. It needs to be a lot better to be able to run 39. So I was happy with my skiing. kind of matches my practice right now, whether I like it or not. But you're not always exactly where you want to be. And so I was happy to ski here today in our 10th anniversary edition.
No, it's super exciting for the whole entire family, but let's talk about that. When you're not getting the looks in your first few passes, and then all of a sudden you get a rando good look at 39, it's difficult to handle, right?
Yeah, no, I think I was getting a good look at 32 and 35, which maybe means I'm not going to get a good look at 38, 39. And it was not bad. It's not far off. I can definitely make something work. So I just come back and ski another time.
All right, we'll see him this afternoon. Back to you guys.
And I don't think he can make 12 meter look any easier than that. This guy just seems like he does nothing out there. Gets a lot of speed, kind of it's misleading. Has a lot of speed across course, but gains him so much space. Hardly looks like he turns and just zips across the other side, and so easy. He looks the same at 13. He looks the same at 12, 11, even 10. I've seen him run some 10s that just look like he's hardly sweating at all.
All right, and making 12 meters look like most people's 16 meters. So, in about 19 skiers or so, 13 skiers, we will close entries for the Audience Skier Prize. waterskibroadcasting.com/play. That's waterskibroadcasting.com/play. You have until the end of round 1 to get your entry in. So make sure you give us your predictions for the men's and women's slalom competitions, and also the tie-breaking score for best score in the final. So here comes Charlie Ross.
Charlie Ross, yep. This is another basically warm-up pass here for Charlie. All of our skiers, bar one, have got through this pass. And this guy snaps that ski around. A lot of speed. Young, light skier. A little bit of slip into number 4 there, but still so early at number 5 and 6.
Oh, nice. He seems to be fully in control with that run, and no two ways about it. Is definitely on the good foot right now.
And what's kind of interesting out there, that there's a little tailwind kind of, or headwind off the dock, I guess you'd call it. Tailwind on this next pass, this 39 off pass coming out. And the skiers that are getting through that pass have a good little shot at 41, and they're using that headwind to their advantage. We've seen Lucas Cornell, Jamie Calhoun, both get kind of personal bests or close to them, using that headwind to their advantage. Let's watch that replay of Charlie Ross. Always stays upright. His upper body never kind of drops. Keeps his head still. A lot of tip in the water around his offside. And although the ski came around, he got a little deep at number 4. His upper body stayed, in balance and in check all the way through. The signature of a great slalom skier, and he's going to be doing this for years to come.
Yeah, very, very smooth, and it's very, very light on the line as well. I can't imagine Charlie Ross's pulling pressure numbers are going to be all that high, at least compared to someone like Stephen Ireland, who I believe is currently in the lead with the strongest pull competition. Let's see what Charlie Ross can do on 10.75 meters. Ran this for the very first time right here at the Swiss Pro Slalom several seasons ago, and in the process set it in a junior world record in the U17s. Let's see what he could do this year. 10.75 meters. And it doesn't get much easier than that, does it? Look at that. Good skiing there, Charlie Ross.
I thought he might have been a little bit slow, a little casual at the start of that pass. 1 and 2, maybe a little bit down course, but he didn't panic and just kind of kept things trucking along. And at the end, he was early, easy.
Sometimes it's just a case of putting a lot of trust in your ski and just letting that do the work for you rather than trying to overwork it.
Sure.
Like here on the gates, he is a right foot forward skier, which means he gets a dynamite gate shot into number 1, and that doesn't get much better than that as on an offside turn.
Yep. You see there though, just kind of maybe picked up the pull a little later than he'd like, drifted down a little bit. 3 was really nice though, and again 4 here, no qualms about it. Just turns 39 off, doesn't panic, and 6 buoys.
early
And
as you like into
pretty
5.
good opportunity here at 41 to maybe chase down that record he's got at 41.
Nice. A good skiing there from Charlie Ross.
With 2 threes at 41 on the board, you know, who knows? What it's going to take to make the final could be up around that 4.
All right, then. I'm sure his sister, Neely Ross, is checking in. I'm not too sure whether she's on site here, but I do know that Drew Ross, his father's on site and looking on with great interest. This is 10.25 meters. Anything more than 3 will take the lead. There's the 1.
Wobbling around a little bit coming
There's
out of
the
number
2.
1, but it's still a 2.
And there's the
Squeaks
3.
We
And it is a three-way tie.
Yep.
Three-way tie for the lead there between Cornell, Calhoun, and Ross.
Great skiing there from the youngster. Another 18-year-old.
Some great skiing there from him. I mean, there is no two ways about it.
Let's watch the start, though, Tony. I don't think he got kind of the comfortable one ball he's looking for. So
No, he started to get stretched out a little bit through the wakes.
And he sort of was wobbling around a little bit, had to go a little bit more than he needed, but still picking up a big turn at 2. Knew at that stage he wasn't going to turn 3, so just got to ski outside it. The full 3 buoys, back inside the boat guide's hair. And that's probably one of his best scores he's had in the last year or so. I think that 4 was in the previous season, not 2023. That was 22. Picked up a couple 3s last year. Already has a 3 on the board from a tournament in April. And that's his second 3 at 41, and a good time to do it. Swiss Pro Slalom, round number 1, and in the lead. But it's a tie. It's a 3-way tie.
Yep. So I wonder what's going to transpire with the remaining 12 skiers that we've got on this list. I mean, we got some of the best slalom skiers in the world here. I mean, we've got Confederation champions, world champions. You know, I mean, it's going to be amazing. It's going to be amazing with this with the remaining 12 skiers that we have. And coming up next, as we see Charlie Ross make his way back to the dock from Canada, we're going to see a skier representing the Dominican Republic coming up next.
Yeah, Tony, you've got a better memory than me, but last year I think we had one of the highest cuts at a pro event. I can't remember which one it was. Maybe the boys in the TWBC caravan can kind of do some research on it, but maybe you'd remember. But I think this is going to be right there pushing it. We've already got three threes at 41, 12 skiers remaining. Your memory, your recall of it?
I know that it was a fairly high cut to get into the finals of the Malibu Open towards the tail end of last season, and then there's a whole slew of tournaments that had some really high cuts, like the Travis Grand Prix as well.
Yeah, 3s, but a piece of 4.
Yes, yeah. Absolutely. I mean, slaloming is coming on in leaps and bounds over the last few seasons, you know, and a lot of it is down to the fitness and the workout regimens from a lot of these competitors, you know, CrossFit and what have you. But ski design and equipment factors into a lot of it as well. How well they get dialed in and how well they use what is bestowed upon them. And let's see if this competitor coming into the course, former Pan American Games men's slalom champion. This is Robert Pagozzi.
Okay, team radar, Robert Pagozzi. This is 13 meters. We always kind of talk about Pagozzi, and he likes to get on the pull behind the boat, drops the shoulder, is a strong guy, and making short work of 13 meters.
All right, let's check in.
Hey guys, I'm here with our new leader, co-leader in the clubhouse, who's skiing his 4th Swiss Pro and will graduate high school this month. That's pretty amazing.
Yeah, thank you. You know, I felt really good out there. It's a pleasure to be here. It's you know, one of my favorite tournaments, and so yeah, it's been good to be here so far.
Well, I made quick chat with Matt Reaney as you ran your 39, and Yeah, looked like a 32 off for most people.
Yeah, it felt good. I had a bit of a bobble at 6, weirdly, so that one scared me a bit. But Matt came and rode in the boat for me a couple weeks ago, and I love getting to ski with him, and so, yeah.
So, co-leader in the clubhouse, hasn't graduated high school yet. Yeah, try that on for size. Back to you guys.
All right, then. We got Scott Greenwood at the helm of that towboat, getting ready to bring Robert Pagozzi into the course, repping for Radar Skis. And once again, the brand leaderboard on the Waterski Pro Tour is very much active, and we'll have more details of that in a moment. Robert Pagozzi, a member of the Radar Ski team, along with Paige Reaney and Whitney McClintock Reaney. Repping for Radar, Robert Pagozzi. Looking good. Looking in command here. Right about now. 13 meters.
That's 12 meters.
That was 12 meters,
Yep.
I beg your pardon.
Always thought it's interesting. The old poster boy for Radar Skis, Joel Poland, not on the Constructors Champs.
Yeah, there's an interesting story about that, and I actually spoke at length with Joel Poland for the TWBC podcast, which is available on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, iHeartRadio podcasts, and wherever else you choose to listen to your podcast. And, at certain times of the season, because Robert Pagozzi and Joel Poland train with each other over at Matt Reaney's ski place, at some stage of the season, they all get to receive packages from Radar with new slalom skis and stuff, something for them to test, And, the subject came up, whether who would be the first from the Radar brand to get into 9.75 meters. And, Joel Poland at that time wasn't reckoned to being one of those first competitors to make it onto that line length for that brand. But sure enough, he did. At the World Championships last season, and Robert Pagozzi, let's see if he can conjure up some similar type of magic as we see Joel Poland there, just trying to get mentally focused.
Yeah, I'm kind of wondering whether it's, because of Joel's commitments in overall and he's skiing some of those other events, maybe he doesn't go to all of the slalom events, and, Robert Pagozzi is a little bit more of he's a slalom specialist. Ooh, he gets in deep there at number 1 at 11, kind of slips back, but the experience of this guy, the power of it, he loaded up the line out of 3 there, out of 4 too. He's making a lot.
Oh my word! What is happening here? There is something seriously wrong.
Something, it was out of sorts there. But he got that pass. I don't know how he got from round 6 and then back out the exit gates. But he's got 6 buoys. Let's watch the replay. It'll be a fun one to see.
365 kilograms of force off number 1.
Whoa.
And you can see why.
He was looking at the sky at the end of that turn, wasn't he? And I thought he was going to get things back going here out of 2, but never really kind of got comfortable. 3 wasn't bad. Drops the shoulder a little bit hard to try and get things going again. 4 was a little slow. Again, goes hard. 5 was all sorts of in trouble. Stops, and that's a weird position to see him in.
It is. And I'm not too sure what's happening under his feet there. I don't know.
He got back into it, but 5 was a really, really strange turn, and he was going through the wakes like he'd done. He just learned how to get up on a slalom ski there from 5 to 6. The ability to get around 6 in that position was incredible, and I thought he was going to miss the gates, but a little unsettling probably for him sitting down there, and the line's getting shortened up again to 10.75.
Exactly. I'm sure he's got a few things on his mind right there, and that shouldn't ordinarily be there at this point in the proceedings. 10.75 meters. Let's see what he's got. Robert Pagozzi, round number 1. Good start. Round number 2. Can he still stay there? He's going to hang tough. He's going to hang. Oh, and he almost got rolled over the tip of his ski going in towards buoy number 4. And just about saved himself from a particularly horrific crash.
Yeah, that was some interesting skiing out there for Robert.
Wow.
He'll go back to the drawing board here for round number 2. Oh, I'm interested to see this replay because all sorts of things have been going on that pass. Really sort of working hard and kind of throwing his shoulder down, which is characteristic of of his skiing, but then he's getting unloaded off the second wake. You'll watch it here. Drops in hard on the gates, but then loses his shoulder back to the boat a little bit. Not such a big deal at number 1, but goes really hard here, and that's the position there that he sort of gets forced inside. Committed hard out of 2. Again, same thing going into 3. And he's just starting to sort of battle the boat. He's sort of, we want to try and use the boat to get cross course, and he's kind of fighting it. And the problem with that is off the second side, off the second wake.
Wow.
That boat wins, and it killed him into number 4 there.
It was certainly one of the more unusual performances that we've seen here from Robert Boghossian. His 1 and number 2 certainly his best turns on the entire set, and should have been enough to really establish a rhythm that would allow for him to run the pass. But then he started to put a little bit more pressure behind on that turn, and then he just dropped the ski onto his inside edge into number 4, and nothing was going.
Yeah, it's just too much out of from 2. I thought there was 2 to 3. Too much shoulder, and then he just kind of got popped up. Not the turn at 3 and inside 4. Here's our leaderboard there, guys. 3-way tie. 3 at 41, 3 at 10.25. A Conley skier, a radar skier, and a D3 skier. Lucas Cornell, Jamie Calhoun, and Charlie Ross all doing it well. Jaime Palomino in 4th, Jaden Eden 5th.
All right then, folks, we are taking a fuel break, but when we return, we'll have continuing action here at the 10th edition of the Swiss Pro Slalom. Back with more right after this.
As the broker of Dayland Real Estate and a professional water skier, I understand what clients are looking for in their dream water ski home. Our company is dedicated to helping you and your family invest in your future together in Florida. If it's time to move on to your next adventure, let us help you find the perfect match for your home. Our team offers service in English, French, Spanish, and German. Whenever you are ready, just give us a call. We will be suited up and ready to assist. Dayland Real Estate, where expertise meets passion.
I'm so excited to introduce to you guys the NR1. Over the past season, we've been working on developing the ski shape that is now the NR1, and I truly do love this shape. I'm so excited to ski on it this season, and I hope you guys love it as much as I do.
I'm really excited to get on the Reflex NR1 this season and see what it can do for my skiing. Every time I get on it, it just feels better and better. So I can't wait for the 2024 season to get some new PBs on the Reflex NR1.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat? A place where that summer feeling lasts all year long. A place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers. A place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions, and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Waterski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterskiResort.com.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
All right, welcome back to continuing action of the Swiss Pro Slalom. I'm Tony Lightfoot, and he is Kyle Eade. And it looks like we've seen a little bit of action on the internet with the live chat on the right hand side of the YouTube player on Waterski Broadcasting's YouTube channel. We made the assertion that maybe a tiebreaker can be utilized for the strongest pole with currently at the moment in sixth place, a two-way tie between Benjamin Stadelbauer and Stephen Island at this stage of the game. But our tiebreaker is right at the very top there for the lead between Lucas Cornell, Jamie Calhoun, and Charlie Ross, all on 3 at 10.25 meters. And let's not forget that there was a pretty substantial tie in the women's competition between Alicia Bagnali and I believe Sam Stadelbauer as well. So it's nip and tuck, and it's very, very close between a good portion of our competitors. But in the meantime, representing Czechia, this is Adam Saddlemeyer.
Well, it always seems to be, doesn't it, around that 3 at 41, 2 at 41. You know, there's a bit of a log jam, and it's starting early this time, with 3 skiers already posting that score, and we've got 12 skiers remaining. And one of the guys that knows how to get that 3 at 41 pretty much day in, day out is the guy on the water, Adam Saddlemeyer. One of the greats in overall, was a former overall world champion, now focusing a little bit more on the slalom ski. And 13 meters, kicking off his campaign for 2024.
All right, Adam Saddlemeyer, former world overall champion from quite a while ago now. Now when you come to think about it, but maintaining his competitiveness in the slalom event. And looks like Thomas de Gasperi on his third try to get the handle lengthened out, or exactly as he likes it, you know. But we have some good folks here from Masterline who are able to help him make sure that line is within tolerance. And Masterline, one of our sponsors here for the Swiss Pro Slalom, they have their main facility, manufacturing facility in Winter Park, or what is it? Or
Winter Garden, yep.
Yeah, Winter Garden. So I get the two confused. I'm not from Florida, but yeah, Winter Garden is where those guys are from. You can find out more about Masterline by going to their website, masterlineusa.com, masterlineusa.com. here we go. This is Adam Saddlemeyer. Oh, a little bit of a break into number 3 there, but managing to recover. And a skier who put down his credentials in the slalom event by winning the 2011 European Slalom Championship way back in Norway, in Skarnes. So he's able to ski and excel in all kinds of scenarios, whether it be warm weather that we see here at Swiss ski resort, or cold, bitterly cold weather that you would ordinarily find in Norway. So he's definitely a tough skier, and so's this character on the starting dock right now, Joel Poland from Great Britain. Another skier who has seen everything and done it all in a relatively short time span.
I don't know if we're going to see a replay of his first pass. It was a bit of a weird approach to number 3, wasn't it? But he's, again, maybe shaking off some nerves. It's his first big event for 2024. I did see him pop up at a tournament in mid-April, and he looked really, really good. Got, I think it was a 2.5 or 2.25 at 41. So definitely been training. But as always, the first of the event of the year can put a few jitters in these skiers. He'll settle things down. He's a seasoned campaigner. Been doing it a long time in all 3 events. Here he is. This is the 11.25, 38 off.
All right, 38 off, 11.25 meters, just trying to keep the... Ooh. And look at how he breaks forward a little bit there into 1 and into number 3. That is a cause for concern, like that.
Maybe he does that a little bit, normally, but he's doing a little bit more today, reaching, out the front of his ski, kind of climbing on the front of his ski into 135, and it's usually not a problem if he can get back into position at the end of the turn and get connected, and he's not quite doing that. Out of 3, he was in all sorts of trouble. He's a good enough skier to still work his way through that pass. Let's watch this replay here. His 2-ball is always strong. It's this reach you're talking about here into number 3, climbs up, and yeah, kind of got separated there, kind of all sorts of moving around going into number 4, but on time, still at 5. But he's got some adjusting to do. He's got some things he's got to figure out as he comes in. He's not going to get through 39 with that sort of skiing. He knows it. He can change it. And he's got another 45 seconds or so just at that far end to figure things out before 39. All right. Scott Greenwood says go time, puts the throttle down, comes around the corner. This is 36 mile an hour, 58 Ks. This
Here he
is
comes.
the hard pass. The lead is on the next one.
All right, let's see if he can work his shoulders a little bit better into number 1 this time. Better, yes. Yep. He had to. He's round buoy number 2. Look at him go.
It's a big turn, and he's still fighting. He's bounced off the wakes a little bit, but it's strong. Number 4 puts him back on time.
Oh, look at this, folks. He's gone through 10.75 meters. It is Adam Saddlemeyer from Czechia.
Our 5th skier so far. Our 5th skier through 39 off. What's he got for us? A 3-way tie at 41. Will it be 4?
Is that too much to hope for? But there we go, Adam Saddlemeyer looking very, very strong and purposeful. And he knew he had to make some adjustment, especially as he went into his 1-1 and 1-3 side. And he made that adjustment, and that probably in no small terms contributed to his successful run on this pass.
Wow, he was strong out of 2 then. Gets in deep, takes the hit. And again here at 4, he's sort of getting rolled off the wakes a little bit into that 2-4-6 side. Puts him in maybe a little deeper than he'd like, but this guy can hold on to some big loads out of each turn, and in the end, reasonable shape going around number 6.
All right, so Adam Saddlemeyer is on 10.25 meters now. Let's see what we've got.
Being a righty, he needs a strong gate, a big number 1. Can he be our first skier past 3 and around number 4? He's been there a few times in his life. It's not the best one. He's going to cut it all the way to number 2. He squeaks around at a 1.5.
1.5 puts him in fourth place. Puts him marginally ahead of Jaime Palomino, who is there in 5th place now on 1 buoy. But he definitely is put himself into slight contention here, and now depending upon the other scores that are coming through, and we've got 11 skiers remaining. But Adam Saddlemeyer, I kind of suspect that where he is right now at 41 off isn't going to be enough to send him through to the next round. So he's going to have some work to do on round number 2.
Yeah, 1.5's not going to do it today. As Max Paul, 3:44. I'm a little surprised with that, ranked number 7, because he was getting in deep on his 2.4, especially on that 39. But let's watch this gate. Maybe a touch narrow. Had to pull a little longer than he would like. Again, that reach is sort of late and overextended into number 1, isn't it? And just did his best to get around number 2. He knew he wasn't going to get much further. Even if he'd held on to that 2, it might be a slightly better score for him. But today, with the level of skiing we've seen so far and 10 skiers remaining, he needs a piece of 3 or more.
Oh, absolutely. There we go. We've got our leaderboard. Lucas Cornell and Jamie Calhoun and Charlie Ross all in the lead with 3 at 10.25 meters. All trying to bear down on the score that would ultimately get them through to the promised land, which is the final in this, the 10th edition of the Swiss Pro Slalom. All right. We see a couple of fine slaloming athletes there. We see Stephen Neveu there in the backdrop, and we also see ahead of him our next competitor to take to the water. World overall record holder.
Yep, and he's just furthered that record by 3 overall points. He did that last weekend.
Now watch this, folks. This is some swagger-do here.
Oh, it's starting?
Yeah, absolutely.
Well,
just
we
take a look.
if you can run 10.25, you can do a dock start, can't you? So
yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely. It's a shame that he's not 12 foot high and taking a start on the trick ski, but that's for another time. Here we go. This is Joel Poland, 13 meters, ran 10.25 for the first time last season, got 0 at 9.75 meters in the elimination round at last year's World Championships.
Yeah, that's one of the most incredible performances I think I've ever seen somebody go out and do. Crunch time too. He messed up in the tricks and came back with vengeance in slalom to try and kind of salvage his overall score.
All right, then let's switch over to Wade.
Thanks, Tony. I have Mr. Will Asher here, and you saw your name on the sign coming in, I'm sure, or saw your picture. But you got a new hobby. Let's talk about it. Wake foiling?
Yeah, I mean, every year I try something a little bit different, and it's just been pretty cool to experience that. And I know I see some cool stuff happening with it, and I want to kind of start the process and maybe be a part of some of those cool things.
So you got to check out his Instagram, and he's really accomplished. He taught me how to get up at least. I still haven't let go of the rope, but oh my gosh, I couldn't believe what you guys are doing. You, Sean Murray, the crew.
Yeah, well, I'm not quite to that level. They're like at 1 with a foil, but I'm slowly getting comfortable with it, and I'm just having a lot of fun. It's hard. You come to these events, and it kind of takes away from my foil time.
I like it. That used to be me with cycling, but we'll let him go get his ski set on, and we'll talk to him later. Back to you guys.
Yeah, it's amazing what these skiers will put themselves through in the off season or even in season, just to stay in shape and just try and get that little bit of an edge going forward with their skiing. But with that in mind, here comes Joel Poland. This is 12 meters.
Yep.
And
yeah, pretty easy pass. He had a bit of a sit back at number 1, but just taking it easy. And And we'll just go back to his overall record. He's the current record holder. He's done it like the last 3 years. He's inched it forward,
I don't know how many times he's set the world overall record. I mean, it must have been at least 4 times, 4 or 5 times by now.
Maybe 3-4 times now, and he's just done another one last weekend.
And he holds the distinction of being the only skier to have set the world overall record behind the 3 major boat manufacturers.
Oh, I didn't know that one. Yeah, last weekend. 231, 1 at 41, and an 11,680. So, and although that sounds impressive to everybody, the 231 is right there and thereabouts with his best jumping, but he's got more in the tank there, and definitely in slalom and in tricks. So, who knows how far he can push that?
Probably very, very close to the benchmark scores for each event in that overall event calculation. We'll see if he can get closer to those in the coming seasons. But we've got slalom going on right now. Very rare that we get to see Joel Poland compete in a single event competition like a slalom event. You can obviously throw the Swiss Pro Tricks, which took place 2 weekends ago, into that same mix, but you're more than likely see him compete in all 3 events on any given tournament. And right here and now, this is 11.25 meters. He seems to have a pretty good crack at this one. Drags the handle, no worries.
Yep. 6 boys, 11.25. And maybe Joel, you'll notice, different from some of our other competitors, seems to move around a little bit. Kind of very active skier. Doesn't mind kind of jumping up on the tip, going to the tail a little bit, kind of dropping the shoulder, moving around. But he has got some serious talent, serious balance on a ski, and keeps things rolling down the lake.
Yes, and also unique in the point of view that whereas he tricks right foot forward, he slaloms left foot forward. And he has to have his ankle tattoo to remind him which one to put in the binding. For tricks, at least, anyway. All right, then. So Joel Poland getting through the exit gates on that particular run. 11.25 meters. 10.75 meters comes up next. And spoke with him recently for the TWBC podcast, and you can listen to that conversation, which occurred yesterday, by going to the TWBC podcast on Spotify, on YouTube Music, Amazon Music, and wherever else you choose to listen to your favorite podcasts. And it was a pretty good conversation, as a matter of fact. He's got a number of places and events that he has in mind going to this summer. We'll try and get to a few of those coming up very, very soon. Here we go. This is Joel Poland, 10.75 meters.
He's got a big number 2 and a huge number 3. He's all over the backside of 4.
There you go. Look at this.
It into 5, but hey, easy work.
Yeah, no worries there.
He's feeling it.
Easy meat on that one. Good skiing there from Joel Poland as he pulls out to shorten to 10.25 meters. And certainly in great shape at this time. And certainly broken an unenviable distinction so far as the Radar brand was concerned, having up until the time that he got his slalom personal best last season at the World Championships, no skier who had actually skied on Radar slalom skis had actually gotten a score into 9.75 meters. Well, he certainly put that to rights with his 0 count at 9.75 meters last season in the elimination round of last season's World Championships.
And where are we at now? Is it 14 skiers have ever run 41? Something like that, isn't it? We've got to be pretty close.
Yeah, I would say 14, 15 skiers,
Very small club, and not many in pro events, and definitely not many at a world championships.
Certainly not. So here we go. Needs a piece of 4 to give himself an outright lead in this slalom event. Here he comes, Joel Poland, 10.25 meters. There's a 1.
It's a pretty good 1.
It's a brilliant one.
He's got time at 2. It's a good 2 as well. He's long time at... Oh.
Gets the 3, and it's a 4-way tie for the lead right now between himself, Lucas Cornell, Jamie Calhoun, and Charlie Ross.
Interested to see that review. That was a pretty damn good start there. He had a nice number 1. Here we go. Let's see his start. Turns in well on the gates. The 1 was about as good as you can ask for. A tight line right on the back side of it.
Whips that thing round.
And I thought 2 was looking pretty good too. Little loose line, but then he just sort of gets stuck and maybe over pulls to number 3. A little too much speed to deal with, a little too much line. He was aiming to run it.
Yeah, certainly. But he got a good start off the gate shot into buoy number 1. And if there was ever a case to be made for having too good of a start on buoy number 1, maybe this is it, because he came off the wakes. He was early and out and got that swing, and it pulled him straight in, closer in towards number 2, not leaving him much room to spare to get that ski around and still be early enough to run the pass.
Yeah, the edge change might have been a little bit heavy from 1 to 2 because he got such a tight start. But it still was a decent turn at 2, and he was kind of starting to fall ahead of his ski. You can see his shoulder starting to go, and sometimes it's hard to get off the line and really get your feet to start swinging out to set up for the 3-ball turn. So, but great skiing from Joel. He's in the lead right now. It's a 4-way tie.
All right, and back onto shore, and there we go. That is Joel Poland acknowledging the efforts of the driver, Scott Greenwood, and the crew.
Nice skiing, Joel. Thanks for not running it. Let's make it a little easier. Huh?
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, you gotta love some of the banter and the jibbing on the starting dock.
Oh, P1, Bravo 1.
You didn't grab any of that, did you, there, Kyle?
No, sorry, I missed it. Eating some lunch, right? Eating some lunch.
Yeah. He basically said, good skiing there, Joel. Thanks for not running it. But one skier who is certainly capable of producing a deep slalom score into the likes of 41 off is our competitor about to take to the water. He comes to us originally out of Alberta in Canada. He makes his home now in the Houston, Texas area. This is Stephen Neveu.
Yeah, talk about 3s at 41. This guy has amassed a ton in his career. He knows he's got that ability. There's a few of our competitors coming up later too that they seem like they just know how to work their way down this short 41 off pass and get the 3 when they need it to make the next round or get themselves on the podium. And he has been on a podium, world champs. He was 3rd last year, so a very, very accomplished slalom skier, Stephen Neveu.
All right, let's send it over to Wade.
Tony, I'm here with Joel Poland, and I heard Tony say maybe you got too early into 2 at 41. Your gate was sort of so tidy. Tell us what you're thinking.
No, I definitely came into 3 and was like, there's a few people here, right? I got to get past this. And then as soon as you start thinking, things stop happening. But yeah, 1 was great. 2 really felt like I crushed it. I kind of set myself up there to get further down. But hey, I'm not out the game. You can definitely lose in a prelim, but you can't win. I've figured that one out by now. So yeah, still in the game.
And then when you were outside 3, you were still, hey, I'm going to give it a go at 4?
Yeah, coming into 3, I was more thinking about getting to 4 versus just moving through 3. And yeah, you know what it's like. You start thinking and then everything stops happening.
No, but well done, mate. Co-leader and still get another round? Yeah, awesome skiing. Back to you guys.
And there we go. Thanks a lot there, Joel Poland. And he's going to be one of the attendees of Stephen Neveu's wedding, which will be taking place this summer. He gave me that little nugget of information on the TWBC podcast episode that he recorded with me yesterday. But let's have a look and see what Stephen Neveu himself can do on 12 meters. Now, he's certainly a very tall drink of water, and he certainly puts a lot of pressure against the towboat. And up until recently, he'd actually been slaloming on a plus setting on the zero off,
Okay.
and he's the kind of person that mode on zero off is actually designed for.
Yeah, maybe so. I mean, he's a big guy. He's a heavy guy, tall skier, but he's really smooth. You know, he never really kind of looks like he gets in too deep. He just kind of keeps plugging along. So interested to see what the numbers will come up with on the rope tension. I don't know what he's done in the past, but I don't often see him sort of get himself too deep. He just kind of keeps his tempo and keeps his rhythm going. And he seems to have that uncanny ability to just keep going, keep adding buoys to his score.
All right, and just for those of you that are wondering his zero offsetting these days, he runs with Bravo 1, which is almost pretty much in the middle so far as the settings that you could potentially have on the zero off. And for all intents and purposes, there are 9 separate settings, and then when you add the plus into it, there are a few more that you can potentially choose from, but. A lot of people that I find, and I've driven a few slalom skiers and what have you, tend to go with Alpha 2. Now he's on Bravo 1, which means that the boat reacts a little bit differently, a little more aggressively, albeit somewhere in the middle, so far as reaction time. But here he comes. There we go. Good skiing there from Stephen Neveu. Seems to have a good feel and reaction to that pass at 11.25 meters. Now, his turning for the gates, and I've watched a couple of passes now, seems a little bit lackadaisical. He has that one-handed gate shot, which he seems to be headstrong in keeping, despite the fact that many other slalom skiers have transitioned from the one hand back to two. But he seems to have very nice control with that gate shot, and obviously his reciprocal 2-4-6 side turns seem to be working pretty well as a result. Right foot forward.
Yep.
Looking good. And now 10.75 meters. Now let's see if he can use his strength and his height to good effect here.
Never seems to panic, does he? He's just always casual out there on the slalom ski. No matter what pass it is, they all look the same. 32, 35, 38. Just a nice even tempo all the way through him. Doesn't seem to scramble or sort of get too worked up about it. The advantage maybe of being slightly taller, got the bigger reach, kind of rely on that if needed.
Nice roll into number 1, 10.75 meters. Looking in go, round number 2. He's in good shape here. A little bit of a tail slide there off number 5, but he manages to get the ski round, and on 10.75 meters, Stephen Neveu completes the 6 buoy count and is now himself having a crack of 41 off 10.25 meters.
You know, the way I'm looking at this this leaderboard and the way that these skiers are stacking up, and there's 10 skiers remaining, the one on the water has got a lot of 3s under his belt. The way this pile up, this tie, this 4-way tie is going to get extended here pretty shortly, I think.
And I think it's been a while since we've had a skier finish up with a score on 10.75 meters. It seems to be forever now.
No, all these skiers really consistent through their first 3-4 passes. 6 skiers, 6 scores at 41 so far.
All right, so currently in the lead, 4-way tie for the lead between Cornell, Calhoun, Ross, and Poland. 5th place on 1.5 at 10.25 meters, Adam Sattelmeyer. Well, 6th place, 1 at 10.25 meters for Jaime Palomino. Here it comes.
Will it be a 5-way tie, or will he get himself in front? Will he get a piece of number 4? He's got a strong number 1. He's got a big reach at number 2. It's a little slow. Gets across to 3, throws it around.
It's
S-turns.
a 5-way tie. Whew. Okay, I think the cut is probably going to be about as big as it's ever been.
He had the 1 ball to go a little bit further that time, I thought. In the back of their head, these skiers probably thinking that, I want to at least get to 3. I don't want to be that guy with the 2.5 and miss out on that possible runoff down later on today. But a full 3 buoys. Like I said, he's got the experience. He's done that so many times. He kind of knows when he can push it and try to get a bit more. He knows when he's just got to kind of lay up and go for the full 3. 375 kgs. He's ranked at number 3rd today. Calhoun, Jamie Calhoun still in the lead, yeah, 388.
How many skiers advance, remind me? 8 and 5.
Watching from the boat angle, 1 was good, but it was a little bit down course, wasn't it? So he needed a ripper of a 2 ball, didn't quite get that. So maybe knew that 3 was all it was going to be so far in this round.
All right then, so we've got 9 skiers remaining. And 8 advance through to the next round of the competition.
Interesting part though, Tony, is 8 skiers remaining. We've got a 5-way tie at 3 at 41, and none of them are safe.
None of them?
None of them. All 8 skiers remaining could
so they would have
surpass
to,
that.
Yes, I mean, there's still a lot of work to be done, even from a high echelon score such as that. And maybe that would be used as the tiebreaker. The backup score. All right then, folks.
It's been a long, I don't even remember last time I skied a tournament when I'm supposed to say to you. It's been a while. I heard something like 34, 36 now.
All right then, next competitor coming to us out of Groveland in Central Florida in Lake County.
It was a big trip for him this morning, wasn't it, to get here?
Oh yeah, it took him hours to get here.
Traffic in Groveland too.
Oh, it's terrible.
Yeah.
It's despicable. Anyway, we jest because he lives less than 10 miles down the road in Groveland. He comes to us here for his attempt to make his way through to the men's slalom final. This is Jonathan Travers.
And one of those 14, 15 slalom skiers we were talking about that has run 41 off. It's been a couple of years since he's got into that 43. He's a busy guy off the water, does a lot of coursework, lays a lot of courses. I just heard he was up at the Masters putting the jumping up there. So sometimes his skiing takes a back seat.
All right then, and with that opening pass successfully clear, let's check in with Wade.
Hey, thanks, Tony. I'm here with Stephen Naveau, another co-leader in the clubhouse, and we just sort of joked that anything less than 3 would be uncivilized at this point, right?
Yeah, so much for first event of the year. Everyone take it nice and easy. It's like full gas out of the gates, so those young kids made sure we kept us honest.
No, for sure, because now we're looking at, that's maybe a backup at best, so it's got to feel good at least you went and knocked it out and, gave yourself the space at least early on where you knew you didn't have any trouble. I knew you didn't have any issues getting to 3.
Yeah, exactly. I was the one to kind of get things in order, and now round 2, probably going to have to really open it up for trying to make a spot for the finals.
Right, well done, man. We'll see him back out again this afternoon. Back to you guys.
All right then, and just another reminder that you can communicate with ski-with-Wade_ on Instagram. Make sure you get your questions in to him, and he can put them to the appropriate people whom he interviews after their runs. All right then, here we go. Coming in on pass number 2, this is Jonathan Travers. This is going to be 12 meters. Bleeds off a bit of speed into his gate shot. He's his left foot forward, which means his 1-3-5 side turn is going to be easier than the opposing side, and seems to have a pretty darn good handle on this, working that works one to great effect. So Jonathan Travers is, as we mentioned, a technical controller for a lot of events during the course of summer. As a matter of fact, he will be installing the first ever slalom course, the first ever fully homologated slalom course in Morocco, which will be used for the K1000 Pro Slalom competition, which will take place towards the tail end of June. And that competition will be brought to you exclusively live on TWBC. It's going to be a fun summer, Kyle.
Yeah, for sure, mate. I'm looking forward to following along with the action. Obviously, we're starting here in the States with a few events, and then you guys disappear across to Europe, and it's great for us ones that can't travel to stay in touch and keep watching the action as it unfolds over in Europe for the middle part of the summer, and then it returns back here in the fall to finish off the event. And I see the Miami slalom is back on the list this year.
Yes, it's the last Waterski Pro Tour stop of the season, and that will be at the tail end of the season. The only Pro Tour stop in November of this year. Here comes 11.25 meters for Jonathan Travers.
Yeah, no, he's looking pretty good here through 38 off. He's another skier that doesn't mind working hard out there behind the boat, kind of throws himself around a little bit. But when he finds his sweet spot on his ski, he can run a huge amount of buoys. 38 off was easy. This is the 39 off coming up in just a minute.
All right, here's your format. Best score of 2 rounds, top 5 women, top 8 men. Advance through to the next round. And a nice, neat pull out there for Jonathan Travers on the gate shot. We're looking at the instant replay review here. Look at the power that he produces across the wakes. And looking in great shape here with the instant replay. Not seeming to miss a beat here. We've got a 5-way tie for the lead, all on 3 at 10.25 meters behind, with Stephen Neveu, Joel Poland, Charlie Ross, Jamie Calhoun, and Lucas Cornell.
Tony, maybe you're aware of this. I was not, and I'm just kind of looking over the rules. And the runoff, actually, there'll be it's based on the single best result from the 2 rounds. In the case of a tie for last spot, the backup score will be used, but there will be no runoffs for the final. So if there's tie over 2 rounds, that will take everybody through.
So in the event of a perfect tie, they go through.
So we could have a huge final.
Huge.
All right, this is 39 off, a little bit slow out of number 1, but it's a solid number 2. He's back in it. That was a huge number 3, and setting, hey, these guys are looking good. It's another clean 39 off pass as he goes round number 6, and a pretty easy one for John Travers. I like what he's doing on the water.
Excellent skiing there from Jonathan Travers all over that pass at 10.75 meters. Like I say, not missing too much of a beat here, and just like that, he's put himself into contention with an attempt at 41 off. But hang on a second, we have a gate review here, so we're gonna conduct that.
Well, we can't see it from that angle, can we? The judges down there in the middle tower, they have a perfect gate angle. Cameras are positioned where it looks straight through. Hopefully for John, he's gone through and gets to continue. Because that pass was, aside from the gate check, that pass was textbook, and he's around number 6 on your replay with all sorts of time.
All right, so Jonathan Travers, we await the decision from our officials. We'll take a look at the instant replay from the, and I think that that expression,
unfortunately,
says it all.
Yep. Now we'll see what happens with that one. You know, most of the time the skiers know, you know, hey, they pushed it a little bit. On the video, apparently it's pretty clear that he missed from this boat angle. It's going to be tough, but we can slow it and stop it. Right, we might see it. Yeah, you can
Yeah,
see
that buoy disappears completely.
That's unfortunate there for John, because I thought he was looking good. It was a full pass at 39. He knows he's skiing well. He's going to have to go out and really turn things up in round number 2. He doesn't have a backup score to fall on.
So in order
that's
for
how
him,
they split this up. But
so in order for him to make it through to the next round of the competition, he's got to take the lead outright.
yeah, he's got to get ahead of all those threes, and he's a guy that can do it. He's got a little time to sit there and think about things. We'll see him again in a couple hours.
All right there. So our next competitor to take to the water. And I've got a story about this skier coming up. He comes to us originally out of Bumpus in Virginia. Mr. Peace, Love, and water skiing himself. His name is Corey Vaughn.
He just got a haircut, because I don't recognize who that was.
No, he's a dad now.
Yeah.
He can't be messing with too many changes to his hairstyle. All right there, so Corey Vaughn. Now, from what I understand, he within about the last day or so, he actually damaged the slalom ski that he's riding, the KD Element slalom ski. I don't know whether he actually had to switch from that slalom ski to the one that he's riding right now, or whether he's just going with what he's been riding for the last few days. We'll have more details of that in a moment, but in the meantime, let's check in with Wade.
Hey guys, I'm here with a disappointed John Travers, but it is one of those things that happens rando in life, and I ask you and you go, yep, I missed it.
Yeah, it's the only second time in my life in a pro event, so it's kind of hard to take it, but the judges are doing the right thing, and I totally missed them. I think that's why the pass was so nice. I was like, oh, just go out there and have fun now.
No, for sure, because when we know we miss them, you're already thinking, man, did the judge see that? And you sort of take that all the way through, but you relax.
Yeah, totally, and I'm going to get to throw this out to Rob Hazelwood for talking about gates all week. Thank you, bro. But, yeah, that's kind of nice. There's 2 rounds, and hopefully I can go out there and put something up next round.
No, for sure you'll shake it off like you've done before, and we'll see him out there ripping this afternoon. Back to you guys.
A little bit testy between those two, I gather.
They're training partners. They spend a lot of time watching each other's skiing, and it's good to see it, keeping it fun on the water.
Yeah, that's what you call fun. Anyway, I've got some updated information so far as Corey Vaughn is concerned as we have a look at 12 meters. He actually went off-site after he trained yesterday, had his ski flex tested, the one he'd been riding, and found that there was no significant damage, if anything, sustained by that ski. So whatever he's been riding on for the last few sets, or even extended back to the Moomba Masters where he placed in the top 5 in the men's slalom competition, everything appears to be okay on that KD slalom ski. And the current trend among the slalom skiers, at least at this level, is to try and ride their skis as close to stock as possible, because a few of our skiers actually have backup skis, and they want to try and make sure that they're as close to being the same as possible, even if they have to adapt significantly to go along with the ski. That's something they have to be prepared to do in order to make sure that if one ski gets damaged, they can jump on the other one and carry on regardless, as if nothing had happened.
Yeah, well, all the ski manufacturers these days, they're producing skis so consistently, and so there's not a whole lot of difference between one to the other. Those little changes, and these skiers kind of can feel a little bit of that. But kudos to the manufacturers that the materials they're using, the construction they're using, they're making skis that are come out very, very consistent. It wasn't like that a few years ago, but these days they get them bang on. They flex text everyone, and these skiers kind of know what to expect when they jump on a new ski.
Certainly, and spoke with Corey at length yesterday about his slalom ski and about his setup, and how he how he successfully migrated from his old ski onto this new KD model that he's currently riding right now, as we see him go through 11.25 meters and making that one look very, very nice indeed. As a matter of fact, he actually conversed a little bit with slalom legend Terry Winter, who's a part of the R&D program with KD slalom skis. And when it came time for him to actually migrate from that old ski to this one, Terry just told him, just go with the fin settings that you've already been used to, and your binding settings and what have you. Keep those the same, and just let me know how things shape up. And since that time, he hasn't had to move his bindings or any fin settings or anything of that kind once since he jumped on that ski, which tells you a lot about that ski and how consistent it is.
Yeah, well, obviously last year Corey Vaughan stepped up a lot. You know, he's had some big performances years past, but you know, in and out of finals, in and out of good results. But last year he got really, really consistent. So the equipment setup he was using was working for him. He gained some confidence and was getting 3s and 4s around 41 day in, day out, and it was good to see him as a regular in all of our pro finals.
All right, we see there Cole McCormick coming to us out of Canada. Getting ready to go himself. And that will leave us with 8 skiers remaining, including Corey Vaughan, who is on the water right now, 10.75 meters. Little bit of a delay off number 1, but he's fine with that. He's got the height to work with. He's got the patience. He's got a good stance on the ski. And he's got all 6 buoys at 10.75 meters. Corey Vaughan.
Yeah, he's our 8th skier now through, 39 off. You know, key word in that pass, Tony, was patience. Like you said, he's got the experience, he's got the trust and confidence in what he's doing. I don't think he's super happy with how he ran that pass, but he had the patience to just kind of keep with it, not do anything crazy, and just kind of keep adding buoys all the way down. And it's a full 6 at 39. But as you watch this replay, I think you'll see, you know, he didn't really kind of get on top of the backside of any of the buoys there. Was drifting down course a little bit. Knew he could still run it. Didn't kind of push it. And has his opportunity here at 41 in just a few moments.
I'm sure that Amelia and his wife and his son Seth, who are in Bumpus in Virginia right now, they're watching to see what Corey does out there on the water. I think actually Seth doesn't care for Corey slaloming. I think he's probably more enamored with Paige Rini right now, the one person who among the pros that he would invite to his birthday party. But anyway, I'm sure they support him all the way through. Here he goes. This is Corey Vaughan.
This is 41, guys. Can we see our first skier around number 4? We've had 5 tied up at 3.
Here we go. There's 1.
That's not a bad one. Can he carry some speed round number 2? He's down course, so he will get number 3.
And it is now a 6-way tie for the lead. The madness continues.
This is getting a bit crazy, isn't it? Shows how difficult the 41 off pass is. Even with a great number 1 that he got there, and he still was a little bit down course at number 2 and said, you know what? That's all I'm going to get. I'll safely get round 3. S-turn and sit in the log jam in number 1 spot with the other 5 competitors. 6 skiers remaining.
And those 6 skiers remain, including we've got Cole McCormick, so that's 7 skiers remaining on this list. But Corey Vaughan has put himself in contention, but he'll only stay in contention provided he comes away with a score towards the top of the pack, you know, because that puts him in a tie with about 5 other skiers right now. We take 8 through to the final, so he's still going to have to work out there to at least keep his head above everyone else that's crowded around him at this point. So 3 buoys, 10.25 meters for Corey Vaughan out of Bumpus in Virginia. All right, so Corey Vaughan, one of our lighter skiers on the water, and pulling 365 kgs. So doing pretty good with what he has, and now we get ready for Cole McCormick, who comes to us out of Groveland in Florida.
Ski well, Rob. Did you have a nice swim this morning, Jim? Yeah, it was. Sorry, at least you're awake now.
So a little bit of lightheartedness and humor going on there around about the dockside, you know, just trying to ease the pressure. And here is Cole McCormick, repping for the La Pointe brand, along with Elizabeth Montavon and Taylor May Wolsey Mastic. Whom I would suspect that we'll probably see a little bit more of when we get to the European tournaments coming up, starting in the latter part of June. Here we go, folks. This is Cole McCormick, and this should be a 30-meter opener.
All right, Cole McCormick coming in, 32 off. Good to see this guy kicking the year off well. Last year we saw him injured a little bit, didn't we? He had a bit of a slow start to the season, had some ankle issues. Looks like he's fighting fit and hitting the first event of the US season.
Nice. I like that first pass. And one thing I noticed a little bit with Cole McCormick, and maybe I'm dialing in a little bit too deep into the weeds here, and I'll explain that in a little bit. But first of all, let's check in with Wade.
Hey guys, here with Mr. Corey Vaughan, another co-leader in the clubhouse. And maybe the guys up in the booth have some homework for us, but man, I don't know if we have had this many ties this early on and no sort of scores less than 3.
I mean, it gets crazier and crazier every year. I mean, here we are, first tournament in the States. I mean, we are at Swiss on a perfect day, so we got Greenie in the boat. It's hard to expect too much less, but I mean, yeah, these young kids coming out, Lucas right out there, third off the dock, 3, kind of sets the tone, lets you know. I mean, Camille first off the dock with the front flip, that shows you what kind of day it's going to be. So woke me up a little bit and said, okay, we got to go.
Well, someone asked me about the physical limitations that our sport's sort of approaching, and unless some guy comes out that's way bigger than Steven Neveu, it's going to continue to do, I think, what it's doing now is everybody just gets bunched up even closer.
Yeah, I mean, I've heard the idea of like a 42 off loop maybe being created, but frankly, more of us have to be running 41. I mean, it's going to get exciting because it's tight packed at 3. Somebody's going to bust up to 4 and beyond. Somebody else is going to mess up at 2. So I kind of like that. If we all start crushing 41, okay, let's have that discussion.
No, I like it, and this guy's a great coach. Go check out his place, Peace, Love, and Water Skiing. Back to you guys.
All right, in the background there, we saw Cole McCormick just navigating his way through 12 meters. And talking about running 41, Cole has been very, very close in the past. I think a 4, 4.5, maybe a 5.
And he's always in that conversation, isn't he, with the Canadian national slalom record being bandied about.
4.5, I believe. At,
yeah, 4.5.
41, yep.
Yeah, so, I mean, it's, you know, being between himself and Jamie Calhoun and Stephen Neveu, they're all chasing that one down, trying to set a little bit of history for themselves in making 41 off for the first time.
Yep. Jason McClintock's still holding on to that record.
Yeah.
But I'm sure if you asked him, he's the first one that would say, you know what, you can't wait to see somebody get through that pass. A Canadian run the full 41 off pass.
I wonder if he's watching.
I'll give a shout out to him if he is.
Indeed.
Probably about to get his season started up in Canada. He runs a ski school up in Ontario.
Now the ice fishing season isn't so hot. All right, there. Here comes Cole McCormick. Coming to us from a legendary skiing family. with Tricky Ricky McCormick and Susie McCormick, his parents.
Definitely got it in his genes, doesn't he? But this guy's worked hard, you know. It's earlier on he was sort of a decent collegiate skier. He was going all right, but then he's really kind of put in his homework over the last, I don't know, 5, 6, 7 years. Worked out at the gym, got fit, got strong, and really become a master on the slalom ski.
Indeed, indeed, and recently got married as well to Jessica. So congratulations to both of them. They tied the knot, I believe, this past December. Waited until the ski season had truly ended. But the brand new ski season, at least so far as our slalom competitions are concerned, fully up and running, and we're seeing Cole McCormick doing a fantastic job on 11.25 meters, and 10.75 meters now is in his gun sights.
Although the 10.75, 13.5 is getting a bit routine, isn't it? Pretty much everybody's running through this pass. Extremely difficult pass, but these skiers and the way things are out here today with greeny driving, with the conditions the way they are here at Swiss Ski Resort, everyone is making short work of this 13.5 pass.
All right. Okay, coming in 39.5 off, 10.75 meters. Cole McCormick from Canada. Good start on number 1. A little exposed into number 2, but still making a good play for number 3 and number 4. And looking strong and in good shape. And I would say that was probably the second smoothest pass that I've seen at 10.75 meters.
Oh, I think it was decent, Tony, but you mentioned that he got exposed into 2. I think he had a great number 1. But as you do sometimes when you come out off your onsides, well, you kind of open up a little bit early, and he did get sort of released and had to sort of wait there a little bit, and sometimes that messes up your tempo. He got back into the swing of things, and it definitely wasn't a hard pass in the whole scheme of things, but he's going to have to kind of watch that. If he did that at 41, things are not going to, he's going to go inside 2 for sure.
All right, and I'm guessing some of you will have wondered, who did I rate as the smoothest pass on 10.75 meters? It was Charlie Ross in my estimation.
Charlie's was pretty good, wasn't it?
Yeah, indeed.
Looked pretty easy. I thought Lucas Cornell had a pretty good one. You got to remember, he was out 4th.
Yeah.
And he's still tied lead.
Yep, he's been waiting a while to see if his score gets exceeded, but it hasn't gotten exceeded. It's been tied by about 5 times, but that initial 3 at a 10.25 meter score has not been superseded as of yet. But could that change?
Yeah, didn't want to say anything while he's just sitting down here listening to us, but I have a feeling there's going to be another 3 here coming shortly. Hopefully he's going to turn it up a notch and turn that 2 ball strong. It's a big number 1.
He's turned 1.
He's got a slow 2. He's not going to make 3 with that.
Oh, and he's on the inside of 3.
Crazy thing, that's our first 2. Usually you see a bunch of 2s at 41.
And that currently puts him in 7th spot right now, just above Adam Saddlemeyer, who is on 1.5.
2 at 41, and you're a ways from the top.
Mm-hmm. He got a fantastic number 1. I mean, he just absolutely buried the ski and got a whole bunch of angle. But here he just took his time, too much time off number 2, brought the handle up to his outside shoulder. And after that point, it was a case of goodbye, Mr. Bond.
Yeah, well, now let's watch this replay again from the boat, Tony. And although we think that's a killer 1 ball, and it is, he gets the ski 90 degrees, but he really just kind of stops right there. And it's really hard to kind of keep your line into number 2 when you've turned that tight, but you don't carry your speed through the backside of the turners that hook up with the boat. So the boat's kind of winning from that point all the way into number 2, and he kind of did his best to try and make a turn at 2, but it wasn't to be today. So you got to kind of get that tight turn, but try and maintain. You don't want the load to spike too hard too soon, and you get sort of stuck at the backside of the buoy, and then you can't maintain line direction out to 2. So great skiing from Cole McCormick. You can see why he is he had such a great season last year, and the potential that he offers, but he's got some work to do because he is now in 7th with a 2 at 41 as we speak.
All right, there. We are now down to 6 more competitors to go. We've got Dane Meckler coming up soon, followed by Italy's Thomas de Gasperi, then Great Britain's Will Asher and Freddie Winter, and concluding with Nate Smith. But before all of those skiers, we have from Great Britain, Robert Hazelwood.
Just while we're waiting for Rob Hazelwood to come in, just a public service announcement for those on site here today. There is a Peruvian and Colombian food truck over the other side there that makes some delicious tacos. So get on over, get some lunch. You haven't got yours yet, have you, Tony?
Not quite, but you've had your lunch, and that looks tasty. All right then, so lunchtime aside, here we go. We got Robert Hazelwood. Time right now is it's 5 minutes after noon here in Claremont in Florida.
You know what, I'd hazard a guess and say this event for Rob Hazelwood is one of his favourites. Stepped up onto the podium last year, didn't he, with a 3rd place. Got a piece of 4 here in the past at 41.
Yeah, it was certainly one of the tournament scores of last season, and with that in mind, let's check in with Wade.
Well, hey, thanks. We had someone ask on my Instagram, I appreciate that, where is Miss Neely Ross? So Charlie said she had a bit of a hand injury, so she's icing and recovering, and so we wish her the best because she has been on this steady trajectory. We certainly know her talents on the water trick skiing, but yeah, her slalom skiing is, catching up there with little brother. So anyway, wish the best, Neely. Hope to see you back here soon.
All right then, so Neely Ross in absence here for this event, but the reason why she injured her hand was she was pinning for Pato a day or so ago, and unfortunately she injured her hand whilst trying to hold on to the rope on probably something like a toe step or something like that, or a toe wake line 5 back and getting nostrils deep in the water.
Yeah, a lot of tension comes on that rope, when these skiers get deep, and if the pinner decides to hold on that a little bit longer and then let it go, it comes off really, really quick. And I heard it's just a flesh wound, so hopefully there's, it's just going to be a little bit of a short break for her. And she'll be back on the water and competing. She's got some big tournaments with the Masters LCQs and Masters coming up here shortly. We hope to see her back on the water. Right now, though, it's Rob Hazelwood, and he is looking smooth as silk around 6 ball at 12 meters.
Good skiing there from Rob Hazelwood. Very consistent from one buoy to the next. So Rob Hazelwood, who's been quite busy in his spare time, editing videos and stuff like that, and putting them out there with attempts to make them go viral for this sport, which is always appreciated. He's even got a new Instagram account called Rob Hazelwood Creative. You can check that out, as well as his existing Instagram.
Well, he used to be an overall skier, didn't he? He used to ski all 3 events, slalom, trick, and jump. Now just focusing on slalom, he's got some spare time on his hands, hasn't he? So
yeah, exactly.
He's been to a lot of events with his camera and Collegiate Nationals, I believe. He was there, taking a lot of footage there. And great to see him getting some footage out there for everyone at home.
All right.
Right now his focus is on this 38 off pass.
All right, there, as we continue on, a big shout out to Marcus Brown, who is the head of marketing over at Syndicate, and I'm sure that he will be looking and checking in on how his skiers are doing right now, and we'll put up the graphic hopefully in a moment that highlights the syndicate team who will be trying to defend their crown as brand leaders in the brand competition, which is sponsored by TWBC.
Team last year was Will Asher, Ellie Nicholson,
yep,
and Jamie. That's right. Yep, same team this year. Yeah, so there's the team on your screens.
Bull, Asher,
pretty
and
handy
Nicholson.
Team to have, isn't it?
Yeah, indeed. Would you make any changes, or would you keep them the same?
I think I would keep it the same. That's a strong 3 skiers right in front of you. Mind you, the guy on the water is pretty strong out there. He got a little bit deep out of number 2. Just kind of testing the limits out there, trying to figure out his spot on his ski, but still 6 buoys and his shot at 39. We haven't seen anyone miss this in probably 10 skiers or so.
Mm-hmm. That's right. We're moving up, forwards and upwards, and 10.75 meters is coming up right away there for Rob Hazelwood. Now, as you might recall last season there, Kyle, he actually got a piece of number 4, which put him ahead of a whole bunch of competitors in order for him to make it through to the men's slalom final, where he'd eventually end up on the podium. But first things first, 10.75 meters, he's got to run this, and we'll see how much further he can go beyond that. A little bit of a tailwind going into number 1, but it's nothing that he can't handle. Handle up a little bit high. He's still rocking it there on number 4, and handle up not quite as much off number 5. He controls it well and gets around all 6 buoys at 10.75 meters.
Yep.
A skier originally out of Lincoln in England. This is Rob Hazelwood.
Yeah, the tailwind there, nothing he can't handle, but it did provide just a little challenge there into 3, didn't it? He kind of pushed him. He lost the line a little bit as we sit there and watch. Oh, yep. We have a new leader in the rope tension competition. That was a killer 1 ball on your replay, and he ropes number 2 as well, but just maybe loses the line a little bit. That's a huge number 2. Right here, he kind of comes in with that little loose line, and then there he goes. It didn't actually look that big out of 3 to 4, but we have a new leader.
Indeed, indeed. And we also have a leader in the strongest pull, as you mentioned. And also got a message come through from one of our fans here on the live chat. He's asking, when does the audience prize end? Well, it's the end of this round, so make sure that you get your entry in. Win a ski of your choice, a D3 or Conley ski, by going to waterskibroadcasting.com/play. If you want to be in a chance to win yourself a brand new slalom ski from D3 or Conley, then go to waterskibroadcasting.com/play. Rob Hazelwood, 10.25 meters.
The 39 was good, but the 41 needs to be better. It's got a great number 1. And a solid 2 ball. Will he turn number 3 or just go for the full buoy? He turns it. Can he scamper around number 4? Just
Not this
inside.
year.
No.
Not this year.
He had the start to do it, though. That was a great 1 and 2.
I was halfway.
Doubts.
I was
Just a few
halfway.
doubts.
I was halfway expecting him to throw that ski out and try exactly what he did last year, but
no. Tony, though, this 1 and 2 was sensational. To me, it just looked like he had those few doubts in his head going to 3, like, oh, should I turn it? I have a chance of falling, then I'm kind of behind that log jam, or should I just get the full buoy? And that slight moment of indecision just put him just a little bit down course. Otherwise, I think he could have got 4, and who knows?
Pulling a little bit with his arms a little bit off number 2 into number 3. Probably didn't quite load as much as he really wanted to off of that critical number 2 turn. We'll take a look at this in more forensic detail, but he gets the good gate shot. It's round number 1.
This is 41 off, Tony. I'm not going to be too analytical about this. That was just unreal number 2 ball.
There, the handle comes up a little high off number 2, and he just couldn't really get that much crank off number 2, and little narrow approach into number 3, and just couldn't get the ski hard enough around to make a play on number 4.
You see him, though. He knows it. He was happy with the way he was skiing. A score of 3, but he knows there's more in the tank.
Mm-hmm.
We'll be seeing him later on today. Dane Meckler, lacing up the bindings. One of our few skiers that you still use as a rubber boot.
Yeah,
they're making a comeback, I hear, though.
They are. Actually, I noticed that Corey Von Slalomski is actually running with a T factor, and a few other skiers are actually running with that type of boot, kind of like a hybrid hard boot type deal, which gives all the comfort of a rubber binding, but still the same kind of stiffness or close to as a full-on hard shell. One of the skiers that utilizes that type of binding is our next skier about to take to the water, originally out of Ohio.
All right, Scott, anytime.
Spent a good portion of his time in Charlotte in North Carolina, but has now recently moved to be here in the waterski capital of the world, which is Central Florida. Here he comes. This is the start of this season's Dane train, Dane Meckler.
It's a great article in the last Waterskier magazine, and he was featured on the cover.
And for those of you that are members of USA Waterskiing Wake Sports, thank you very much for doing so. You get a copy of the Waterskier magazine, and in this current edition, with photo credit to Vincent Stadelbauer. I have no idea who he is.
Who's that?
Vincent Stadelbauer.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Does he take photos as well, does he?
Sometimes, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and that photo that he took of Dane Meckler is on the cover of the current edition.
No, it's a pretty good shot, actually, on the cover. A shot of Dane's 135 side, his onside turn, which is one of the best in the business. And just kind of hiding behind a wall of spray as he comes around that side, and real powerful shot. But down the bottom end, about to shorten up to 12 meters, 35 off. Starting his year off, he didn't go down to Moomba. He's got a real job, I guess. He couldn't get away. He's also moved just recently from North Carolina down to these parts, actually. He's just down the road in Claremont here.
Yeah.
He's on a lake, Lake Sawmill, I believe it is. And expecting a baby here shortly, too.
Mm-hmm.
Got it all going on.
Yeah, he's got plenty going on, and he's able to have that life-work balance, going on, and certainly best of luck to him going forwards, and indeed Janina as well. Here we go. This is Dane Meckler. Entrance gate, buoy number 1. This is 12 meters. I like the way he ropes the pass, the handle control is like on a whole different level.
Yeah, I think it's out of a bit of necessity there. Obviously, he's not one of the tallest skiers out there, but he really carries the rope well with him and makes sure he has his width right when he needs it, right at the buoy, especially on his 39 and 41 off passes. Takes the rope out and just extends when he needs to, so his ski squeaks around each buoy and keeps him going. Really uses his lower body to create a really stacked and strong position.
All right, then, with that in mind, let's check in with Wade.
Hey, guys, I'm here with a really good friend of mine, Jim the Cannonball Clooney. How are you, Jimmy?
Pretty good. Just watching some awesome slalom here in perfect conditions. It's nice when you can get out and watch some skiing, but not often when it's this perfect out and all the best skiers in the world, obviously.
So I did a podcast with this guy last summer at his place, and now your son's jumping really good. Just went over the 150 mark. That's got to be a huge deal.
Yeah, it's a pretty fun little group, too. Sitting next to us is the Rocket Man, Scott Ellis. His son, Brett, is. So there's a kind of a group of about 6 or 8 of them, all in the 140s to 160s, and I think they're going to be kicking it around for a few years yet.
One of the very first guys in the world to go 200 feet. We're going to let you guys enjoy it. Back to you guys.
All right, then. Great to see Jim Clooney there, and watching the event go down here on 11.25 meters, Dane Meckler. I'm not too sure who's taller, Dane Meckler or Jim Clooney at this point, but suffice to say that Dane Meckler is certainly not one of the tallest competitors on the Waterski Pro Tour, but certainly extremely successful when he applies this type of technique going into buoy number 1. He just whips the ski around and just really, really soft on his feet and just allows it to fully rotate, and then he gets to work and provides the resistance against the boat. Very smooth, very methodical, very purposeful. And it's a superb looking run here from Dane Meckler. As I mentioned, originally out of Ohio, the Buckeye State of Ohio, and then moved for several years initially to Lafayette, Louisiana, where he met his wife, Janina Bonneman, and then they both moved up to North Carolina to be closer to his job at that time. And now, more recently, with a baby on the way, they've resettled to Central Florida, where he is today in nearby Claremont. So it didn't take him too long to make it here this morning. And here he comes on 10.75 meters. This is Dane Meckler. Round buoy number 1. Good hard snap on number 1. Excellent number 2. He's in good shape on buoy number 3. Bringing the handle down. May not have the strongest pull, but he certainly has the smoothest pass. 10.75 meters for Dane Meckler. Great skiing there, and I think he's certainly surpassed Charlie Ross for having the smoothest looking 10.75 meter pass, but the job is by no means complete. He still has 10.25 meters coming up, and that will be his next pass.
Well, you don't often see Dane get too reckless on the slalom ski, do you? He's always keeps things tight. Doesn't ever really look scrappy out there. He's strong. He may not put the hurting on the boat like some of these other skiers just because of his size, but he is a very, very strong skier and keeps his position compact, through the wakes, and never really gets scrappy. His connection to the line is unbelievable. And this pass, your favorite 39 of the day?
Oh yeah, absolutely, no two ways about it. I mean, his lack of height might actually be a blessing in disguise because his center of gravity is closer to the ski, so his compactness affords him much more control over that slalom ski, so that when he does get into a little bit of difficulties, and inevitably you do at this line length shortenings, he is able to react quickly to that situation and come out on top for the most part. Here he comes.
Could we see our first 4-ball at 41 off? This guy got it done quite a few times last year.
One.
A big number 1.
There's 2.
It's not the 2 ball he needs. Can he get round 3? I don't think
he got round number 3, and it just takes a split second, doesn't it?
Yeah, the plight of being a left foot forward skier. He had a huge number 1, but couldn't quite get himself through number 2. Was slow, ski reared up, and came up short at number 3. So he's going to be out of that log jam. Some work to do yet for Dane.
Mm-hmm.
I was about to say, like last year, he was really finding a way to get to 4 multiple times.
Yeah, but unfortunately not this time. However, he got a superb number 1, which you'd expect from a left foot forward skier. But then into number 2, just reared up. It looked like he wanted to go straight for the races almost as soon as he made that edge change into number 2. And when you move and shift that much weight from the forward part of the ski to the back, 9 times out of 10, it's not gonna work particularly in your favor, as illustrated here by Dane Meckler. See that edge change, rock to the front, try to rock to the back to get that ski going, and when you're on this kind of line length, any error of that magnitude is punished instantly.
Yeah, and I hate to say it for Dane, when you have that little slight mishap, he doesn't have that reach that we see some of our other skiers have that can squeak that extra buoy in. So only 2 for Dane, and we're going to check in with Wade.
Indeed.
Hey, thanks, Kyle. I'm here with handsome Rob Hazelwood, and that was a rather handsome 3. Had a sniff at 4 as well.
Yeah, there was so many people clumped that up at 3. It's I kind of wanted to try turn it. I honestly put a bit of a half-ass attempt into it, but yeah, that felt fantastic. I want to know, did I get strongest pull? I think I got strongest pull. That's my I want to be the first 2 times champ of that one, so I'll have to try harder next time to keep it. But no, it feels beautiful out there, and yeah, new skis, so it's a good little first round test.
Nice one, well done. Well, I mean, what more to say?
Thank you to everyone here. This place is mighty beautiful, so let's watch all the people with 3s. Said that shaking in the boots, including me.
And get your name on a photo as you walk in. I mean, get your pic.
That's the goal. That's the goal. 3rd last year. No, I love this tournament. It means so much to me. I've always just enjoyed skiing here. Results or no results, it always feels beautiful. And yeah, I'm just excited to be back again.
No, man, we love the energy. We'll see you back out later this afternoon. Back to you guys.
All right, and getting ready to take to the water. We speak about the 10th edition of the Swiss Pro Slalom. Now, this skier has won 10 times, but the European men's slalom title. This is Thomas de Gasperi. Normally goes with Charlie 2, but now wanting to go with Alpha 2. Now, that is a significant change in boat reaction algorithm, going from one extreme to the other, but still keeping the intensity around about the same. All right, with that in mind, let's check in with Dane. And wait.
Well, hey guys. Here with Dane Meckler, and although it maybe it's not his most happy moment, I'm going to make him smile. And yeah, because I heard everybody yelling, Dane train. And so, yeah, congrats on making the cover. And we'll congratulate this afternoon when you get a bigger score, right?
Yeah, no, appreciate it. You know, first round of the year, a little bit of a bummer with the 2, but it felt great out there. There's no excuses. You know, kind of got my work cut out for me second round, and nothing was off out there. I just didn't quite get the start I needed. So we'll figure it out second round.
Well, I think not everyone on that list of co-leaders can say this confidently, but you've gotten to 4 a bunch of times, so it's not out of your wheelhouse at all.
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty confident I can go to 4. I actually thought I still might have been able to go there, but real slow gate. I didn't have a good round of gates, and gates are tough. It's hard to get to 4 with a bad gate, so we'll fix it next round.
Well, you guys should come out and get your autograph by the new cover boy. Back to you guys.
All right, Dan. Looks like I don't know if you see that, but Wade's using props now. I mean, we wouldn't succumb to doing absolutely anything like that at all here on the commentary point, would we?
Not at all.
No, absolutely not. We got the skier of the day vote coming up pretty soon after we get the entries locked in for the audience ski prize. Here comes Thomas de Gasperi. 12 meters, looking good, looking strong. And looking in fine style on the ski of his own design and exclusive use, the good T-Gas edition slalom ski, which basically is 2 slalom skis put together, isn't that right?
Yeah, I believe so. He does a lot of R&D with Good. Found something that works for him. He's stuck with it for the last, 20 years or so. This guy's got more experience than maybe the rest of the field put together. This guy's been doing it a long time and doing it well. Picked up a pro win last year. He was on the top of the Malibu Open, which was awesome to see. And we talked about the guys that get 3s, and Stephen Neveu was one of them. This guy does it all the time too. Today he'd be searching for an extra buoy. He'd be searching for that elusive 4-ball. No one's seen it yet. But he probably doesn't want to get caught up and have to go back out in round 2 and earn his place in the final in round 2. He wants to get the job done here and now. He's got a couple more passes to get through first. And there's Will Asher looking as usual stressed self on the dock before he gets ready.
Yes, indeed. And he's kind of mellowed a little bit over the last few years. He's not nearly as tense as he has been in the past, and that's a sign of experience right there. He's been there, seen that, got the car sticker, and everything else. The T-shirt, absolutely.
Yep. All right, Thomas de Gasperi all over the backside of numbers 5 and 6. This is 11.25. Just another pass. He's done that many times.
Looking good. 10-time European men's slalom champion and has a whole slew of other titles to his name as well. Former 2-time world slalom champion in amongst that mix as well. And certainly Italy's a top premier slalomer, Thomas de Gasperi. Certainly one of the tallest skiers in this event.
What's he around?
In pretty much any event, really.
Is he 6'4"?
6'4", 6'5", so around about that tall. He's certainly way taller than me. I know that, but I haven't measured him or gotten any updates on his height or anything like that. But I mean, he is one of the tallest skiers on the circuit, and height does help. I mean, there's no two ways about it. I mean, when you get into the short line lengths, it certainly helps to have the additional reach and what have you. But whenever you are that tall, it takes away from your center of gravity and lessens the control you have over that slalom ski, which means that a skier like Thomas de Gasperi has to find a way to mitigate that deficiency, and he does that with a slalom ski design that is all his own. Here he goes. This is Thomas de Gasperi, 10.75 meters, brings the handle down, slides it around number 6, and yet another skier through 10.75 meters.
You know how many that is, Tony? That's our 12th skier so far. 12 skiers in this field. That's half the field so far. Have got through the 10.75 meter pass, and we still have 3 remaining. So some unbelievable slalom so far. We saw some surprises in the women's event, which was kind of crazy. Some scores maybe we didn't expect, but this men's field has really turned up the heat, and right from the get-go, some youngsters really posted, set the pace, and some of these more experienced veterans are following suit.
There we go. We got some copies of the latest Waterski magazine. I wonder if Kevin Michael is here.
Oh, I'm sure he'll pop out later on. He's a very active new president of our
executive director.
Sorry, of USA Waterski, and yeah, really trying to take some different strides, get our sport moving forward.
All right, then let's see what our skier in the water and getting ready to get back on top of the water can do. At 41 off, 10.25 meters. The lead is 3, and it has been tied 7 ways at the moment. Can we see our first outright leader? Round 1. Oh, big slide on number 1. Now he's really going to have to work. He's round number 2, and that is all she wrote there for him.
Surprising, both from the last 2 competitors, Dane and from Tigas. The guys that have been typically getting those 3s and 4s are coming up short. And there's a couple of guys now tied at 2. Cole McCormick, one of them as well. So guys that all last year were sort of 3s, day in, day out, they came up short so far.
Now we've got a 3-way tie for 8th place between Cole McCormick, Dane Meckler, and Thomas de Gasperi.
Yeah, it was definitely not the one ball to get past or get a long way down the course, but it was. I know he was hoping for a bigger 2 than that, and he thought he could still get around number 3, but not this round. Let's watch his gait here. He jumps off a little bit to the inside. It's kind of one of his trademarks. He's got the height to sort of get away with it, but unfortunately got a bit of a stall out of number 1 there. Can still kind of usually figure out some way to turn his onside to get to 3, but unfortunately quite a ways short of 3 this time. And yeah, some work to do, some pressure.
Yes, indeed. And yep, round number 2 will be coming up fairly soon for our male skiers. We don't have that many women on the list for their event, so we'll get done with round 2 fairly quickly. We might even get done even quicker if one or 2 of those competitors elects not to ski the second round, having safely qualified through to the final and wanting to conserve energy. And that has happened a few times in previous Swiss Pro Slaloms. And we're almost at, I would say, we're almost at that point where the top 7 that are all tied for the lead could potentially do that amongst our men. But we've got 2 competitors remaining, and that is Will Asher, and we got 3 skiers remaining: Will Asher, then Freddie Winter, and Nate Smith.
Yeah, I mean, it could be a 10-way tie here at 3 at 41 here shortly. But I have a feeling these last few skiers remaining, they are the names that you pass when you walk in here, aren't they? They're the ones that have won this title in the past. Will Asher's picked it up once, Freddie Winter twice, and the rest of them Nate Smith has in his back pocket over the last 9 years. Will Asher was in 2019. 19?
Yes.
And Freddie Winter 15 and 2020. And Nate Smith has won the last 3 in a row, to be honest.
Mm-hmm. Okay, looks like we've got a message from Chris DeBerg on the live chat. He tells me that T-Gas is 6'3". Okay. Lock in that height. I think standing around about the same height, maybe a little bit shorter, is Will Asher, former 2-time World Slalom champion and medalist for the World Slalom Championship on pretty much every occasion since 2003. So there we go.
Will Asher through 13 minutes. Sorry, Tony, repeat that stat that you gave me. I was just kind of want to hear it again.
I believe that Will Asher has actually medaled in pretty much every world championship since 2003. I mean, I'm having a hard time recalling whenever the last time that Will Asher didn't stand on the podium at the end of the world championship. I mean, he got a what was it, a bronze medal in 2003, which is just one of the lakes just down the road here.
Yep.
Okay, and then he won it in what was it, 2005?
That's correct. Yeah.
And then you got 2007 where Thomas de Gasperi won it, and then Will Asher 2009, and then Thomas de Gasperi won it again in 2011. And I think in each one of those occasions, Will Asher.
Not take anything away from Will at all, because obviously he has been there and thereabouts at pretty much. But last year, he actually fell short. He missed the final, I believe. He went down round 1 at 41, and
aside from that one, then.
Yeah, we'll forget that one, because this guy has been around and getting on podiums, like you say, for the last 20 years or something like that. So, kind of combined with T-Gas, these guys have got so much experience. He picked up the Tour Championships a couple of years ago as well. So getting better with age, Will Asher.
Like a fine wine. Here we go. Who's been doing a little bit of foil boarding recently, at least according to the information offered by him during a recent interview with Wade's World here. But a good solid effort there on pass number 2, and he's one of those competitors that has definitely revolutionized the sport of slalom skiing and what technical prowess is in relation to that. Especially when you see him turn his 2-4 side.
Yeah, I think everyone watches his 2-4 side and kind of use that as the textbook 2-4 if you want, especially kind of mixing style, technique with power as well. So he's got it figured out. And good to see the drone back up and going. Got great footage of the boat coming back down the lake there. You can see how calm it is still. Although we had a little wind earlier, kind of starting to pick up from the tail end, which is a little bit of a headwind on your first pass. Water is looking very, very still and very calm. Great conditions for our slalom skiers.
You see, you mentioned the drone. It's rather a drone, because the original one that we had to start the event.
Is it getting any footage from the bottom of the lake?
No, we're having trouble communicating with that one.
Doesn't transmit. Yeah, I heard it took a bit of a dive.
Yeah, but we now got a replacement in place. We should get some pictures on that very, very soon. In the meantime, here comes Will Asher. This is 11.25 meters.
All right, Will Asher, Team Syndicate. He's was on the team last year. He's on the team again this year. That he took it out in 2023. Won the Constructors' Championship. another full pass, 6 at 11 meters.
Great skiing there from Will Asher. Style personified there.
Kind of will sit back and kind of watch this replay there. There's our drone footage. You can see the angle that he takes off of each buoy. Really holds his direction. The other thing I love about watching Will Asher's skiing is his head and shoulders always staying, straight upright. Has balance all the way through the course. Kind of knows, has that sort of awareness, and sort of presence through the course. Knows where he's at, and that's why he's been able to stay so consistent through the years.
All right, getting ready for the next pass. It is going to be 10.75 meters. Working away towards the last 3 competitors. Third skier from last out is Will Asher. Then we're going to see Freddie Winter and then Nate Smith.
I think Scott Green would be looking forward to a break. He's got 3 more skiers to get through it. It's been a big stint in the boat.
Here we go, folks. This is Will Asher, 10.75 meters.
Putting on the brakes a little bit on his gate glide there. Kind of drops into 1. Yeah,
there you
strong
go.
number 2. Now he's back in rhythm.
Oh, nice number 4.
Yeah. Tony, I think he heard you talking about your favorite 39s and said, I'm going to go out there and see if I can run a smooth one for you. That was pretty strong.
Mm-hmm. I think so. I think that was actually one of the smoother ones. All right, so Will Asher dropping in 10.75 meters, and now 10.25 meters is within his sights, and he's going to need something beyond 3 to take the outright lead. And taking the outright lead at this spot, at this juncture, is going to be absolutely invaluable going forwards.
Yeah, piece of 4 for sure. Actually, I think he was one of the early leaders last year, was he not? He went out in the first round and picked up a 4 or 4.5 or something, and kind of set himself apart from the group. He didn't end up, walking away with the title. That was Nate Smith last year, but he definitely had a great first round score.
Indeed, great to have you watching here on TWBC. This is the 10th edition of the Swiss Pro Slalom. So whether you are watching us in London, in England, where it is a quarter to, I believe a quarter to 5 in the afternoon.
All right, we're looking for 4 guys. Let's get behind him. Let's see if we can GM on a little bit to get past that 3-ball stack.
Here he comes, Will Asher,
10.75. It's a nice one.
There's
his
one.
Onside. It's a little bit slow. Can he turn number 3? Will he turn number 3?
He does. He gets the portion of 4, and he is in the lead with 3 skiers remaining. 2 skiers remaining, I beg your pardon.
Just like that, ladies and gentlemen, Will Asher shows everyone the class that's won him a couple world titles. There's a 4 at 41. He says, thank you very much. I'll be top seed now. And 2 skiers remaining.
He's definitely someone who knows the ski inside out, because, I mean, he could have quite easily have come into number 3 and just turned that ski without any regard as to as for the consequences. But he knew that if he had just stayed exactly where he was on that slalom ski, the ski would rotate and it would still be plenty of space to make an turn round number 4. And ski for the wake and say, thank you very much. 2 skiers remaining. I'm in the lead. I'll take that.
Yeah, really nice 1-ball here. Keeps his speed through, stays over the front of his ski. Ski keeps turning. Lots of time at number 2. Picks up the handle a touch. And 3, he said, you know what, I'm going to do enough to turn it and get myself across to 4, but I'm not going to push it too hard. He knew he just had to get the ski around number 4 to separate himself. And so close to the rope tension, 1 and 2. He's maybe a kg behind. I think it's Jamie Calhoun who's still in the lead.
All right, we'll get the leaderboard up
Rob
for
Hazelwood.
the.
Rob Hazelwood's in the lead, isn't he now?
We'll get the leaderboard up so far as the performances are concerned. Will Asher in the lead outright with 4 at 10.25 meters. And everyone that was in the first place right now has now been relegated to a multiple weight tie for second. All right. Rob Hazelwood currently leading with the strongest pull leaderboard on 394.
Yeah. They like to work hard out there, don't
394
they?
kilograms for Rob Hazelwood, 393 kilograms for Will Asher, 388 for Jamie Calhoun, and then Stephen Ireland on 377 and Stephen Neville on 375. So, yep, there is less than 20 kilograms of force separating the top 5. All right, skier about to take to the water. Also from Great Britain.
So we read down what he's done in the last year.
Yep, I believe he's the world champion.
World champion, yep.
Twice.
2-time now.
Two-time world
current
champion.
world champion, we'll call it that. Current Pro Tour champion.
Yep.
And current Moomba Masters champion. He had a big year last year, and he started this year well down in Australia. Let's see what he's got for us as we kick off this US season.
All right, and he's riding that Neo slalom ski from D3, which you probably will have an opportunity to win if you enter the skier audience prize by going to waterskibroadcasting.com/play. You have only got until the end of Nate Smith's run to get your entry in. So if you haven't entered yet, I suggest you do so now. Make sure you get your entry in for the skier audience prize with the skis provided to us by D3 and Conley. waterskibroadcasting.com/play. So I'm Tony Lightfoot, and he's Kyle Eade. Great to have the pleasure of your company once again here at the 10th edition of the Swiss Pro Slalom. And let's check in with Wade, shall we?
Tony, I'm here with Will Asher, our new leader, no co-leading. That took a while.
Yeah, I mean, I've been watching these future champions just killing it out there, and it's so inspirational. And for me, as when you're on the dog before me years ago, you're like, I just sometimes got to make sure I can still stand above you, and that's kind of what I was thinking when I was out there. I'm like, I know it's not going to last very long, so I just had a great time.
Well, it was really neat because I watched you swing off ball 1 at 41, and to me, it was the first skier since Lucas hours ago that had the proper swing, and you knew at that point, I'm sure, that 4 was in the bag.
Yeah, I thought I was actually going to turn 4, but I didn't get it anyway. Actually, 41 was the first time I found the swing, and like my first few passes, I was a little in the back of the ski, probably first tournament of the year. And then as it went on, I'm like, all right, just trust, and you got greenie, you've got a great sight, you know everything's where it should be, so trust.
And it is number 1 on the leaderboard. Back to you guys.
All right, and Freddie Winter, also from the United Kingdom, lives or actually originates from the almost the opposite side of the country from Will Asher. Will Asher originally from Lincoln, and Freddie Winter originally from London, the London borough of Wandsworth. All right, as we continue to roll along, we see a few of our fans there in underneath the tent. A few of them actually getting prepared to take to the water fairly soon, especially among our women's competitors, and looking to try and make their mark and possibly make it through to the next round of the competition. 8 male slalom skiers make it through to their final, and 5 women do likewise for theirs.
Yep, and we're getting towards the tail end of round number 1 at the 2024 Swiss Pro Slalom. But 2 of the most decorated slalom skiers in the world are still yet to post their scores. This is Freddie Winter. This is 38 off.
Here he is, 38 off. Ooh, almost overloaded there.
That'll wake you up, won't it? Round number 2.
Ooh, like a strong cup of cappuccino.
It's okay, I'll have a little go at Rob Hazel with that strongest pull there.
Nicely done. for the most part. There we go. That is Freddie Winter doing some great work there.
Let's see what happened here. Just kind of was aggressive. I think he just wanted to set the tone for the set. Some of these skiers come off and are a little bit kind of quiet. Some of them come out and kind of let things rip a little bit. And he's one of those skiers that never really holds back and tries to be aggressive on his early passes. So he sets the tone for what he wants to do at 10.75 and 10.25, and maybe just over pushed it there at number 2. But no problems for the rest of the pass.
It's being able to twig what's going on out on the slalom course and being able to react effectively is a real telling mark of a true competitor in this event, really.
No, adaptation for sure from these skiers. That's what I think separates the best. The best guys is everything's changing. It's a very dynamic sport, and every time you get on the water, something feels a little bit different. And the guys that are able to kind of figure things out, how the wind's blowing, how the course is sort of setting up, those guys that can change and move with it, are the ones that you usually figure get on top more consistently. And Freddie has seemed to have figured that out over the last few years. And he's always been a strong skier, and maybe now even a smarter skier.
He's in on that Neo 2 slalom ski, one of the latest additions to the range of skis from D3, and he gets the job done at 10.75 meters. The current Moomba Masters slalom champion and 2-time world slalom champion, it is Freddie Winter, and he sinks into the water. Another person through 10.75 meters, but now the target for the lead has grown a little bit within the last few minutes. Gone was the target of 3, is now 4. Good drive off that number 1, and a good hook up off number 2, I do have to say.
Yeah,
Nice.
pretty mechanical this pass, wasn't it? Just kind of strong all the way through, stayed kind of wire tight with the line all the way through the pass. Knew where he was, and
pretty industrial, I would say.
yeah, exactly. Which kind of, that sums up Freddie's skiing. He's a strong guy. He kind of stays in connection with the boat all the time. And now's his chance at 41. It's 10.25. He's chasing down Will Asher with 4 at 41. He does not want to be grouped up with 3. Then he has to go out in round 2 and kind of separate himself. So right here and now, he wants to get a piece of 4, maybe even run this pass. He's done it time and time again. He did it a few times last year. Can we see another skier past number 3? It's not the one.
Oh, no, and he drops into the water, and I don't know where that puts him so far as the leaderboard is concerned. It probably puts him in about...
I'm not sure. He's not going to care about that one, to be honest, Tony. He's
maybe
just going,
about
you know what?
11th at this point.
The way he felt the way he looked at 39 to come up short at 1, get a half a buoy. Not what Freddie Winter was looking like, but we saw the same thing from, say, Regina earlier on. A couple of other girl skiers coming up short. They've got another round.
Well, and his time on the water is going to actually come a little bit quicker because he's gone from second seed all the way to being halfway down the list, because the list is reseeded in accordance to the first round score. So whoever takes the lead after round number 1 will be last off the dock, if that skier chooses to take his set at all. So needing a huge second round, and Freddie Winter, I believe, currently in what are you having down as a 10th or 11th at this spot at this juncture, I would say.
Yeah, on your screen you can see the leaderboard. 2 at 41 is in 9th. I think there was another 2 at 41. De Gasperi got with, yes, that's 10th. I think there was a 1.5. There was a 1.
There it is. It's up there.
There we go. So he doesn't even feature on that page. He's 13th, 14th. So a lot of work for Freddie Winter, but and we're talking about he's got some work to do in round 2, and he doesn't have the backup score. But he's one of those skiers that can get surpass 3 and get down 4, 5, maybe even run the pass. So I don't think that's going to phase him too much. He knows he has to go for it in round number 2.
Which brings us to our final competitor in round number 1. Former world slalom champion, current world record holder, and current Pan American Games men's slalom champion. This is Nate Smith.
Three-time champion. Well, the last 3 times he's won it more than that, but the last 3 years he's picked up the Swiss Pro title.
I think he's had a total of 6 victories.
6, is it? Yep.
Yeah.
One of the few years I didn't see Nate go down to the Moomba Masters. Neither Will or Nate ventured down to Australia this year, so this is his first event of the season.
Whenever he's not doing what we see him do here, he is a flight instructor working at one of the local FBOs in this area, namely the Orlando's Executive Airport. Had the pleasure of taking a flight with him towards the tail end of last season, and got to fly the plane where he was co-piloting. But that's what he does off the water. And what you see him do right there is what he's been doing for many, many seasons, and doing it with great style and great effect. And runs the opening pass as you'd expect him to on 13 meters. Women's round 2 coming right in your general direction in less than 15 minutes. So stick around for continuing coverage of the Swiss Pro Slalom. We've got a crowd of people there along the shore side, and we've got a fairly substantial gathering of people here under the tent, right where the TV monitor is. All right, so let's see what we've got here. We've got Scott Greenwood at the helm. There's our 0 off settings for your pleasure. So here we go, Nate Smith.
And we talk about how easy Charlie Ross made some of his early passes look. This guy seems to do it time and time again too, doesn't he? Every pass looks the same. Every pass looks pretty simple, pretty easy. Routine there for Nate Smith.
And funnily enough, riding the same ski, the Ion 3.
Yep. On the D3 team, Freddie Winter, Nate Smith, and who is it there? Tony, you got it figured out?
I think every team has to have at least one female skier on there, or at least
we'll get back to you on that one.
Yeah. So, but Nate Smith certainly one of their team members on the team D3, and they're looking to try and put some points on the board right from the get-go. And as is mandated by the rules, the handle needs to be checked after the slalom set to make sure it conforms to the length tolerances. Now that that's done, we'll probably get a word or two with him, who knows. All right, Nate Smith. There with the Ion 3, which you might have a chance of winning. Go to waterskibroadcasting.com. waterskibroadcasting.com/play. You have barely minutes to get your entry into being in with a chance to win yourself a slalom ski, either from D3 or Conley. Get your entry in now. Oh, a little bit back on the ski there on 11.25 meters.
Yeah, his 1 and 2 was a little bit slow, wasn't it, Tony? But
yeah,
now he's kind of found found his groove, and the end of the pass, not a problem for Nate Smith.
No worries there. Certainly made me worry a little bit around number 1, but he seemed to be fully in control of whatever was going on out there. And that's the thing, you know. I mean, slalom skiers at this level don't get to this level by accident. You know, there's you know, you're going to have to acknowledge that every single time you go on the water, it's not all going to be perfect. Sometimes you make a slip up from here, but it depends upon how you react that ultimately determines where you finish.
And we're talking about the years of experience this guy's got, and obviously when something doesn't go right, he doesn't panic. He knows he's got it in him just to kind of get back in position, make the next turn, and keep things going down the lake. And one of the stats that I find truly unbelievable, that return to baseline had a stat of this guy has run 41, I think more than all the rest of the field combined. So it's a pretty amazing feat, the amount of times this guy has got through the 10.25, extremely short pass. He has the current world record holder at 2.5. He had a little shot at that record here a number of years ago. Probably the highest score ever at a pro tournament to win a pro tournament was 9.75. Didn't go through as a record, but one of his favorite sites to ski at. He's won this title 6 times. This is 10.75. Kind of correcting things there at 1 and 2.
Ooh, a little bit of a shake there into number 2.
I thought he's looking pretty good. It's only at 10.75, and a little bit of a layup at number 5, a little late around number 6.
There you go.
So for Nate Smith, maybe not perfect, but for everybody else, it's a good pass.
Yeah, it works. 6 at 10.75 meters, 10.25 meters coming right up, and you know, just getting to 10.25 meters is not enough. At least so far as making it through to the next round of the competition, because we've got the lead from Will Asher on 4 and 10.25 meters. Then we've got a 7-way tie for second place right now between Cornell, Calhoun, Ross, Poland, Nephew, Vaughn, and Hazelwood, which brings us to skier number 9, which we see as a multiple-way tie between at least Cole McCormick and Dane Meckler, and I believe one other person as well for a multiple way tie for 9th. We only take 8 through to the next round of the competition, so in order for Nate Smith to put himself in a good spot and the best spot to make it through to the next round, if he can get around number 4, at least get a piece of number 4, he'll at least be part of the conversation to where he would relegate those multiple way ties for second place.
That's going to be where he wants to be. He doesn't want to be stuck at 3. He's got the ability. He's done it time and time again. However, we did see Fred Winder come up short. Let's see what Nate Smith can do. It's not the best one. Yeah, he's pulled a long way to number 2. It's all the way to number 3.
And he's settling.
Yeah, we had to after that one ball. Yeah, he didn't look kind of as set as he normally does. Maybe just a little lack of skiing. First event of the year. So he's a bit slow. Will Asher is going to be our top seed here going forth after round number 1, and an 8-way tie for 3 at 41 so far.
And ordinarily we would take 8 through to the next round. Now if the scoreboard stays exactly the same as it is right now, and even after round 2, the top 8 go through to the next round, and that top 8 could finish those multiple way ties for second place right now, so would end up taking 9 through.
Yeah, well, that's the beauty of this tournament. They've the way the rules stack up. If there's a tie after the 2 rounds, a perfect tie, they'll actually take more into the final. A lot of times they'll run that off. But what I've heard is that even though that rule's been in effect at this event for a number of years, they've never actually had to use it. They've always had an 8-man final. So who knows? This year could be different. We could have 12 in the final. There's a number of skiers that can still go out there and get plus 3. Some that fell a little bit short in this first round.
It's going to take some working out one way or the other.
I'll tell you what, I like the way this is stacking up, because in some years, that we kind of get a bit like, okay, they're in the final, they're in the final. It's wide open right now.
Yes, indeed. The 10th edition of the Swiss Pro Slalom is living up to its billing, folks. I mean, I'd hate to speculate, but I would say that's probably the greatest round of slalom that we've ever seen.
It's got to be right there and thereabouts, isn't it? I mean, not the highest top scores. No one was through 41 off. No one's been through 41 off so far this year, I believe. But as far as just the consistency and through the middle of the field, all those skiers getting through 10.75 and so many getting 3s. We're going to run it through this leaderboard here just for you guys at home.
This is going to be interesting, isn't it? Look at this. Will Asher, outright lead with 4 at 10.25 meters. May not even bother to ski round 2, but we'll see how that shapes up. Lucas Cornell, Jamie Calhoun, Charlie Ross, Joel Poland, Stephen Neville, Corey Vaughn, Rob Hazelwood, and Nate Smith, all tied in second place right now, on 3. Then a 3-way tie for 10th exists between Cole McCormick, Dane Meckler, and Thomas de Gasperi, all on 2. And I suspect there's probably one other two buoy count as well. So end up may actually be a 4-way tie for 10th. But we'll look at that and see. In the meantime, let's check in with Wade.
Hey guys, I'm here with one of our co-leaders for second, Mr. Nate Smith, and he said he was quite out of breath when he came in. And I'm like, well, there's probably maybe not been a more meaningful 3 to start the season.
Yeah, I mean, like all the other guys have said, the first handful of scores that got put up were, at 3, so everybody had to do that. I don't know how many guys are tied there. I know that I needed 3, but I've not been in Florida. I've skied just a handful of times since Christmas, so I'm more than happy with that score.
No, exactly. You sort of get you in a good spot going in the second round, but will you change anything? Did you like what you're seeing?
For me, no. I think just trying to figure out how to ski again. I mean, I just felt like I was fighting for my life and looking at my feet, coming around one ball and all that. So just try and get back in the rhythm. I've skied just in the last 4 weeks, maybe just a couple of times. So.
And he said his hands hurt. So for those of you at home, the man, yeah, he gets it too. So we'll see him second round. Back to you guys.
All right, then. Thanks a lot there, Wade. Thanks a lot, Nate. Good skiing there from him. And here is our men's strongest pole leaderboard. Rob Hazelwood still there on 394 kilograms, ahead of Will Asher on 393 kilograms. Jamie Calhoun on 388, Freddie Winter on 385, Stephen Island on 377, and those are your top 5. Pretty much all of them around about the midpoint of the course. All right, that's the men's strongest pole, and the $500 bounty is offered by Masterline Ropes to each of the women and men's competitors who achieves the strongest pole. So keep that in mind. Thanks a lot to those folks. But in the meantime, this is continuing coverage of the Swiss Pro Slalom, the 10th edition, and we will be back right after these.
At Dillinger Insurance, we have over 50 different carriers to shop your home, auto, and recreational vehicle insurance needs. We would love the opportunity to save you money. We insure $1 million mansions, condos, mobile homes, rental homes, and everything in between. We know all about wind inspections, 4-point inspections, and how to get you the right coverage for your particular home. You've got questions, we've got answers. Can you remember the last time you had a rate decrease with your auto insurance? Let's take a look and see what we can do. We know all the ins and outs of getting our customers the best rates, coverages, and discounts, so put us to the test.
Don't monkey around with your insurance. Call Dillinger Insurance today. We've got tons of companies to help find you the best prices and the best coverage for your particular needs on home and auto insurance. Go Knights!
Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Brian. How can I help you? Yeah, Will. Can I let him know who's calling? All right, just a second. Will, I got a fill for you.
Perfect. Give me just 1 second. All right, hit it. Thanks for holding. This is Will. Hey, how's it going? Good.
Hey, morning. You have a good weekend?
Yeah, got out on the water a couple times. How about you?
Yeah, I got to set in. Just gonna make a quick phone call here. Oh, of course. Can you get that, Will?
Yeah, man, I got it. Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Will. Yeah, looks like we've got those in stock.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat? A place where that summer feeling lasts all year long. A place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers. A place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions, and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Waterski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterskiResort.com.
All right, welcome back, guys. On your screen right now is the leaderboard from round one. It's Whitney McClintock-Rini who is on top with Jamie Bull right there next to her. 3 at 39 off. Paige Rini, 2 at 39. Some good scores this morning. Samantha Stadelberg, 5 at 11. Alice Bagnoli, 5 at 11 as well. I think there's 5 women going through, so that would have been the cutoff had round one been it. But there's a few more opportunities and a couple names down your list that fell short this morning. Ellie Nicholson and Regina Dacquist got some work to do this afternoon, Tony.
Absolutely right. Redemption time for those two competitors at the very least. Regina Dacquist, the powerhouse in this event, has won every single Swiss Pro Slalom that has been held up to this time. All right, then. So our starting list. Elizabeth Montavon is going to be a scratch, so we're going to go straight ahead and bypass her and go with Daniela Kretschmer, our first skier on the water. Then we'll go with Trinidad Espinal, then Ali Nicholson, Regina Dacquist, Ali Garcia, Samantha Stadelbauer, Alicia Bagnoli, and then our trio Canadians, Paige Rini, Whitney McClintock-Rini, and Jamie Bull.
Okay, I'd like to know what happened with Elizabeth Montavon. She didn't look super happy this morning. I think there might be an injury going on there. She was maybe last minute in and out of the tournament, but didn't have the performance she was looking for this morning and maybe not feeling it. Saving the body. So we're going to start with the 2 young girls from Chile, and they have to go out now at 13 meters. This is going to be new for them, I'm sure. Both of them wouldn't have started. Yeah, wouldn't have started at 32 off in their life before, or especially in a big event. But Daniela got some experience. She's the under-17 world champion. And although a little bit jittery, she's run that pass, 6 at 32 off.
I think she probably started on 30 meters once in her career. I think there was a runoff situation in the U17 Girls World Championship, which would have necessitated her to go in on the last complete run, which in that instance would have been 30 meters. But I'm sure that...
coming off cold, different story though, and both these girls this morning, 2 at 11, 2 at 38 off. Trinidad looking on, seeing what her countrywoman will achieve in round number 2. They're chasing a big score. They've got at this stage they've got to look for a 5 at 38 to have a chance of making the final. I don't think that's going to hold up though. We've got Ali and Regina in the middle of the field that are looking to prove a point and hopefully surpass that score as well. So a complete pass at 11 meters is kind of the goal here for all these girls in this second round to secure a spot into our 5-woman final. That's a tough cut to make. Only 5 going through here today. In the past, it's been there and thereabouts, a couple at 39. We're saying the girls that have got 3, the Jamie and Whitney, we think they're safe. Paige, maybe. She's got a 2 at 39. It may hold up. Scott Ellis behind the wheel. One of the best jumpers of all time, now finding himself behind the wheel of a lot of pro tournaments. One of the most favoured drivers.
Here she comes. Daniela Kretzmer, the current U17 Girls World Slalom Champion. And I don't think she's experienced the 12-meter pass that soon after leaving the dock. But she gets the job done.
Yeah.
Like an experienced campaigner out there, it would seem.
Yeah, she's fairly light skier, not much of her, but locks into position, and that was a pretty easy 12-meter pass. She got 2 at 11. I think her best is around 3, maybe a piece of 4, somewhere along the lines. But I'm sure she's been hitting around it and trying to run that pass in practice.
I'll be curious to find out what the Chilean slalom record is, at least in the U21s.
I think it's maybe 5 at 38. I have a feeling Trinidad has got a 5 at 38 of late. And before that, for these young girls, I don't know if anyone would have been down too far down 38 off.
All right, so.
Okay, so hopefully she relaxes a little bit. You can see her just a little tense, you know, not wanting to kind of open up and really kind of let that ski swing out and come back. So a little bit kind of short on her reach and short on her angle out of each buoy. Enough to run the pass, enough to be safe, but not enough to run 11.25. So let's see if she can open up, let it go here. Daniela, this is 11. It's not a bad one ball. She needs a big number 2. She's
doesn't get it, unfortunately,
yeah.
and ends up with 2.
So close there, wasn't it?
Yeah, indeed. Very, very close to getting that start, you know, but two consecutive rounds, 2 buoys at 11.25 meters. I think personally she will leave here a happy camper, but even if she's a little bit miffed with this result, she's got something to work from now as she continues on the remainder of the season. All right, so the entries have now been closed for the audience prize, and we've had a record entry for this event. Over 750 individuals have entered for a chance to win themselves a D3 or Conley Slalom ski. So good luck to all of those involved, as we see Daniela Kretzmer.
She looks back over there, and she knew she had a decent one. She went for it at number 2, sort of dropped in pretty hard, but if she'd held on to that would have sent her across to 3 and down the pass. It was very close. So some promise from Daniela in events to come. Our next skier, again from Chile, about to hit the water, Trinidad Espinal. This is the start of round number 2, the 2024 Swiss Pro Slalom. We have seen 35 slalom skiers this morning in round 1 all go at it. And we've got kind of a tentative idea of who's, in the finals so far, but all things can change in round number 2. Only your best result counts. If there's a tie, you'll go to your backup. And if there's a perfect tie, everybody goes, well, all of them go through to the final. That's the rules for this event. It's never been used. We've always had an 8-man, 5 or 6 woman final, but who knows, today could be different. There's a few stacks up there, that 5 at 11, the 3 at 41, the 2s at 41 for the men's. It could be the first year where we see a big number of skiers in this final.
All right, now getting ready for our next competitor. Also a member of the Chilean national junior team. And I'm sure that she will be part of that team setup whenever the U17 World Waterski Championships take place. That will be at the Lakes of Casting Stone at Predator Bay, just outside Calgary in Canada. That event will be brought to you exclusively live on TWBC. This is 13-meter start.
And what a day that the weather's been turned on here for this competition. From that drone footage, you can see how still the lake is. Not much wind around at all. Sunny skies and beautiful conditions for our slalom skiers. That's why, mate, that this event becomes such a favourite for our competitors. So they know they can come here regardless of how they ski. They've got an opportunity for some big scores.
All right, then let's check in with Wade.
Hey, thanks, Kyle. I'm here with Danny, her first pro event ever, junior world champion. But hey, you ran 12 both times and into 11. You have to be happy.
Yeah, I'm really happy. I had an amazing experience. I learned a lot. I think it's a lot to work to do. So really excited for the next tournament.
Well, and it's also different when you have Regina Jaquist on the dock, like 2 skiers after you, right?
Yeah, it's amazing. It's a lot, many skiers to watch, many to learn. So great.
We're going to be seeing her a whole bunch. Future world champion, a bigger level. Back to you guys.
All right, thanks, Wade. And as Scott Ellis gets this boat back up to speed, 34 mile an hour. And again, the start length has been lifted to 13 meters. Trinidad having no problems with it, though. This is straight into 12, though. And sometimes that's where the issue becomes, not on their first pass, but kind of having not much of a warm-up before some of these more difficult passes, the 12 and the 11. The experience is showing from Trinidad, though. She is looking actually more confident, stronger. Until that 4, unfortunately, she got a little bit pulled out, and she's slow out of 5. And, oh my goodness, just squeaks around 6, swoops the rope up.
Oh.
I thought she looked great at the start of the pass and then made a little bit of a quick error there at 4, and she was almost out of the pass. She will get an opportunity to come back. It was almost over around number 4. Picked up 2 at 11 in the first round.
All right, let's have a look at this one more time. Trinidad Espinal.
I started saying, Tony, she looked a little more confident here. 1 and 2. Looked like she kept the rope tight, was a little stronger, got a little more angle out of each buoy than I saw from round number 1. Somewhere in the middle of the pass, though, that maybe she was reflecting back on how good her start was. Even 3 was really nice. 4, this is the one. Came in, got pulled out of position, and yeah, was struggling across to number 5. Didn't get much of a 5 either, but enough, only just to squeak around 6.
Sometimes whenever you get a start like that, you're lulled into a false sense of security, and then you kind of forget that you still need to work to actually run the pass.
Yeah,
and I think that's exactly what happened there.
Yeah.
All right. Here we go, 11.25 meters. Let's see what she has in store for us. Entrance gate, number 1.
Oh,
not the best of starts, and inside 2. All right then, so in the battle with whoever was the best Chilean skier, I would say that that Daniela Kretzmer takes the honors in that respect with 2 scores of 2 at 11.25 meters, whilst Trinidad Espinal will leave this facility with a score of 2 in the first round and 1 in the second.
Yeah, it's a bit of a shame. We went to sort of go for it at number 1, ski bit a little bit, pop back. She had the right attitude. She knew she had to turn that one hard and get going. Maybe got shaken a little bit from that 12 meter that she sort of only squeaked through. Sometimes that can knock your confidence. Even although the start was really good, she didn't keep it all the way through, and maybe was a little bit doubtful about her chances here at 11. But like we said with Wade, we're going to see Daniela. We're going to see Trinidad at a lot of future slalom events, and hopefully on top of podiums in years to come.
We got US team on the dock.
All right then, so our third skier out is going to be Ali Nicholson.
That one.
Probably in a rather unusual position to where she would ordinarily be accustomed to. Normally among the last skiers to take to the water at any given time, but third off the dock.
Bye.
And we will see if she can redeem herself a little bit and put herself in the top 5 to advance through to the women's slalom final.
Trying to take your job.
Asher, take a look.
Bye, bud.
Come on, let's go watch. Come on.
A2. Bobby's making a getaway over there.
Ellie Nicholson about to leave the dock, starting 13 metres. That's the line length required for round number 2, but that's not going to phase Ellie. She starts at 13 all the time. But coming out in a bit of a weird spot early in the seeds here in round number 2. One of our weird results from the first round. 2.5 at 11.25, 2.5 at 38. So she's got a job to do out here, I guess, in round number 2. The thing is, she doesn't know what it's going to take. She's going to go for it. So it's for us. She's not going to lay up. She's not going to hold back. She's going to need a big score. She's got the ability to get well down 39, possibly even run it. So far, she's going to need, I think it's a 5 at 11 to kind of get in the vicinity of our finals for this afternoon.
And opening pass, no two ways about that. Good, solid, swerving effort there from Ali Nicholson all the way through on the opening pass of 13 meters.
And it's not like that. Look, it's not that she looked sort of unsettled in the first round. Her early passes in the first round were good too. The 32, the 35, even the start of the 38. I thought she looked bang on. She just kind of went a little bit hard at number 3 and ended up in the drink. So I don't think she's going to change too much. Just go out there and try and keep the same thought process. Hopefully kind of just a little bit easier maybe at the backside of 3, you know, just kind of stay a little bit more controlled. Undefeated, that's what it says on the back of that bib. 9 times. Who's that?
Yep, that is Regina Jaquist, although the last name is misspelled.
Regina Jacks.
Not enough room for that additional S.
Hi, Doc. Who's the third? Pucci. Oh, yeah. That's pretty cool. You're the
All right, diving away from whatever
pre-competition discussions.
Yeah, exactly. Always nice to listen into that kind of stuff. As we take a look and see Ali Nicholson, our third skier off the dock, 12 meters. Oh, a little bit down course off number 2, but is still there on top of 3 and number 4. Good controlled effort there, good controlled aggression. That is Ali Nicholson. All right, as she pulls out to shorten to the next line length, let's send it over to Wade.
Thanks, Tony. I'm here with Miss Trinidad, our second Chilean superstar. And you got through the 12, no worries, but you said you'd never started at 13 meters in a tournament before. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's my first time starting at 13. But yeah, really happy. It wasn't the score that I want to do, but yeah, happy.
So 16 years old and standing on the dock with all these world champions must be a challenge, right?
Yeah, I was super excited. It was my first Swiss Pro, so yeah, really happy to be skiing here.
Well, guys, I think the future of Chilean water skiing is going to be really strong. Back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Wade, and equal thanks there to Trinidad Espinal. There is Regina Jaquist on the dock side. She will be our 4th skier off the dock, an unusual situation for her, at least in this competition. Here comes Ali Nicholson. This is 11.25 meters.
Yeah, a little bit unsettled at number 1. Rears up at number 2.
Even
she's
more
a little down
unsettled
course,
around
dropping the shoulders a little bit, moving around, Tony. But she's getting the job done. Can she get around number 5? She's picked it up, and this will be a full pass.
There we go, and that vaults from where she is right now into, what is it, 4th place right now. That puts her above Samantha Stadelbauer and Alicia Bagnoli.
Well, she's definitely in a comfortable position, but I don't think it's secured just yet. She's going to need to do a little bit of work here at 39. Only taking 5 through. That's a tough cut. We've already got 2 3s and a 2 at this next pass. Yeah, you saw her kind of getting a little bit of trouble, moving her body around a little bit more than maybe she was at the end of last year when she really found her stride. But a tough skier nonetheless, and sort of gritted her teeth to get through 5 and 6 and take her shot. Coming back, it's 10.75.39. The lead is 3 so far.
All right, and that lead is held 2 ways by Whitney McClintock-Rini and Jamie Bull, both with that same score of 3 at 10.75. In third place right now is Paige Rini with 2. And in fourth place and continuing to ski is Ali Nicholson. More than 2 will vault her up 1 more spot. More than 3 will give her the lead.
Yeah, it's not the one to do it. She will get round number 2, hopefully, though. Oh, she's taken a fall. It's 1.5.
And
that's into 4th, Tony, is it?
And that cements her in 4th place right now. And we only take 5 through to the next round of the competition, so her position by no means safe.
That's a questionable position to be in, especially when you got the likes of Regina Jaquist standing on the dock. You have a feeling the odds are she's going to go ahead, which would put Ali down to 5th, and then it just really depends on what someone like Ali Garcia or Alice or even Sam Stadelbach can do. They have all got the ability to kind of pick up a few buoys from round number 1. So Ali better in round number 2, but she's got a nervous wait, you'd say.
Yeah, just didn't look at all settled throughout this entire effort. Not general free flowing type of skiing, and just getting bogged down on 1 or 2 places, even on some of the earlier passes, and that was exemplified by her attempt at a turn on number 2 and just couldn't really get it going. So, of the remaining skiers, we've got Regina Jaquist. She'll be going out onto the water next. Currently lying in 8th spot right now after the scores that we've seen being posted. The latest of which being Ali Nicholson on 1.5 at 10.75 meters. So let's see what is going on. 5 at 10.25 meters is best from last season.
Just a small 5 at 41.
Yeah, exactly. Just a world record.
Yeah, an incredible performance at that Malibu Open. She actually had some form in the middle of the season. Unfortunately, didn't walk away with the Tour Championships. Missed a few events in the middle, maybe the European ones. And yeah, fell short at the Worlds. Jamie Bull kind of pulled those 2 titles away from her. So although she has this one 9 times, she's got a few that she was missing from last year. This is 32 off. It was an easy pass. She will definitely pick up the tempo a little bit than what we've seen from our first few skiers. One of the more aggressive slalom skiers, you would say, in the women's event. Really likes to kind of turn that ski, get that ski right around 90 degrees, get whipped across the course.
All right, then. Let's send it over to Wade.
Hey, thanks, Tony. We just received a shout-out from Flickit Sports from South Africa. They're watching now, and Sports Picks USA ask, do I get a chance to get out on the water? And the answer is yes. You can check on my Instagram. I went wake surfing in my first ever wake foiling this week. That's a little bit more my speed than full speed. So anyway, thanks to our mates out in South Africa.
All right, then. So continuing to roll right along, I'm Tony Lightfoot. He is Kyle Lead. And you are most certainly welcome to the 10th edition of the Swiss Pro Slalom. And it's been brought to you by Swiss Waterski Resort, Pro Gear Gloves, Ravenol, Reflex Skis, Good Skis, Masterline, and Eagle. Visit Lake County, Florida, along with Christoph Beck and Hicham Bamra.
And if you're just joining us, we're kind of at the start of the round 2 of the women's slalom preliminaries. And if you're not believing it, Regina Jaquist is out very early, had an early fall at 38 in round at number 1. Out, I think it was 4th here in round number 2. But with a point to prove, this is 35 off. And easy work with 38 off passes next. We just saw Ellie go out there and up her score to 1.5. We're thinking that's right there and thereabouts of what it's going to take. Leads right now, 3 at 39.
All right, settling in to the water and getting ready for 11.25 meters or 38 off. Regina Jaquist.
Yeah, and watching the slow-mo replay, you can see she is as tight as you can be on the backside of each ball. Rock solid through the wakes. That's what we've kind of accustomed to see from Regina. And she was looking just like that in round number 1 as well. Just a slight error made her come up short. But the rope has now been shortened. She doesn't have a backup score though, does she, Tony? She's got to go for it right here and now.
Absolutely. I mean, if she seriously wants to be in the conversation for a 10th consecutive title, all of that comes into play with this performance coming up right now.
Well, I spoke to her just after the round 1, and she was a little befuddled. She didn't really know what had happened. Ski didn't turn at number 3, but she still sort of thinks she was in a bad position, and she was in the drink at 4. So hopefully no mistakes here at 3. Now that's just a tight turn. Early as you like at number 4.
And this is the Regina Jaquist we all know and love.
We wanted to make sure we see our 9-time champion in the final. She's got through 38. She's not there yet, but it's getting close.
That puts her in outright 5th spot right now and relegates currently Samantha Stadelbauer and Alicia Bagnoli, who are currently in that spot. They are now in a two-way tie for 6th place right now.
Depending on what Regina does right here and now, coming back, it's going to be Nicholson, Stadelbauer, Bagnoli, and Garcia, I think, that are really going to be fighting it out for that maybe 4th and 5th spot into the final. Pedrini's got a 2. That's strong. She's got a good backup. You know, if it comes to that, she's got the backup. And yep, Ali Garcia on the dock, strapping in. She's got to wait a little bit yet as Regina takes a breather, gets ready for 39. Coming back to the dock.
Fred's got a half and she's 17.
All right, here we go. Here comes Regina Jaquist. This is 10.75 meters.
That's a one ball, Tony.
That's good. That's round number 2. Here's number 3.
Big 3.
This is better.
Oh,
this is
she's
so
just going to go ahead
better.
and run it. After missing 38 in round number 1, there's your
response.
champion coming back out, running 39. It wasn't the best 2, but ripped number 3 and made no mistake. Sigh of relief for her, though, because that first round would have really confused her. She was, what am I doing in the water? But coming back, redemption in round 2.
All right, then, and I think she's fairly insquarely through to the next round of the competition with a 6 per week count at 10.75 meters and continuing to ski. It relegates Wyndham McClintock-Rini and Jamie Ball with a tie for 2nd place right now. Paige Rini now currently in a
little loose
4th spot.
Tony off the 2, but watch this 3 ball. Wham!
Boom.
To be able to hold on to that compact sort of style, though, she can get away with that. She is strong. And, from then on, after she sort of hooked up at 3, no way was she missing this pass.
Fantastic skiing all the way throughout there. Regina Jaquist, who recently signed a brand new boat deal. She reps for Team Nautique these days. And so anxious to put a score out there and a performance that will delight the folks over in the eastern side of Orlando. So here we go. This is Regina Jaquist.
The record on this pass stands at 5 at 41. Can she get a little ways down this pass? Have a crack at it. That's not a bad number 1. Pull it up a little bit. No, made a play at 2. Didn't quite get it. It's a 1. It's a good score. It's through to the final.
She gave it a good college try and certainly redeems herself all the way through and makes it through to her 10th consecutive final. So let's have a look at this again. Let's put this under a little bit of a forensic microscope. Entrance drops in a little bit.
Well, we saw how hard the three ball was at.
Doesn't even make it round 2,
didn't we? And then she tried to go for the same there at 41. Unfortunately, just the angle's just a little too much. Couldn't quite hold on to that pull, if you like, out of number 1.
I mean, everything.
Has to dive for it here. Look at that, just big full reach, commits inwards. Well, she was going for it. And, occasionally she'll hook up there and she'll be just swung across the 2, and she gets down this pass more than any other girl ever in the sport of water skiing.
I tell you,
one buoy on the board right now. It's a lead, but it's a lead that could be taken away from her from a few of these other slalom skiers to come.
And I mean, like 10.75 meters and 10.25 meters. I mean, those passes are just like incredible to contemplate so far as being able to run them. Because I mean, assuming that you get a good enough gate shot to get wide enough and actually be on the right track is one thing, but you still have to work the turn enough to replicate that same kind of angle into the next buoy. I mean, it's just remarkable whenever you think about it, as Regina Jaquist slides on in back to the dock. And we'll now towel off and get ready to do it all over again in the women's slalom final.
Yep. Well, you see by the number of skiers, that get through 39. In the men's it was a ton, but that 41 off, it's a whole different story. Whole different things. Things completely change at 41. There's absolutely zero room for error. So a 1 is a great score, and there's going to be a battle, obviously, for that top seed between Jaquist, McClintock, Rini, and with Bull, but the real battle is going to be making the final, and that's going to come between, I think, Paige Rini, Ellie Nicholson. Paige has a little slight advantage as we speak. Sam Stadelbar, Alice Bagnoli, and Ellie Garcia, the skier about to leave the dock. All of them capable of getting 2s and 3s at 39, capable of doing it, getting enough to get through.
All right then, so Ali Garcia, our next combatant out there with 5 skiers remaining after her. First things first, 13-meter start, successful run on the opening pass to get things underway.
And we saw some of our top skiers go out at 13 in the first round. Ali was not one of them though, she decided to go at 14. She likes that little bit of extra warm-up. This won't phase her, she's done this many, many times. But just maybe not her choice at this point. But 13-meter, pretty easy. I thought she looked really good in the first round. And she came back into the dock and said she was happy with how she was skiing. She just needs to kind of keep things going a little bit, not sort of rush herself. And hopefully we'll see her through the pass.
All right, solid effort there on pass number 1. And with that, let's check in with Wade once again.
So I've known this young lady forever and ever, and that was a little happy giggle, wasn't it? A little different than the first round?
Yeah, that was a relief giggle. It's been a long time since I've been in that spot to not be able to just go enjoy my second round. But no, it was good. It gets a little fire under you, and you really know that you want to be out there skiing when you still get a little nervous because you're not sure you made the finals. But I think that's good enough to get in for the top 5. Glad to get that 38 under my belt. And no, it was good. It felt good. I think it was just, I'm just going to chalk that one up to early morning.
Same here. Did you drink coffee? Because I do, and I only had 1 this morning, and I need 2.
Oh, see, I think I had 2 cups, and I only need 1. Yeah, but no, it felt really good out there. Thank you, Swiss, and the Nautique feels great. So looking forward to the finals, and I know the girls are all going to step their game up too this round. So I think we're going to have a great afternoon.
And we had more fun watching her, didn't we? Back to you guys.
I think Regina Jaquist actually originally made a comment about her being nervous on the dock and realizing that through that nervousness you still wanted out there. She made that comment during the unknown sport of water skiing, which is still available to watch on TWBC's YouTube channel. Certainly highly recommend that you watch that. And coming up within the next few months, we will be releasing another documentary on the sport of water skiing. So make sure you keep an eye on the Waterski Broadcasting's YouTube channel. Subscribe to that YouTube channel, and you'll be informed as to when that documentary, or indeed whenever we next go live on your computer screens, on your smartphones, and other tablets and devices and what have you.
All right, and on your screen right now, though, we're going to just check out Ellie's replay over a 12-meter pass, and it was looking pretty smooth. From this drone shot, no issues. Just like the carbon copy of the first round, really. She was early, she was easy, smooth, not forcing anything, and that's one of her keys for this round, is just to be patient. She'll have a little bit of a headwind off the dock here, off the third pass. Maybe they'll help keep her calm, keep that rope a little bit tighter, keep her on time, and we'll see her also through 38 off pass. Let's go. Let's get behind Ellie Garcia. This is the one she needs. 4 at 38 in the first round. Chasing a full score. This is a headwind. This is on A2 with the 0 off. She's doing it for good. Can she get a full 6, boys? It's a big number 1, Tony.
All right, she has to run this pass and get at least a third the way down the next one to keep her in contention. At least ahead of one of the backup scores from one of her other competitors. Oh, and she makes a play on number 4, but unfortunately doesn't have the S turn in order to make that pass successful. And I'm not even too sure whether she actually made it cleanly round buoy number 6, but 5 buoys at the very least, it's going to go Ali Garcia's way.
Yeah, I think she went right over the top of number 6 ball. She killed the start. She had a great number 1. It was a little bit kind of slow as far as position-wise, going 2 to 3. Maybe that's a trademark of her skiing. I thought she turned number 2 quite nicely. Yep. Just in this position here. Maybe a little bit kind of open, got pulled up a little bit, lost a little ground there. Nice turn at number 3. The same happened at number 4, though, and then it started to put her a little bit down course. Go, yeah, right there, sat back, and she's sort of a little bit slow and not quite strong enough getting that space to number 5. Gets 5, but she might have got the ski around. From that angle, it looked like she did, didn't it?
Yeah, at least from that angle. Looks like it is going to be 5 from the officials, though I would be curious to see what the boat angle gives.
Yeah, it looked like the ski went round the buoy from that angle we just watched, but maybe she let go of the handle just a little bit before the buoy. For this angle, might pick it up a little bit nice. That's a great number 3. I thought she sort of had it when she turned that.
Yeah.
But maybe just took a little bit easier, sat back there, didn't really get the speed and the swing across to number 5. Tried for a big 5, sat to suck up the handle a little bit, pulled all the way, and yeah, maybe hit it.
Yeah, she did. All right, then it's 5. It is 5 at 11.25 meters. Now at that Ali Garcia, that puts in a multiple weight tie for 6th spot. Now the only thing that's an issue here is the backup score now. All right, let's see. So now, Samantha Stadelbauer, MD, going into the slalom course for the opening pass. It's going to be a 13-meter run. Now, you have to figure out what score Ali Garcia ran in the first round and then see if Samantha Stadelbauer can beat it outright. And if that's the case, then it will put her above Ali Garcia in terms of a tiebreak, because both of those competitors right now on 5:11.25 meters and joined by Alicia Bagnoli have tied with that particular score.
Yeah, well, that would be good, Tony. I mean, the score she's looking at is Ellie Nicholson's 1.5 at 39, is it not? Like, we need 5 women going through. She's not, I mean, tying with or getting ahead of Ali Garcia or Alice is no big deal. It's really just she's got to secure that maybe a full two at 39, and that might stand her a chance into the final. As it stacks up right now, Jaquist 1 at 41. McClintock, Reaney, and Bull at 3 at 39. Paige Reaney 2 and 1.5 at 10.75 at 39 for Ellie Nicholson, and she's the bubble. Anything a piece of 2, you know, at this stage would be a handy score and have a shot.
Now, the major difference here between Sam Stadelbauer and Alicia Bagnoli is their experience in having gone onto this kind of line length shortening through 11.25 meters and onto 10.75 meters. Now, Samantha Stadelbauer has demonstratively more experience going onto that line length and putting the score necessary, the score necessarily here, which will be in excess of 2 at 10.75 meters to put her at least in 5th place right now. But and Alicia Bagnoli, by contrast, is relatively behind in that respect there in terms of experience compared to Samantha Stadelbauer on 10.75 meters. But we are on 12 meters for Sam Stadelbauer and gets around all 6 buoys, and now the task is ahead of her. She has to run the next pass and then get about 2/3 the way down the pass after, at the very least, to put her in contention, back in contention.
Well, going into this event, she was a bit of a question mark, wasn't she? We didn't really know kind of how much skiing she's done. She hasn't been as present in the pro events with everything going on with her career, and now she's finished school. Hopefully she's going to get more time on the water and show us, you know, the form that she had, you know, several years back where she did run 39, 10.75 a couple times. Right here and now, though, she needs a full pass at 11.25. You know, she looked pretty good in the first round. She had a good start to the pass, didn't finish it all the way through. That 12-meter, maybe a little bit more nerves were running on that one. She looked a little shaky somewhere in the middle. Hopefully she can settle that down again. Sometimes you see that with the easier passes. You know she can run it. She's just got to does enough to sort of get through. And now she has to turn up the tempo here. Coming back at 11.25. Ellie Nicholson sits on and wait. Nothing she can do about it, unfortunately. She's just got to sit and bide her time. It's probably the worst position to be in as a slalom skier, is sitting there waiting. Your score's on the board. You don't know if it's enough. You've got to sit and just kind of hang tight and wait to see if you'll be skiing in the final or if you're going to be on the outside looking in.
All right, here we go, folks. This is Sam Stadelbauer, 11.25 meters. To keep herself in contention here, she has to run this pass and then go deep enough on the pass afterwards.
Oh,
no, and she drops her shoulder off number 4 on her approach to number 5 and taking a big hit. And I don't know if she's in any kind of pain right now, but she is. So we need to send that boat back to her toot to sweet, you know, to see if she's all right.
It definitely wasn't a fun fall as she came unstuck out of number 4. Hopefully she's going to be okay.
Well, she hasn't raised her hand up in any way as yet, so she is moving all right, though. It looks like from here, at least from my perspective, anyway. I mean,
fingers crossed. She's nodding her head. I think she's okay.
Yeah,
it was a hard fall. She was going for it. She had the one to do it. Maybe got locked in, pulled a little bit long to number 2, and had a little bit of a delay at 2. Tried to rip 3, got a hold of 3. We'll watch the replay here in just a second, Tony. But good thing is she's standing on the back platform. She's okay. It was a tough fall. It's unfortunately probably not going to be enough to see her through to the final, but she was giving it her all.
Yeah, that's either going to be 3.5 or 4, depending upon where they judge her in relation to the back of the boat.
Brilliant one ball. Got across to 2, but then kind of had to suck up, just delayed out of number 2. Big 3 again, but this is where she kind of got a little bit stuck in the lean, kind of added a little bit too much going across the 4. A lot of speed coming into the backside of the 4 and didn't really have the rope. Took a little bit of a weird position out of it and did what she could, but took a tumble across, and hopefully, yeah, she's going to be okay.
All right, then. That being the case, she will have to settle for a position outside of the top 5 to make it through to the next round of the competition. Sam Stadelbauer there.
Tony, watching the replay again, because she was slow out at number 2, you see her down course at 3, and then she really tries to make it up right there through the wakes. And
tries to stretch her back to do it.
Yeah, just kind of throws herself into it, and just that sometimes helps. It gets you across there, but it just gives you that extra little bit of speed, that whip into 2 into your offside that you just can't handle sometimes.
Mm-hmm. All right then, now we're on to our next competitor coming to us out of Italy. This is going to be Alicia Bagnoli.
Liche, the home crowd favorite. She'll have some support here as she leaves the dock. This is 13 meters. She's got a big job ahead of her. She's got to get around 2 at 39.
All right, so here is the situation. So far as the four that have made it through to the final so far, all of the Canadians are through. I mean, we're talking about Paige Rini, we're talking about Whitney McClintock-Rini, and Jamie Bull, and there is one other person that I'm forgetting.
It's going to be... Yeah, it's a matter of between Alice and Ellie Nicholson. And Ellie's been out there. She's got the score on the board. It's all up to Liche now. But this is a site she's used to. She's been there before. She's been past 2 ball at 39. Today she has to get a full 2. And she's looking confident, turning 135 as she always does. Very strong.
All right then, and with that in mind, let's check in with Wade.
Hey guys, I've got Dr. Sam Stadelbauer here, and can you detect yourself? You okay? Can you give yourself your own diagnosis?
Yeah, I'm feeling okay. I think I passed the Canadian head CT score, so I'm good.
So I asked you, and you didn't really know. You knew you were in maybe a little bit of a unusual position, but not that position.
Yeah, I knew it was going to be a big 4, big hit. Thought I had it, just ripped me a little further forward than I would have liked.
Well, the thrills and the spills of water skiing, huh?
Yeah. I mean, I'm a disappointing day score-wise, I feel like, but I was happy with my effort. I mean, first round was a bit of a fluke. Second round, I mean, I don't know, I give it my all.
Well, we enjoy watching. Anyone you want to say a shout out to at home?
Yeah, of course. Hey, Dad. Hey, Mom.
Hi. See you guys soon. Back to you.
All right, so we're continuing right along. This is Alicia Bagnoli, and the task is simple. She's got a straight up outright beat Ali Nicholson, who is on 1.5 and 10.75 meters and currently occupies 5th place right now. Only 5 advanced through to next round of the competition. Now, so far as Alicia Bagnoli is concerned, 1.5 at 10.75 meters is 1.5 buoys short of her PB, which is 3 and the Italian national slalom record. So she needs to be skiing at her max to get close. And there we go, Alicia Bagnoli setting originally out of Milan and trains in Italy at the national training site of Rocchetto, where TWBC will be for the European U14, U17 championships, and that will be brought to you exclusively live from Rocchetto in Italy towards the tail end of the summer season.
All right, so the stage is almost set for our women's final here today. We know it's going to be Regina Jacquis, McClintock-Rini, Jamie Bull, Paige Rini, but who is the 5th spot going to come to? We don't know the order. We've got a few more skiers remaining that it might go out and change up the seedings. Right now, Regina's on top. But is it going to be Ellie Nicholson or is it going to be Alice Bagnoli? She has got to get through this pass. Coming up right now. This is 11.25, Tony.
And Paige Rini is incidentally around dockside getting ready to go. So she goes out with the full intention of putting a score that would maybe exceed that of Jamie Bull or Whitney McClintock-Rini and try and get that penultimate spot.
It's a big 1 ball, isn't it? She gets around number 2. She's late at number 3. Big long pull to number 4.
Oh,
she picks it up, but it's
she's
not
round
going to be
number 4
today.
to the wake, so it's going to be a 4 buoy count at 11.25 meters, and that officially eliminates her and sets our 5 skier final with Ali Nicholson in 5th spot with 1.5 at 10.75, and Paige Rini yet to ski holds the score at 2 at 10.75. Jamie Bull and Whitney McClintock really both on 3 at 10.75 meters. Both of them yet to ski the second round and already skied both of her rounds, and with one buoy at 10.25 meters is Regina Jaquist. Those are your top 5 to advance.
Yeah, so I feel for Alice there. She really went for it number 1. We heard Sam come and say she gave it her all, and Alice did the same. You know, the last round she had a huge one ball, held onto it, and set her across really early for 2. That one she didn't quite get the same position out of 1. Watching the replay from the boat angle, you can see she dropped her hip on the backside of the bull here in just a second, and then just got a little bit pulled inside. Boom. There we go. The handle got away from her into number 2. Didn't have a lot of space, had to wait for the buoy to go by. It wasn't a bad turn, but it was down course. And from there, she was scrambling, hoping for that miracle turn, on your onside. And it wasn't quite enough, put all the way to 4. It's a good score. It was great skiing from Alice. Great to see her at this event. We won't see her in the final. Congrats to the finalists. We will see her in the trailer, unfortunately. We didn't want to see her in the trailer, did we, Tony?
You make the trailer sound like a dungeon.
The trailer's the place to be. We need a little camera shot of what's going on in the trailer. It's happening in there.
Yeah,
but,
it's all happening.
I'm back on the water, though. Paige Rini is suiting up. She looks like she's going to give it a go. There it is.
There's your trailer shot right there.
Yep. That's where it all happens.
Mm-hmm.
And I have a feeling these guys will go back out again. I know Paige is going to look to try and improve her score a little bit. I think she felt good out there. She could pick up another buoy or 2, maybe increase her seeding. I don't think any of the 3 girls that are still to come were super happy with their scores. The 2, and the 2 3s are not huge scores. They saw Regina go out in round 2 and run it, and I think they will pretty keen to get back out there and give it a chance themselves.
I'm not too sure about Whitney McClintock Rini. I'm looking over my shoulder, and she's eating salad.
Yeah, she's given us a thumbs down. Whitney is out, but I do see Jamie suited up, got her bib on, so yep, at least one of them will be out there.
Okay, well that's good. She gets herself energized for the final, Whitney McClintock Rini, so that's good. Let's have a look and see what Paige Reedy can do for our entertainment here. Wasn't able to be a part of the Swiss Pro Tricks a couple of weekends ago. She had a prior commitment, actually a wedding that she planned alongside her boss, Cindy Benzel. She works for a wedding planning company and does some sterling work there. All right, then, let's check in with Wade.
Hey, Tony here with Alice Bagnoli, and I know you've made the 11 pass before. Frustrating, but some good things to take away. You had a great start again.
Definitely, as I mentioned before, my practice wasn't going as I wanted, and I kind of managed to put it together in a tournament. And now, if you look down the lake, there's a little breeze headwind, and it cannot get better than this. So I'm so pissed I didn't run it. I got a big one ball, and from 1 to 2, my back foot kind of came out, and that disturbed a little bit my thoughts. So then from there, I just kind of lost it a little bit.
Well, we hate to see that because I even heard Whitney McClintock was right behind me. She goes, oh, my God, look what an early start you had. So I know you're disappointed, but keep up the hard work.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Yeah, Europeans never sugarcoat it, did they?
No, I think the direct translation from that word from Italian is frustrated.
Oh, frustrated, okay.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's your
We'll
first word in Italian.
How do you spell it?
Don't ask. All right, then. All right, then. We've got Scott, the Rocket Man Ellis, at the helm of the towboat, and we've got on the water, Paige Rini. She will be our penultimate skier on the water in this round. Jamie Bull on the starting dock, again ready to go after her. Whitney McClintock Rini has gestured that she would not be a part of the second round.
And kind of a freebie, isn't it, here for Tony? It's Paige is going out there, no pressure on her. Maybe looking for just a little bit more experience on the waters here at Swiss Ski Resort. She looked really good, running 38 in the first round, 2 at 39. But her and Jamie Bull going back out. Whitney has elected not to do it.
Yep.
But the pressure's off, and they can just go out and feel things out. Sometimes they'll go right through. Sometimes they'll go out and do just a couple passes just to feel a couple of things when they know they're already into the finals.
Yeah, it's nice to have that pressure off your shoulders, isn't it? Good start off number 1. And I like her ability to just absolutely slide that ski around and then get ready to slide it into a pre-programmed position, and then go straight across course from one side to the other. You know, it seems methodical, it seems scripted, you know, and sometimes it doesn't quite work out for her, and on very, very few occasions. But I mean, when it works beautifully well. And Pedrini does it the best of anybody.
Yeah, extremely capable overall skier too. We mentioned she wasn't here for the Swiss Pro tricks, but a 9,500 point tricker, which is a huge trick score. Mid 39 slalom skier, and she can jump well in excess of sort of 150, 160 feet too. So she's been on a few podiums in the overall event, but right now it's all about slalom, and she's showing us why she deserves to be in that final. Another hopefully full pass. She rounds number 5. Yep. And 6.
There you go.
2 scores into 39 for Pedrini.
Oh yes, don't sleep on Pedrini. I tell you what, she is doing a fine job there, resisting the maximum behind the boat, allowing the ski to swing out nice and wide and to keep the line tight, so that when the ski comes round, it is straight off to the races. Look at this this buoy cam shot, exclusive to TWBC. You can see the power and the grace there on each side of the course. Handle up a little bit high, just taking about as much of the slack line as she can tolerate off buoy number 4. Good drive into number 5, and again sucking up the slack and going cross course again. And there she goes, Pedrini. Fine effort, and we get to see her coming back at 10.75 meters. Now, so far as Pedrini is concerned, I mean, there isn't so much that she has to do now in terms of making it through to the next round. She's already there. But if she scores more than 3 at 10.75 meters, she will move up 2 spots. That's the equal 3 at 10.75 meter spots occupied by Whitney McClintock-Rini and
it's not to be, Tony, but nope. She has seen 3 before. I don't think she's seen 4. She would have needed a piece of 4 to get ahead of our other 2 Canadians. But a bit of a trouble there. I think she again got a little bit stuck on her gates. That's the whole purpose of that round 2 for her, is just trying to figure things out. And she knows what she needs to change for round number 3. For the finals, in a few hours, she will see her back out there and hopefully have a little bit more of an attempt and get further down that 39.5 pass. Jamie Bill will be our last skier in round 2 of the women's prelim.
All right, so Pedrini is currently in 4th spot, and that is where she's going to be routed there with her score, a maximum score of 2 at 10.75 meters. Ali Nicholson also routed at 5th spot with 1.5 at 10.75 meters. Now, the only positions that could potentially change are 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. Currently in 1st place right now is 1 at 10.25 meters. That's Regina Jaquist. That's 1 at 10.25 meters. Then you see Whitney McClintock-Rini, who was scheduled to ski next, but elected not to. She felt satisfied with her effort there in round number 1 and doesn't want to participate in round number 2, opting instead to conserve some energy and grab some more so far as down in some salad is concerned. But the one person that could ultimately change the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd position right now after round number 2 is on the water right now. This is Jamie Bull, and this is a 30-meter opener for the 2-time world champion.
Yeah, we talked about her kind of a slow start for the season for Jamie, and maybe she hasn't been on the water as much as some of the other girls. She didn't venture down to the Moomba Masters as we saw Regina and Whitney. So maybe looking for just a little more time to feel a few things out. And obviously, yeah, wanting to get up on that seeding. You know, it's nice to come out last off the dock. She's got a big score to chase to get to the top seed. Regina Jacobs is 1 at 41, is sitting there strong, but she's done it before. I think her personal best is 2 at 41. And she probably smells an opportunity here for maybe, who knows, a shot at the record. The Canadian record sits, I think it's 2.5 or 2.25 at 41 by Whitney. And with the conditions, as everyone has come in, all our slalom skiers come in today and say things are absolutely set up beautifully out here today. The conditions are beautiful for huge slalom scores. We've seen it in the men's. We've seen Regina run the 39. Let's see if we can see our second girl through 39 here today, and maybe even a 1 or 2 more in the finals.
Okay, so go vote for your skier of the day. Our first call for votes for skier of the day, presented by 2U Bars. Who has been your favorite skier up to this point? Any suggestions as to where they should go there, Kyle?
Yeah, I don't know. I was sitting here watching the men's prelim, round 1, I would say. Lucas Cornell's right up there. Come out from Australia. He's a young guy, 3 at 41, sitting in second top spot. Kind of an unknown, in these parts, and he's really kind of shined. So he's right up there on my list.
Absolutely. Here we go. This is Jamie Ball. Or maybe that comeback fight there from Regina Jacobs, who is aiming to get a 10th consecutive victory in the Swiss Pro Slalom. Maybe that's where your vote should go. But if your votes go those directions or elsewhere, go to waterskibroadcasting.com. Let's check in with Wade.
Hey, thanks, Tony. We're here with finalist Paige Reaney. That has a nice sound to it, right?
Yeah, definitely. I was talking to Clint, and I said that I had been to almost all of these Swiss Pros since I was a kid, kind of. So this is my first finals, and I'm really excited.
Oh, good for you. Is that sort of relief, right? When you've tried, and then you want to be excited, but it's, like I said, more of a relief, right?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we all train really hard, and then just sometimes it comes together for someone, and yeah, so.
And then you get a final later this afternoon. You all ready to go?
Yeah, I'm really excited to compete against the big girls, so.
And a good spot, going second off the dock?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
We're going to see her rip it. You guys stay tuned.
Fantastic skiing there from Paige Reaney, and it's just a case of if at first you don't succeed, try, and keep on trying. Making her first appearance in the Swiss Pro Slalom women's final. Beautiful drone shot there by Mr. Jason Scholl.
And Jamie Bull came out in round number 1 and ran one of the nicest 38s we saw of the skiers in round number 1. Hopefully she can repeat that process.
And a brilliant boat shot there, courtesy of Jeremy Scholl. Good track in there, from one side to the next.
Yep.
Good extension. Oh, nice.
Like what I'm seeing on the water. Jamie Bull through 38 again.
Yeah.
Pretty easy. Now she sets up for 39. She knows that Regina Jacobs is the top seed, 1 at 41. She'd like to separate herself from Whitney McClintock, who's tied up with her at 3 at 39.
But whatever happens for Jamie Bull, she can't finish any less than third out of the second round. So I mean, she's only out here to get higher up on the ladder. So she ends up not third from last out on the water, but maybe second from last out, penultimate skier, or even be the last out onto the water if she can get through 10.75 meters, which is next, and exceed the one buoy count from Regina Jacobs.
Totally possible from the skier on the water. Your 2-time world champion, your 2-time Pro Tour champion. I think she was sort of a little bit cautious, you'd call it, in round number 1. Just kind of went easy to make sure she got a reasonable score at 39. She picked up a 3. At that stage, it was the lead. And maybe now with this kind of a freebie round, she's going to let loose and hopefully show us all a full pass at 39 and contest that lead that we've seen from Regina.
All right, so here we go. This is 10.75 meters. A full pass will put her within striking distance of Regina Jacobs. If she gets a good turn on number 1, it is definitely on the cards. There's 1, there's 2, and 3. Here she goes for number 4, nails number 4. Look at this, round number 5, and even though she's been off the water for quite a considerable amount of time, she is back on form here and now. A 6 buoy count at 10.75 meters for the 2-time world slalom champion, Jamie Bull.
Tony, she wasn't thinking about getting up just one spot in the seeding. She wants it to be the top seed. She's having a serious challenge at the lead. It stands at 1. She's got to get a piece of 2 to be our last woman skier off the dock in the final.
And one position has been locked, and that is Whitney McClintock-Rini in 3rd now.
Yeah. This 2-ball was a little bit narrow, a little bit down course, but still stayed committed at number 3, and that's kind of the beauty of this round. She didn't really care if she fell there or not, but she just dove into it, ski hooked up, and then a big number 4. Look at the pull on her arms as she went through the wakes, softened it with her knees, and controlled the line well into number 5. And that's exceptional skiing from Jamie Bull. The beauty for Jamie, too, is she only actually has to score a complete 1 buoy here, and she will be top seed, Tony, because she'll go back to her backup score as far as seeding, and she will get in front of Regina Jaquist. So as long as she doesn't fall at 1, we'll have a new leader and a new top seed in our women's final later on this afternoon. Stay tuned for that one.
Here we go, 10.25 meters. She can get past number 1, and she does. She ties the lead.
That's all she wanted. Yep, top seed.
There you go. She'll be the last person off the dock. Jamie Bull from Canada, from North Bay, Canada. And looks like the work that she put in the off-season so far as her fitness regime is concerned has certainly paid off. And she will now do battle against the remaining skiers in the field in the women's slalom final, which will consist of Regina Jaquist, Whitney McClintock-Rini, Paige Rini, and Ali Nicholson.
Tony, the podium of last year, Regina Jaquist stood on top. Whitney McClintock was in 2nd, and Jamie Bull was in 3rd. All 3 of those skiers are featuring again in our final. Which way is it going to stack up this year?
Ooh, that's a hard question. But maybe you voted for that in the audience prize, and we'll keep an eye on that. The entries have been closed since the tail end of the men's slalom competition. But here is your slalom leaderboard in the women's competition after round 2. Jamie Bull, your current leader, with 1 at 10.25 meters. She has the superior backup score ahead of Regina Jaquist, also with 1 at 10.25 meters. She currently is in 2nd spot. Whitney McClintock-Rini in 3rd with 3 at 10.75 meters, elected not to ski in round 2. Paige Rini, skiing both rounds with 2 at 10.75 meters, is in 4th. Ali Nicholson takes the final finalist spot with 1.5 at 10.75 meters. Rope tension, let's have a look at that. Whitney McClintock-Rini, 296 kilograms. That's more than some men out there, I would say. 296 kilograms, or 653 pounds per square inch. She is currently in the lead, ahead of Jamie Bull on 280 kilograms, or 617 pounds, and Paige Rini with 277 kilograms, or 611 pounds per square inch. And with that in mind, let's check in with Wade one more time to conclude this round.
Well, hey, each year the Swiss Pro offers something new. This is the 10th anniversary, and this is it. This is where each skier wants to end up after the end of the weekend, is on a past champions poster. Our first champion, Regina Jaquist. Our current world champion, Mr. Fred Winter. Ladies champion for 2016, Miss Regina Jaquist and Nate Smith. Now we're starting to see a bit of a pattern develop, certainly with Miss Regina on the left there. Nate Smith winning the 2017 for his 2nd in a row. And then, hey, definitely a pattern has been established. Her 4th, Mr. Nate Smith's 3rd in a row. So here we're up to 2019, and same winner on the left, guys. Not a whole lot's changed. But another new champion on the right, 2-time world champion, Mr. Will Asher. So here we are coming back up on 2020. Still no changes on the left. Freddie Winter taking his second one. So these three guys are tossing it up between them. And now 2021, Miss Regina Jaquist for her 7th title. Mr. Nate Smith back on top of the podium again. And now it seems to be we're back in the same pattern again. Year 8, Regina number 8, Mr. Nate Smith his 5th. 2023, the pattern continues. Same Mr. Nate with his 3rd in a row, his 6th total. So who do we just happen to have waiting by where next year's photos are going to go? So our champion extraordinaire, Miss Regina Jaquist. That's quite extraordinary, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, that's a lot of pressure when you walk to the dock. But no, very incredible, and just it's, you know, you walk down and you don't know if you want to add pressure to yourself or take in the actual awe of that. So amazing, and I'm glad to be in the finals on the 10th one. I know the girls are all skiing great, and I just look forward to it. And thank you to Swiss for putting on 10 years of a tournament. I know it's really hard, and they keep getting better and better each year.
But it's kind of twofold, though. Imagine you're walking down and you didn't see your picture, right? You'd be like, start to get a bit angry, like, all right, I'm ready for my photo to be up there, right? So I think it has like a double, you know, Jedi mindset for both. Like you go down, well, I've done this before, and everyone's like, I want to take her down, right?
Oh, rightfully so. Yeah, I definitely would do that too.
So we are having fun with it, but what we are definitely going to have fun with is watching this lady rip again, and she's in the finals coming up soon. Back to you guys.
All right, then, good stuff there, and in amongst the history of the Swiss Pro Slalom, let's remind ourselves that back in 2020, we actually had the Swiss Pro Slalom actually take place in the fall during the height of the COVID, you know.
Gotcha, yeah.
And you know, it's incredible to reflect upon that, because I mean, a lot of tournaments and a lot of things that happened around about that time just suddenly got cancelled, and a few of those events gotten back in. But
a lot of them didn't continue afterwards, did they? No.
Exactly, but it's a great testament to the staying power of the Swiss Pro Slalom, and kudos to Clint and Valerie and everyone else involved in the organization. All right there, so men's start list. Martin Bartowski of Slovakia will take to the water first, followed by Jonathan Travers from the United States, and then we'll have Camille Bamra from Morocco, followed by Robert Pagozzi from the Dominican Republic. Austria's Nikki Antonsen, then Sweden's Tim Tornquist. A bunch of sole representatives from each respective nation at that portion of the slalom list. Then we see Stephen Ireland, then Benjamin Stadelbauer, Jaden Eade, Freddie Winter, Jaime Palomino, and Adam Saddlemeyer. That's page 1. All right, then, let's have a look at page 2. Canada's Cole McCormick, USA's Dane Meckler, Thomas de Gasperi from Italy, Lucas Cornell of Australia, Jamie Calhoun of Canada, Charlie Ross, Canada, Joel Poland, Great Britain, Stephen Neveu from Canada, Corey Vaughan, United States, Robert Hazelwood, Great Britain, Nate Smith, United States, and our outright leader with 4 at 10.25 meters is Will Asher, and from about to skier 23 to about 8 more skiers up on that list, they all tied with 3 at 10.25 meters. And let's have a look at the leaderboard, shall we, before we proceed any further. Will Asher, 4 at 10.25 meters, and the skiers, multiple way tie for second place. That's how many? That's about 7. Make that 8-way tie for second place between Lucas Cornell, Jamie Calhoun, Charlie Ross, Joel Poland, Stephen Neveu, and they see the remainder of the list right there. And you can
Okay, got it.
round 2, and by rule here at Swiss Pro Slalom, we reduce the starting line length from 13 meters to 12. Here we go.
And doing it first, it's for Slovakia. This is Martin Bartelski had a bit of a shocker in round number 1. Looked good through his early passes, 13 and 12. Just kind of ended up a little bit overturning number 1 at 38. And half with a score of half at 11 was way off the pace. So he's out first. A few of our top skiers are going to be out early. We obviously, the other one was John Travers. He skied exceptionally well, but ended up missing his gate. So we'll see him off actually second in this draw. And starting at 12, throwing a little bit of a different mix at things. A lot of our pro events now do start at this incredibly short line length for a start length. But these skiers are all very, very experienced, have dealt with this before. But obviously not really too many options for them, should the wind pick up or anything like that. Right now, things are staying calm, things are staying nice out there. A slight headwind off the dock, which is going to favor well for some of our skiers who, if they get through that 35, then the 38, nice little headwind 39. And then maybe a little tailwind at the 41. So, yep, Scotty Greenwood in the boat and drinking down some Red Bull. He's going to need it. He's got 24 slalom skiers, 24 of the best
Never
the
mind
world
him,
has
I've
ever
got one as
seen.
well.
Right here and now, skiing for your pleasure. And doing an exceptional job in round number 1, both our skiers and Scotty. He's got a lot of work. There's a lot of pressure on the driver. They've got to keep things tight all the way through, keep that focus. And the reason he is here and driving for our skiers is he's one of the best in the business. So thanks for Scotty for doing it. All the skiers are fully confident in his ability, and they know that he's going to get the same pull for everybody. So we appreciate all the officials coming out and helping out. And the best team in the world is here to make sure everything is fair for our competitors and we get the best results possible.
All right, here we go. Second pass for Martin Bartalski from Slovakia.
All right, straight into the pass that he had trouble with. He took it a little bit easier at number 1 there. He's through it. He's a little down course, so he's going to have to pick up the pace here at number 3. He's sitting back again at number 3 and down course at 4. He's still going, though. He's got the experience. He kind of just trickles his way through this pass.
There you go.
It's a full pass at 6 at 11. It's a lot better than round number 1, Tony. But
certainly,
the way I'm seeing him ski, he's just a little tentative.
Yeah, just a little bit there. He's not as free-flowing as I've seen him ski in the past, and that's probably contributing to the fact that he is getting a little bit late on the approach to 1 or 2 of those turns. So let's have a look and see what he's got for us on 10.75 meters. Now, just a reminder that the starting line length for our male competitors in round 2 is 12. And from what I understand, that's also going to be the starting line length for the men's final as well. So, a lot of moving parts, and make sure that you get your vote in for Skier of the Day. Skier of the Day vote, go to waterskibroadcasting.com and pick your Skier of the Day, being brought to you by 2U Nutritional Bars. And our event sponsors are Swiss Waterski Resort, Pro Gear Gloves, Ravenol, Reflex Skis, Good Skis, Eagle, and Masterline. Visit Lake County, Florida. Christoph Beck and Hitchem Bamra. And we'll go through the sponsors for the Webcats in their totality during the course of the season in just a moment. Here we go. We have got Martin Bartalski coming in on 10.75 meters, getting a good start on number 1. He's round number 2. He's still there. He's letting the ski roll this time. Look at him go. He may not be totally stable, but he gets 3 at least at 10.75 meters.
Well, he's definitely improved on round number 1, but it's not the score that Martin's looking for. I know he's disappointed. He's been up and down a little bit in his slalom skiing of late. I've skied with him a little bit, over the last few months, and he's really started to find some form, running his 39 consistently, kind of at home. But obviously, maybe a little bit of a lack of tournament experience, when the pressure's on, and not kind of dealing with things and figuring it out here on the water in these rounds of competition. But he'll keep working. He trains hard. He keeps kind of dialing in different skis and trying to figure out the best combination. And I know he'll be back later on this season and posting some big scores.
Indeed, indeed. As we look at Martin Bartalski once again for the final portion of his run at 10.75 meters, just really slow to react off buoy number 1, and with that slow reaction, it puts you in to a situation where you're going to have to get on the good foot and quickly to stay on course for running the pass, and unfortunately didn't quite happen early enough or often enough there for Martin Bartalski.
Well, Tony, one thing you'll notice about Martin skiing, he's actually switched back from a one-handed gate. He was doing that all of last season. Right at the end of the year, he kind of switched back to a two-handed. He's got it figured out, but that one was a little bit shy. He was a little narrow and lacked a little bit of speed. And We definitely didn't have the width to get going at the beginning of that pass. So he's one of those skiers that's sort of bouncing back and forth, trying to figure out what's going to work the best for him on his gate setup. We used to see a lot of one-handed gates, but not as many anymore. A few sort of kicking around still.
It's just hard to get the timing and the turn right to where you could ultimately fully benefit from using the one-handed gate shot. It's just been rather inconsistent for a lot of skiers. That's my observation anyway. All right, there. The TWBC sponsors for the entirety of the season are going to be Houston Cadillac, 6 at 41 wetsuits, Drew Ross Realtor, 2 New Nutritional Bar, My Family for Pets, Dayon Real Estate, Waterski Veen, Dillinger Insurance, D3 Skis, Connolly Skis, Pro Gear Gloves, Swiss Waterski Resort, Francois Brunet, HO Syndicate, Wake House, Waterski and Wake Sports Hall of Fame, and Hobe Sound Ski Club. All right there. Skier about to take to the water is going to be Jonathan Travers.
Yeah, well, as we saw some surprises in the women's event, we saw Ellie Nicholson and Regina Jaquist going off fairly early in their round number 2. This is John Travers. He's going out early. He skied well, unfortunately for him, and he knew it. He missed the gates just on the outside. He ran the 39 off, but just, you've got to go through those entrance and exit gates. But let's hope he can keep the form that he was showing, go through the gates this time, and post a big score. The trouble for him, though, he doesn't have the backup. And with a bunch of those threes, he's going to need to go past that. He's going to need a piece of 4 to really, at this point, know he has a good shot of making the final. Don't you agree?
Essentially needing to take the lead outright and have that unchallenged between now and the end of the competition in the second round. That is essentially what he has got to throw down, and
he's in a tough spot. He's in a tough spot, but he's one of those guys that has seen the tail end of 41. Let's have a look.
Let's check in with Wade.
Martin, and it wasn't your best weekend. Tell us what you're disappointed with, and tell us what you'll be taking away working on when you leave.
Yeah, it wasn't the best for sure. You know, I think I need to step back a little bit again, and I've had a couple pretty good weeks skiing, a couple tournaments. They were okay. They weren't my PBs, but they were pretty close. I think take a day, maybe 2 days off, and I don't know, try again. That's all we can do.
Yeah, it is a difficult sport, right? And we heard Tony talking about you've made some transitions from one-hand gate to two-hand and back. So how's that been?
Yeah, you know, you do it in practice, and it doesn't really matter too much. And you come to tournaments, and all of a sudden you're like, little wins, different boats, and you kind of start thinking, you know, like, where really am I? Like, am I what I want to be? But I don't really know what I want to be because I haven't done that in 10 years, you know. So it's still happening a little bit, but I think I'll be all right.
All right, we're going to watch him again soon. Back to you guys.
Yeah, he does raise the issue about making wholesale changes, making significant changes, and what would prompt someone to take that extreme way of trying to get a little bit more performance, or at least more consistent performances down the road. And Jonathan Travers, certainly one of the more recognizable names in tournament men's slalom skiing. I haven't really seen him make too many changes to his technique or even to his gate shot in recent times, being consistent in that regard, and skiing very, very nicely indeed, especially off that number 2 into number 3.
Yeah, very nice 2-ball there. He sort of made some gestures as he came out at the end of the pass that he wasn't completely happy with how he skied. Maybe it was the gates, I don't know. You know, the first round he was sort of a little bit questionable. Got them taken away, but you know, had to make sure he's got them good in round number 2. He's done that. He's shortened up to 39. This is the big pass. He's got to get through this one and then really throw down at 41 coming back to the dock. A few more seconds here, and then the boat will be taking off. Here it goes.
Here it is.
Up to 36 mile an hour, 58 kilometers for our metric people at home. 10.75.
Here he comes.
Sometimes, you know, when you get your gates cut one round, it does throw you. You doubt your timing a little bit. He's got an awkward number 1. He's back on his ski at number 2, hoping for the big 3, and he doesn't get it, unfortunately. That was
and
not
that
the
eliminates
performance
him,
that John was
unfortunately.
looking for today. I thought he skied really, really well that first round, aside from the gates, but then just didn't look comfortable, didn't settle in at all on passes 2 and 3.
And when you start backing up for the sake of making the gate shot into number 1 and making sure that those gates are actually adjudged to be correct, then that takes away from the intensity that you need to actually get a good enough start to be wide and to have a good track in towards the first buoy on the opening part of the run. And unfortunately for JT, he finds that out to his cost.
Yeah, another replay from the boat. I'd love to see some of these the angles on the gates. That one was narrow for sure and definitely made it, and probably didn't really have the angle. And like I said, you get a bit cautious when you get cut one round. You sort of go, okay, well, I got to just be a little bit more sensitive with my gate timing and just make sure I go through it. But then you sacrifice your approach to 1, and his start was less than desirable for John Travers. 2.5, it's his best score of the tournament. It's one he's going to forget, though, pretty quick after he leaves the site today. So not John Travers' tournament, but we'll see him back. He's got some big tournaments coming up. The LCQs are going to be between in this region over the next couple weeks, and hopefully he'll be qualifying through to the Masters at the end of this month.
All right, some of you eagle-eyed viewers will notice that I've changed from a sun hoodie to a T-shirt, and T-shirts and merch are available on waterskibroadcasting.com's shopping site. Go to waterskibroadcasting.com/shop to purchase TWBC apparel, and for those of you that are on site, we've got Splash Threads, who will be selling T-shirts and other merchandise on site right here. So check it out, twbc.com/shop, or check out the booth here for Splash Threads, and they will sort you out with T-shirts and sun hoodies and all that kind of stuff, such as the one being modeled there by Jeremy Scholl, who is operating the tower camera. And you need all the protection you can get from the sun, and our sun hoodies are just a ticket for that. All right, so here we go, folks. Next competitor up, and representing Morocco, this is Kamil Bamra.
Didn't he start the event well this morning? He had a pretty good score, 3:39, but it was exciting the way he got there. He was kind of scrambling through his 38, threw himself all over the place. 39, he had a great start, but then got a little bit stuck at number 3 and had a awesome fall around number 4. Glad he was okay.
Tends to be heavily reliant upon his height.
Oh, a little bit. I think actually he rides the ski pretty well, especially through this offside, that keeps turning through. So I just think maybe a little bit of jitters, a little bit of nerves. He's a young guy. He's still kind of getting experience. When he starts to figure out how to, relax and stay calm in these big tournaments, I think he's going to see some big scores from this young fella.
Most certainly. I mean, he's no stranger to top tournament action. I believe he was in a runoff situation several years ago in the European Under-21 Championships, where I believe Nicky Attenson prevailed in that competition against Kamil Bamra. But Kamil, who is a student at Rollins College, which isn't too far away from here, and Rollins College itself, former NCWSA national team overall champions from way back in the 1980s. But certainly the collegiate the collegiate scene has certainly changed in the last few seasons, and the dominant teams tend to always be from the great state of Louisiana, whether it's the Louisiana Monroe Warhawks or the current national champions, the Raging Cajuns of Louisiana Lafayette.
Yeah, well, both those schools have a lot of support for their ski programs. They've got a long history in the collegiate skiing. There's a lot of other teams, though, that have a good shot at it. Alabama's got a pretty strong team, a good program. Florida Southern College does pretty well, too. The Rollins College with Mark Bedsall, that's where this guy is currently going to school.
Teams like Arizona State.
Arizona State, yeah, for sure. And then, there's a lot all around the country that have good programs, but they're set up by
whoa,
students.
Kamil, get back into it now.
Oh, it's unfortunate there for Kamil, trying to grab the rope again.
No, that's not happening.
That's not allowed, is it, Tony?
No.
Okay, so unfortunately for Kamil there, it's going to be a 4, I think it was. Did he squeak around? No, he didn't get around 5. So not the best skiing. He just looked a little bit shaky, like we said on his his earlier pass. But great to see him at this event, kind of getting time on the water and sitting on the dock with some top pros to steed him well in the future.
He likes skis to like a pre-programmed position, doesn't he? I mean, especially on that gate shot. But look at his turnaround number 2. Skis, and
nice
then
two.
yeah,
Really
that better 2 than his gate shot. I know that.
Wobbly number 3. That ski just got away from him there. Maybe a little bit stiff. You know, we talked about advantages and disadvantages of being tall. He is tall, but you know, if you're a little bit out of balance, out of sync, then your ski can kind of get away from you. You don't have that quite as good a connection as some of our shorter skiers. It's very entertaining skier, Camille. I enjoyed watching his 2 rounds here today.
Yeah, entertaining is about right. But I would fancy he would have a lot easier time out on the slalom course if he tried to be a little bit more aggressive with the gate shot and try and get up on the course right from the get-go rather than trying to ease on through the gate shot. At least that's my opinion anyway. Take that for what it is. 296 kilograms, ranked 22nd on the strongest pull. All right, and with that, we continue on from the North African country of Morocco to the Caribbean nation of the Dominican Republic. This is former Pan American Games men's slalom champion Robert Pagozzi.
And from a skier who was a ways down the list on that rope tension running order list to one of the guys that can top it. Robert Pagozzi puts a strong pull on the pull each and every time he crosses the wakes. He looked a little unsettled, didn't he, in round number 1? I think he ended up with a 3 at 39. I'm just going to look back at the results from round number 1, but he's out early here in round number 2 and with a lot of work to do.
All right. Let's check in. Let's check in with Wade once again.
Well, hey, guys, we didn't quite have the cracking start that we had first round of the men's. I think some has to do with the 12-meter start. It does throw things off a little bit. We saw Camille all of a sudden struggle with the 11, which is only his second pass. But we've seen a ton of these skiers start at the blue and not have any issues for decades. So, yeah, I think for the newer guys, it's a little bit more of a challenge. But, yeah, we'll stay tuned. Back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Wade, as we continue to move our way back towards the end of the slalom course. Beautiful drone shots here being produced by our good friend there, Jason Scholl, operating the drone shot, and operating the boat camera is Connor Pesek right now, and operating the tower camera is Jeremy Scholl with Vince Stadelbauer with the 1s and the 2s, ably assisted by Kelvin Kelm and also Alicia Bagnoli. Here we go. Entrance number 1, 11.25 meters. Buries himself off number 1 into number 2. Does likewise into number 3 and overdoes it on 11.25 meters. And unfortunately for Robert Pagozzi, it is a case of back to the drawing board.
Yeah, that's an unfortunate result for Robert. It's not where we expect him to see. Him. It's you know, he's one of those skiers that's really consistent with his 39. Came up short here. This is 38 off, and like Tony was saying though, that starting now at 12, if you didn't really feel get your flow going in round number 1, you're not really getting many opportunities here to figure things out with that short 12-meter start in round number 2. So the guys that were struggling in round number 1, still struggling in round number 2 by the sounds of things.
All right, then. So, looking at Robert Pagozzi one more time, he's actually had to soften his slalom style a little bit. We remember years and years ago where he was like 110% every single time going out there. There's that famous still shot that was taken at the Masters Waterski tournament many, many seasons ago, and that's still one of the most dramatic slalom shots you could ever see. But yeah, Robert Pagozzi just doesn't quite have it at the moment, and hopefully he can get his mojo back very, very soon. All right there, next competitor up, and this time managing to get the handle on the rope on the first try. This is Nikki Antonsen. This is the reason why we're running 20 minutes late. Here we go, Nikki Antonsen. Entrance, good extension into buoy number 1. Nicely done round number 2. Nicely settled in, 12 meters. And Nikki Antonsen competed in the Collegiate Nationals for the first time this previous season over at Tri-Lakes. Had a pretty good performance there for the Rollins College Tars. And decent skiing so far from him. As Tim Tornquist has his fan club there right next to him on dockside. So what's their favorite tune? TNT, Tim Tornquist. They love their music in Sweden, and that's why they are defending champions at the Eurovision Song Contest. And that will take place next weekend in Malmö. Can't you tell I'm a fan of the Eurovision? All right then, so looking underneath the tent there, we've got JT. And a few others of our celebrated slalomers. Let's have a look and see, shall we? Coming in on pass number 2, this is Nikki Antonsen. Second pass, it is going to be 11.25 meters, bleeding off a little bit of speed prior to its gate shot. Round buoy number 1, taking it, looking good. Good extension round buoy number 3. In good shape. Oh, almost overcooks it there on number 4, but managing to calm himself down enough to run the pass at 11.25 meters. Could have been curtains there on buoy number 4, but he has enough in hand to make sure that he runs through 11.25 meters. Now, Nikki Antonsen ran 39.5 off 10.75 meters for the first time last season over at the King of Darkness event, and looking to do likewise here, and would need something of that range and then some more to put him within striking distance of the lead score of Will Asher at 10.25 meters. And even if he doesn't get to that point, maybe a 3 buoy count or above would get his nose in front of the likes of Cornell, Calhoun, Ross, Poland, Neveu, Vaughan, Hazelwood, and Smith. So let's see if he can progress some more. Okay, so let's see what Nikki Antonsen can do. 10.75 meters, needs a good gate shot. And he gets it on buoy number 1. Drives hard round buoy number 2. He's still there. Round number 3. He's on the back of the ski. Tries to make a play on number 4. I don't think he got the ski round. So at the very least, he gets 3 at 10.75 meters. And unfortunately, at this stage of the game, eliminates himself from future contention. That is Austria's Nikki Antonsen. So looking at this once again, a little flat-footed into number 1. Couldn't get much positivity in that edge change as he makes his way round buoy number 1 and just has to fling himself into number 2 in the vain hope that he could get something going again and reestablish some rhythm. But when you make one mistake, it just compounds itself on 10.75 meters to the point where it's nigh on impossible to make a significant impact, much less being able to run it. There we go. That is Nikki Antonsen, who comes to us from Vienna in Austria, or Wien, Österreich.
And watching his replay, he scored pretty much the same as what he did in round number 1. He got a 4 at 39 in round number 1, a 3.5 it looks like here in round number 2, but his handle toss was a lot better, wasn't it, Tony? Or do we have somebody throwing handles this time?
Not too many handle tosses right now. I think it's. I think that's had its day.
No, I'm talking about to the boat. He got it in the boat today.
Yeah,
he got somebody.
Yeah, he
doing
actually got it
for him?
in. Although actually, in all fairness, the member of the boat crew did have to stretch up a little high to grab it. You know, it's like grabbing one of those high basketball passes from Caitlin Clark, I'm guessing.
A2, please.
All right there, Tim Tornquist selecting Alpha 2. He's got his cheering squad behind him, the Super Swedes. So getting ready for his opening pass, it is going to be Tim Tornquist. Not too sure what his PB is, but he's certainly going to have to ski very, very closer to it to make an impact upon this event. If he can get through 10.75 meters, then the opportunity to make it through to the final is but half a pass away. But let's see what he does on the opener. 12 meters.
Okay, stop. Let's go.
Here he comes.
Yep, another skier that scored 4 at 39 in the preliminary round, or the round number 1. Now he's back out at 12, and we'll say there's a little bit of a headwind on this first pass. Not too much. He looked good in this first round. He has been slaloming well. You heard from his interview. He's happy with where he's at. He's improved a ton over the last few years, notching some scores deep into 41 and then maybe even deep. He's got a 3 somewhere along the lines. And as I mentioned, he is a great jumper too. So hopefully here he's going to find some form, pick up a few more buoys, and if he can get that 3, that's where it's all jammed up today.
Indeed, indeed. And getting through the opening pass, always an encouraging sign. A wind coming in from the southeast at 7 kilometers an hour. And with that in mind, let's check in with Wade's World.
Thanks, Tony. Here with Nikki Atkinson. And Nikki, I know you didn't get the scores that you wanted, but what did you learn from today? What will you take away for tomorrow?
Yeah, I don't know. Last weeks have been a bit rough with skiing. Trying a couple new skis, so I'm on the Iron 3 right now. And yeah, just trying to figure it out. And unfortunately today was not the day, but let's see how the next weeks go.
And when will your next competition be?
I'll go back to Europe for the pro tournaments, so the first one's going to be in Morocco then.
You hear that? A new one in Morocco, and a lot of events in Europe this summer. You guys check it out.
Yes, indeed. And if he was to take away one lesson, it's maybe try and be a little bit more careful of throwing the handle in towards the boat, that it doesn't overshoot.
Yeah, he's going to live that one down for a little bit, I think, Tony, unfortunately. But he's got some creds on the water. He's a great skier, and we'll see him back. This is Tim Tornquist. A little bit of a shallow gate there. He didn't really do much through the wake side. Maybe he was a little early setting up. Put him down course and a little bit in trouble as we get through 3 and 4. It's a big turn at 4. He holds on to it. And he is going to secure the full 6 buoys. But
that number 4 saved him.
It was dicey in the middle, wasn't it?
Yeah, and trying to get the nervousness out of his body as he got through the exit gate. So, yes, indeed, proving to the crowd here that he may be a Swede, but he's certainly not a turnip.
We're going to head over to Wade.
All right, let's check in with Wade in a little bit.
Well, thanks, guys. We have some celebrity viewers today. We have Miss Cecily Tynan. She's been a chief meteorologist at ABC News in Philly for quite a few years. And she's also a very avid water skier and has even started skiing the Nationals. So good for her. Thanks for watching, Cecily. And then our water ski comedian extraordinaire, Bob Marley, said he's on some family duties, but he's already watched the first round and he's coming back to watch the final. So thanks, guys, for making our sport the best.
Cool. And as we shorten the line, Tim's going to be kind of getting a little breather. Taking a few deep breaths, and how his campaign continues. This is 39 off. Keep the messages coming, guys. Send them in there to Wade's Instagram. We love hearing from the people at home and the comments on the webcast. Let's hopefully he can be a little more aggressive, a little more committed on this gate turn he has. It's a bit better direction. It's not a bad one ball. Can he pick up number 2?
All right, he's still there. He's still ahead of the course here. Needs a big turn on number 3, and he gets it. He's round buoy up. Oh, and he pops the fin. Round buoy number 4, and down goes his chances of making it through to the men's slalom final. But that was a score at 10.75 meters. It ends up being 3 1/2.
Yeah, he's tall tied up there with Nicky. They both did the same in round 1, same in round 2. I thought he had a good gate here. It was a nice number 1 and 2.
Certainly nice and wide and getting good line tension as he makes his way through the turn. And that is an above average slalom turn there.
Yeah, no, he's in form there. A little bit delayed out of 2, and maybe going just a touch too easy here at number 3. And as you see, he kind of pulls long, kind of gets that late speed into number 4. Tries to turn it, he has to, and that just blows the fin. And those we talked about, the D3 skis, they are stable, they're consistent, but that much speed coming into your offside, and you're trying to push it, trying to run 39, nothing will hold.
Yeah, exactly. No matter what you're on, if you're that late and you're trying to get the outside hand on the handle too early, then the possibilities that occur afterwards aren't going to be terribly pleasant. All right, so that's Tim Tornquist, and that's 3 1/2. But a decent effort throughout the competition and the 2 rounds that he skied in, so well done to him. That's Tim Tornquist of Sweden. We look forward to seeing him ski a little bit more during the summer, and may even see him in Morocco in the middle to latter part of June.
A2.
All right, then. So Stephen Ireland is our next competitor, and requesting A2. That seems to be a rather popular setting for the 0 off for our competitors.
Yeah, for sure. You know, I've seen some stats that almost maybe 50–60% of the skiers will use the A2, and then the other combinations are sort of scattered with the other 40% or so. Not sure why. I find the same. When I get in the boat and pull a lot of skiers, it's A2 is kind of the go-to setting. Seems to work for a lot of people, so it's all personal preference. Sometimes the size of the skier, how aggressive they are, comes into play. Sometimes each boat's a little different too. Some skiers will kind of fine-tune it depending on the feel of the boat. Some boats feel a little bit strong, pick you up a little bit earlier, so you maybe want to soften things up with the setting. But yeah, A2 seems to be a easy go-to setting, and Stevie Ireland has chosen it. This is 12 meters. And he looked good in round number 1. Hopefully he continue the form. He was so close to running his 39. Got a 5 at 39 in round at number 1. And we all noted that he's been working hard over the winter, and he's looking better than 2023 already.
And looking good in this particular round. That is a 12-meter start, and that is a Stephen Ireland. 11.25 meters coming up next, and he's been on the pro circuit now for about 3, maybe 2-3 years now, and gaining an experience, and he's gone into 41 off on a number of occasions. Started that little streak going all the way back to the likes of the Hilltop event in the northwest corner of the United States. Big shout out to the folks over there at Hilltop. Hopefully in the future that you'll be in a position to host another event and invite all of these good folks here to be a part of the festivities there, just outside Seattle in Washington State, as we look at Benjamin Stadelbauer readying himself for his attempt at glory, or at least being able to make it through to the final 8 slalom skiers in this competition in the men's event. Here we go. This now is coming into the slalom course, Stephen Ireland.
And straight into the very short 11.25 meter line, 38 off. So to get a little warm up with the 12, but this pass is tough, you know. This is...
oh, backsided that number 2 very, very effectively.
Yeah, no, he's looking good again. His 2.4's working, but more importantly, the 1.35 is there for him. He's got some trust at the backside of that turn, and you need that on your offside turn to run these short line passes. He has found it over the winter, and hopefully he carries it through his 39 here in just a second.
And I tell you what, that workout regimen that he has with CrossFit and everything else that he does seems to be making a difference for him going forwards. No, he's certainly not overly respirating too much at the end of each pass. You know, being able to control your heart rate and you know, in critical situations is definitely key to slalom success going forwards. And Stephen Ireland proved positive that when you have that under control, pretty much everything else falls into place.
No, for sure. It's always a big question, you know, does that gym work help on the water? And obviously it does in certain instances. But you see the guys that, you know, are big, thick, strong guys, you know, they tend to overuse their arms a little bit. But Steve has got the strength off the water, and he puts it into the right places. He stays relaxed when he needs to. And that's the fault I see of a lot of guys that are in the gym a lot. They come out in the water and they expect to be able to use that power in the slalom course, and it makes them kind of reassess things after that.
Many have turned actually to pickleball to try and get their flexibility and their reactions a little bit more enhanced alongside with their strength. But here comes Stephen Ireland at 10.75 meters, looking and go. He's round buoy number 4. He's good to go round number 5. He steps up on number 5. He's round buoy number 6, and it's a 10.75 meter run. He is in with a shot now.
All right, great skiing there for Stevie Ireland. He kind of took it easy there at the start at number 1. Had a big number 2 to get him back in the game. Kind of kept the tempo going, 3, 4, and squeaked around number 6. Held onto some slack, but congratulations, he's got a shot at the 41 off pass, and he'll be happy with that performance.
Most certainly, but it's not quite over yet. 10.25 meters beckons, and he'll certainly He'll certainly be putting in his best performance of the season. No two ways about that. This I believe, is his first excursion into 10.25 meters of this season. It's not to say he hasn't been into this pass on any of the previous seasons, but he needs to get more than halfway down this next pass to put himself in with a above average shot of making it through to the next round of the slalom competition.
Well, really, he needs a piece of 4. I think, Tony, it's an unfair equation for him, but a 3 is not going to do it when you go back to the backup score, I don't think.
Yeah, you're
with
right.
A backup score of 5 at 39. These other guys are going to get all on top of that. But if he can get a piece of 4, I don't know if he's ever seen 4 in a tournament.
I don't think he has.
But this could be the day to do it. It's a strong gate. He's got round number 1. A lot of slack rope, though. He's pulling all the way to number 2. Rears up. He's going to come inside. Well, he thinks he's got it. He's still,
he's still working it. I'll tell you what, there is no quit there in Stephen Ireland, and
well, I gave up on him as he turned number 2. I don't think he would just ski inside number 3, but maybe he did get it. The scores under the review. We'll watch all sorts of angles here. The beauty of this webcast coverage is the judges have all sorts of angles and slow-mo opportunities to really make sure the skier does achieve the correct score. So let's see it on your screen now. This is the replay. It was a strong gate, but he dove into number 1, a little bit narrow, but it's 41. Jumps all over the front, has to wait on it, pulls all the way to 2, but gets a decent enough turn here. And with that power, drives it across. And
he gets the 3. He gets the 3.
Milked that out, and I think he gets back to the boat guides. Yeah.
Yeah, he gets back to the boat guides. It is 3 confirmed. Now, what does that do to him so far as his...
well, it puts him in second equal right now, to be honest.
It does, yeah. It puts him second equal as a skier that has skied the second round, but his score is the same as that as Cornell, Calhoun, Ross, Poland, Neville, Vaughan, Hazelwood, and Smith. They're all tied now on 3 at 10.25 meters. He's put himself back into contention, and just look at that. I tell you, certainly gave it his all. And for Stephen Ireland to actually advance through to the next round of the competition, or at least stay in contention for that, then one of the next few skiers, or at least the ones that are among the ones that are tied with Free at 10.25 meters, have got to score lower than what Stephen Ireland.
5 at 39, wasn't it? So
yeah, exactly.
It's a big ask. He's got a long wait. There's another 16 skiers remaining. Interesting point. We've had maybe 7, 8 skiers, and he's our first guy through 39 off.
Yeah, exactly. It's taken a while.
Yep.
12 meters for Benjamin Stadelbauer. Used to this facility, used to being able to start this off in practice. And the one thing I noticed, and I noticed this in round 1, and I didn't really mention it then, is just take a look at the boot that he's riding. He's riding a hard shell boot, but it's got a low cut on it.
Okay.
No high cuff coming up towards the knees or anything like that. It's more or less like a speed skater's shoe. All right, let's go over to Wade.
Hey guys, here with Mr. Stevie Island, and I joked with Stevie this morning that he was disappointed, but it wasn't that long ago 3 at 39 would have been his PB, and now he's a little disappointed with 3 at 41. That's life's a slalom skier, right?
Totally, and that's the fun of the sport, right? It keeps you coming back. There's always another buoy to chase. But yeah, I mean, it's a tough day when you run 3:41. You're a little bit disappointed. We'll see. I'm going to be crossing my fingers. I think the guys who are tied at 3, I might need like way too many of them to miss 39. I might be like the last out. We'll see. But still stoked. I mean, 3:41 is my PB, so to tie a PB in a pro event is always good.
No, well done, man. I know you got to wait around on this, but yeah, good skiing. Well done.
Stevie Island there playing the role of Oliver Twist, always wanting more.
Yep, and the good thing for those Stevie, though, like we said, his 2023 season wasn't his best, but he's worked hard and he's come off firing in the first event of the year. And to get a tied PB, 3 at 41 in a pro tournament, great skiing nonetheless, even if he doesn't make it through to the final. He's got a little bit of a wait, as we said. This is Benny Stadelbauer. He had a 5 at 39 as well in the preliminary round. I thought he'd be a little bit disappointed, but he came in and said, you know what, that wasn't too bad. He hasn't, been maybe skiing as much or as well as he'd like. He was sort of pretty, he gave it some thought and said, that wasn't too bad, but he's looking for more in round 2.
Good skiing so far there from Benjamin Stadelbauer. Seems to be more settled in, going in on 12 meters and coming back at 11 than he was in the round previous to this, where he started on 13 and getting through to this point 11.25 meters, and we'll see what he can do at 10.75 meters. Maybe he can summon up some power or something like that, to where he can just run on automatic and not have to worry about over pulling or making too many adjustments out there on the slalom course. He can just ski to ski, and the buoys just happen to be inside his turning arc.
Well, that was a nice 11-meter pass, as we see on your screen. Coming around number 5, early as the light going into number 6. I thought you were going to go, Tony, with if he was looking for a little more power on his ski to try and take the lead in the rope tension. He has the record. He's not in number 1 spot. There's a few Brits in front of him so far with scores of around, was it 395 kgs or something like that?
I think he's actually slimmed down since that time. So
maybe so.
Yeah, exactly.
But this is 10.75. He's looking for some redemption here. He missed this pass. He came up short with a 5 at 39 in round 1.
He's round number 1. There you go, 10.75 minutes. He's round number 2. Look at him go. He's still there on top of the water. He's still in with the fight. He's round number 4. And I tell you what, I'm seeing some great stuff here from Benjamin Stadelbauer. He's skiing to ski out there.
No, he made some corrections there from round number 1, and that was all over that pass. It was still early when he was at the tail end of that pass, 4, 5, and 6. Last round he was sort of folding a little bit on the 135 and losing a little bit of angle out of that and through that weight crossing. This time, not a problem. It was still a little bit narrow, maybe number 1, a bit of a stop there, but this 2-ball was textbook for Benny, and when he's skiing well, he really can sit on the backside of his onside turn, that 2-4. And after that, yeah, plain sailing.
Just to empty your mind and just go with what you know and go automatic. Good skiing there from Benjamin Stadelbauer.
maybe a little bit pressure off of him this round. He said, he didn't get what he needed the first round. He knows it's a bit of a, he's got to throw caution to the wind in this round to really go for it. We've talked about him being the Swiss record holder. He has that record right here. I believe it's 5 at 41, 4 at 41. So he has the ability. He hasn't seen 4 for a little while, but he would need it today. The top score is Will Ashes at 4 at 41. Wow, we'd like to see him do that right here and now. As he comes back in, back to the dock. This is 41 off. This is his opportunity.
And of course, if he gets more than 4 or 41, it'll be a new Swiss national record. Of course, here we go. This is Benjamin Stadelbauer. Entrance gates, buoy number 1. Good. Oh, not the best of starts, and 1 buoy at 10.25 meters unfortunately eliminates him from future contention.
Yeah, no, he looks like he's happy with that performance. He's definitely improved on round number 1. His 39, I thought was really good skiing technically, and maybe for this stage of the season, that's where he's at. Didn't quite get the 1 ball he was looking for, but coming back to the dock a lot happier than around at number 1.
All right. All right then. So Jaden Eade is our next combatant to take to the water. Season best from last season was 1 at 10.25 meters. We'll look forward to seeing him produce something along those lines, because he's really going to have to dig deep to try and make an impression upon our current provisional finalists. And there you see Benjamin Stadelbauer rearing up on buoy number 1 and just not getting the turn that he really wanted to continue on with a serious attempt at this run. There you go. There's 1. Stalls out, and 1 is all she wrote. All right, so let's get ready for Jaden Eade. Who comes to us from Polk City.
Now let's call that Claremont, mate.
Claremont, okay.
Does his training in Polk City, but yeah, lives just about 10 minutes down the road from here. And coming up at 12 meters, this is probably the second time he's ever done this. He did it at the Grand Prix last year, Travers Grand Prix. He may have practiced it every once in a while, but still a new thing for him. But he looked pretty good in round number 1. Pulled up short at just at the tail end of 39, got a 5.5. Ooh,
oh, horrid number 3.
Oh,
and even worse number 4. Oh my word.
That's not what he's looking for, but yeah, I don't know what happened there at number 3. Came across the top of the handle. Yeah, it's 12 meters. It's you got to be up and going, and he stopped at number 4. So not the score he's looking for. I feel for him a little bit, but he'll be back at a future tournament and hopefully redeem himself.
Yeah, you got the skiers coming in on their opening pass, and it's just hard to fathom what it is to actually go in on 12 meters for your opening pass. That line length is barely longer than the distance between the center of the boat path out towards the buoy, so you don't have that much to work with, maybe 2.5 feet at best. But it's still a tall ask to go for anyone, even at this pro level, to go in on 12 meters and expect to run the pass. But he's still got quite a bit of growing to do so far as his slalom ability is concerned. His best is 1 at 41, so he has that personal best that he'll be attacking during the course of the summer. And it is early doors in the 2024 season, so we certainly wish Jaden Eade the best of luck going forwards.
Yeah, watch the replay there. Just came across the top of the handle, got a little deep. Still, it was okay. The ski just bit on him a little bit there and stopped. And even the level of these skiers when they get separated from the handle like that, it's all she wrote. So, he put up a big score in round number 1. It's a 5.5 at 39, and you can still count back to that score, which is going to place him fairly high in this event. So I think he's done pretty well for maybe only his 3rd or 4th pro event.
All right, so getting ready to go, and a rather early appearance, comparatively so, compared to a lot of other tournaments that he typically skis in. This is Freddie Winter. Ooh. then, so Freddie Winter riding that Neo 2 from D3. Now for a shot of redemption, let's see what he can do. Freddie Winter coming to us out of the London Borough of Wandsworth. Two-time World Slalom Champion.
All right, so two-time World Slalom Champion, 2023 Pro Tour Slalom Champion, 2024 Moomba Masters Slalom Champion, but a ways out of this final and a lot of work to go. He's coming out early with only falling around one ball at 41 in round number 1, putting himself into about the 14th or 15th spot.
Putting himself in a huge bind where he's got to climb out from, and we'll see if he can fully redeem himself. And with that in mind, let's check in with Wade.
Hey guys, so here with Ben Stadabar, and Ben, much better effort. Didn't get what you really wanted at 41, but tell us how much different it felt, and 39 was awesome.
Yeah, no, thanks. After the first round, I told you, hey, my 38 feels a little hard for 39. I think starting at 35 this second round, I kind of liked it. And so I was just trying to hit my position a little stronger, a little sooner. And I didn't change anything on my ski or the setup. I was just like, it's good enough. Let me fix it. Let me move my hips up in the handle a little bit. And it worked till 41. So
if you had that 41 to do over again, what would you do different?
Yeah, it's a good question. I haven't seen that many 41s yet this year. So I think for me, it's just a bit new. I was happy to get through to 39. I definitely bit a lot in front of the first wake, so that was good. But then my hips were just back. So I would just move my hips up a little bit.
Okay, we enjoyed watching him, and thanks so much, Benny, for opening up you guys' house for us. 10 years, man, we've really enjoyed it.
No, we've enjoyed it. Thanks to you and all the skiers.
Awesome, back to you guys.
All right then, good stuff there. Returning back to the slalom course on pass number 2. This is 11.25 meters, and this is Freddie Winter.
All right, we saw some of our serious challenges for the final come out early. Speaking of John Travers and say Robert Pagozzi, and they did not kind of come through. And it looks like, to be honest, that was a little bit, he was racing on that one. I don't think he looks as settled as I've usually seen him. Hopefully everything is good with his skiing. Oh, okay, we missed it. That was an opt-up there for Freddie Winter.
Okay. All right, then. So we can confirm that that pass was not 11.25 meters. That pass was 10.75 meters. He's successfully opted up in order to take 10.25 meters into the wind.
That's some confidence there, isn't it? Didn't ski that as well as you'd like in round 1. Still opts up. You know, if he'd missed this pass, his score would have been back at 38, but he's got confidence in what he's doing. And he's setting up now for a good shot at 41 from the same end as round at number 1. He needs a piece of 4, though.
All right, let's see what Freddie Winter can do. Certainly took a risky opt up there, going through 11.25 meters, 10.75 meters he ran through. So let's see what he's got. We see Jaime Palomino from Mexico there looking rather jovial on the dock, devoid seemingly of the pressure of a situation that will no doubt rear its head for him, as it does for Freddie Winter, who is now approaching the course. 10.25 meters, needs more than 3. Let's see what he's got. Round buoy number, horrid number 1. He's round buoy number 2. He needs to make up some lost ground here. He's round number 3. Gets the 3. Oh, and he tries to make a play on number 4. And I don't know whether that is going to be enough for Freddie Winter. He's going to have to keep an eye on what's going on with backup scores from others to see if one scores below the score that he produced in round number 1. But Freddie Winter getting 3 at 10.25 meters and putting himself in a bit of a bind there.
Yeah, definitely. He's got to sit and wait now. He's got a backup score of half at 41. His leading score is 3. He's in that tie. I think there's about 10 other skiers in that spot, whereas we include Stevie Island. His score is going to be ahead of Stevie's because of his backup score, but all the other guys to come, they know that like a full one at 41 will get them ahead of Freddie Winter. Those guys that scored 3, and there's a few guys that scored 2 that have yet to come that they can put bigger scores out on too. So I'm not liking his chances, but who knows? We'd love to see him in the final, but there's a few guys, there's another 13 skiers that'll have something to say about it.
All right, let's see. Has really exaggerated knee bend coming into turns, and sometimes that helps him out. And most times it does, actually, but sometimes he plants the ski just a little bit too deep in the turn and he just can't get it moving again. But the one thing I do notice with that slalom ski, the D3, that one, which is the Neo 2, it wants to stay in the water. I haven't seen one pop a fin or anything like that yet. And that quality was actually mentioned to me by our next skier to take to the water. From Mexico, this is Jaime Palomino. All right, here we go, folks. We're keeping an eye on the leaderboard and bearing in mind the backup scores and how they pertain to their chances in terms of making it through to the next round. This is Jaime Palomino. This is 12 meters, and that is about as smooth as it gets.
Yeah, Jaime coming out 12 meters, no mistakes there. He loves this event. A couple of years ago he came here, and I think he ran one of his first 39s. I've seen him do, and seems to form well here at Swiss Waterski Resort.
Relishing here All right, Wade.
Hey guys, I'm here with Cole McCormick, and Cole, you were on the sideline a year ago, so a little different attitude, right? Just being able to be in the game.
Yeah, it's nice being back skiing with everyone, so I'm excited to get back out there. Hopefully we're going to get a piece of 4, make it to the finals. Yeah.
Well, you're one of the athletes similar to Dane Meckler we chatted with earlier, who you guys have been to 4. It's not something new, not something you haven't done, so it's just a matter of business at hand, right?
Yeah, I'm very capable of 4. I mean, my skiing's kind of been all over the place lately, so hopefully we can put one of those good sets right now.
All right, we're going to see him rip it soon. Back to you guys.
And if he does manage to put one of those sets together, could he be in the frame for your vote for Skier of the Day? Brought to you by 2U Nutritional Snacks. Vote for your Skier of the Day. WaterskiBroadcasting.com/play. Here we go. This now is Jaime Palomino.
Yeah, let's sit back and watch this 38 off pass. And, he's changed up skis, but he's keeping his same aggression on the course. Oh, he folds at number 3.
Horrid number 3.
Yeah, but he's still in it. If he can pick up a number 5 here, he's got it. So recovers well. He's a strong guy. He's not the tallest skier, but he can dance around a little bit and get himself back in position. He'll sigh a breath of relief as he exits the gates, and he gets another shot. He ran it the first round, a score of 1 at 41. He's chasing 3. It's a big ask from this young fella, but I'm sure in practice he's had a few shots at it.
He's certainly not afraid to turn the ski or...
Kind of the story that's developing that we're kind of watching is kind of the inclusion of Freddie Winter into our final, and that's going to be the big one. Our current world champion and Pro Tour champion from 2023. Right now, I think we've got a 10-way tie at 3 at 41, and he is sitting in... Basically, he's sitting in ninth out of that, plus Will Hauser puts him into 10th. So he needs really about 2 of these next of the guys scoring 3 at 41 to go less than his first round score of half at 41. And also he's got to throw in there that hopefully none of these skiers that scored 2 at 41 in the first round improve. So a lot to happen for us to see Freddie Winter into the final. But he's got a long wait to see 13 skiers remaining, and a lot can change.
Yep, a lot of moving parts going forward. Probably one of the more complex scoring setups that we've had in recent memory, in terms of who could potentially make it in the top 8 or who's on the outside looking in. Here we go, Jaime Palomino. This is 10 points. Oh, and tries to whip that ski hard to get a decent start, and unfortunately he goes down having scored half a buoy at 10.25 meters, and in regards to the amount of people that need to score, at least so far as Freddie Winter is concerned, or at least whoever else is in the frame, such as Stephen Ireland, that one chip has fallen.
Well, he didn't have the 3 at 41, so we weren't really watching his score. I think it was at a 12-meter start. Like he didn't look settled on his 38 coming back. That extra little bit of warm-up for this young guy probably it was what upset him there, and never really found his groove. But he'll be back. He had a great score in round number 1, and proving he's right there in contention. And hopefully in years to come we'll see him in the finals here. And a big season ahead of him, really. Next year on the dock is one of those skiers that could, that maybe got a 1.5 the first round. And if he can get a piece of 3, he'll slide himself in front of Freddie. But you know what? He's not gonna just go for 3. He needs a piece of 4 to secure his spot.
All right, Adam Saddlemeyer. Skier who has been a world overall champion on at least a couple of occasions. Showed us his credentials at the European Championships in 2011 in Skarnes, Norway, by becoming the European Slalom champion. Probably some of the harshest conditions imaginable. Here he comes. This is Adam Saddlemeyer. Nice and strong pull out, making sure he doesn't bleed off too much speed before he goes through the entrance gates. This is 12 meters. Nice extension there.
I'm trying to remember his round number 1, Tony, and he looked like he was sort of jumping up over the front of the ski, didn't he?
Yeah, exactly.
He does that a bit, but hopefully he can kind of adjust things. He's got the luxury of a second round, and to try and up his score, he's got a 1.5 on the board. It's not enough.
He's a little more patient at the end of the turns. That's as much as I'm looking for, because in the round 1, he didn't allow for the ski to fully rotate and gain angle across course, which meant that there was a straight path to the buoy. And whenever you do that and carry speed, for Adam Saddlemeyer, he jumps onto the front of the ski, much like Carl Roberge used to do in the 80s, and to try and break that ski into a turn and slow down prior to that, So that's interesting to watch.
Yeah, it makes slalom skiing exciting when they do stuff like that, doesn't it?
Oh yeah, I can remember I can remember the likes of Carl Roberge, on that KD 7000, competing against the likes of Drew Ross and Wade Cox.
Mike Shaylander in there.
Exactly.
He used to love slam dunking that 135.
You
don't see enough slam dunks. I've said it before on this webcast. I appreciate the slam dunk. So any of those skiers listening, if they just want to even on the early pass, throw us a slam dunk in there, that'd be great.
Yeah, fair dinkum. All right, fair dunkum. But I do remember Mike Shaylander back in the day actually publishing a book on slam dunk slalom. Can you believe that? Here we go. Adam Saddlemeyer, 11.25 meters. Oh, look at this. Good stretch. I like what he's doing out there. 4. Settles down for Saddlemeyer. 6 buoys.
You know, I've watched Adam ski a long time, and you know, he's a little bit behind where I would like to see him. A little bit more down course, maybe. Maybe he's being a bit cautious there on that pass. There's maybe a tad of a tailwind pushing him down. Just looks a little slow side to side, so then he sort of has to make up in the turns, getting maybe a little deeper than he would otherwise like.
All right, then, let's check in with Wade.
Well, hey, I'm here with Jade Need, who's not the happiest camper, but he's shaking off well. So I sort of joked, I said, would you rather have me interview you or your father? And he says, well, let's get this over with then. So anyway, we're getting it over with.
Yeah. Wasn't the best set this round, but I'll just forget about it. We have LCQs coming up and hopefully Masters, so just put it out of my mind and get back to practicing.
Just say it wasn't me. It was somebody else.
There's not much excuses at Swiss, so it's hard to say that, but yeah, not the best.
Well, I saw him laughing, enjoying the moment, sort of hanging it on himself, and that's all we can do is rip on ourselves when we have that moment. So anyway, we'll see him back on top soon. Back to you guys.
Sounds like that song from Shaggy, doesn't
Yeah,
it?
no
It wasn't
dinner,
me.
no dinner for him tonight. Sorry.
No. No, you go without. Sent to your room. All right, then. And that's what a hybrid New Zealand Floridian accent sounds like. Here we go. This is Adam Saddlemeyer, 10.75 meters. Entrance number 1. Dipping the head a little bit there.
Yeah, no, he's back on time now. He had a struggle at number 1.
Oh,
Big
look
2
at
and
this,
4.
though.
And, yep, he's
All
gonna
right.
get a full 6 buoys again.
Yes. I like that.
Still a little harder work than I would like to see him, and he knows that he's going to have to change things up to get our ways down 41. You know, coming in and out of his offside like that, it doesn't prove well for 41.
Or maybe he's kind of changing his strategy or his outlook and approach. You know, from the first couple of passes, you know, to the harder stuff that occurs here on something like 10.75 meters. You know, I notice a discernible difference to where he turns and points his head. You know, and see how that affects his speed and how much turn he gets off that ski at the apex, like that.
Yeah, well, it's 2.4, no question about that one. That one's working. You know, he can hold on to a ton out of 2.4. It's the 1.35 that's maybe not as clean as he'd like, and I have no doubt he could get to 3, but he needs more than 3 today. The 3 I don't think is going to be enough to guarantee it anyway. So to get down past to 4 ball at 41, you know, you need to make sure he's got 2 offside turns in there. He's a right foot forward skier. He's got to get through 2 offside turns. So that's got to be firing. And right now, he's got to come up with something a little bit different here as he comes back in on this extremely short pass. Let's get behind him, though.
And for more details on the Waterski Pro Tour, go to waterskiprotour.com. waterskiprotour.com. This is 10.25 meters. Entrance, and just stalls up on the turn and scores half. And that's another one that's dropped.
Yeah, it's not to be there for Adam Saddlemeyer today. Hopefully we'll see him back at some of the future pro events later on this year. It's another one that drops. It's not one of the ones we're counting, though. We're counting those 3s at 41, I think, and then even the 2s. Those are the ones that we've sort of that could go ahead, and there's still a ton of them to come.
Yeah, certainly going to continuing to work forward. Looking at Adam Saddlemeyer. Just couldn't get his shoulders up enough in time and allow that ski to rotate on its pivot point. And just unable to get much of anything going there on 10.25 meters. I'm Tony Lightfoot. He is Kyle Eade, and coming up next is Wade.
Hey guys, I'm here with Thomas de Gasperet, and Thomas, you ran sort of your typical 39 this morning, was sort of an atypical 41 because I always bet for you. I'm like, no, he's going to get 3. So walk us through it, and will you make any changes?
Yeah, I think my gait wasn't the best at 41. 39 felt pretty good. I rewatched a little bit the webcast, so hopefully I know what I did wrong, and I need to try to get to 4.
Well, you've done it before many times, so it's not like it's out of the realm. So just got to take care of business, right?
Yeah, for sure, and it's great to see all these young kids coming up, and they're strong, so they kind of definitely putting pressure on us, which is great. So yeah, conditions are perfect, so it's totally up to me what I'm going to do now.
Awesome, and we're going to get to watch. We get the best seat in the house. Back to you guys.
All right, let's have a quick look at the leaderboard. Will Asher still in the lead, yet to ski. Freddie Winter has skied with 3 at 10.25 meters. Stephen Ireland has skied at second round, 3 at 10.25 meters. Lucas Cornell yet to ski, 3 at 10.25 meters. And the remaining skiers that are all tied also at 3 at 10.25 meters. Jamie yet to ski. Charlie Ross yet to ski. Joel Poland yet to ski. Stephen Neville yet to ski. Corey Vaughan yet to ski. Robert Hazelwood yet to ski. Nate Smith yet to ski. All of them tied on 3. And then on the outside looking in, you've got the likes of Cole McCormick, who is currently on 2 at 10.25 meters. Strongest pull, Robert Hazelwood, 394 kilograms, or 869. All right. We're taking a quick fuel break. And once that's done, we will return to continuing action of the 2024 Swiss Pro Slalom, edition number 10. And we'll be back right after these.
For over 20 years, Houston has been setting the standard of automotive excellence. Hi, I'm Dave Houston. I'd like to welcome you to the Houston family. We are committed to offering exceptional Cadillac models like the all-new electric Lyriq, redesigned XT4, and the legendary Escalade. At Houston, our personalized service and friendly staff will exceed your expectations. Feel the thrill of buying a new Cadillac from Houston Cadillac. For over 20 years, Houston has been setting the standard of automotive excellence. Hi, I'm Dave Houston. I'd like to welcome you to the Houston family. We are committed to offering exceptional Cadillac models like the all-new electric Lyriq, redesigned XT4, and the legendary Escalade. At Houston, our personalized service and friendly staff will exceed your expectations. Feel the thrill of buying a new Cadillac from Houston Cadillac.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
All right, then. Good stuff going on. Getting some live chat messages being submitted into the YouTube live chat on the Waterski Broadcasting's YouTube channel as we get ready for Cole McCormick to make his assault on the slalom course.
Yeah, a little slight break as we get some gas in the boat, and we're entering into the second half of round number 2 for this men's preliminary. We're trying to figure out who's going to make our 8-men final. We know who's going to be the girls in the final, the top 5. There's a big, huge scores out there from round 1. A ton of threes at 41 for the guys. And, we're supposing what's going to happen, but these next few skiers could throw a spanner in the works because they're capable of getting to 4 between Cole McCormick and Dane Meckler. They didn't pick up great scores in round at number 1, just scoring 2s at 41. But if they go deep, who knows what could happen.
Certainly. Some good skiing all the way around. Got Cole McCormick through the exit gates. And we'll pull him down towards the very end of the lake. One of the messages that's come through, incidentally, comes to us from of all people, Corey Vaughan, in as much to say every time the camera points to Scott Greenwood in the boat, he is smiling. We skiers are so happy that he's in that seat and he's in his happy place. And there he is.
Yeah,
he's in his happy place.
There's nowhere he would rather be than behind that wheel. He enjoys pulling these top skiers and does a great job
now, whenever
all day long. It's not just to be able to do it, just for an hour or so. He's doing it all day long out there. So the focus is crazy.
Yep, in his happy place, just like Chubbs on the piano.
Do young people still know the Happy Gilmore references or not?
A few of them do.
Yeah, okay.
What other happy places? What's your happy place?
His happy place looked pretty good to me.
That's rather a hard question to answer succinctly anyway. This is Cole McCormick. 11.25 meters.
All right, and self-admittedly, he said his skiing's been up and down a little bit, sometimes feeling really, really good, but then sometimes struggling. He knows he's capable of it. He sounded confident in the interview that he knows he can get to 4. He knows he can do that, but maybe just a little inconsistent. It's early days in the season. I know he's been training hard. Last year he was injured up a little bit around this time, took a bit of a break and got started a little later than some of the other skiers and finished strong. This year he's been working hard to get over that injury and making sure he's starting off on the right foot.
Mm-hmm. Yep, trying to bleed off a little bit of speed. Did you see that little wiggle there going into his entrance gates for number 1?
I missed it that time, sorry, Tony, but you see that quite often from some of these skiers. If they overshoot the gates, obviously there's a little tailwind from the end and maybe they misjudge it a touch. Again, this is second pass. They're just getting going again. They're not really warmed up, so they are still sort of guessing at the conditions, and it's 38, and your gates are extremely important at 38, so if you miss time them a little bit, you got to figure out something, and they'll just shuffle off speed by just kind of breaking away, sometimes stamping on the back foot. They try not to do that too much, but yeah, just need to adjust things, and they're all capable enough to adjust their gate time. It doesn't have to be perfect to still run a smooth 38.
All right, getting ready to bring Cole McCormick back into the course. One of a number of Canadians who have all had assaults at the Canadian national slalom record in recent times, and Jason McClintock still the holder of that Canadian national slalom record. That slalom record, incidentally, from 2016 of 5 at 10.25 meters.
Yeah, I was going to ask when that was, but let's get back to the water. This is Cole McCormick. He's getting a bit scrappy towards the end of 39, but he's got it. He has that ability to kind of grit his teeth and kind of grind his way through the end of the pass. He's a strong skier. Sometimes he gets a little bit out of position, but he can pull it back, and a 39 off pass in under his belt. He got a 2 at 41. It wasn't enough in round number 1. Let's see what he can come back with here. The 135, he can turn that right on the backside of the buoy. I think he got a little bit in trouble. Maybe 3s and 4s here. Got a little bit down course. 3 was nice. That's the one there. Just a little delay out of 4. Still on time at number 5. But then, yeah.
All right.
A little bit looser than what we're accustomed to see from Cole McCormick.
All right, then. So that was 10.75 meters, the gateway pass. Now, 10.25 meters, another kettle of fish coming into play here. And he's going to need something along the lines of, you know, a piece of 4 would help. It would certainly help him out a bunch.
Now, there's not much wind out there, Tony, but it is definitely coming in from the far end. And I'm wondering if a few other skiers might choose Freddie's technique of opting up to the 39 off pass. Cole McCormick didn't do it, but now he's faced with a 39 with a slight tailwind.
It's risky.
It is. It's a risky move, but it might pay off. Let's see if a few of our other competitors do it. Here's Cole McCormick, 41 off. Needs a piece of 4. He's got a decent number 1. Throws the shoulder down, gets up to number 2. It's a little bit down course.
He's still
he
there,
might squeak around number 3. He's still going, but it's going to be inside 4, and he knows it. A 3 as a top score, a 2 as a backup, and it's going to be extremely close. He is one that's put Freddie out, that's for sure, though.
All right, then. So out of the skiers that have skied a 3 at 41 off in this round, his has the highest backup
Yeah, that's
score.
correct. Right now, he has the highest backup. But you'll need a couple of these skiers remaining, you know, to score less than his 2 from round 1. His score's under review. We'll see what he's looking for. Hopefully, it's not the gates.
Look like our official is making its way into the trailer right now to double check on this one. Yeah,
He's looking at 2 ball there probably. Either he snuck around it. Cole has that
ability
to just kind of reach and stretch and just squeak around things. You know how tight it was. You see how tight it was at number 1. And he was tight 2 and 3 too. And these days with the, we use a lot softer buoys. The skiers can kind of run over them and it doesn't sort of upset the ski as much. And it's been great for injuries, no ankles, a blom when they hit it. But it's a little tougher to judge. And this official score, it's 3 at 41. Yeah, your screen says Dane, but it is Cole McCormick. And he did a good job because that wasn't the best one. All power there just to scrape around number 3. And he had to play at number 4. But in the end, just 3. But that still puts him in that 10-way runoff. 10-way, no, 11 place. 11-way
11-way runoff.
11-way tie for second.
All right, then. Here we go. Dane Meckler. Originally from Ohio. Studied at Louisiana Lafayette for college. Then went on to North Carolina with a stop in Florida State University in between, and now resides here in Central Florida along with his wife, Janina Bonneman. And let's check in with Wade.
Hey guys, here with Cole McCormick. And Cole, I love the way you said, well, at least I'm still in the conversation.
Yeah, I mean, I wanted 4. I was pretty close, but I mean, I was pretty happy I got out at 2 and 3. I was really tight at 2 and 3. So
we'll let those guys up in the booth do the math, but that at least is going to put backup scores at a premium. So yeah, you got to hang around and see what happens.
My backup's okay, so we'll see how that places me. I have a feeling I'm going to be like 9th or 10th, but that's just how it is. Everyone else is skiing awesome, so we'll just see.
All right, we will see if he's going to make it to finals or not. Back to you guys.
Of course, once we get down to a few skiers from the end, we'll be that much nearer to determining who's made it through to the finals for absolute certain. Obviously, the first person that we would ultimately confirm as being a finalist in that instance would be Will Asher, because he has the top score of 4 at 10.25 meters. And even at this stage, it's hard to imagine how Will Asher could be eliminated if it.
It's theoretically possible, though, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, those skiers that collectively could eliminate Will Asher if they get a piece of 5 at 10.25 meters, which is not the easiest thing to do.
No, and the way it's shaping up, it's a ton of 3s, a pair of 3s, guys. It's always seems to be, if you got a pair of 3s, you're in these 2-round tournaments. You've got a good first score, you've got a good backup. it can kind of squeak you in there, and it's the way it's shaping up, the way I'm seeing it. Anybody who can get to 4, I think, gets himself a pretty good shot at it.
All right.
And that's definitely what Dane and the next skier, T-Gas, sitting on the dock, they need that because they don't have that backup. They don't have that backup 3 to fall back on, so they need a piece of 4 or more.
All right, just looking at Dane Meckler, just looking at his line control, allowing the ski to fully rotate underneath him and then wait for the line to tighten up and then position the handle to go cross course. It seems to have a healthy knack for doing that. And Dane Meckler, who shocked the world a few seasons ago, way back in 2021, where he made it through the runoff to get into the men's slalom world championship final by actually making the full pass at 10.25 meters and scoring, I believe, either half or one full buoy to advance. So he is capable of going through 10.25 meters. The question is, does he feel frisky enough to do it today? Here he comes, Dane Meckler.
He's a little bit down course, a little extra rope there at number 2. Doesn't phase him at number 3 and picks up number 4 and 5. And he is on time as he approaches number 6. So another full pass, Dane Meckler, this is 39. Shakes his head a little bit as he goes out. Wasn't happy with that 2-ball. Needs to figure out, his stance on his ski, kind of rope control to hopefully get a turn at 2 at 41. We know his onside's working, it's firing. He can kind of swing that ski around whenever he likes, but it's the offside that can be his downfall.
Yeah, that could be a little bit of a bugbear there for Dane Meckler. So we see Thomas de Gasperi on the starting dock and getting ready to go. A few of our spectators have migrated down to the midpoint stand. 3 buoys on the next run will tie him with Cole McCormick because his previous round score was 2 at 10.25 meters. That would represent a perfect tie in that respect. But will that perfect tie be enough? Of course, let's not forget some of the other scorers. Freddie Winter, also on 3 at 10.25 meters with his backup as well. Stephen Island has a better score this round with 3 at 10.25 meters.
Comes up short. That's crazy. So he just slots himself behind Cole McCormick there, I think.
Yes, he does, with one buoy at 10.25 meters, but he's definitely behind the 8-ball here, and he could be one of the ones on the outside looking in.
Really, he's got a 2. Yeah, no, he's behind all the other 3s, sorry, because he didn't have the 3 from round 1. So not the scorer Dane's looking at. I don't think we're going to see him in this final. It's unfortunate. He was really shooting for a big number 1, went for it, and then just kind of pulled up inside number 2. Unfortunate stuff for Dane Meckler. And we are going to go to Thomas de Gasperi. He's about to leave the dock. All these guys picked up a 2 at 41 in round number 1. But no, they have to go deep here in round number 2.
What versatile does that look like on the back? All right, just looking at Dane Meckler once again.
Yeah, let's see what happened here. I thought he had a pretty handy 1-ball. The tailwind pushed him on a little bit. I don't know if he had a ton of angle through the gates, but he can rely on that onside. Slips back a little bit, handle a little bit high, and made his move to 2, but just didn't have the swing out. And if it's not there at 41, you hear all these skiers referring to kind of getting the swing on the boat. And with that delay out of number 1, he didn't have it there. Made his reach, but he was, a foot short. And it goes to Thomas de Gasperi to change things up here. Can he do it? Can he get a piece of number 4 and put the guys with the 3s on attention?
Certainly, and normally you would bank on Thomas de Gasperi to get at least halfway down 10.25 meters in any given situation, come rain or shine. He's been doing it for so long. He is the 10-time European men's slalom champion. Won his most recent European title at San Gervasio last season, and we'll be looking to try and defend that title should the opportunity present itself this summer again. All right, then, and with that in mind, let's check in with Wade.
Hey guys, I'm here with Dane Meckler, and we've seen Dane do better, so I didn't see the pass, and you just said it wasn't good. So walk us through it.
Yeah, I don't know. I was a little bit, I honestly, I don't really know. I just didn't have the space at one. It felt super tight, and yeah, not my best day on the ski. That might be my first Swiss Pro final I've missed since the first year they had it. So it's certainly a bummer. I've been skiing well, and yeah, all you can do is move on. I got LCQ next week and a long season ahead, so certainly won't define this season, but it's a bummer for sure. I was excited about today and didn't come through, so it's all good.
No, I can certainly feel your pain, but recently married as well?
Man, recent. It's been a couple of years, yeah. So yeah, we've got a baby coming in August, so we're really excited about that. So yeah, a lot going on. Super excited. So I have nothing to be upset about.
My bad, I stumbled on that. Yeah, but a baby on way.
Oh.
Yeah. So anyway, best of luck this summer, man. We'll see you soon.
Speaking about stumbling, Thomas de Gasperi almost did just that off buoy number 2 into 3.
That was, yeah, unprecedented. You don't often see de Gasperi kind of make a slip up at 38 off. He is as routine as you can be. That 2-ball almost ended his campaign here, but the experience prevailed, kept things going, and he's got another shot.
All right, let's see if he is equal to the task that befalls him within the next few moments. Thomas de Gasperi. Let's have a look at this number 1. Gets a decent start.
Decent one. This is how not to turn 2 at 38.
Yeah, exactly. Just goes.
Come in and nothing out of it. He's basically standing up through the wakes. He still gets across to 3 and business as usual.
Yeah, exactly. And that good slalom ski really working too hard and overtime to keep him upright on top of the water. A ski that is his own design. A wider ski on one side, a narrower ski on the other side, basically bolted together. Or maybe not bolted together, just actually formed together. So that gives him...
Superglue?
Well, maybe some JB Weld, in there. But I'm sure that the good folks at the good Skunk Works over in Ogden in Utah are definitely more technologically advanced than that. Here we go.
Well, let's hope that 2-ball woke him up here as he comes back in. This is 39. It's a clean number 1 ball.
Indeed.
There's the standard 2-ball we're used to seeing from Thomas de Gasperi. Releases a little bit hard into 3, bows at the end of the turn. He folds at number 4.
And he folds
uncharacteristic
on number 4.
set there for Thomas de Gasperi, a 3.5 at 39.
And that eliminates him, I believe.
Yeah, that will eliminate him. His 2 at 41 from the first round will be his highest score. And now we're going to move into our first of the skiers that had that 3 at 41 in the first round. I think 3 or 4 skiers from the second round have joined him. Let's watch that replay. Came into number 2, looked great. Just a little bit of an inside release, a little bit of a hard release. Thomas does that a little bit. It doesn't usually phase him, but the ski stopped on him and didn't get in a great position across to 2. Tried to make it up. Was a little narrow and fast coming into 4, and that was all she wrote. So it hasn't been de Gasperi's weekend, either with Dane Meckler. Kind of 2 surprises, I think, because these guys are some of the more consistent skiers we see on the circuit, and especially over the last couple of years.
Yeah, just didn't exactly get the start that he wanted to. Had to jump on the inside of the ski, making his approach into number 3, and the ski reacts by biting even harder and rolling him over the tip. And by the time it came for him to recover, everything was going too quick, too late.
Good close look at the versatile on that Connolly DV8 that Lucas Cornell is stepping his foot into.
I think that's a square setup, isn't it?
Looks like a fairly square. From this angle, it's hard to tell, but you have a few different options you can interchange. My kids both ride Conleys, and Jaden prefers that one. It's a little bit rounded. We kind of shaved a little bit off the edges and kind of as a little bit of an adaptation. And mother's son Damien, who's slalom's pretty handily too, chooses a round one. So just personal preference, how you like the ski to sit in the water, but innovative technology there from Conley Skis.
Indeed, indeed. And the skier riding on top of that ski is going to be Lucas Cornell, the current U17 World Championship runner-up in the boys slalom competition, and looking to try and set his credentials in motion here at the Swiss Pro Slalom for the 10th edition here in 2024. On the podium at the Moomba Masters the slalom competition, and also setting a junior Moomba course record at the same time as well. This is Lucas Cornell.
I think he ran 39 to set that record, if I'm not mistaken.
He did.
Yeah, a 1 or a half at 41, which is huge in the juniors. It's only a few years ago that the first 39 was kind of run there, or the top open skiers were struggling to get through it. And he's already put the junior record into 41 off. In another tournament, he ran 3 at 41 for under 21 record. We'll talk more about him after we hear from Wade.
Indeed.
Hey guys, here with handsome Rob Hazelwood, and hey, you're giving a nice compliment to our man Lucas out there. He rips, huh?
Oh yeah, this kid rips. He's been out at Jack's the last few days. I think he's out there for a while. Yeah, he's good. He's really good. He's definitely that wasn't a flash in the pan in round 1, and yeah, there's a lot more to come from him for sure.
And same with you. We're gonna see any changes for this round.
I guess we'll see if that was a flash in the pan, but no, it felt good. Honestly, obviously the 35 start, it's still a little early in the season. Maybe I haven't practiced that as much or at all as I should have done, but it shouldn't be a big deal. We should be able to roll through, just start with a little more intensity, and sometimes that can help down the line, but yeah, I don't know. The scores are all shaken up. We'll see where it comes. I'm the last one of the 3s, apart from Nate, I think. So yeah, we'll find out. But no, nothing to change. Just go out and do the same thing, hopefully.
Right on. We hope to see him do exactly the same thing. Back to you guys.
All right, thanks, Wade. What I'm keen to know from the skiers to come is anyone going to choose the same technique that Freddie Winter chose, to opt up. Looks like Lucas is going through the paces here. This is 11.25. Would be a big call for him. It's a risky call, but if you want to get down that 41 off pass, that could be the choice today.
And I don't think I've ever seen anyone come off the dock on 11.25 meters unless it's been in a runoff situation.
That's a big ask too. But Lucas Cornell, a little bit wobbly there through number 3 and 4, kind of pushed it maybe a little bit harder than he was hoping to, but still just warming up. That's his second pass. It's already 6 at 11. Hopefully he can settle into his rhythm and show us some of that form that secured him a 3 at 10.25 and a equal under 21 Aussie record in round number 1.
All right, and I'm sure.
What these skiers now, Tony, they're looking for a backup score, aren't they? They've got a great first round score, 3 at 41.
Yeah.
They're looking to either improve or at least go the same.
What they want to make sure at the very least is they don't score anything less than skiers such as Cole McCormick and or Freddie Winter or even Stephen Island at this point, because anything below that gives them an inferior backup score, and
sure.
that could potentially eliminate them from future contention.
Yeah, Island was the 5 at 39. Freddie was the... There's that on that replay. There's that little shake there at run number 3. Maybe just a little stiff, just still kind of getting his body warmed up. But he's at 39. But yeah, it was Island with 5 at 39, Freddie with a half at 41, and Cole McCormick a 2 at 41. Cole McCormick, I think he's looking pretty good. He's got a decent backup, but if all these guys push around 3 again, we won't be seeing him in the final. I think he kind of admitted he might be around 9th or 10th. But I wouldn't pack up just yet if I was Cole.
All right, then, here he comes round. Oh, nicely laid down there off buoy number 1. He's still there on number 2. Good. Look at that. Look at the power that he produces off his 135 side. Look at that. Just drives in, sets his position, holds on to it, and gets through 10.75 meters. Wonderful stuff there.
Yeah, what a way to come across the pond just about a week ago. Had a great season down under, and he is starting his campaign here extremely well with 39 off twice in a row, a score of 3 in the first round, and hopefully he can back that up right here and now. was a little narrow maybe on that 1-3 side, but didn't panic. Still gets right back to the handle. Boom, locks in, and he's off. And 4, 5, and 6 was cool, calm, and collected, wasn't it?
All right, looking in great shape here. And also we have to thank our event sponsors, Swiss Waterski Resort, Pro Gear Gloves, Ravenol, Reflex Skis, Good Skis, Masterline and Eagle. Visit Lake County, Florida, Christoph Beck and Hicham Bamra. We'll go through some of the sponsors for our complete 2024 TWBC webcast tour in a few moments. But there you see Scott Greenwood mashing down the throttle, lining up.
All right, guys,
Lucas Cornell.
get behind this young fellow, 18-year-old Aussie, Lucas Cornell. 41 off, 10.25. He sets up on his gate. He says it's time to go. He stretches around number 1. His tail sliding.
Pops the fin. That could be seriously bad news there for Lucas Cornell, because even though he had 3 from the previous round, his score of half a buoy in this round at 10.25 meters. I'm not too sure what that does in comparison to the likes of Freddie Winter or Stephen Island.
Well, he's right in line with Freddie Winter, and he's tied. It's a perfect tie.
He's tied. Yeah,
it's
a perfect
3,
tie.
2, both of them got 3s. Both of them have a backup of half. So he's in good company there. But Cole McCormick's the guy. We've got 8 skiers remaining by the look on the board. 8 skiers remaining. All of these guys could work their ways through if they all score more than 2 at 41. Will Asher, he's in. Is that what we see?
I believe so.
No,
We've still got to get through the majority of the skiers that have tied on number 3, but
yeah.
But I mean, an educated assessment at this time.
Well, there's 7 skiers remaining. No,
yeah.
he's in. He's got the highest score so far. So yeah, no, we'll say he is in our final. I'm going with it. I'm sticking to it. So it's between these next 7 skiers. Who is? Are they going to let Cole McCormick in? 2 at 41 is the backup score. It's not actually as big. That definitely takes the pressure off. Getting a 2 is a little bit easier, and they're probably going, you know what? If we get a 2, by the way these rules stack up, they all go in.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you might be onto something there, Kyle. As we continue to move right along, we have got Jamie Calhoun, who lives not too far away I believe, in Groveland. So now fully settled in to life in Central Florida, a graduate of Florida Southern College. And here he is. I'm sure he's got some fans up in the Great White North in his native Ontario. Looking good. I don't see much wrong with that there, Kyle.
No, I didn't see much wrong with his skiing from round 1 either. You know, his first couple of passes were a little subdued, I thought. He just wasn't kind of pushing too hard. 13, 12. Then he stepped things up a little bit at 11. And then 10 was, like we were commenting about, his 2 of 4 was spotless. So hopefully he's in for big things here in round 2. Let's hear from Wade.
Yes, indeed.
I think so. We got some more great shout outs, in particular for the webcast crew. The Pearson family from Salt Lake says, thank you guys so much. Cecily Tynan, who we already mentioned, says, thank you guys, love the broadcasting. And multiple people have said today, the coverage gets better and better, and this is my 5th year, and I enjoy it so much. I think you guys at home can tell what a fabulous job these guys do. Big shout out to all of them. Thanks so much.
Merci beaucoup, monsieur.
I take it that's thank you, is it?
Yeah.
No, I got that. Yep, dead right. This coverage is incredible. Really enjoy being a part of it. Thanks to the TWBC crew. Tony, you kind of created this monster way back, and it just seems to be growing traction.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and on the water, Jamie Calhoun already at 11.25. A little bit of an easy pull out, just kind of setting things up slowly, maybe kind of taking into consideration that tailwind there. A little bit of a slow number 1, but yeah, back on it here at 2 ball and tight as you like at number 3 and 4. This is our water cam, our buoy cam as he goes round number 5 and out the gates.
Nice.
Awesome skiing. Jamie Calhoun from Canada.
Seems to have that one under control, skiing very, very smooth, and one of a few Canadians that is battling to try and get that Canadian national record in their possession. I mean, we saw Cole McCormick not too long ago. We're going to see Stephen Neveu in a little while. We've also got Charlie Ross about to take to the water in not too far away in the future. And of course, Jamie Calhoun on the water at this time. And that Canadian national record is about 2/3 of the way down 41 off, or 10.25 meters. And it stood for a while. It's been standing since 2016.
Yeah, a lot of guys have been threatening it. Haven't quite pulled it off just yet. 2016. And the current world record, 2.5 at 43. That's been standing since 2000 and... Tony, knowledge, come on.
Not too sure on the year, I'm sorry.
It's been a while now,
It's been a while.
Yep.
But here we go. This is coming right up. Jamie Calhoun. Boat speed 36 miles an hour, don't forget.
Definitely put a bit more energy into that gate pull out. Hopefully got the angle. That's still a little bit of rope at number 1 and 2. It's a little bit down course. Hopefully he can stay calm here at number 4. It's a big turn. He holds
big turn
on to
on 4. He basically...
Still late at number 5. Scampers across. Gets around number 6. This is going to be a ton of slack, guys. Hopefully...
Oh! Save my shoulders.
Insane amount of rope that he just held on to. That is incredible. I want to see how much load that put on the pole.
Yeah, Vince, give us the number on that one.
He was on the platform. Can't wait to watch this replay. So it was a slow start.
I think that was 900 pounds right there.
Slow start. That handle came up. Bit of a delay. We were hoping for a big 2-ball from him. He didn't get it. Stayed calm. The 3 wasn't it either. Goes into 4. Hail Mary turn here at number 4. Just buries the tip. Tail slides a little bit. Holds on. I don't know how he held on to that either.
No.
There's the 5. This is onside. Pulls all the way. Commitment to the fullest. Look at how close he is to the back of the boat now. And just sits back and takes it. I was a bit worried for the boat judge and the driver there. I thought that handle was going to go flying.
And there are different schools of thought as to how you handle that. I mean, I remember the likes of Jonathan Travers doing the old rodeo.
Yeah, some people swear by that. He seemed to take the option of just, hey, you know what? I'm going to sit here and just take it. And he did. And he held on. So some grip strength. But, yeah, we've reports that the hitting slack hits like that, they actually don't load the boat that much. So that won't be our highest ball. But let's see what he's got. He's still got some work to do. Can he get a full 2 buoys at 41 off? That's what we're predicting he needs to kind of get himself into this final. It's a 1.
There's 1.
He knows that all these skiers know it. He has to hold on a bit of slack again. But he's thrown the... Well, I thought he was going to throw the fist because he knows that score should tie him up with Cole McCormick.
Yes,
and by the way I calculate it, both of them will be going through to our final. At this stage, we might have a 9-person final, but it depends what these next few skiers do, obviously.
Indeed, indeed. And we've got 7 skiers remaining, so and eight go through to the next round. So under that mathematical assumption, at the very least, we'll ash it through to the next round.
Yeah, you're catching up, Tony. I said that about a couple of skiers ago.
Well... Well, we've now confirmed it pretty much. Okay, so
thanks.
So
I know it's been a long day. A lot of math going on right now, isn't there?
Yeah.
Trying to work out this score, that score, round 1, round 2, back up. But yep.
The only sport that's more mathematically challenging than ours is dart.
That's just because they've had a bunch of beer while they're playing it.
No, but I mean, can you work out the perfect checkout for a 141?
Not quickly, no.
No. I'm sure some of you folks down there in internet land will probably know what the best checkout is for a 141. Anyway, enough of that. We've got Jamie Calhoun. We're looking at the instant replay. Just rears up and almost rides away like he did through the exit gates, kind of like dropped his weight behind his back foot and just waited for the line to tighten up, and then the ski just does the rest. So a good, solid technical effort there.
Yeah, looking at the leaderboard there that just popped up on your screen, the one in front of us, 6 skiers remaining. He's in Jamie Calhoun and Cole McCormick are in second tied right now. Yeah, from my calculations, they go through, and things eases up a little bit here for these skiers. I was hoping for some opt-ups, maybe to track down that headwind 41, but I think they'll go through the motions. 12, 11 tailwind, 39 headwind. Make sure they get that pass, secure the 2. Maybe the more confident ones towards the end will kind of try and rip it and get down that pass and increase their seating place. But the important thing to do for these skiers right now is make the final, and that's a 2 at 41 from all these guys with their 3s from first round.
All right, then, and with his run of the opening pass, let's check in with Wade.
Hey, guys, here with Jamie Calhoun. And, Jamie, you backed up your score well from this morning. Bit of work, though. The end of that 39 was a bit interesting.
Yeah, I definitely made it interesting. I just wanted to have some fun. I don't know. I almost blew it at 4-ball. Held on and was hoping for a big 5 and did not get it, but we snuck out 6.
So tie for second spot, though, right now? Not bad, huh?
Yeah, I think, I think we'll be in, which was the goal. I was thinking about turning 2, but wasn't in a really good spot and had a thought snuck to myself, maybe let's just get into the finals.
No, you did the right thing, and yeah, we're going to wait and see, but yeah, probably in the finals. Back to you guys.
Now we'll confirm that right now. He is in the finals, unofficially, but now he's in second equal with 6 skiers remaining. Joel Poland on the dock. It's been a long wait for his second round. Cooling himself down. He'll be out next. On the water right now, the young phenom, the guy from Canada, the under 17 world record holder, 4 at 41. And one of the
all right,
11.25 coming back through. Just some more calculations going on.
There we go. That is Charlie Ross, who certainly made a name for himself a few seasons back by setting the junior under 17 boys slalom world record with his first ever complete effort on 10.75 meters and registering a score about a third the way into a 10.25 meters to set that record many seasons ago. He's reset the U17 boys slalom record on a number of occasions since then to round off his eligibility, and is also the current world U21 world slalom record holder. And obviously the Canadian national record holder in those divisions as well. All right, then. So let's see what Charlie Ross can do moving forward. He's gotten through 12 and 11.25 meters. Now this is 10.75 meters. Selecting the 0 off to run at Alpha 2. Round 1 and 2. Looking good.
A little bit slow out of number 3 there. Pretty casual on the 2 and 4. Knows he's got the ability to get through this pass without working too hard. Wasn't as pretty as his round number 1 performance, but no doubt he is in touch. And he knows he's got to score a 2, to secure his spot. Who knows? It's his onside. If he gets out of 1, well, you might see him rip number 2 and try and increase his seating a little bit.
So for Charlie Ross, I'm sure that he's worked this out already, or at least his parents have. He's needing a score of around the range of 2 at 10.25 meters to put himself in a very good chance of advance into the men's slalom final. From our calculations that we've been able to ascertain right now, it's it's clear that Will Asher has made his way through to the men's slalom final just based on one score, which is 4 at 10.25 meters. And Cole McCormick and Jamie Calhoun in a good spot as well, are currently tying in second spots, with a perfect tie between the two scores that they produced each. And if there is a perfect tie, then both skiers make it through, irrespective of how many skiers that ends up sending. So, needing 2.
Let's see his
Here
gumption on this
Ross.
pass. Will he just go play the safe route and get a 2?
There he does.
It wasn't the best one. He goes round 2. He lays up a little bit.
Lays up on 2. He
makes a play for 3.
Does he
If
get
he got
to the
that?
wing?
That's incredible, because he didn't turn 2. From my angle, I couldn't really see it there on that. But yeah, score's under review. The judges couldn't really see it either. But I don't think he's inside number 3. But he knew that. Was his game plan all along. See how 1 feels. Turn 2. Safe, cautious, and if he's in a good spot, throw at 3. We'll see Charlie Ross later on this afternoon.
And that puts him in a perfect tie with Jamie Calhoun and Cole McCormick, because each of them had 3 in the first round, and each of them have 2 in this round. Oh, look at...
He ran right over it, didn't he?
Well, he certainly...
Yeah, 2 confirmed there for Charlie Ross.
It certainly would have
Pretty
warranted.
amazing that he was that close to it, though, with that 2 ball. He pretty much stopped skiing. He's facing straight at the boat and then just kind of put the hammer down to try and get across, and he can get some speed, can't he, cross course? One of the things that's, I think, has been so successful for Nate Smith, he can get across course quickly too. And Charlie is insane with turning the power on and getting across, and almost makes 3 with a non-existent 2 ball.
All right, so any predictions as to what could happen next here off the dock?
This is going to be a jump start.
I think so. 2-footed jump start off the corner.
I would like to see him try a heli start, wrap up. Seen that a few times.
Yeah.
Maybe next tournament he'll be confident enough. He's
Maybe.
lacking a bit of confidence lately, so.
Yeah, I think so. Here he comes, Joel Poland. A right foot forward skier for tricks, a lefty for slalom.
And setting again there, A2. As he goes around our buoy cam. Early as you like, around 3 and 4.
Not looking bad. And a stylish round number 6. And Wade is coming up next.
Hey guys, here with another one of our finalists, Mr. Charlie Ross. Feels good, huh?
Feels amazing, yeah. The goal was, to at least get 2, and then, maybe try to get a little more to, try to get a higher seed. And then going into 2 there, I started to get a little scared, and I was like, all right, let's make sure we get the 2 and then go from there. So,
Even though you made the final last year, it's no different feeling. You've made the final. It's how exhilarating, right?
yeah, it's a great feeling. You wanna come here and try to compete and try to be with the big dogs. And so it's an exciting feeling to make the finals.
We're going to see him in the final soon, guys. Rip it up.
All right, then. Thanks a lot, Wade, and great work once again with Charlie Ross, who is all but assured a spot through to the next round of the competition by virtue of the fact that he is in that perfect tied situation with 2 at 10.25 meters in one round and 3 at 10.25 meters in the other round, which is replicated 3 times.
Kesso was saying that all the guys with a 3 and a 2 are safe. Should a couple of these guys fall short, though, what's going to happen next? Who's the guys on the bubble? It's Freddie Winter and it looks like Lucas Cornell, but they need a couple guys. They need a couple guys to kind of fall short and score less than that. Basically miss 39 because their backup is that half at 41.
Exactly.
Wishful thinking with the caliber of the field that's standing on the dock and this guy on the water. Unlikely, but who knows?
Well, my recent conversation with Joel Poland on the TWBC podcast, he shared quite a few revelations and also told me a little bit about what he's going to be doing this current summer with the tournaments that he has lined up. even some of the events that that he'll be going to during the summer, including Stephen Neview's wedding, which is coming up fairly soon, and then not too long after that, Conley Panett is getting married as well, and he's gotten an invitation to be a part of that celebration as well.
Oh, it happens to the best of us.
Mm-hmm.
All right, watching the replay here as Joel Pollan just putting on a clinic at 38 off. But the real work starts now. This is 39. He ran this pretty easily in the first round. We're saying 2 to advance. He knows it. He's done his math. He's worked things out. He's one of those guys though that should he get out of number 1 though, I think he's going to push the turn at 2. He's got to get through this next pass, this 10.75. It's difficult.
Here he comes, 10.75 meters. No easy slog on this one. Let's see what he has. Buoy number 1, or a little bit on the back of the ski and losing some angle there, but he's able to get back on the good foot here off number 3. Turns it like a lefty, as he should.
Good pass.
Nice.
Wasn't the most comfortable pass, but there's no doubt he was going to run all 6 buoys there at 39. He's gaining confidence as a slalom skier. He's won trick events. He's won pro trick events. He's won pro jump events. He's won a lot of pro overall events. He has not won a pro slalom event.
No, hasn't. Though I suspect his first ever pro slalom victory will be coming around sooner rather than later. I mean, at least by measure of the fact that he got into 9.75 last season at the Elite World Waterski Championships, which took place over at Sunset Lakes down the road here in Groveland. Once again, the folks from Visit Lake County, Florida, were a part of the support for that event, and they are here for our event here, the Swiss Pro Slalom once again. So we thank Visit Lake County, Florida, along with Christoph Beck and Hitchem Bamra, along also with Swiss Waterski Resort, Pro Gear Gloves, Ravenol Oil, Reflex Skis, Good Skis, Masterline, and Eagle.
Okay, Joel Pollan will be shortening that rope up, 10.25. His work is not done yet. He has got to get a full 2 buoys. Anything less than that, and he will miss out. He's got a bit of a deeper gate than he'd like. A big slam at number 1. It's good. He's around 2. No, he decides not to turn it.
He skis intelligently.
Crazy. Why would he do that?
Oh, I don't know. Yeah, exactly.
Chicken, yep. He had the 1 to go down that pass. He had the 1 to get at least a 3, maybe a 4. But, you know, coming into that offside when there's pressure on you, knowing you just got to get a full 2 buoys.
Let's keep a camera on him. Let's keep it there. Is he going to do something? Yeah, there we go. TikTok landing. You'd expect something like that, only from Joel Pollan. He almost ended up in the announcing booth.
Got a ton of angle on that gate turn in. Set him up well, and he roped number 1. Tight line. Shoulder down across to number 2. Plenty of space. Could have committed to turn it, but said, you know what? I want to ski in the final. I don't want to take the chance.
So does that make Joel Pollan the only competitor to make it to the final in the Swiss Pro Tricks and Swiss Pro Slalom?
I think he's the only competitor in both events, isn't he? Oh, Eliche, sorry. Only competitor in the men's.
Yeah.
That skied in both the tricks and slalom. Eliche was maybe the only competitor that did the women's. Yeah, you usually would see Paige and Neely in both of the events, but injury for Neely and an event on for Paige. Different skill set required between slalom and tricks, would you say?
Yeah, at least a different foot forward for Joel Pollan's case. All right, then, here we go. Another skier from Canada, originally from the province of Alberta, and now making residence in the Lone Star State of Texas. This is Stephen Nevieu.
And one of our few skiers with the one-handed gate. Bit of a tame one-handed gate, not too aggressive on it. And that's kind of characteristic of his style everywhere. Very kind of smooth. He's got the power, he's got the height, he's got the weight behind him, but really does he kind of use it too aggressively. The gentle giant, they call him.
Mm-hmm. All right, then, and as he works his way out to the right-hand side of that towboat and sinks in to shorten the line, let's check in with Wade's World.
So the chat in the booth was, Joel, are you the first to make it in a Swiss Pro trick final and a slalom final?
Yeah, I think I might be, actually. Yeah, that's kind of cool.
That is kind of cool, yeah. And you just did exactly what you needed, no more, no less, but piece of cake?
Yeah, like, honestly, that gate, that one ball, it was a really good setup, and it took a bit of willpower to not try and, like, go for it too, but, man, like, I've gone down in a prelim before and, like, definitely lost a tournament in the prelim, so I'm trying to be a little smart and just sort of maybe played it a touch safe, but, hey, in the final, so.
Yeah, because over the last couple of years, you've been half buoyed or been nexted out a couple times, and that's not a good feeling.
No, man, that's the worst feeling. When you're out by, like, half a buoy, or, you know, I've had them where I've got 1.5 and the score was 2, and, you know, eats away at you a little bit, but hey, did what I had to do in round 1 so I can go a bit easier in round 2.
Awesome, mate. Congrats. We'll see you this afternoon. Back to you guys.
Tony, the kid's growing up.
Yeah, absolutely. He's got some smarts on his shoulder these days. So a skier who originates from the London district of Clapham, coming through with a performance which puts him through to the next round of the competition. All right there, this is Stephen Neville, 11.25 meters, just trying to rope his way in and trying to stay balanced on top of that ski. He's rocking backwards and forwards, and that delays his edge change and subsequent turn. And there we go, Stephen Neville looking in a pretty darn good shape at the moment as he works his way down the line. 10.75 meters coming up next.
Yeah, maybe not as settled as we usually see from Stephen. Starting at 12 does that to even the best of them. It's only one pass and you're straight into the extremely short 11-meter line. But he's going to wave that one off. He knows he skied well in the first round. He ran 39 pretty easily. Let's watch this replay on your screens. Just trying to find his tempo, not trying to push it. Kind of safe skiing, I guess you'd call it. He has the ability to kind of go easy and still, you know, not put himself in any danger of missing the pass.
Looking strong, allowing for that ski to rotate and then to tighten up the line, and then once the line is tight, then it's back to work. Good solid effort there from Stephen Neville. Here he is.
3 at 41 in round number 1. This is his shot in round 2 at 10.75, 39. Crazy that he did such a big score in round 1. Still needs to work hard here in round 2 to secure a spot. It's a bad 2.
Oh, horrid number 2, and that eliminates him, unfortunately.
Oh my goodness, that is not what we expected from Stephen Neville. We thought he looked unsettled or not quite his usual self at 11, Tony, but to see that, we thought he'd figure it out at 39, but not at 2. Well, and that's his onside too, so crazy stuff happening out there for Stephen.
Just was real slow off number 1 and just couldn't really get the ski angled enough to give him a wide path into number 2. And when you're that narrow into number 2, the ski is limited by how much it can fully rotate and establish angle across course. And unfortunately for Stephen Neville, finding it out the hard way.
Guys, there's 4 skiers remaining, and we're starting to do a little bit more math. We are saying... Yeah, exactly. Anything past half at 41 gets you into the final for these next few skiers that have got the 3s from round number 1. We thought we were counting them out, but yeah, Lucas Cornell and Freddie Winter both tied up with 3s and halves at 41. They are sitting there and waiting nervously to see what these next 4 skiers will do. If any of them score less or equal to their half of 41, they'll take all of them through. But yeah, hey, it's getting interesting.
Yep. The permutations are actually mind-boggling, I tell you what.
They have 3 skiers, basically. They got Corey Vaughan, They got Rob Hazelwood, they got Nate Smith. Any of those three skiers miss 39 or score half or less at 41, and then we'll be seeing them in the final later on. It's a big if. All right, as we wait for Corey Vaughan to get hooked up, coming in 12 meters. It's 4:30 here in Central Florida. We started at 8 o'clock this morning. We've had 35 skiers in rounds 1 and 2. We've got 4 skiers remaining before we finish up these prelim rounds 1 and 2, and we'll know who's in to our finals. They'll be kicking off here straight after the completion of this men's round 2. A lot of slalom skiing today. We've seen some huge scores, especially that first round. Incredible performances. A little nerves maybe coming out in round number 2 as the pressure comes on. A few guys failed. A few guys have come up short that we would have expected to see in the final. Some new faces possibly.
And a very recognizable and popular skier out on the water right now, and I got to speak to him yesterday as part of the TWBC podcast. This is Corey Vaughan, who comes to us out of Bumpus in Virginia. I'm sure that there are good fans out there on the live chat on the right-hand side of the webcast player right now are getting behind this man right here as he makes his way through on pass number 1. Looking good, looking strong on the opener on 12 meters and getting ready for 11.25 meters coming back. Now, there was a possible issue with his ski as of yesterday, but ski got damaged for whatever reason, so he went down to a workshop nearby, got it flex tested, found out that the ski wasn't damaged in any serious fashion, so he could continue to use that ski instead of going on a backup ski, and it's doing very well for him right now there, Kyle.
Yeah, definitely. No, he's figured things out. He seems confident with his equipment. And earlier on today, we got a ton of shout-outs from down in Australia. A ton of the crew down there were watching along. It was late at night down there. It was 10:30 or so when one of their favourites, Lucas Cornell, kind of went out and set the pace. It's now 6:30 in the morning, and they're all waking up and kind of seeing the results unfold overnight. Shout-out to everyone down in Aussie. Your boy still stands a chance. There's a few skiers remaining. He's on the outside looking in. He needs one more to score less than that half that he scored in round number 2. I know you guys are cheering him along. Thanks for tuning in. This is Corey Vaughan at 11.25.
Here he is, or a little bit back there on 11.25 meters, but he's still keeping the ski out ahead of him and just rocking his way off number 4 into number 5. Coming to Wade, and let's see who he has with him.
Hey, so guys, here with Mr. Will Asher, and sort of enjoying the afternoon. Nice weather in Florida. Breeze has stayed away. It's all right, huh?
Yeah, I couldn't think of anything better. Rob just goes to me. He's like, I'm envious of your relaxed afternoon.
Well, when you put up the big score in the first round, you get to relax and enjoy it and sort of take it in a little better. But yeah, the conditions here, we've just grown accustomed to this. So when the wind is blowing, we're like, oh man, what we're missing, but we're getting it now.
Yeah, it doesn't get any better than this. I mean, you come into it in the morning hoping you do that in the first round, and it doesn't always happen. I've been on the other side of it many, many times. So I'm going to sit and enjoy this for what it is. and I'm still appreciating everything that's happening out there. So we're going to take a couple of passes, probably.
Righty, we're going to get to see him out there really soon, and back to you guys.
All right, then, huge pass coming up there for Corey Vaughan. This is 10.75 meters, needing to run this and get round number 1 on the pass to come afterwards. Here he is, Corey Vaughan, 10.75, a little bit down course. Here he is on number 3, hooks up well off number 3. He's very good on number 4. Needs to get round number 5, and he is ahead of the game. Yes.
Tell you what, that was good skiing there for Corey Vaughan. Very, very methodical through that pass. Didn't push it too hard. Strong 1-3 offside, and yeah, no questions that he was going to run all the way through that. He's still got a little bit of work to do. He's got to get a full one buoy, but he knows that, and the pressure is slowly coming off of him to get a spot into the final.
I'm sure he's asking the boat crew right now, or at least the official in the towboat, what he needs in order to advance, and we suspect it's going to be somewhere along the lines of 1. That would put him ahead of the likes of Freddie Winter and Stephen Island at this time.
No, it's Freddie Winter and Lucas Cornell, the two guys.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
On the bubble. Their chances are diminishing very slowly. The next two skiers have been pretty consistent. Rob Hazelwood, Nate Smith. The chances are getting slim. Corey still has to go out there and score a full one buoy.
All right, then. So, in order for Corey Vaughan to advance exclusively through to the next round of the competition in this situation, he has to score more than half. If he scores a half, then it means himself, Lucas Cornell, Freddie Winter, and I believe Stephen Island make it through. He's round number 1. Yes, he's through.
He's got the 1, he's got the 2. He's up. Yeah, he's happy with that. Nods, waves, throws the fist. Yep. And he'll be in that mix-up there with Charlie, with Joel, with Cole McCormick, and with Jamie Calhoun. Now, how are they going to sort out that, the perfect ties as far as seeding for the finals? Probably go back to the seeding going into the competition. Is that correct?
I'm actually not too sure. We're going to have to look back at that, but okay, incoming seeded. So basically, it's based upon the Waterski Pro Tour seeding value for each skier coming in. So. Looking at Corey Vaughan once again. Good number 1, really, really settled, skiing like a man, relaxed. Getting round number 2 just for good measure, and he skis to the wake, and he is happy. And I'm sure that the good folks over in Bumpus, Virginia, including his wife and their child, Seth, are probably screaming and shouting and jumping up and down on the sofa right now, if not avoiding the Legos that are on the floor.
Yeah, happy family. As Corey Vaughan nods his head and says, yep, thank you very much. I'll earn my spot. And because of his ranking, he's going to be one of those later ones out going into the final. Pretty good spot. Maybe like sort of halfway through the field, I would say, for Corey.
Yeah, that puts him in a very, very nice position there. He's made it through to the next round. We know that. And his backup score certainly helps him in terms of how soon he skis. Don't forget, we got the women's slalom competition taking place not too long after the conclusion of this second round of men. There are 5 women through to the final. And then we have the 8-skier men's final conclusion, which will occur upon the immediate finish of the women's slalom. Here we go. On the water at this time is Robert Hazelwood.
Yep, the next 2 skiers have got the work to do. They've got to run 39 and at least get half. 1 to secure the spot.
All right, then, let's send it to Wade.
Hey, guys, here with a really happy Corey Vaughan. Finals. Yeah, good feeling, huh?
It's a relief, yeah. I mean, I was training hard for this in April. There was a lot of days that I would not have skied if I wasn't coming here. But to come down and get in the warm water here in Florida, ski at Swiss with everything being like the red carpet, it felt good. It felt like pro skiing at its best, and I'm really happy I get to do one more round.
Right, so let's talk about that. You wintering in Virginia, it's similar to the skiers wintering here, going to Australia, having to be ready first weekend of March. It's first weekend of May, but you guys don't have good weather up there March and April, right?
Yeah, my crew and I, my hardcore dedicated people, we've been pushing through April. A lot of cloudy, cold, rainy, windy days. But we've been getting after it and just biting the bullet, and it's worth it to ski the Swiss Pro Finals.
It makes you tough, too. And we see it now. He's in the final. Tough man. Back to you guys.
He's tough, but he's not the strongest person so far as the pole competition is concerned, the rope tension competition is concerned. We'll get the latest results on that in just a moment. In the meantime, Robert Hazelwood, he's gone through 12. This is now 11.25 meters. Good extension here. And Robert Hazelwood, who's appeared on podcasts on a number of occasions, including more recently with HO Syndicate marketing manager, the newly appointed Marcus Brown, and eager to look at those podcasts and their theories and on slalom technique and what is desirable out there on the slalom course. And certainly in the forefront of all of the development so far as mass media following with video and Instagram and all that kind of stuff and social media. He certainly heads up on all of that. And Rob Hazelwood, he has even launched a new Instagram handle called Rob Hazelwood Creative, so check that out. It's got some good content on there already, especially from the recent Swiss Pro tricks. But he's no slouch on the slalom ski and on the course himself. As we look at the tail end of his second pass, he gets through 12 and 11, now 10.75 meters.
Yeah, definitely no slouch. He's our third. He got the third spot last year, and here he comes. This is 39 off.
Coming in.
He needs to run all 6 buoys here and score at least half on the next one. Before he thinks about getting on the podium, he's got to make the final. It's a bit of a slow number 1. He's got a killer onside. There it is. Back on time. Big reach at number 3. Smooth as you like at number 4. This guy is skiing well, and a full pass. 6 buoys, guys. He's on the fist. Yeah, he knows.
And certainly not prepared to do Lucas or Freddie any favors at this point of the competition. He's successfully run through 10.75 meters and is now within a 4 buoy count of making his way through to the next round of the competition, the men's slalom final exclusively. But just looking in really good shape there. A little bit of a delay off number 1, but he had enough pace off that ski to finish off the turn. And then when the line tightened, it's off to the races.
Yeah, it was only number 1 that was just a touch cautious. After that, he settled in and was one of the easier 39s we've seen. Yeah, exactly.
Now,
so Freddie and Lucas sitting there waiting and hoping that he goes for a little bit too much and blows it out and gets a half, and they all go into this final. But Rob will be wanting to eliminate them. He wouldn't want them to have a chance to usurp him in the final. He wants to score at least 1, maybe 2. Up his seating going through, just like our earlier competitors.
Here he comes, 10.25 meters. If he gets half, he's through.
That's the one ball he's looking for. Now he can relax. It's a big number 2. He's going to scamper outside number 3. He turns it. Can he get a piece of 4? It's very, very close. And this guy is on fire, guys.
Oh, yeah, doing fantastically well. And 2-3 buoy scores at 10.25 meters. And he's on cloud 9 right now, Robert Hazelwood.
No, he throws the fist, and he's exhibited some serious form in both rounds. He was really close to number 4 in the first round, even closer in the second round. And that's with a kind of cautious number 1, make sure he didn't do too much. And then he sort of relaxed, turn 2, great. And made a play at number 4. He's saving it. He is saving it for the final, Tony, I think.
All right, then. He has the strongest pull as well with 413 kilograms of pressure on that toe line. He is your numero uno.
I missed the graphic there. Was that 2 at 41?
Yeah, 2 at 41. 3 at 41, I beg you.
3 to 4, okay.
3 to 4, which is the last weight crossing that you saw.
Yeah, there's the one ball, a little bit down course. Like I said, maybe a touch cautionary. Once he knew his round 2, that was a sensational 2 ball at 41. Doesn't get a whole lot better. And there he kind of puts the pedal down, says, you know what, I want to win this thing outright with that rope tension. 413 kgs going through that tow line, that master line tow line.
All right then, folks, we're now onto our penultimate skier to take to the water, and a multiple-time champion here at the Swiss Pro Slalom. This now is Nate Smith, originally out of McCordsville in Indiana. Mentioned briefly that he's been spending a bit of time outside of the state of Florida and probably pursuing some stuff in relation to his aviation activity. And let's check in with Wade.
Hey guys, here with Mr. Handsome Rob Hazelwood and a very handsome score. Feeling good about that?
Yeah, I've missed being called that way through the off-season. Yeah, it feels insane. Everyone kept stopping up at 2. I was a little nervous on 1. Obviously, there's some very good skiers sat with that half. So I was a little safe on 1. The tail came through beautiful. And I was like, right, you're a righty. Don't be that guy. Slammed the shoulder in and was like, oh. And then just, I don't know, a bit of a wimp at 3.
No, but it was nice though to get another 3 on the board and have a look, because probably going to have more of a look in the final, right?
Yeah, hopefully. This is pretty much a carbon copy of where I sat last year. 3rd seed, depending on what Nate does. So guaranteed 3rd seed, above the guys with the 2 and a 3. It's as good of a place as I can ask to sit. So yeah, I'm just a happy guy.
Well, hey, a little plug for his ski. If you want your skis set up like this, come out to the Syndicate Tour this summer. Check it out.
Two skiers remaining. 2 of the best that's ever been. This is Nate Smith, your current world record holder, and then Mr. Will Asher, if he decides to go out there. We heard from Nate, he hasn't been skiing as much. He's only been on the water a few times, and he did look a little bit like that in round number 1. But for Nate, not being on the water much just means he's back sort of halfway through 41 or not running it all the time. So he's still looking great on his D3 ski. There's a little pressure on him here to run this 39. It's Freddie Winter and Lucas Cornell. This is their final hurrah, their final opportunity. If Nate Smith doesn't complete this pass or scores less than a half, they might squeak in. But they're, I think they've basically used up all their chances.
All right then, good skiing there from Nate Smith, using that Ion 3 to very good effect. The newest addition to the D3 ski range, and know our audience prize participants will no doubt be crossing their fingers and hoping that their selections turn out to be correct, and also the backup, the tie-breaking score is close enough to the winning score. We'll try and get you those results as soon as each event is concluding. But in the meantime, we are 2 skiers away from finishing up in men's slalom round 2. We've yet to bring Will Asher out onto the water for what would probably end up being a couple of passes. But in the meantime, this is Nate Smith doing solid work at 10.75 meters and making that pass look immaculate.
Yeah, he got through that pass. I don't know if I'd call it immaculate by Nate Smith's standards. Looking a little slower from side to side, exhibiting maybe that lack of training that he was talking about in his interview. Still an easy pass, but he knows he's not maybe hitting form to get a long way down 41 or even run it. He's got to change up a few things here. He's got a minute to sit down at the far end. He knows he only needs a half. He's going to be a little cautious, like we heard from Rob at number 1. Get that score, get that full buoy, and then hopefully sit on number 2 ball and see if he can challenge the lead from our Will Asher. And Will was sitting there pretty comfy earlier. He had all his clothes on, but he's got ready. He's down on the dock. We will see him go out. Maybe just run a few passes just to kind of stay in touch, stay warm.
All right, looking good. Nate Smith getting ready for 10.25 meters. Our penultimate skier, and there is our last skier taken to the water, which is going to be Will Asher. Of course, the start at 41 off 10.25 meters by no means an automatic. You still have to be fully focused and fully invested in the run. So let's see what Nate Smith can do. Anything more than half will exclusively put him through to the next round. A half will have him and a few others make it through as well.
Yeah, that was as easy as you like around number one.
Indeed.
Didn't push it too hard. Wanted to close the door, secure his spot into the final, and we have it. We have it set.
All right then. So should we read off some names?
I think we should.
I think
sure
we should.
It'll come up on your screen here pretty soon. The boys in the trailer working on the graphic. But unofficially, Will Asher will be our top seed. We're still going to see him go out there and rip it a little bit. Nate Smith doing his job. He only needed a full one buoy.
You see, that's
would have liked to have been seated a little bit higher, but still, we'll see him in the final.
You see, that's a new tactic. Send your dog. Anyway, good stuff there from Nate Smith, making his way as far as number one buoy at 10.25 meters, thus guaranteeing himself a spot through to next round. And Will Asher has been a fixture in the men's slalom final for quite a while now, so it's not going to be too much of a struggle or a slog to make it among the top 8 or even beyond the top 8 in terms of numbers. We'll get the full SP in just a moment or so, but we're looking at Nate Smith with the instant replay, both from the tower cam and also the boat cam as well, with brilliant shots being crafted by our good folks here at TWBC. Connor Pesic with the camera in the boat, Jason Scholl with our aerial camera, and Jeremy Scholl on the tower camera, along with Pablo along the shore side, adjacent to the dock, the shot that you're seeing from him right now if you're looking at it. All right then, so let's have a look at the names going through to the final. All right, okay, so it's Asher, Hazelwood, Calhoun, Ross, Poland, Vaughan, and McCormick. And Nate Smith as well.
Yeah, Nate Smith will be kicking it off. He'll be our first one off the dock. Wow, that's going to be exciting stuff, isn't it? Our 6-time champion and 3-time in a row. He's going to have to come from behind, though, going into this final this afternoon. There's Will Asher, 12 meters. We're barely watching. It's just kind of going through the formalities right now.
All right, then. Let's send it over to Wade, shall we?
So, guys, here Nate Smith, and so we just had a joke that, man, it's tough just getting one. Like, you're, torn. What do I do? And you got one.
Yeah, I mean, I've never tried to pull up early, but at the same time, knowing you just need that full one, it's a little harder to come out of it. So when you need 2 or 3 or something beyond, you're coming in committed to turning. But I'm more than happy to be in the finals. I didn't even expect to ski that well. So being there, I'm more than happy.
And I've seen you sort of all over the place in the finals, going early, going late. Doesn't really matter. You're in the final, right?
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to go out and do my thing, right? If you're the last guy off the dock, you know the score to beat, but I'm still going to go try and do what I can do. And, being in the finals is my goal, and that's where I'm at. So
we'll see him up soon. Back to you guys.
All right there, and continuing right along, I'm Tony Lightfoot. He is Kyle Lead, and we've just had a rather interesting stat come through. Basically captioned this under, it's easier to podium at the Worlds than it is to get into the finals at the Swiss Pro Slalom.
Yeah, I heard that the stat that none of the podium place getters are in our final here at the Swiss Pro Slalom 2024. We'll get back to that after we watch Will Asher come through at 38 off for a little bit of fun. Kind of making sure he's staying warmed up. He doesn't want to use too much energy here. Save a little bit of strength. He'll be our top seed going into the final. I have a feeling he's going to ski into the dock after this pass. He might surprise us. Yep.
Yeah, he has tapped his head. The universal sign saying, I'm done. All right,
I'm ready.
then.
He is ready for the final.
Maybe he's just trying to save some time.
And so are we. It's been a big day, but we are ready for the final. We've got the top 5 girls getting ready. We're going to kick off with that here pretty shortly and then switch straight into the top 8 men. It's been a big day of skiing, 35 skiers Men and women have gone out rounds 1 and 2. And 13 remain. 5 in the women, 8 in the men.
All right, some great skiing we've had so far in the 2 elimination rounds, and we've already mentioned the skiers that have made it through to the final in both the women's and the men's competition. And thanks to you that have been watching so far, even those that are currently watching not only this but also another big event that's taking place in Florida going on, but I'll give you more details on that in a moment. In the meantime, let's check in with Wade.
Hey guys, here with Will Asher, who, despite of the score there, will be our top seed this afternoon, courtesy of his score this morning. So tell us what you wanted to accomplish out there and what happened.
I always find it weird if you do well in the first round and you don't ski the second round. To me, it just feels weird. So I just wanted to go out there, get wet, just have a 35 start, and just kind of keep the momentum rolling. I didn't want to fall asleep. Get to work on a couple of things, get to play out there, no consequences.
Nice, and it also sort of refreshes the muscles again, because when we go out like you did this morning and you go full 4 at 41 and then you come and you sit around for hours and hours and like we do, yeah, you tend to tighten up, but yeah, this sort of flushes everything back out, correct?
Yeah. I mean, like I said, I haven't really been skiing that much, so I think to have 3 really hard sets would have been tough. But I can definitely do 2.5.
All right, well, we're going to see another full set this afternoon. Back to you guys.
All right then, folks, and let's have a quick look at that beautiful leaderboard. And we've got Will Asher in the lead with 4 at 10.25 meters. Rob Hazelwood in second spot. Jamie Calhoun, Charlie Ross, Joel Poland, Cole McCormick, Corey Vaughn. They are all tied for third spot with 3 at 10.25 meters with their respective backups of 2 at least. And then we go to the 8th spot for Nate Smith. He's made it through to the next round. Unfortunately, on the outside looking in are Lucas Cornell and Freddie Winter. They scored 3 in the round previous, but unfortunately do not have a superior backup compared to the scores that you've already heard me call out. All right, let's have a look at the rope tension stats, shall we? Let's have that up. Robert Hazelwood has taken the lead with 911 pounds of pressure against that toe line. With at 3 buoy at 10.25 meters. Will Asher in second with 866. Jamie Calhoun on 855 pounds per square inch. Freddie Winter on 849. And Stephen Ireland on 831. Those are your top 5 in the strongest pool leaderboard for the... All right, then. So we're about to go into our presentation of our competitors in the women's slalom final and also the men's slalom final. So, ladies and gentlemen, presenting to you your first skier to hit the water in the women's slalom final. It is Ali Nicholson. Next skier up from Canada, Paige Rainey. Next skier up, also from Canada, Whitney McClintock-Greeny. And our next skier coming to you from Santa Rosa Beach in Florida, it is Regina Jaguars. And our last skier to take to the water, current 2-time world slalom champion from Canada, Jamie Ball. Presented to you the men's finalist, men's world slalom record holder, Nate Smith. Next up from Canada, and a record holder himself, Charlie Ross. Another competitor from Canada, Jamie Calhoun. From Great Britain and world overall record holder, Joel Poland. Next up from Bumpus, Virginia, Corey Vaughn. And And another skier from Canada, Cole McCormick. Our penultimate skier to take to the water from Great Britain, it is Robert Hazelwood. And your last skier to take to the water, also representing Great Britain, it is the one, the only, Will Asher.
2 years ago, you ran away.
All right, that presents our skiers in the final in the Swiss Pro Slalom, edition number 10. And ladies and gentlemen, prepare for your date with destiny. All right, now we've presented the skiers. Now we're going to put them out on the water. But in the meantime, this is continuing coverage of the Swiss Pro Slalom, the 10th anniversary edition. And we will be back right after this.
As the broker of Dayland Real Estate and a professional water skier, I understand what clients are looking for in their dream water ski home. Our company is dedicated to helping you and your family invest in your future together in Florida. If it's time to move on to your next adventure, let us help you find the perfect match for your home. Our team offers service in English, French, Spanish, and German. Whenever you are ready, just give us a call. We will be suited up and ready to assist. Dayland Real Estate, where expertise meets passion.
Where do competition standards meet the highest culinary standards? Where do the old masters meet the new masters? Where do first-class conditions meet first-class hotels? Where does the purest joie de vivre meet the purest drinking water quality? Only 30 minutes from the airport and Vienna city center. See you in Vienna.
Morning, Brian.
Hey, morning. You have a good weekend?
Yeah, got out on the water a couple times. How about you?
Yeah, I got to set in. Just gonna make a quick phone call here. Oh, of course. Can you get that, Will?
Yeah, man, I got it. Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Will. Yeah, looks like we've got those in stock.
Ravenol, the lifeblood of your car.
At Dillinger Insurance, we have over 50 different carriers to shop your home, auto, and recreational vehicle insurance needs. We would love the opportunity to save you money. We insure million-dollar mansions, condos, mobile homes, rental homes, and everything in between. We know all about wind inspections, 4-point inspections, and how to get you the right coverage for your particular home. You've got questions, we've got answers. Can you remember the last time you had a rate decrease with your auto insurance? Let's take a look and see what we can do. We know all the ins and outs of getting our customers the best rates coverages, and discounts. So put us to the test.
Don't monkey around with your insurance. Call Dellinger Insurance today. We've got tons of companies to help find you the best prices and the best coverage for your particular needs on home and auto insurance. Go Knights!
All right, continuing right along with the concluding action here at the Swiss Pro Slalom, and I've got Kyle Eade next to me here, and I've got Freddie Winter here. Respect to the man in the ice cream van.
Sure.
Yeah, absolutely. He's got the right uniform.
Yeah, okay.
Yes, indeed.
You can't buy style, Tony. Not
yeah, you can.
No, you can't.
Yeah, you can.
No, you can't. It's innate.
You could buy fashion, but you can't buy style, I guess.
Well, there you go.
No, if you want real style, you need to go to the TWBC shop and get yourself one of the fine T-shirts and apparel, hoodies, sun shirts, all that kind of stuff. Go to waterskibroadcaster.com/shop, and also for those folks that are here, we've got Splash Threads on site as well, selling the very same T-shirts and hoodies. They'll even have towels and hats as well. So make sure you get in on that action before we shut up shop for today. All right, Freddie. So
I'll let you off
what's
for
up?
kicking me when I'm down in the name of selling your products, Tony. This time.
This time?
Yeah.
We're going to have an enjoyable season. You realise this, of course.
Yes, we will.
Yes, indeed.
More enjoyable than today.
Ah, okay. Yeah, you got to make up some points though on the Waterski Pro Tour.
That's not my concern right now. I cannot believe I missed the final. I mean, it's been a while, but that's all right.
Well, we get the benefit of your expertise up here on the announcers booth. We wish her in the final, but we're going to kick off the women's here. It's Ali Nicholson. She struggled first round, picked up a reform in the second round, 1.5 at 39, but she's the first of about 5 skiers competing in the Swiss Pro Slalom women's final.
Here we go, Ali Nicholson, 13 meters. She didn't exactly have the best of starts this morning, but she recovered enough sufficiently to fight her way back into contention here. And I don't know, it doesn't look to me like Ali Nicholson is firing on all cylinders right now, Freddie.
I think there's a few of us, isn't there, really? You know, when have you ever seen Regina miss 11? Ever. So there's some weird stuff. You know, there's other guys in the men's that weren't really getting the scores you'd think they might normally get. So, you know, it was a bit of an odd one. I mean, the standard was very, very high today on both the men's and the women's, but there was a few very odd scores. So, you know, that's early season. Maybe we'll probably get that out of our systems. But yeah, I think that, you know,
There's some strange stuff going on this weekend.
Yeah, it is a bit. But again, you know, like there's not been many times where someone's run through at 10.25 and not made the final. Like so I think that's, and I mean it has happened a few times now, but
speaks to the quality of the field, though, doesn't it, Freddie? You
yeah.
know, there's a few top guys that just came a little bit short, a little bit shy. Dane Meckler, yourself, but. There's guys in the waiting, ready to pounce.
Yeah, and they did. I mean, you know, Lucas Cornell skied amazingly today. He was just out. We sort of had a perfect tie, but he went out and ran through at 10.25 early. You know, and then yeah, Regina and Ali, both of them, pretty average scores in the first round. Made it up in the second round enough to get through. Certainly better than I did, but. Yeah, I mean, Ali had a hell of a year last year. I mean, that's no surprise to anyone that I would say that. You know, she really crushed it. She started running that 10.75. I think she ran it 3 or 4 times. She got the podium at Worlds, ran that 2 at 10.75 in the awful conditions at Jack's there with the wind. on that Sunday in October, and she's back, and she'll be, I think, competing for podiums all season.
Yeah, looking a little bit down course and narrow here on this 12-meter pass, actually. So yeah, she's getting sort of maybe her gesture to the boat getting kind of blown in a little bit there. Over in the background, the weather's been an absolutely beautiful day. It has been hot, but it is greying out, and hopefully that storm will sort of stay away, and we'll see some good conditions right through these finals.
All right, then let's tune in with Ali Garcia.
All right, Greenie, you spent a lot of time in the boat today, some big scores. What do you think? How's it going out there?
It's going good. It's fun out there, Allie. Is this really your first interview? That was a great question. I like that. It's fun out there. It's hot, but we have the finals, and keeps you pretty charged up when you have those guys coming up next. Should be fun.
Keep watching, everybody. It's going to be a good final.
All right, excellent
Wade
stuff
looks
there.
a little different. What's going on?
Yeah, what's up with that?
I don't know. Caught me off guard. Anyway,
Yeah, call all of us off guard.
Got the feminine touch for the female skiers in the final, I guess, maybe.
Maybe that's what it is. Yep.
Yeah, we've had a lot of response to that.
Almost a bit awkward though, if you're interviewing people in your own division. I find I was doing the tricks a few weeks ago, but they're not my sort of direct competitors. I don't know. Good for Ali to put her hand up to do that.
Yep. All right then, here we go. This is Ali Nicholson.
Maybe slight headwind here. If it's anything, it's a slight headwind off the dock. It's kind of cross-head, but she's a little on the tail, and again there at 1, and she's not looking, like you said, Tony, on fighting on all cylinders. She's going to have to do something to run this. 4 is important.
Scrambling.
She'll get the 5 probably. It's her onside, but it's not her best pass of all time. But she's got it done.
Nice.
Scrambling, but scrambling with the best of them and getting a full 6 buoys.
I'm just trying to get the jitters out of her system. It looked like going through the exit gates there.
She does. I don't know if she can hear me down there. I don't want to say anything too much, but she tends to ski a little bit through the back foot. So her edge change is a little, let's say, taily, and that can kind of sometimes, if she's a little bit off balance, lend to the end of the turn being a little bit nose up.
Really has no trouble generating any speed across course, right?
No, exactly. She gets pretty good and leveraged and does a good job. But yeah, I mean, like here, I wouldn't say that any of them. Maybe 4 was a good turn, but she didn't get any of them where the nose really stayed down beside that. And good for her, on the offside to come through pretty well.
Yeah, that got her back in the game for sure.
It did. She needed it. Yeah. Good finish. 5 was good too. And
to be fair to her too, it's only just started May. Last year she found form, but it was probably more through the middle of summer. I think she took a little bit of time off from her occupation, focused on her skiing, and maybe that's not the case right now.
I saw her here on. Here on Monday, and she goes, "Oh, I retired again." She's taken time off her.
Okay, good on her.
Off her job as a traveling nurse, right?
Well, it's very difficult to balance it all, but she does a pretty good job. This is her shot. 39 coming up.
What is she? She ran 1.5 in the first round.
1.5 was her best score so far.
Slight tailwind probably. Needs the 1.
Good drive into number 1.
Good 1.
Nicely done. Round number 2, a little bit back, but that's by no means a...
Well done for Ali Nicholson. She saved the best for last. It's a 3 at 39. It's a handy score.
That is a handy score, actually. That really is. That's very, very solid. I mean, because we got Paige coming afterwards. It's a 5-person final, so if she can beat Paige, she's really sort of, kind of... Who do we have after Paige, sorry?
Oh, we got Jamie Poole, we got Whitney McClintock, and we got Regina
Jacquez.
Three of the best ever. So her chance of getting on the podium with a 3 at 39 is maybe a little slim, but who knows? Put the pressure on.
Whitney ran 3 in the first round.
That's right, yeah.
And Jamie ran 3 in the first round. So
that's right,
she's really put herself there. I mean, okay, you'd think that the other girls will have figured it out a little bit as the day went on, but I mean, she's put herself right in the mix. That there's nothing wrong with a 3 to start. And probably if you'd have asked her if she'd have taken a 3 after she did. What did she do? 1.5 or 2.5 at 38 in the first round? She'd have taken it.
Yeah, definitely. No, she seems happy. She went out first. She's posted a good score. 4 more girls remain.
I think Paige's personal best, I could be wrong, is 3.
Correct.
So I think we could definitely see that. I mean, who's to say Paige can't run a personal best? It's good out there, but it's definitely thrown the gauntlet down a little bit.
No, Paige looked strong in the first 2 rounds, though. She went out. She didn't need to go out the second round. Still went out there around a solid 38. Yeah, like I said, there's a little bit of weather kind of in the system around, kind of coming in. That's kind of the unfortunate consequences of a hot, still day here in Central Florida, isn't it?
Well, that'll make it interesting at least, and actually it will sort of level the playing field in some ways if you can't see. I mean, that's it's sort of like in Formula One, when this rain comes down, you've got to really be on your toes. A little bit through the back of the ski there into 2 Page, but you know that onside always so strong, and that's a really good offside too, and that's a pretty easy.
Like what I'm seeing here.
Yeah, for sure.
Nicely done there from Paige Reaney, who we'll find out a little bit more about her once we talk to Wade.
Hey guys, I'm here with our first finalist, Allie Nicholson, and Allie, you got better every round, right? So maybe we could have started a little better today.
Yeah, definitely could have started a little bit better this morning. I don't really know. I kind of felt off. I don't think I was fully awake. But definitely got better as the day went on. I'm pretty happy. That's about what I've been running in practice a lot. So back to the drawing board. Really got some LCQs and hopefully Masters coming up. But happy. My hands hurt. 3 sets was definitely a lot today.
Well, I heard one of the gentlemen in the booth refer to you as this morning as one of the big 4. I was like, wow, that's like a bit of a status upgrade, huh? That was nice words.
Yeah, I mean, I finished 3rd last year at Worlds, so got through 39 and hoping to make this year just as big. So a little bit of a slow start. Hopefully we can ramp up after this.
And a few pro wins under her belt and more to come. Back to you guys.
Oh, and we're definitely starting to feel the wind pick up now.
Oh, this is going to be a game changer right here.
Yep.
And that with Ali already having her 3, I mean, if that rain starts coming down and the wind starts coming up, and we can really feel that now, like it's going to start putting some tents over. So it's a good score to have had, and actually, you know, maybe going towards the end is not the advantage that might appear to be initially.
It's an outdoor sport. Who knows what can happen? Throwing a little drama into the mix here in our women's slalom final as conditions just start to get a little blustery as Paige makes her way through the tail end of a 12-meter 35 off pass.
Oh, I like that.
Yep.
You can't see much on the water, but it's across the lake, so you know it's not up and down. It's maybe a sort of slight tailwind, crosswind on the first pass, if I were to guess. But you're going to feel it on the water. I mean, you'll feel it on your body, right? So you won't see it on the water, but you'll feel it for sure.
It seems like we've been to a few of these events where, you know, just at the tail end of the day, the weather starts to come in, but we've been pretty lucky and managed to finish off the event with pretty consistent conditions for everybody. And hopefully today will be the same. This is Paige Reaney's replay. As you mentioned, Freddie, the tip comes up a little bit for her there. It's kind of a signature thing for maybe a radar ski. They ride a little bit more tip heavy, the HOs, the radars, compared to, say, the D3, which you ride. Is that your assessment?
Yeah, I mean, she's a very good skier. She has those really, really nice onside, gets a ton of angle. She finishes with her hips quite open, which for me, you know, in my skiing, that can almost allow you to kind of let your hips, your feet go a little bit early as you cross the wake. So that's maybe where that's coming from a touch. But yeah, I mean, she's obviously skiing really, really well. I think 2 years ago she started the season off incredibly well, and then last year maybe wasn't her best year in slalom at least. But here she is. I mean, she's run dual 38 so far. You can see that wind on the water a little bit more there, and she's gonna, you know, she wants to run 3 in a row, of course, to get up there and start challenging the big girls. That's not a very good one. 2 is good though. She's figured that out. 3, very
huge 3 ball. Got her back in the game.
She's
still
not a
bad
there.
number 4. Tips come up a little bit down course at 5.
Oh, look at that big
Rips
turn
it.
off 5.
Yes.
Rips a huge
3
turn.
rounds in a row. Congrats to Paige Reaney.
Yeah, and that 5 was amazing, wasn't it? Just nipped it all the way through, got right in the middle of it, and moved the hell out of there really quick.
She's definitely got that ability to crank her onside. I think over the last 3 rounds, I've seen her. You know, the gates have been a little bit narrow. She's really kind of starting to drift in, and then sort of having to rely on that big one to get her started. So when that happens, you know, you don't really get into the pass until sort of 2 or 3, and then once she sort of got going, she was away here towards the tail end of this pass with a big 5 ball to seal things off.
Yeah, I want to see this 5 from this perspective. She nearly turned backwards. Bosh. Good for her.
Superb effort there from Paige Reaney. Is that enough to deserve your vote for Skier of the Day? Do you have someone else in mind? Go to waterskibroadcasting.com/play to go vote for your Skier of the Day, brought to you by 2 new nutritional bars. And the skiers, no matter where they compete, you know, all clamor for this trophy, the Skier of the Day. fact, skiers like Whitney McClintock-Reaney have mentioned to me that that's one of their most prized trophies in their trophy case at any given occasion.
It's a big ask to get to past 3 ball to get a piece of 4. If she gets a 3, she would actually sneak ahead of Ellie Nicholson. It's not the 1 ball to do it though. The tailwind, maybe that little bit of cross pushed her in. And couldn't find the line at the backside of 1. It's a half a buoy at 39, and she slots herself into 2nd spot. Ellie Nicholson still sitting pretty with that 3.
Just having real difficulties bleeding off enough speed to make this this gate shot happen for her. One-handed gate drives through, but just a little narrow and turning into slack, and unfortunately unable to continue on.
Yeah, going back to talking about skier of the day, Freddie, you're out there. You're watching all your fellow competitors, the women, the men. Have you got any suggestions? Who's up there on your list today?
I think Charlie Ross has skied pretty well. I don't think there's no one really jumping out. Rob Hazelwood skied well.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Cornell did really well. He's 18. Him and Charlie, I mean, maybe Charlie Ross, I think they're the same age, so maybe Charlie edges it just because they're the same age and he ran a 3 and a 2 instead of 3 and a half. But no, Lucas did really well. I mean, that's not easy to do at all in a pro event. He's early out. He went out and ran 3, and you know he's upside down at the moment. He's not used to being in
my vote, if I had one, would be split between Jamie Calhoun and Rob Hazelwood.
Yeah, that's probably fair. I mean, I know how good of a skier Jamie is, so you know, he's definitely skied well today. It didn't really surprise me particularly, but Rob would probably edge it for me in that case because he nearly hit 4 twice. He's the only guy that turned 3 twice out of anyone actually. So
vote Hazelwood.
He would be my vote for the guys. And to be honest with you, I wasn't paying attention for the girls anyway. Sorry, I was focusing on my own self. Maybe I need to focus on myself less. But anyway, Whitney, 13 meters, and
see a little bit of that ripple on the water pushing through the gaps in the trees.
And that sun's gone away, hasn't it, Kyle?
Yep, the sun's not being a problem, but that wind, they're going to feel it on their body, as we saw Ali after a second pass kind of indicated that, hey, that's pushing her in a little bit on the 135 side, coming back towards the dock. It has settled. It picked up a little bit, and it has settled. It hasn't got any worse, and we're hoping it just kind of stays on the outskirts.
I tell you what, some good skiing there from Whitney McClintock all the way through has been a real consistent feature here at the Swiss Pro Slalom in the years that we've held it from 2015 all the way to our current day. You know, it's been pretty close enough to force Regina Jaquist into a runoff situation several years ago, and there's always been in amongst the top creme de la creme of women's slalom skiers, not only here but also at various other locales, the Masters, World Championships. You know, she's been pretty much a consistent feature in women's slalom skiing over the last decade or so.
I mean, Whitney is one of the all-time greats. There's no doubt about it. Like she's 2-time world champion. She's won the Masters a handful of times. She's won Moonbird like 9 times. I mean, and not just because of her achievements, but because of her longevity. I mean, she's my age, maybe older than me by 6 months, but she was in pro skiing 5 years before me winning. I remember in 2009 when she won the Worlds, and she was 19, or maybe she was just shy of 20, I think.
Dominated too.
She won three golds, and I was just sitting there in England like a complete loser, not getting anywhere close. I'm going, man, this girl's the same age as me.
We'll call that 4 golds. She won the Canada, won the team one too.
That doesn't count, mate.
Yeah, it does.
It's not a team sport.
Try saying that to every collegiate skier out there. Here we go.
That's different.
Here we go.
While we're arguing about that one, Whitney McClintock 335 off and looking very, very settled. You know, the first couple of rounds, sort of in and out, she was looking, well, actually the first round she looked at in and out, didn't ski the second round. And maybe that's kind of going to pay off for her just to kind of rest, conserve her energy, and throw it all out there in the finals here in round number 3.
All right then, so Whitney McClintock-Reaney getting settled in. Has probably got a pretty darn good indication of what the wind's doing right now, at least so far as its gust and its strength right now. So certainly has to be on the good foot directly behind the boat with some good resistance and able to maintain enough of a water speed to execute the turns on both sides of the course. It'll be headwind going down that course for the
I don't
odd
know,
number
Tony,
passes.
looking over my shoulder, it looks like it's coming across a
Has
little
it-
bit
has it
more.
changed direction?
Yeah, it seems like it. It seems like it's blowing maybe cross tail now for this 38.
Maybe we're in the middle of a whirlwind or
Yeah,
something.
things kind of shifted around a bit as that system's kind of moving off in the distance. Maybe swirling around a little bit between the trees. Definitely more of a cross in the middle of the course, but maybe slightly tail from this end where she has her 38 off gate. Let's see what she's capable of. Our first two skiers successfully through this pass.
Here she comes, buoy number 1, nicely done. Round number 2, this is 11.25 meters, needs to stay
Whoa.
on level pegging here. Here she goes, round number 3. All right, nicely done. No worries, 11.25 meters in the bag.
Pretty, not her best skiing. Like, Whitney, we're so used to seeing her just so smooth, and it is funny. I mean, I guess it's still fairly early in the season, but people are kind of a little bit on the tail, a little bit forward. While the scores remain very high, but I wouldn't necessarily say there was vintage.
Maybe not textbook
Whitney.
skiing, was it? But the one ball was strong. And that's what she looked like in round number 1 too. Just kind of missing here and there. The 2 ball kind of pushed down a bit with the tailwind maybe, and 3 ball got a little bit grabby. Kind of had to negotiate a little bit of loose line at the backside of 3. Same thing at number 4, but yeah, just maybe safety skiing through the tail end of this pass. But I would agree, Freddie, she's got to sort a few things out there to push down the tail end of 39.
All right, then, continuing right along. Big shout out to our good friend, Kevin Michael from USA Waterski and Wake Sports, the new executive director. Glad to have him here, watching over the festivities, and wish him certainly the best of luck going along with stuff relating to governance of the sport going forward.
I think we can all wish him good luck, mate.
Indeed. Here we go, 3 for the podium. There's 1.
1's fine, 2 will be important. It's an okay 2. She'll probably get over to 4 from here.
Yeah,
out the
she
back,
can. Oh, look at
she
this.
Turn 4. It's a
Yeah,
good
she
4,
can.
actually.
She's still there,
Offside's
you know. Oh, look at this. She earned your vote for Skier of the Day with a performance of 5. Look at that.
That's coming up clutch in the final. Had a decent start. Yeah, a little wrangling the rope on a 135 side. It's been evident through all of her early passes. And losing a little bit of time, 2-4, but still 5 buoys and a little bit of wind, Freddie. It's a good score. It's not a great score.
I think it's a good score, to be honest with you. I mean, I think it's windier out there than we maybe see. I think she's done really, really well there. I mean, if you were to average Regina's 2 scores today, they'd be much below that 5. So, we don't know what Regina's going to do there. And Jamie has only really been skiing for 2 weeks. I thought it was pretty miraculous when I saw she'd run 39. So, that's actually a very, very good score. She's really put herself in the mix. Let's not forget, we haven't mentioned it just yet. I don't know if you guys have today, but Regina is looking for her 10th in a row at the Swiss Pro. So Whitney's put herself in a good spot to take that away from her.
No, really.
Well, I'll tell you what, she wants some vengeance, I guess, from Moomba, because although Regina has 9 Swiss Pro titles, Whitney has some 7 or 8 Moomba ones, and Regina went down and took that from her earlier on in March.
They could trade, couldn't they? That's a good little shout there. The other thing, too, is I think it's 2019, 2018 when Regina went out first. Whitney was top seed. Regina went out first, ran 2.5 at 39. Whitney needed a full 3. Whitney comes in early into 3 and blows the tail. So they have a runoff, and Regina actually ends up winning. That was the closest we've seen to Regina losing a Swiss Pro. That was brutal for Whitney. I mean, that would have hurt her, I'm sure. But anyway, she's not done that today. She's put 5 out, and I think this is going to be really interesting.
Well, she's had her chances, and maybe today is the day. This is 13 meter for Regina Jaquist, the 9-time Swiss Pro champion.
Multiple-time world champion and record holder. Recently switched to boat companies within about the last few weeks, and looking to try and perform well for the boat that she's currently skiing behind right now. So decent effort there on the opener. Let's check in with Wade.
Hey guys, here with our leader, Miss Whitney McClintock-Reaney, and as a seasoned veteran, you can never go out and not take the lead. And you did exactly that. Yeah, I'm sure you wish you had more, but there's a lot of wind. I hear Freddie talking about it. It's ripping through the trees pretty good. So great score.
Thank you. I mean, it's super nice out there, if we're being honest. They're trying to make it a little dramatic up there. Of course, the wind is in the trees. We maybe feel it on our bodies, but the water is still skiing really nice out there. Maybe I felt it in my face with the spray more than anything, just for vision. But I'm very happy with how I skied. I stuck to my goals, and my gates were way better that round, so I talked to you about that. So yeah, no regrets here.
No, and absolute worst case, third place on the podium. Not a bad weekend.
Yeah, I mean, that's huge. I had a really rough end of my season last year. Found out I had some health issues going on, so I've worked really hard this winter with my health and staying in the gym. And coming back this season to have a podium right away is a huge blessing.
Yeah, awesome. We can tell she's happy. Back to you guys.
All right, as we continue on with Regina Jacques out in the water, I resist the assertion from Whitney that we try and make things dramatic up here, Freddie.
No, of course not. We say it as we see it. It is dramatic, and she's obviously such a good skier that she doesn't feel it. I mean, it is windy, and but I kind of almost feel a bit bad to have sort of been maybe slightly negative about Whitney not looking on her absolute game, because then she went and ran 5 at 39 and made it work really well. So. But I think I would say she's got some headroom. Let's say that, not being negative. I mean, I think that we're going to see a better version of Whitney, and so she's really going to be pushing to be running at 39 every single pass, every single time, every single round, and that will put her. She talked about a podium. She wants to win, and I think we're going to see a lot of that. Her sort of last 3 years since having her kid has been really pretty special.
Yeah, and she started off last year with a bang, didn't she? She was running 39.
She ran 39, I think, the first sort of 9 or 10 rounds of tournament exactly. She did, all the way into Europe, and no, it was pretty special.
All right, and let's have a look at Regina Jacques here.
Well, if there was any wind on the water there, Regina was not showing it as she rounds number 5 at 12 meters. And number 6 might push along. Yeah, definitely a tailwind off the dock. Now things have switched around a bit. Tailwind. A little bit cross, nothing to phase these competitors. As Whitney said, she feels like it's still skiing well. It's not bothering them out there on the water too much, and actually maybe shaping up well for a tailwind 38, a headwind 39 for this skier on the water. Regina Jacques, she's the second to last skier. Jamie Bull stands alone on the dock. She's tracking down the lead of 5 at 39. She's successfully got all 6 here at 38 first.
One thing before the other.
Yeah, exactly. It troubled her in the first round, not so much in round number 2 or here in the finals.
Well, that's much better. Obviously, it's much better than round
Good
1.
Work.
It wasn't just a kind of freak fall there in the first round. There was it. It was she didn't look good the whole way through. So she looked way more settled here. She's figured it out, and I think we're going to see maybe typical Regina Jacques come up the lake and get all 6 potentially.
Oh, you said you weren't paying attention.
I did watch that one. As I woke up, I was kind of having a little bit of a watch, but.
Well, if there's one girl or a couple of girls you're going to watch, it's these last few skiers. It's definitely Regina Jacques when she's on form. Last year she picked up a new world record. It was 5 at 41, and she has her chance now to earn her 10th Swiss Pro title. She has to get through. Basically, has to run 39 off because Whitney has the 5.
And there is wind. I mean, we can feel it on our bodies. I mean, I know we're a little bit higher than the lake up here, but there's definitely a bit of wind. It's going to make a difference. I mean, I know this lake pretty well, as much as you wouldn't have maybe realised that when I skied today. But that gate on the way back is a little fast. A little bit of wind could change things. We're gonna see here. This is very, very exciting. And Jamie, who's coming up next, hasn't done any skiing. I mean, I cannot tell you how impressive it is that she ran 39, having been skiing for maybe 2 weeks. Come on then, Regina.
Here we go, folks. This now is Regina Jacques running with Bravo 1 on 10.75 meters. Anything more than 5 will give her the lead. Here she comes, round buoy number 1. Good hookup. Excellent on round number 2. Little stretched out into number 3. Oh, and she pops the tail.
That is
wow.
crazy.
She's hurt herself. I think she's put her hand through the handle.
Let's get back to her, people.
That boat needs to go back.
Yep.
Oh, my word, the boat.
I think the hand's gone through the handle there on that one.
She looks hurt. That's not good. Yeah,
My
I mean,
word.
No, she looks a bit better now. Okay.
She's waving it away, but definitely something happened there on that fall. She had a killer one ball, got
Really
a little
good
bit over-leaned maybe at the backside of number 2 and lost position and then come up short. Maybe that wind just kind of shut her down a little more than she thought.
She
and was narrow
definitely.
into 3.
I think personally, I thought she didn't maybe go hard enough through the gate, so she came up just a touch narrow at 1. She got a killer 1, just like you say, and then out of 2 there was something weird. She pulled really long into 3, so there is that slight crosswind. And like you say, Carl, I think that she
kind of fell into it there, and then
she
lost her
crushed
hips.
the hips, and then too much pressure on the front. You don't. Oh yeah, no, her hand's gone through that, I think. And you don't really see blowouts happen that much at 34 miles an hour because the ski just sits that little bit deeper. Yeah, I mean, hopefully she's okay. I know they're checking on her right now. We're just checking behind me.
That's
One
what
was
fired.
amazing.
Yeah, that's what fired in round number 2. Was their 1 through 5 side.
And here, just watch her hips go back. She's just not connected, and so you don't generate the speed you like. And then she's narrow, flat skiing in there.
But we're taking a look at here and what this essentially means, and we're looking at the instant replay now, going from number 2 into number 3.
Yeah, there it is. You can see it.
Kind of
Hands sort of
misgrab
going
from
through.
number 2 to number 3, and she's still trying to re-grip on that handle.
So she's got no power there. She can't get any. Yeah, no, that's a real shame. And how often does that happen? I mean, it is unbelievable how infrequently that has happened to miss the handle like that. But she just had no swing. That maybe she would have got away with it if that crosswind wasn't just pushing her a little bit narrow there.
Maybe the pain in the hand wasn't really at the fall. It was more of maybe the pull across the wakes with holding on through that wrist.
Yeah,
it
could
was just
have
kind
been
of
pulled muscle or
forcing her
something.
wrist there. But it's unfortunate there for Regina. She's missed a handle around number 2. Hopefully she's going to be okay. But the breaking news,
is that there will be a new
10-time
women's
champion.
slalom champion.
She's done impressively well here for 9 years. Regina Jaquist steps back onto the dock. She's won it 9 times, but it's not going to be in 2024.
And it also means that Ali Nicholson is confirmed a spot on the podium as well.
Yeah, so back-to-back podiums. I mean, across the gap of as we go from 1 year to another from Ali. That's great. I mean, and it is like you talked about the big four. I think Wade talked about the big four, and she's maybe not consistently up there with Regina, with Jamie, and with Whitney, who are kind of running at 10.75 almost more often than not. But she's right there. Anytime someone goes down, Ali's right there to get that podium, and she's so consistent. And I think 2 years ago or 3 years ago, she had a year where she just.
I'll go one further. The Andy Murray of the big four. How's that?
The Andy Murray, yeah. My favourite sportsman
He's
of
in
all
there,
time,
but not
actually.
quite.
I love Andy Murray. What a guy. Yeah, that's pretty fair. Like, always just right there. So consistent. And she'll be very happy to be on the podium. I mean, rough for Regina. Regina could also, of course, end up third. As it stands, we've got Whitney with 5, Ali with 3, Regina with 2.5. I think they gave her 2.5, not 2 1/4. And so Jamie's trying to break that up. And again, I'll keep saying it. I mean, from someone, it takes me a month and a half to feel like I can stand on a slalom ski properly. Jamie's gone out and run 39. Maybe in her second or third week of training. I mean, it really is exceptional.
Well,
I'm going to say
she stays active in the winter, though, right? She maybe not on the water, but she's staying fit, she's staying strong, and so obviously you can get back into things. You're probably just being lazy over the winter, weren't you, Freddie?
Yeah, look, I can't tell you what I was doing, mate. But
watching too much darts. Okay, here we go. 30-meter opening pass there for Jamie Bull, current and 2-time world slalom champion.
So good, so composed. I mean, that is impressive.
Nice effort there, and let's check in with Wade.
Hey guys, I'm here with Miss Regina Jaquist, and we're happy you're okay. What a fluky little incident, huh? Explain what happened.
Yeah, no, I mean, it was very fluky. I would rather have just missed the handle and fallen it too at that point. But yeah, I just went to grab it. I actually felt really good. It was a perfect gate, 1, 2, everything was great. And my hand just kind of went a little extra into that handle, and I kind of got stuck. I knew I was going to be done, but I couldn't let go, so I had to hang on because I think it would have been worse. But it'll be fine. I'm glad that we don't have to go back to Andrew's sports medicine. But
No, and luckily you weren't permanently clinched. Yeah, because you had basically had a man-made clincher.
yeah, it's one of those things. You know, you just miss grab sometimes. But it was a over grab, I guess. But no, I mean, it felt really nice out there. It was just kind of one of those mess ups and get it back at the next tournament. I guess we have next one is Masters, so I'll come back, grab the handle right.
Well, you can see why she's such an awesome champ. She's got such a great spirit. Back to you guys. No, awesome.
Well, for those of you that wished for rainbows and unicorns, well, at least we got 1 out of 2.
So who's it going to be? Is it going to be the skier on the water? It's Jamie Bull. She's from Canada. Or is it going to be another Canadian, Whitney McClintock, sitting on the shore watching? She's got a 5 at 39 and a couple passes to watch to see if she will be the Swiss Pro Champion for 2024. But as we've mentioned a couple of times, this Jamie Bull is on fire.
Right, great effort there on pass number 2, getting through 12 meters and really establishing herself under a good footing here in the women's slalom final. Jamie Bull, who has created record-breaking performances in the early part of her career in the juniors and the U21s and the divisions for which she's been eligible for. She's also competed at collegiate level, competed for the Raging Cajuns of Louisiana Lafayette, and has a number of national slalom collegiate titles to her name.
She looks outrageously good for not having skied that much. Very jealous, actually. I've been skiing a lot more than she has, and I look a lot worse. Kind of rough.
Still a lot of work to do. Whitney has the score on the board.
But actually, you know, in some ways,
all right, taking a look at the judges' tower there, we see Lucas Cornell there taking in the action.
Or is he on TikTok?
Where is he on?
Kids these days.
Yeah, exactly. All right, then, here we go. This is Jamie Bull, 11.25 meters, a good extension on buoy number 1, allowing the ski to fully rotate and then go cross course. Waiting on the line to tighten up, which shouldn't be too hard to do with the wind blowing the way that it is. And no worries there for Jamie Bull of Canada.
She continues to impress, doesn't she, as she goes through her third pass, 11.25, keeping the rope tight, keeping on tempo, on rhythm all the way through.
It's not a bad turn. No, not a bad turn out of 18 turns so far, right? I mean, just very, very balanced skis coming through, and and that's going to give her a lot of confidence. You know, and again, in some ways, you know, the pressure's off her. I mean, she did not turn up. Well, I mean, I can't speak for her, but I cannot believe that she turned up, 2.5 weeks ago from Canada, no matter how much exercise she's done, having not looked at a water ski for 4 or 5 months, and thought, I'm going to be going to win the Swiss Pro.
It's a credit to how snow skiing, at least the type of snow skiing that she does, relatively easily crosses over from that into what she does out there on the water. Because I mean, to someone who has a trained eye, I mean, there isn't too much difference really.
I mean, I cannot speak to that. I mean, her and I guess Jamie Beauchesne would be the two, and maybe Chris Rossi would be the three that would know the best with the stuff they do through the winter.
It didn't cross over so much for me.
It didn't, really.
I got on the snow and went, yeah, I should be able to do this sport pretty easy, but not so much.
I've done the odd day here and there. I was pretty useless. I thought I was going really fast.
All right, eyes to the water, everyone. Eyes to the water. Let's get behind Jamie Bull. There's Whitney McClintock watching on. She is nervous. This girl on the water needs to run all 6 buoys to take this title. It'll be her first Swiss Pro slalom title. As she goes round number 1, it's a little slow. Can she sit on that 2 ball?
And number 2. Trying to hold this.
Great 3. Oh my God.
Number 3. There's number 4. Oh, a little bit back here on number 4.
There's no way.
She is all over.
Number 5 and number 6, and there is your Swiss Pro Slalom Women's Champion.
That is outrageous. I mean, with that 4, I'm like, well, she's gonna stop at 5. Not only did she not stop on her offside and take the tie, but she turned it really, really well.
With confidence
to run 2 out of her first 3 10.75s attempted. She's won the Swiss Pro. It's the first person who's not named Regina Jacquez to win the Swiss Pro ever. I mean, I guess when Regina won her first Swiss Pro, Jamie would have been about 13.
Something like that.
Insane.
Wonderful stuff there. And there is your podium. Jamie Ball on the podium, Whitney McClintock-Rini second, and Ali Nicholson in third.
Let's just watch this boy fall
Didn't
quickly.
love the start.
Watch this fall.
Yeah, this is
She
big.
did not turn.
No,
she's all
it
the way
was
on the
five,
tail, pretty much stops, and I'm thinking she's going to S-turn, and we were going to see Whitney and Jamie go again, and she's around 6. Unreal.
All right, then. So, continuing on, and this event being part of the Waterski Pro Tour means that there is an additional point on offer if she can produce the top score of the event in its totality.
And it did come down to 2 points last year, didn't it, between Regina and Jamie?
Yes, indeed. So she knows all too well the value of each additional point that she can put up.
1 1/4 for that extra 2 points.
Here she comes. There's number 1.
Nope.
That's
That's going to be 1. She's going to have the equal top score, tied with Regina Jacquez. And we will not see Regina on the podium. We will see Jamie Bull on top, Whitney McClintock-Rini in second, Ali Nicholson coming through clutch in the third round for a third position.
What a story. I mean, I cannot believe, we need to check the date on when she came back. I mean, maybe she's been skiing up there in Canada or something. I don't know. That's amazing.
Whoa, look at almost smoked the water can there.
Yeah, that would have been a bit of a shame, wouldn't it?
Yeah. On top of everything else we've lost at the moment.
Yeah, I'd have felt terrible for the ski, not the water cam. That's my enemy. Don't like that thing very much. Oh yeah, it's close. Well, well done to her. Amazing. Well done, Jamie. Well done to Whitney as well, and of course, well, I mean everyone. Ali will be very happy to be back on that podium. She's racking them up, and what a women's final we've had already.
All right, we'll have the men's final coming up very, very soon. For those of you that have finished watching the Miami Grand Prix, I'm not going to spoil it with the results or anything like that, but, well, you're welcome to continue watching us here at the Swiss Pro Slalom. I'm sure that race has had your attention split between slalom skiing and F1, but now that event is done, we now have your full attention. Leaderboard coming right up as Jamie Ball swims into the shore. Let's see that beautiful footage there. Jamie Ball, your winner with 1 at 10.25 meters. Whitney McClintock-Rini, 5 at 10.75 meters. Ali Nicholson, third place, 3 at 10.75 meters. Regina Jacquez, 2.5, 10.75 meters. And Paige Rini in fifth spot with 5 at 10.75 meters. Pretty shortly, we'll get the point scores on the Waterski Pro Tour, including any additional points that comes through having the best score. And let's check in with Wade.
Well, hey guys, I'm here with the young lady who's our 2024 Swiss Pro champion, coming off the world title. Wow. So let's walk us through that. A lot of stress. Your top seed. Whitney's already put up a fairly big score for a final, so sort of walk us through once you ran 38 and you were settled on the end.
Yeah, I think I haven't been on the water that long, and skiing 3 sets in one day is a lot. So I was feeling pretty tired. 38 felt really good. Like after 35, I was like, ugh, but 38, rhythm was really good. Everything felt smooth. So kind of checked back to see what the wind was doing on the gate and was like, if I can get a good start, I should be good. So.
And big 3-ball, large, right? You got all of it, as we say. You needed it, but you got it, and then created the space that you needed to finish it off.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I was struggling a bit into 3, but I was like, well, might as well go. And tail definitely slid, which is my favorite thing, but it was almost a little too much. But today it saved me and got me over with lots of space to 4, and I was able to kind of finish it off with that.
Well, our 10th annual Swiss Pro Ladies Slalom champ, right here, Miss Jamie Bull.
smashing effort there from Jamie Ball as we round off the women's competition. We're going to take a look at the current standings as a result of what we've seen out there from Jamie Ball and our finalists, and even contributions from those from outside of the final. Jamie Ball now on 50 points. Whitney McClintock-Rini opens up her season on 40 points. Ali Nicholson on 33. Regina Jaquist on 25, which includes an additional point for having the best score of the competition. Paige Rini in 5th. Ali Garcia 6th. Alicia Bagnoli on 7th. Sam Stadelbauer on 8. Daniela Kretzmer on 4. Trinidad Espinal on 3. And Elizabeth Montavon on 2. All right, then. So we're done with the Pro Tour so far as this competition is concerned in the women's. Let's have a look at the women's strongest pole contest. And Whitney McClintock-Rini, yes, on one buoy at 10.75 meters, loading up 653 pounds of force there against Jamie Ball's biggest total, which was 617 pounds of force. And Paige Rini rounding off the trio of Canadians with 611 pounds of force. Alicia Bagnoli in 4th, and Trinidad Espinal, surprisingly, in 5th spot. And there you go with the women's strongest pole competition. Audience prize, and the winner here, getting everything correct, Stefan Jarud from Sweden.
I know Stefan. He'll be happy with that. Yeah.
He'll love that Conley slalom ski, won't he?
Oh, he will.
Stefan Jarud, who accurately predicted the podiums and the top score as well.
I think he just recently got on our radar, so that'll be quite funny.
All right, then. So Stefan Jarud with the women's. Congratulations to you, sir. We'll be sending you an email and making sure the Conley slalom ski will be winging its way to you in Sweden. All right, so we go on to the men's competition, but we're going to take a little bit of a breather, and before that, we give you the men's running order. Nate Smith we're going to go straight into the men's slalom final, and Nate Smith goes out first, then Jamie Calhoun and Charlie Ross in quick succession. In 2nd and 3rd off the dock. Joel Poland 4th off the dock. Corey Vaughn 5th off the dock. Then we go Cole McCormick, Robert Hayeswood, and then we round off with Will Asher. And time is of the essence here, so we're going to not take a break. We're going to go straight into the men's slalom final. Could Jamie Ball be your skier of the day? Vote if you think that she is deserving of a skier of the day. They win this beautiful, beautiful trophy that's well sought after by our professional athletes here on the Waterski Pro Tour for any event that's broadcasted by TWBC. Vote for your skier of the day. You don't have very long to get your entries in. We'll keep the voting booth open until a little after the conclusion of the men's slalom final. All right, so
changing of the guard in the women's final, isn't it? And a bit of a different outlook on this men's final. The first skier entering the water right now, none other than 6-time champion, but 3-time on the trot champion, Nate Smith. He's going to be kicking it off for our men's final. Looked a little bit maybe underdone in training before coming into this event, Freddie. Got a 3, got a 1, and squeaked his way in, but not by much.
Yeah, he just pushed me out, which was fun. So anyway, yeah, I mean, like I say, there's a few people, I mean, I guess including myself, that maybe don't as on it as we could be, as we finished last year and as we've sort of been the last number of years. So that's for sure. Someone like Nate, it's a temporary thing. I mean, you don't get to be so good for so long. He's been basically the dominant force for 10 years, or been right there every time in every tournament. So he won't be. We're not going to count him out. That's for sure. And even if, and I'm certainly not betting on this, but even if he doesn't have his best day today, he'll be at his very peak before too long. It doesn't take much for someone who's this good to be getting those scores that we've been seeing him getting for all these years.
So looking down the lake and seeing our various views from various locales. There you see our view down the halfway portion of the lake. Again, a good close proximity view of whatever's going on the water right now.
Tell you what, that view down there, sitting on that little outcrop in the middle of the course, is as close as you can get to the water skiing action, isn't it? Right up near that 3 and 4 ball, depending on which way you're coming from. Can't get much closer. You really sort of get a sense of the speed, the forces as the skier kind of flies by you. So a great vantage point. If you are on site, head down there and watch from right in the middle of the course. Hard to get a seat out there on that dock, but that's the spot to watch from for sure.
All right. On the water.
Nate Smith, 11 meters, and he won't miss this, but it might give us a bit of a clue of how he's going to run on his 10.75 and 10.25, which we're almost certainly going to see him at. Offside's maybe not been the best we've ever seen him do. I mean, that's probably the bread and butter of his skiing. I mean, he has such an amazing offside. Gets over his feet very early and almost moves through with the tail by moving backwards, which no one else is really doing consistently. So it was unusual to see him look a little bit off in that 10.75 in the previous round, and then not turn one at 10.25 in the second round there. But you know, that looks better. So I'm going to say that, you know, he's saving his best for last.
Yeah,
well,
just trying to
he's
pace
been on the
himself.
water a lot, hasn't he? It's as if he hasn't skied much. We've heard Jamie Bull talk about it. If you haven't skied much, then it's three times in one day. Freddie, this format takes it out of you. You've been here and done it. It's the third time. Have they got the energy to come through in the finals?
We tend to see people's best scores come through in the finals. I mean, yeah, I mean, there is the argument, of course, that you might be a bit tired, but, you know, I think everyone who's smart takes the day off the day before. You know, you taper your training in the week leading up. You're not sort of doing 2 or 3 sets on Friday. So I don't think so. I don't think it really comes into it. I think that, you know, I mean, yes, Jamie really hasn't skied that much, but you know, we're all professional skiers, so I think that you know, you can do 3 rounds in a day without it being an issue. This is one of those only tournaments. We had Monaco last year, which had the same, where you do 3 rounds in a day, but you know, the adrenaline gets you, and frankly, it's not really. It's a tournament set, so you're really getting 5 passes.
Yeah.
So and you know, 2 or 3 of those passes are so easy that they shouldn't really be touching you. So I think, you know, we're going to see the biggest scores of the day coming up here, I think, and that, you know, probably start here with Nate. You know, let's see his 10.75. Kind of pulled out a little abrupt there. I almost looked like he didn't have a good shot at the gate or whatever. But anyway, here we go.
A little wide on the both of my liking, but let's have a look and see what he's got on 10.75 meters. Trying to make sure he gets a good, decent swing to where he doesn't have to work nearly as hard on the turn to stay upright. Here he comes around buoy number 5, round number 6, and is in good shape there.
Well, it's much better than his one in the second round, which is anyone I saw of his really. But yeah, still like that little slow one. It looks like he's struggling. It's kind of what I felt like today, actually. For whatever reason, I just struggled to kind of get that nose as he rotated and the tail to sit in, and maybe he didn't have the best gate ball time, but. You know, look, it's still a good one, and it was still an easy pass, but this one wasn't what he wanted. I mean, a little slow there, a little taily, but from there it was good, and very, very easy.
All right.
The interesting thing here, of course, is he's going to be coming into his 135. He's going to have the wind in his face. It's a crosswind right now, so he's going to be, you know, coming on his gate into buoy 1 with the wind going directly towards him. So that's going to make him a little bit narrower there. He might have to pull that a little bit longer. I mean, but I don't imagine with this wind anyone's going to do anything different and start doing opt-ups. I mean, who would ever think of doing something stupid like that? But
I was hoping more would do it in the other round, but they didn't need to in the long run, did they?
And the wind. I mean, actually, it looked like it was coming up for me, so I made the choice, but I don't think it actually helped me too much in the end. But anyway, that's enough for me. Nate Smith. Let's say, you know, Will's the only guy that's got to 4 today. I think if Nate can get a piece of 4 or full 4 or even further, and we know he's often very good for it, then he's going to have a really, really good shot of winning. There's 7 skiers after him, so we'll have to wait, but let's see. This one's crucial. It's not a great one, but he'll turn 2 really well, I'm sure. That's a good 2. Yeah, here we go. He's going to run this.
Oh,
no, he's
no.
inside 3.
That is
crazy.
My
word.
That is absolutely nuts.
It's crazy
pants. As he went through his first few passes from the completion of the women's final. So when Nate went through his first 2 passes, definitely the wind's picked up a little bit.
Well, dare I say...
You know, it was blustery, and you could see him come out of 38, and he sort of made a little bit of a gesture. Hey, that wind's kind of pushing him across. I think it's got him there.
And I mean, not to say I told you so, but I think that, you know, he did. He came up a little narrow there. Actually, 1 was fine, and then 2 2 was good, and then I guess maybe came off the handle just a touch early. I mean, I really did not think, maybe he caught a gust.
Didn't expect that, no.
Didn't expect it at all, and he's fully inside of it.
Yeah. He came off the handle a little bit quick at the gates into number 1, didn't he? But it still panned out all right for him. The 2 was back on, and he was pretty early on his approach across the 3, but
do you know what?
handle long
do you know what that's done, Kyle? Is now it's really 3. I think it's going to be a big. So whoever's going to commit to turn 3 is going to win this tournament, I think, because Nate came into 3 here. He wasn't trying to get 3. He was trying to run 4, 5, and 6. So he was coming into it committed to not just do that long pull and an S turn, which I think we're going to see from at least some of the next skiers, who maybe don't have that same. Well, certainly don't have that same experience of running deep down 10.25 like Nate does. So it just shows. I mean, we got a weird sport really where the more you commit to get to the next buoy, often it will screw you up and you lose. You can come up short. You can, I don't know, blow the tail. You can, but whereas if you take the easy, and that's of course the thing. If Nate had qualified better towards the end, he might have known that all he needed was a full 3 to guarantee a runoff or whatever. Or just to get to 4, whereas he was committing to get all the way down the pass.
Yeah, well, a little bit drama here too. There's, with the early exit, it's not a bad score there for Nate Smith. I don't think it's going to be the winning score.
No.
Early exit of yourself, Freddie, and Will Asher, kind of the lone one remaining that's actually won this title. We could see a new champion crowned here at 2024, just like we did in the women's.
Well,
and a couple of new faces that haven't been on the top of a podium. Poland, Corey Vaughan for a little while, Cole McCormick, Rob Hazelwood, who's been looking so good. So, some drama unfolding as we go through the second skier of the men's slalom final.
Well, I got a pretty good stat for you here. There's only 4 skiers have won professional water ski tournaments in men's slalom since 2019. There's only 4, and me and Thomas are out, and Will's out there now. Nate's not at his best day, so we could see someone new.
You're absolutely. All right, then. So as we ponder that, let's check in with Wade.
Well, I'm overhearing your conversation up there, guys, and I really am completely shocked about sort of the state of this event. We have our world champs sitting up there in the booth, and we have, I think, a lot of people who would have had their money on Nate, even though he was going out early, waiting on, hey, he's going to pull off a 41 for sure. But yeah, now I think the event is completely wide open. We got some guys that might. I was just thinking what Freddie was saying out loud. I'm like, wow, we got some shots at their first ever pro slalom title. So interesting. It's going to be fun.
Throw a little blustery wind in the mix, and who knows what's going to happen out here.
And there on the starting dock, getting ready for his turn to go, is going to be Joel Poland now. It seems to me, I don't know whether I'm right or wrong on this one, but I think a good few of the overall skiers have travelled over here to be present here. I see Paul Duplan Freiberger, I see Louis Duplan Freiberg just trying to give some support to Joel Poland. So those overall skiers, they are sticking together, certainly.
Windy, Tony, no? We can feel that up here at least.
Oh yeah, it's definitely blowing an absolute hoolie at the moment.
Well, look, you know what? The 6 of the remaining 7 skiers have never won a pro tournament. In fact, and actually, I'm going to look at like Jamie Calhoun. I don't think he's made a podium. Charlie Ross hasn't made a pro podium. Joel's made one at the one in Calgary last year. Corey's made a couple or a few. Cole and Rob the same. But this is a huge opportunity for them to go and get a big win. And I mean, and look. I'm going to say, I don't think this is unfair on anyone, but I'd say maybe the guy that everyone fancied would be the next guy to win a pro tournament that hadn't before was Dane Meckler.
Yeah,
he will be devastated that time comes along where there's an opportunity and he's not there. He's been fairly unlucky, I think, Dane. A handful of tournaments where he's done really well and people have just sort of peaked above him or whatever. But he had that runoff with Nate at the Miami Pro in 2022 for the win and didn't quite get there, but yeah, he's going to be devastated.
Do you see that replay, guys? The spray just kind of blowing across. You can see it. He can feel it on the water, but he's got a big opportunity here, Jamie Calhoun. We've always commented about how he looks on the water. He's one of those technicians. He's got a killer offside when it's working. Let's hope he can rise up, seize this opportunity. He can taste it.
I don't know if there's been many times he's run 10.75 3 times in a row in a pro tournament. I mean, but, you know, so this would be huge for him. I mean, and again, he's going to his offside where that wind is pushing him narrow, but that's good. I mean, he looks great here. This is much better than his second round 10.75, and he's turned that 4 beautifully, and he's early. And really, I mean, if he's going to have his onside, if he gets his onside turn good out of 1 over to 2, you know, and he just has to get, you know, you've got to get ahead of Nate. That's the thing. Just beat the guy previous.
Get
if
a
he
3, and
just
that's
get
going to
3 would be huge. He did it in the first round.
Yeah.
And again, he's not probably having never really turned 3 all that much, as far as I know, in tournament. I know he's capable, but he's probably going to say, right, let's go and get that full 3. Let's get ahead of Nate and see what the guys after me can do.
Yeah. He's looked way better than he did in round number 2. We saw him take that huge hit around number 6 and out through the exit gates.
Well, he looked nervy there, didn't he? Because he was like, I've just got to run this pass, but he never really committed to a turn. And then
now he's in the final. He says, you know what?
Let's
Got to get after it. And he's done his job on the 39 off pass. And that gives you confidence, doesn't it, going through the previous pass, your hard pass with ease. You feel like you're on. You feel like you've got confidence to turn that one ball and hopefully exhibit his offside that we've come to love. And I'm backing this guy. I want him to do well.
Well, what we're going to have to look for here, just getting into some technique, is he's going to have to be as wide as he possibly can be here, because he's got to build speed. It's if a lefty gets narrow on the gate, it's hard to generate speed into your onside. So if he gets nice and wide here, then he'll be able to build some speed into buoy 1. He needs to not turn backwards on buoy 1. He needs to get a good buoy 1 without taking 90 degrees of angle that'll allow him to kind of, you know, come up into buoy 2 with some swing. Let's have a look at it. He looks wide enough on that gate.
Here he comes.
He's over to 1.
10.25.
It's a decent one. It's not spectacular, but I think he can do an easy turn.
Oh,
tail. Brutal for
that
him.
is going to be 1.5.
And yeah, that's a
It was there
shame.
for the taking, wasn't it? There for the taking for Jamie Calhoun.
Kai, what do you think? Do you think he didn't pull quite hard enough into 1 here?
Yeah, maybe so. On his gate pull out, he seems like he's just a little bit kind of quiet. I think he needs to get a little more speed.
Yeah.
Like you say, get that width on the gates. He had the technique to do it. Didn't come out of 1 and had to overcook 2. Didn't hold in there for him. It's a shame. But it could be, who's the next skier on the water? Charlie Ross, could be his day.
Absolutely. Looking at the maximum pull there from Jamie Calhoun in towards the 400s there. And let's check in with Wade's World.
Hey, so Nate, you had to go first. Still leader, but what everyone really wants to know is, how much did the wind change? Did it affect anything? Because we can hear it coming through the trees. They can hear it up in the booth.
Yeah, it's really hard for me to say if the wind was a huge factor in it, just for the little bit that I've skied. I mean, if you told me this weekend that I'd make it here, run 39 all 3 rounds and make the finals, I would take that any day, just for what I've done the last couple of months. But yeah, I thought that was the first good start that I actually had of any passes today, and good 1, good 2, and the wind in the middle of the lake, it's howling through there. So just came up short to 3. I don't know. I was going to turn it. I was going to turn it. I wasn't going to stand it up. So I had nothing to lose. There was nothing to lose.
No, that's certainly what I was referring to, because that crosswind push that you had from 2 to 3, if you don't get all of your swing and the wind gets you, yeah, you're going to come up short.
Yeah, I think that was the first good turn at 1 and 2 I had, which made me heavy and hard out of the buoy. And I wasn't able to quite swing all the way to 3, so I just came off early, and it's strong down there. The wind's there, but, man, I'm more than happy. So.
And he's got to sit here in the hot seat and wait, so we'll wait with him. Back to you guys.
All right, coming into the course, and another skier on the new D3 Ion 3 slalom ski. We've just seen we've seen Nate Smith just a little while ago, and now we've seen Charlie Ross now.
Yep, I wonder if the nerves are running high for this young kid, 18-year-old Charlie Ross. He's been in a number of pro finals. Freddie, you say he has not made a podium. Is that correct?
I don't think he has.
No, he's won a world title. He won the under-21 World Championships.
And you know,
he's got the world record in under-17 and under-21. So he has the creds. But
he's an unbelievable skier. Absolutely unbelievable skier.
Yep.
I mean, we've seen him. You know, he looks so good. I watched him ski his first round today from the bank, and I was really, really impressed. And I think, you know, he's a guy that I think a lot of people in the world, they look at and they say, okay, you know, he's really truly the next generation. We're seeing Lucas Cornell come through as well. You know, Nicky Atkinson, Jaime Palomino. These are all that next gen that are coming through and going to be taking the sport to new heights. You know, maybe maybe just as soon as I've retired in 10 years or whatever. So, but
Joel's in like Zen mode over there on the dock, isn't he?
Good old Joel.
Yep.
He's read that in a book or something.
Yeah.
Oh well. And I tell you what, who's pretty much in the Zen focus right now is Scott Greenwood in that towboat. You know, he's in his happy place, as was pointed out by one of our messages here on the live chat.
I didn't want to say it while Charlie was in the water, just I didn't want him to hear it. But I mean, he's had a bit of a rough go. Like, he went to Moomba this year, and he's so capable. Didn't have his best time at Moomba. I think he missed 38 in that first round. It was a bit tricky, but this would be a great return story for him to come back. And I mean, look at that offside turn. It's so committed, and he's able to just get that ski through. I don't quite know how he does that. That's not what he does really well, I think, is he keeps his shoulders really level.
Yeah.
And so he's able to navigate that ski, and he doesn't sort of roll over, fall over the side, and that's a huge asset for him.
It's an aggressive offside without being heavy.
Yeah,
that's it. He snaps around, but he never kind of overloads, so he can hold his
he's not very
positioning.
heavy easy, so
Exactly.
that also helps.
And let's check in with Wade one more time.
Hey, I got another champion extraordinaire here with me with a heck of a name pedigree, Mr. Dorian Llewellyn, the former world trick champion. How you holding up? All physically healthy?
Yeah, well, I had a big ankle injury last year, and just coming back from that, and I did ski in the Worlds last year, but man, the way that skiing's felt now, I can't believe really that my team got me through the Worlds and the Pan Am Games. Yeah, and it's been a different game this year, and I felt really good. But then, a couple weeks ago, right before Swiss Pro Trick, I just jammed the same ankle again. So took a week off, but now I'm back skiing and getting ready for LCQs.
I saw a post of you flying a big one the other day out at Travers, so that must have been fun.
Yeah, I mean, out there, it's so perfect. We had a headwind, 3-blade, the boat was strong. I mean, you just can't turn that down. So it's been feeling good, and I'm excited to get out there.
Well, good stuff. We can't wait to see you back in the water, man. Back to you guys.
Yeah,
Charlie Ross
to the water. Charlie Ross, as he comes in, it's 10.75. He needs this pass. There's a little bit of a tailwind, we think. Cross
Here he
tailwind
comes.
as he approaches number one.
Entrance number one gets a good solid hit there off number one. He's keeping the ski speed up. He's round number 3. He's in good form right now. 10.75. Almost lost the fin there on buoy number 5, but managing to recover to get round number 6.
Wow! But I mean, think about where he is right now. His heart's in his mouth. He's potentially going to win a pro tournament. At the age of 18, there's everything going for him here. I mean, there's some really good skiers after him, but he's got all the skills to make it happen. So to be able to commit like that on his offside, I'm very, very impressed.
He looks almost casually as he approaches 2-4, doesn't he? He sort of opens up, just kind of lets the ski do its thing, and boom, comes around right at the end, and he's off again.
I want to see the boy.
As relaxed as you could be.
I want to see this boy 5. How deep he got.
And I wonder how much.
Oh, that was some serious tail slide.
Yeah.
It's hard to do that when you're so light, actually, because that's like, he must have pushed really on the front to get that to do that.
And I wonder how much time he actually spends tinkering with the ski in any small way with his father, Drew Ross.
I think they got a pretty good team over there that look after him. But I think also I talked to him, and he said he just got on that ski and he just thought, oh, this thing's amazing. And he's run 39 3 out of 3 times today, and actually made it look pretty easy 3 out of 3 times. It was probably 3 years ago that we were up here, Tony, watching him run his first ever one. I mean, and now he's really. This really could be the story of the day.
Two skiers so far. The lead is 2. Nate Smith just went inside 3. Can Charlie Ross take the lead? This is 41 off. He's set up on his gates,
little
nice
fast,
and wide.
maybe.
Sits
Here
back
he
a little
comes.
bit. Bangs off number
Not
1 a
the
little
best
bit loose.
And number 2, does he make it outside number 3?
No, he's inside.
Inside buoy number 3, tries to sell us, but no one's buying.
But that does put Nate Smith down a spot on the podium, assuming someone beats them, right? So ties for the lead, I think. I mean, we're not. I'm going to say from here he didn't get 3. I could be wrong, but it didn't look like.
The judges are going to review it, but you can tell by looking at his face that he knows he came up a little bit short.
I think a bit
great performance. He's got the lead outright.
Yep.
But knows with the caliber of the skiers. 5 skiers remaining: Joel Poland, Corey Vaughan, Cole McCormick, Rob Hazelwood, and none other than Will Asher. 2 is probably not going to cut it here today.
Not a very good one. I think he was fast on his gate and then pulled all the way to 2 and actually did well to get even that close. I mean, like he's got no movement, no speed, and then he pulls. he's not so far away. I mean, clips it inside, and but yeah, I mean, Charlie Ross he's showing again and again that he really is. He's not. He's the future, but he's not even like the distant future. I mean, he's really going to be challenging for the big stuff. You know, this year. I really believe that.
All right, then looking at the instant replay here for Charlie Ross inside buoy number 3. Now you're fairly close to the design and development program at D3. Before we take on our first competitor, what's the difference between this version of the Ion and the previous one?
There's rockers in a different spot. There's different flex pack. I couldn't really tell you, Tony. I'm afraid I don't have my notes in front of me. But thanks for embarrassing me.
All right, then. Given that, let's have a look at Joel Poland, 12-meter start.
And Joel, right? I mean,
Yeah,
he's the guy. He's the guy who could take this opportunity. I mean, he's going to be pushing to get this win. I mean, he's won in tricks. He won at the Swiss Pro Tricks last year.
All right, let's send it over to Wade.
Hey guys, I'm here with Mr. Charlie Ross, our co-leader now. But man, I could see you left some on the board, right?
Yeah, it felt close. Again, really happy to be here. You always want to come out here and put a big score out in the finals, and I felt like it was close to doing so. So guess take some away and go train on it.
No, for sure. I think that you made another final. Bam! You went out and are the co-leader now, so you're making some steps.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, it's feeling good.
And then let's talk about that. If you had that gate and want to do over again, what would you do different?
Yeah, the gate felt okay. It was maybe a little fast, and then into one, I felt myself kind of break forward, and then I'm like, okay, need to carry out a little better, and then. What are you going to do? I mean, it's easy to look back now, but.
All right, well, we're going to look forward because we're going to get to see this ski rip it for decades. Can't wait. Back to you guys.
All right, 5 skiers remaining, including our skier who is on the water right now, the current world overall record holder. This is Joel Poland.
Looking for his win in the third discipline, the one that he hasn't won so far. He won, I'm going to get this right, in 2022 he won the Jump Masters. He then about a month later went to, that's not very good, a little bit off balance there, but he then went about a month later to the Botas tournament and won the tricks there. Last year he was in the lead at the Calgary Cup or whatever that one was called, up there in Canada. He ran a 3 at 10.25 and Nate just pipped him, very, very, very close. Actually, that's not true. Joel's score did get downgraded thereafter, so actually ended up in 3rd. But anyway, he's been on the podium at a slalom tournament at least.
And let's not forget that he was in the lead after round 1 of the World Championships last season in the slalom event.
Yeah, it was my favourite ever Joel Poland moment, was when he didn't beat me and allowed me to win the World Championships.
Of course.
As I've told him a few times.
Of course, all modesty aside.
Hey, look, I was feeling very, very vulnerable. I mean, Joel going out there, he could have won the damn thing. I mean, he's good enough. So every respect to him in that I was just happy that he didn't beat me.
Well, we've been talking about these young guys, these new guys, these guys we haven't seen on top of the podium yet, all with opportunities here today. And who is going to reach up and grab it? Who's going to reach out and just turn the pressure up a notch here in this final?
Well, and let's not forget, at the very end of this, of course, we've got all these young people and people that haven't quite won previously, and then there's Will Asher who's won more than basically anyone. So it's not quite it's not a slam dunk that someone else is going to win it. But we had the Swiss Pro Tricks a couple of weeks ago, and it was a changing of the guard there. Pato, the veteran, got beaten by a 16-year-old. Well, it's not going to be the same today. There's no 16-year-olds in the pack, but. All right, Joel, let's watch this 10.75. Let's see how we go. This is exciting. Great 2. What a great 2.
Looking good.
And way better again than his 10.75 in the second round. That is so convincing, and he's dialing himself up. He's committing to the offside. He knows that he's going to have to get over to 2, turn it, and then again, I mean, he's a lefty. He can get over to that buoy 3. He needs to get wide enough into it, but he will turn it. I don't believe he's going to do an S turn at 3.
Not in the slightest.
If he's got any chance, he's going to go for 4. And that's going to be really exciting. I mean, Joel's a bit of our sort of joker in the pack, isn't he? I mean, he can do anything. His mood is his aggression and his commitment is such that he, we saw him at Worlds. He screwed up in the tricks, which put him out, and he went and ran 41 in the next round.
Yeah, well, you said earlier that these skiers are saving their best for last, and maybe we haven't seen the scores to reinforce that, but we're seeing the positions on the water. The way they're skiing, and it's just dealing with that little bit of wind down the end to see if who's going to step up and get that big score that we're looking for. It's going to be Joel Poland here in just a second to see his opportunity, and there's no way this guy is going to lay up. If he can get out of 2-ball, he'll be turning 3, and I can't wait to see the celebration if he does get 3 or 4 or down this pass.
Yeah, no, that'd be pretty special. And I would probably imagine it's probably the first ever overall skier to win in 3 different disciplines. Right? I mean,
definitely.
Someone could pull that stat up, maybe return to baseline, or whoever that is. But
maybe back in the mid 80s.
Yeah, like when the standard was lower.
Or Carl or somewhere. Here we go. On
Here
the water, guys.
2 1/4 for the lead, 2 to tie. Come on, Joel.
Here he comes, round buoy number 1.
It's a good one.
Gets
Come on,
a
mate.
Good start.
He's going big here.
Look at
Come
this
on, Joel.
round
Oh my God, he's going to go
number 2.
huge.
Round number 3.
Get around that 4.
Oh, he gets round number 4. He gets to the wake.
No, we're hearing he might not have got around 4, but
he's celebrating
it's under
like
review.
he did.
I thought he did. If he'd have come up narrow, having had that 3 and had that space at 3, he will be kicking himself for days. But that's amazing skiing, and I think.
Regardless if he didn't get 4.
We're hearing from the guys in the back that that 4 is dodgy. We're going to have a look at him. Anyway, regardless, he's taken the lead. It doesn't matter.
Still a huge score in this final.
And Nate Smith will not win today. The chance of a runoff for first at 2 is off. That pushes Charlie down into. It puts Charlie into second place as it stands. Great
Massive
2.
2-ball.
Great 2. So committed, just like his 2 at 10.75. Let's see here. Did he get around 4? We're going to see it here. No. No chance. Sorry, mate. I don't think so. I mean, still.
He almost smoked the
3. Confirmed score of 3. I'd
He's
love to hear what Joel has to say. Joel is not he's not a faker. I mean, this is not someone that would lie. He's an honest chap. I know him really well. I don't think he's done that to fool anyone. I just think that maybe he either thinks he got it or he's just happy that he had the 3. Look at the space he had here in time and just rushed it. All he needed to do there was easy to say for me up here. And I didn't ski well at all today, but let me see it. Yeah. So we got Joel here. I'm gonna.
Here we go.
I mean, we're gonna say you did. You think I'm gonna pass you the mic, Joel. So do you think you went around 4, or was that what you thought in the moment at least?
Yeah. I don't fake it. So I really did think I got around 4, but hey, it's so hard to tell, man. I might have been just inside or just over it. But I'll go watch the review and see how it looks. And yeah, what do you guys think?
I wouldn't go and put any money down on it. I think you went inside of it. But anyway, look, and that comes with all respect. I mean, you skied way better than I did today. But it's amazing skiing. You are in the lead. Look, the difference between 3 and 4 is so massive. Will Asher is so capable of getting 3. Any day of the week and the rest. And of course, Rob's done it twice today. But, it's so close. But you must be very happy anyway. I mean, you're in the mix for a first slalom win or at least a podium.
Man, I mean, yeah, being in the mix, my aim this year was just to improve in slalom and make finals and try and make some podiums. And yeah, first tournament of the year, it's feeling good. So really happy with my 1, my 2. Maybe at 3, I was thinking a 6 too much, but
yeah, you definitely were. You were a little bit ahead of yourself with your upper body. But what I'll say, importantly, is that you've actually had the second best. You've had the second best score of the day in that you ran over 4. Will's got a full 4. Now, stay warmer.
So, yeah. Well, cool down and then get warm back up, maybe.
I mean, you could be starting at 10.75 before too long. We'll see. Anyway, good job, Joel, mate. I'm happy for you. Well done.
And is that deserving of skier of the day?
Thank you, everyone.
Make sure you vote. waterskibroadcasting.com/play. Make sure you get your vote in. Tremendous skiing there for Joel Poland. And that opens up a whole bunch of possibilities going forward. We neglected, unfortunately, to say that our next skier is on the water and having run pass number 1 and getting ready for pass number 2 is from Bumpus, Virginia. This is Corey Vaughn.
Oh, dropped the shoulder there. He didn't like that one. That was way off balance. But he'll fix that, and he's done better there at 3. Corey's a guy, I mean, going back over the years, he had maybe his last...
narrow on 135.
Yeah, but that's that wind again, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely.
And I do
hey.
think that for the righties coming from that end, it's tricky. You've got to get your offside turn with no speed. You know, it's hard to carry that speed into.
We've got another lefty
1-3.
in the field. Cole McCormick's coming up next. Let's see how he handles it.
Yeah, I mean, Joel being a lefty there, he was able to pull that a little bit longer. He had space there at 3. I'm thinking, you know, Corey's. I don't want to get this too wrong, but I think, you know, Corey's had a few podiums. I remember at the 2017. Andy Maple Pro-Am at the Malibu Magic Cup in Namur in France. He pushed me off the podium there.
Literally.
So you know, he's maybe, you know, this is a really good opportunity for him. I mean, and again, he's capable. I mean, he's got the cat-like reflexes, and he's a guy that we've seen. And also, the cool thing about Corey is he'll lay it all on the line, right?
Yeah, no, he'll go for it.
Push it as hard as he can.
Absolutely. And
got a bit of redeeming to do from Moomba Masters too. He was down there and skiing well, but just missed on the podium there too.
Yeah, he told me about that experience in the Moomba Masters in the previous edition of the TWBC podcast, which you can listen to by going to Spotify and Apple Podcasts and your favorite podcast platform. Listen to him on that, and also listen to his transition from his previous ski to the ski that he's riding right now, which is the KD, which he had flex tested yesterday to find out if he'd actually damaged it in preparation for this event. Here he is, 10.75 meters, and getting into difficulty.
He drops the handle, head goes in the hands, and he didn't look great on 38, dealing with that wind, Freddie, and not getting the start he was looking for.
No.
And an opportunity lost for Corey Vaughan. That's unfortunate. Joel Poland sits pretty there with his lead, 3 at 41. Will Asher, Nate Smith, and Charlie Ross sitting there with 2 tied up. Looks like Charlie's going to go ahead based on his previous round scores. Jamie Calhoun, 1.5 at 10.25, then Corey Vaughan, 3 at 39, 10.75. We have got 3 skiers remaining. Cole McCormick, Rob Hazelwood, Will Asher. Who's it going to be?
I just got an Instagram message from Return to Baseline. It says, I think Mike Hazelwood is the last man to win pro events in all 3 disciplines. Regina has done it this century. Pretty good. Mike Hazelwood would be what? That would be early 80s?
Yeah, it'll be about 1984 or 5.
Yeah.
I know he was a great slalom jump. I know he's a good tricker too, but to win, you know,
I didn't know he was that good of a slalom skier.
He was. He actually won Marine World on that 4-boost slalom course.
Oh, there you go. Was that like, it was probably one of those, I mean, not taking it
probably
away from
about
him,
1983 or 84.
Oh, brutal. See, that's the shoulder drop there, just going back to Corey, that shoulder drop that we saw on his 1 at 38.
Did Return to Baseline sign their name?
There's a name on the website.
Is there?
Jack Burden.
Jack Burden is the guy that's credited with.
He has got some serious research skills.
I mean, unreal. That's what we need. I love it.
Yeah, for sure.
All right, then, let's send it over to Wade.
Hey, so guys in the booth, I'm asking you, so for as high as their scores were in the first round and almost backed them up in the second round, we really haven't seen one of those magical scores yet. Is it the wind? Is it created that much of a variable from the first 2 rounds? We're going to see, but we're going to have our first new winner in quite a few years. That's going to be exciting. So who's it going to be? Back to you guys.
All right, yeah, there's that possibility rearing up now as we see Cole McCormick approach the course for his opening pass. This is going to be 12 meters.
Well, that graphic said it was 23 kilometers per hour. In miles, that's what, 13, 14. You know, any other ski sites would be kind of blown out with that sort of wind. So it's definitely kind of howling through there. We don't see it on the water, but the skiers are feeling it on their body. And I'd say that's the prime reason that the scores are just down a little bit, apart from Joel, who's come through Trump here in the finals.
And if we take out the one very, very significant pass from Joel at the World Championships when he did run 10.25, Joel has only ever got to 4, I'm going to say once before in tournament. Right? He's done a handful of 3s through the end of last year, but that was, and I think that was even in 2020. We went out to a tournament at Drew Ross's place, and there were some big scores there. But Joel really, really skied incredibly today. He's crushed it, and he again used that ban from Australia that stopped him going to Moomba to focus him and get him set. Joel looking, he's got hands in the cooler. There's ice in there, so he's I don't know. I wonder how much Joel does this for the camera. Honestly, he knows people are watching him.
As long as he's not looking for an adult beverage yet.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, Joel doesn't drink.
That's what he told me. Yeah, no,
much.
He's taking it easy for a while.
Yeah.
It's paying off.
We had a few together over the off season. We had a lot of fun actually. I didn't think that the next time we competed against each other, he beat me in slalom though.
Does he like darts?
He's not invited.
He isn't?
No, he actually was invited to the darts. He was away. We wanted to get him to the Darts World Championships this year, but he was away.
All right there, rainbows and unicorns.
And is the pot of gold the gold medal for Joel Poland, or is it someone else today?
Well, he's going to have to drive some way to find that, I guess, but there you go. Here we go. We've got Cole McCormick riding that La Pointe slalom ski. I'm not too sure what model it is now. Is it the LP2 or is it the LP3 now?
Little average there at 4. He got a little bit over the front, but I mean, it's funny. I was out here on Monday or Tuesday, and Cole, Jamie, and Rob Hazelwood all came out, and Cole was saying, "Oh, don't feel confident. I'm not skiing so well." Well, he looks pretty good. He's here. He's done a 3 and a 2 so far today. He was disappointed with this 2, but the 3 was a good 3. I mean, I think he nearly went around 4. So good skiing.
He said in the interview earlier he's been up and down a little bit. Well, let's hope he's up right here and now for this final.
Best result would be, I think he's had a couple of seconds at the Malibu Open in 2020, and he
was on a couple of podiums last year too, I believe.
Yeah, the Lake 38 he came second.
Yep.
And then the Mastercraft Pro 2000
and Malibu Open, I want to say. He was right there and thereabouts, that's for sure.
Yeah, so he's been on around on that podium for a little while. Hasn't got that win yet, and it's funny. I mean, am I allowed to ruin the Formula One result?
Go for it.
Yeah, I mean, like we've seen a first-time winner today, Lando Norris, break the Verstappen streak. So it almost feels like it's in the air. That was in Miami. It's a few hours south of here. So maybe that story is going to be repeated. Will Ash has got something to say about that. That's for sure. But we're gonna see. So Cole McCormick must run this, and also he wants to run it well, doesn't he? He wants to run it well so that he can feel confident, and that's a brilliant one. Throws his feet pretty early into.
He threw the handle too, didn't he? But he's got a great number 3 back on time at number 4.
Oh no, and goes down hard as well. Rampui number 4 on 10.75 meters, and
that's brutal. I mean, someone who's so capable. He's a guy. I think I can't remember if you were saying it, Kiwi, earlier, or if it was Wade. But he and Dane are guys that get around 4 frequently. Those lefties.
Last year, yeah, he was doing it a lot.
And what does that mean? That puts Joel Poland on the podium.
On the podium. What places are going to be? We don't know. There's 6 skiers have been. Poland sits on top. 3 at 41. Charlie Ross right there, 2 at 41. He could be on his first podium.
Yep.
2 skiers remain. It's Rob Hazelwood. It's Will Asher. 2 Brits.
Could it be a Brit 1, 2, 3? God, that'd be brutal for me.
Everyone but Freddie.
It happened at Moomba a few years ago. Rob, Joel, and Will all made the final, and I wasn't in it. I'm like, man. And that was when Rob and Joel weren't skiing anywhere near what they are now. They've improved a lot, but I was pretty gutted.
Another replay from the boat. Let's watch Cole.
Watch how he swings his feet pretty early here into 2. With that wind that's definitely coming across from that direction, it just looked like it put him a little bit off balance and lost a little bit of line tension, which can actually help you keep balance through the back end of the turn.
Still thought he picked up 3 here. Really nice.
I thought so too. I think it is just kind of howling from over there.
Repeated the early release and just kind of throwing the handle out, I think, to the inside.
And that push on the front, we saw that at 4 at 38 as well, didn't we? Or was it 4 at 39? Anyway, one of the parts, 4 at 38, sorry, where he dropped his inside shoulder and pushed on the front.
All right, we're still continuing to solicit votes for the skier of the day. That prize given by 2U Nutritional Bars. Skier of the day, vote at waterskibroadcasting.com/play. waterskibroadcasting.com/play. Those of you on the shoreline, if you've got your smartphones, go to waterskibroadcasting.com/play. For those of you that are watching from near or far on the webcast, do the same. Make sure you get your vote in and vote for your most popular athlete in your eyes.
Okay, so the score to beat is 3 at 41. And this gentleman about to leave the dock at 12 meters, he scored 3 at 41, round 1 and round 2,
and,
back to back.
And turned it both times.
Yeah, and was just snuck inside number 4. He had a good look at it. If you ask me, he's got the guy that's in form right now, and he wants to take a victory. He's been on the podium here before, 2023 actually, but he wants that top step. He needs to take it away from fellow countryman Joel Poland, who's currently sitting in our lead.
Looks like Scott Greenwood's put his glasses on. This is about to get real. Here we go.
Well, Rob's the guy who, this was almost his coming out party in 2021, where he ran 3 at 41 in the first round. Everyone was like, well, where did that come from? And I think it was even a surprise for him. It was maybe a two-boy PB. Am I wrong? Oh no, sorry. It was his best score in a pro event at that point. He really, he was, I think, maybe tied for second or third going into the final round. And then podium last year. He ran that 3 in a course, which we all remember is sort of big throw out the front. Came third, I think, at the end there, running a 3 in the final. So remember, Joel got the 3. Rob's got 2 3s already today. If he gets another 3, he'll tie Joel. And we've seen him run 10.25, many times, and he's very capable. And he got the best score of the day so far in the first round. But we could see a runoff. If everyone gets 3 from here on out, we'll have a triple runoff between the 3 Brits.
Yes, which will no doubt please you.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not that bitter. I mean, well, I'll figure out today.
No, let me reach back here to see if I can find some lemons.
Come on, Tony, that be mean.
I'm not being mean.
You are being mean a little bit.
I'm being real.
You shouldn't kick him out when he's down.
No, I prefer standing up. All right, then, here we go. Okay, so Rob Hazelwood, rope tension leader, and in the frame for winning that $500 bonus for the strongest pull, brought to you courtesy of Masterline and Eagle. 11.25 meters.
That round number 1, reach a little bit early, kind of come up a little bit short.
Well, I think especially on that boy 1, you're going in towards the bank. It's the narrowest part of the whole course, so it is easy to sort of go a little bit narrow there.
Yeah.
That's what I find myself at least. And Rob, he has that very, very distinctive arm straight up in the air, which it's funny, when I used to work at a ski school, people would say, I say don't have your arm up in the air. And they say, no, but that Rob Hazelwood does it. I'm like, yeah, but Rob keeps his inside shoulder up, whereas what you do when you put your arm in the air is you fall over. So Rob,
he's allowed to do it.
Yeah, he's allowed to do it because his inside shoulder's up, so he rotates around that. Whereas most people, when they put their arm up at the end, they'll fall over sideways. Kind of like we were saying with Charlie Ross, like he keeps his shoulders level, so he's able to, rotate that ski instead of just kind of fall over on the inside of it and hope the ski catches up.
All right,
yeah,
so
a narrow 1 ball.
That is a narrow 1 ball.
Yep.
Tends to ski a little narrow, Rob, maybe. I mean, I've heard, I can't remember who was talking about that. Like he, if you watch him from down the lake, he sort of squeaks outside of him. He keeps really good control, but he's not maybe the widest skier of all time.
Great line tension through the backside of the ball, picks it up and keeps moving. And his 2.4 was working great in round number 2. I saw his 39 look effortless, looked easy.
Rob, I'm trying to think where Rob's big podiums. He and I had a battle for the California Prime, like 10 head-to-heads, like, I don't know, 2 or 3 years ago, and I just managed to get him.
All right, then, huge effort on its way here for Rob Hazelwood, 10.75 meters to keep himself in the frame of making it onto the podium. He has got to run this pass. He gets round buoy number 1. Good strike on number 1. He's excellent round number 2. He's keeping the ski speed up off buoy number 3, ensuring that he gets a good tight turn off number 3 and indeed number 4. He's good to go on 5, and he absolutely pummels the pass.
Well, and that's sort of typical of Rob, and I think that's maybe why this ski suits him, because it just allows him to get that kind of deep. But he manages to.
Yeah, I think just added a few pounds to that strongest pull out of 4 ball.
I'd have said so. It was huge. 429 kilos.
Yes.
What's that? That's 2.2 times that would be. That'd be in the 900s.
850, maybe 900. Yeah, 900 or so. 950. 911. Yeah. He was narrow at that 3 ball again. He kind of came off the handle a little bit early, but just sat on the backside of number 4 and gripped onto it. Shot him across to number 5. He's ready.
And to get over to buoy 5 and still be able to be balanced enough to turn it like he just did there, that says he's skiing really well. And, he's going to have a big 2 for sure, because he's going to have to, get across to 3. But if he can do that same thing at 3 here, and he's turned 3 twice today, but he hasn't got over around 4 just yet. He needs to do it today to take this win, or at least to guarantee him a shot with Will Asher next. This is going to be very, very, very interesting.
Well, we see a Canadian on the top of the women's podium here today. In the men's, it's going to be a Brit. It's going to be an Englishman, but which one is it going to be? Is it going to be Joel Poland? Is it going to be this guy, Rob Hazelwood? Or is it going to be Will Asher, who's coming up next? A big pass, a 41 off pass. Can he get a piece of 4? Can he take the lead from Joel Poland?
Here he comes, 10.25 meters, gets the start that he needs into buoy number 1 and brings the handle up a little high, delays his turn into buoy number 2, gets round number 3. Does he go for the wake? Yes, he does.
It's a full 3.
3 times.
Beats Joel on the back up.
He ties Joel. He ties Joel with 1 skier left. Now, the only he will, if Will beats him, then Joel goes into 3rd, Rob goes into 2nd.
Yeah.
But if Will gets 3, then there's a 3-way tie, and any of the 3 can win.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, exactly. So I mean, if it came as a decision between Joel Poland and Rob Hazelwood will have the upper hand so far as the backup score is concerned for any other position other than the win.
Yeah, I mean, we've got 1 skier left, and it's Will's going out to try and. It's so funny. Will's going out to try and beat his cousin, and we just saw Rob and Joel, who they are basically exactly the same age. They've been skiing against each other since they were very, very young, 11 years old. How cool is this? I mean, it's a really British affair, isn't it? So, and I think look, I don't have a house, but if I had a house, I'd put it on Will running 3 at least. But it's just if he gets from 3 to 4.
So 3 buoys at 10.25 meters. I'd say he's Mr. Consistency. And if consistency for you in internet land is doing 3 buoys at 10.25 meters in every single round, why don't you vote for Rob Hazelwood to win this beautiful 2U Healthy Snacks Trophy as Skier of the Day? waterskibroadcasting.com/play. You've only got a few minutes left to get your final votes in.
So we're either going to see Rob or Joel take a win for the first time, both age 24, I think. Rob might be 23 or 24, I'm not sure, but they're both about the same age. I know Joel's, I think, 24, maybe 25. Then there's Will Asher, 42 years old, turning 43 41 years old, turning 42 this year. He's won 2 World Championships, 5 Masters, Moomba. He's got a personal best of a number of boys better than the rest of the guys with the 2 at 9 we saw at Travers a few years ago. He's won everything in the sport.
All right, then.
Very, very interesting.
And with that, we're going to send it over to Wade.
You guys here with Handsome Rob, and you got a precarious situation. You're waiting on your cousin skiing, and one of your best mates over here, your childhood competitors, you're going to go up in a runoff against him. So, precarious to say the least.
This isn't that precarious. This is just really cool. Like, me and Joel just came in. Me and Joel have been the same age category since we were kids. I did used to overall. He kicked me out of it. But I don't know. I mean, it's just awesome. I've watched this event. This has been one of my favorite events for my whole life. So to be in here with one of my best buds and my cousin out there who's been ripping it up, what can go wrong? Guaranteed a podium. Don't get many of those in your life. So, yeah, I'm speechless. Well, there's a lot of words for speechless.
I've got the goosebumps going, man, and I'm just a fan. So I'm enjoying the vibe. I'm sure you guys are feeling at home. It's awesome. Back to you guys.
All right, then. So it's a positively British affair right now. I mean, you and me here, and
I'm so happy I'm here, Tony.
Absolutely.
Yeah, love it. Keep rubbing it in.
And then we got those characters on dockside getting ready to go back at it again under the assumption that results go their way courtesy of Will Asher. Here comes 11.25 meters, gets a decent start on round buoy number 1, just absolutely cruises that one. Here's his number 2 side, the side turn that he's famous for around the world, getting a good looking and go around number 4, and the wind seems to be dying down gradually as he gets around 5 and 6, and looking very, very smooh out there.
The wily veteran, you'd say. He's been here, done it all, but he's still in phenomenal shape, isn't he? He trains super hard in the winter. Got a ton of power behind his skiing, and He's not going to let these youngsters get past him yet.
Well, I mean, I think, you know, even when you start hitting, I don't know, 30, start creeping out 32, I mean, you start kind of thinking about fending off the younger guys, right? Because everyone starts coming. Like when you start skiing in the professionals, you're looking above you. You know, there's people older than you want to beat, and that's always a good feeling. But then as, I mean, I know myself, like you start getting a bit older, there's people that come in behind you, and you get a bit nervous they're going to start beating you. Well, you know, Will's 18 years younger than the guys he's trying to take off the podium. 18 years older. That's nuts. You know, I think he won his first pro tournament age like 20 or something. Maybe won the Malibu Open or something. Or the Princess Pro-Am, I think, was like he was 20 or something. You know, these guys, Rob, his cousin, who he was known at the time, would have been about 2. So he's really trying to fend them off. I mean,
and that wasn't too long after he podium on the World Championships in 2003.
That's right. I think it was even before. Anyway.
Anyway, back to the water though. Will Asher coming in. This is 10.75.39. Needs to get all the way through this one and come back, and hopefully more than 3. That's the lead split between Joel Poll and Rob Hazelwood. The way he's skiing, and he's got a little advantage here because that wind has died slightly. Can he capitalize?
Oh, Will,
it's a deep
so
number
good.
3.
Yeah, he
still
did
strong at number 4.
Needs this run.
Yeah, a little nervy there. A little nervy.
Just about makes it through the exit gate.
But I'll go back to, I think, 2 years ago where he ran one of the worst 10.75s that I've ever seen him run away from dock, and came back and ran 5. So, I mean, I don't think that's, you know, the thing is with Will, he's such a good skier, and he's got such a level head that he actually doesn't let that bother him. You know, you always want to run perfect passes, but he'll run that. He's probably down there going, okay, what did I do there so I can stop? I can not do that in the next pass here. So let's cut it very clearly. A tie of 3 will mean a 3-way runoff. Anything less than 3 for will mean Rob and Joel have a runoff. And if Will gets past 3, of course, he's the champion. Rob comes second, and Joel comes third.
What do we want? Do we want a 3-way runoff, guys?
It's
been a long day of skiing.
How exciting would that be?
That would be cool to finish this event off, wouldn't it?
That'd be super, super cool. And you know, now we won't get into that yet. Let's just see what he does. Anything less than 3, we're going to have a runoff. A tie of 3, we're going to have a runoff. Will runs more than 3. Will's the champion.
Skier on the water.
Back up.
Will Asher, those 2 characters on the screen, all worthy of your votes, no doubt. So make sure you get your final votes in for Skier of the Day. waterskibroadcasting.com/play to get more details and to vote for your Skier of the Day. Scott Greenwood at the helm of that towboat. Line length, 10.25 meters. Lead score, 3. If he gets more than 3, he wins. Here he goes, round number 1. Gets a good start. Round buoy number 2, he's there.
He's going to have to commit.
Commits on 3.
Does
he get outside number 4? And his second win in the Swiss Pro Slalom.
Shutting down the youngsters. The old guy, 41 years old, our new winner. He's done it once before. He's done it twice now. William Asher.
And he's, you know, he's won at 41. He's continued that streak. We didn't get a new pro event winner today. He's done it for, you know, he's spat in the face of youth, I guess, in some ways, and good for him. That's a huge win, actually. And I mean, you know, to go out there and need to run a 4, and he's tried 10.25 twice today. He's run 4 twice. And you know, to be honest with you, I think it looked like at 3, maybe he was even in shape to have gone a bit further, but he just made sure he went easy. I mean, it's great too, and he went easy at 3 here, and he's got the 4 that he needs. And congrats to Will.
What a storyline, guys!
Yeah,
3
absolutely.
Brits on top of the podium, 1, 2, and 3. There's your podium, William Asher, Rob Hazelwood, and Joel Poland. Absolutely dominating this slalom event here today.
So fantastic effort all the way throughout. And I'm sure we'll get the men's audience prize winner very, very soon. And I wonder who would have predicted Will Asher to take the win here at the Swiss Pro Slalom.
Yeah, some
All right, then. Let's send it over to Wade.
So, guys, I'm here with a very happy, elated Will Asher, your 2024 Swiss Pro Men's Slalom champion. How is it, Will?
Oh, this is insane. I'm an old man. I keep saying it, but I just love watching all the other guys ski, and it's super motivating. If these boys took it ahead of me, I'd be so stoked for them. I think just the talent that's coming up, I'm just like blown away. I'm super grateful I'm able to stand on top, but just to be inspired by all these kids, the women killed it, and I have my buddy Zach Osborne. We've been riding with each other, and I told him I'm not going to get dropped today.
Well, let's talk about that. It's your second Swiss Pro win. You've won every major title out there. You're still motivated, but I could see you having fun. I mean, you're skiing there with your cousin and your mate Joel. It was a different vibe, right?
Yeah, I mean, my whole mindset's changed. Sure, this is great. I win a tournament. It's awesome. Tomorrow I'm going to feel the same as I did yesterday. And there's times in my life where it wasn't like that. And then I see it on other people skiing as well. You know, it's the up and down, it's the roller coaster. And as soon as I let go of the results, they actually got better. But just enjoying the process, enjoying the people, and just try and move forward.
And you must be have a fairly affectionate relationship with your ski now.
Yeah, this is actually my girlfriend from a couple of years ago. I brought her back out of the closet. Yeah.
So yeah, we're gonna have fun with this guy. We're gonna go full in tomorrow. But ladies and gentlemen, your 2024 Swiss Pro Men's Slalom champion.
A quick thank you to the Stadelbar family. I mean, and TWC. It's really cool. Yeah, thank you.
No, it is really cool. Big, huge thanks to TWBC, the Saddlebar family. Our 10th year to be here. We couldn't thank you guys anymore. Maybe we'll go crack a coldie.
I don't drink anymore.
Back to you guys.
All right, then. That's breaking news, I guess. All right. Well done to Will Asher, a two-time champion of the Swiss Pro Slalom. Riding the Syndicate slalom ski, and there is your slalom leaderboard. Will Asher with 3.5 at 10.25 meters ahead of Robert Hazelwood on 3, and having the superior backup compared to Joel Poland, also on 3. British 1, 2, and 3. In 4th place, Charlie Ross of Canada. 5th place, Nate Smith of the United States. 2 Canadians collect 6th and 7th spots by way of Jamie Calhoun and Cole McCormick, and Corey Vaughan in 8th place with his score of 3 at 10.75 meters. Let's push the Pro Tour scores, and they'll be coming up on your screen right about now. Will Asher taking the lead on 52 points. Rob Hazelwood on 40 points. Now, also bear in mind that Will Asher has additional points for being for having possession of the top score during the totality of the competition, so that explains the 52 points. Rob Hazelwood with 40, Joel Poland on 33, Charlie Ross on 25, Nate Smith on 20, Jamie Calhoun on 15, Cole McCormick on 10, Corey Vaughan on 8, and Freddie Winter on 4. All right, so let's have a look at the rope tension competition. Who got the big old trophy? And it's Rob Hazelwood with 946 pounds of force by turning 4 buoy at 10.75 meters in the final. Will Asher up there with 871 pounds of force, followed by Jamie Calhoun in 3rd with 855, Freddie Winter on 849, and Steve Island on 831. So those are the numbers, those are the results, and the audience prize winner will be coming up on your screen. And all right, and it's Daniel Iole from Chile. Daniel Iole from Chile. Hopefully, I'm pronouncing that right, but great effort there from you, Daniel Iole of Chile. We will be sending you a D3 slalom ski. We're going to reach out to you via email and get your contact and get that deep free slalom ski of your choice over to you. All right then, so Kylie, that was an absolutely brilliant competition. Your final thoughts?
Oh, we've seen it all today. Some exceptional skiing. A new victor in the women's slalom, but Will Asher comes through clutch in the final, proving he's still one of the best, even as he pushes the age a little bit, but beating his countrymen, an all Brit podium, which was pretty cool to see.
All right, then. Thanks a lot for your assistance during the course of this event. My name is Tony Lightfoot, and in the next few minutes, we will be taking the prize presentations live right there from the dockside. But this is the concluding action of the 10th edition of the Swiss Pro Slalom right here at the Swiss Waterski Resort. A brief mention once again, the Swiss Waterski Resort is one of our sponsors alongside Pro Gear, Gloves, Ravenol, Oil, Reflex Skis, Good Skis, Masterline, Eagle, Visit Lake County, Florida, Christoph Beck and Hickam Bamra. And we are going to take a quick break, and when we return, we'll have those prize presentations, the concluding part of this, the Swiss Pro Slalom, the 10th edition, and we'll be back right after this.
Come see Lake County.
Excited to introduce to you guys the NR1. Over the past season, we've been working on developing the ski shape that is now the NR1, and I truly do love this shape. I'm so excited to ski on it this season, and I hope you guys love it as much as I do.
I'm really excited to get on the Reflex NR1 this season and see what it can do for my skiing. Every time I get on it, it just feels better and better. So I can't wait for the 2024 season to get some new PBs on the Reflex NR1.
Come see Lake County.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, let's get ready for the award presentations here at the 10th edition of the Swiss Pro Slalom. Let's give it up! All right, to kick off the award presentations, I'd like to hand over the microphone to the tournament director for all of these editions, including this one. This is Clint Stadelbauer.
Thank you, Tony. Thank you, everyone. What a day, what a decade. It's been amazing. The skiers have put on an incredible show. You know, it's our 10th year anniversary, and I go back to the first year in 2015. Our chief judge was Mr. Bill Wenner. Unfortunately, he left us a few days ago. Bill Wenner was one of the finest men I've met. Very wise, very gentle, a nice person. He gave me the best advice. He said, Clint, start your tournament early, because these open skiers, they ski forever. So please join me for a minute of silence for Mr. Bill Wenner. Thank you for him. All right, going on, I want to thank a few people. Obviously, I want to thank the skiers. You guys are incredible. What a show today, what a competition. I want to thank the audience around the world for watching us, for being faithful to Swiss Pro Slalom. I want to thank the sponsors, everyone supporting us. Your continued support over the past decade has really fueled and been the heart of the success of this tournament. Thank you. Today is a bit of a special year, and there's one person who definitely deserves our recognition. His work is tightly, intimately linked with this tournament. We grew kind of together. We go back 10 years ago when a young man told me I could webcast this event. And I said, yeah, why not? Certainly didn't believe where it would go. Since then, he has been working relentlessly, inventing without boundaries, making dreams and ideas that only existed in his head a true reality for the pleasure of the audience and taking our sport to new heights. But the road was not always easy for him. At his beginnings, he had to cross many rivers, convince many people, but he never compromised on the quality of his work. Thanks to his perseverance and resilience, today we have high-quality webcasts, cameras everywhere showing every angle, live replays, interviews, reliable data, precise graphics, and all this live from around the world. This kid's vision is today known as TWBC, the Waterski Broadcasting Company. He alone changed the sport more than all of us together. So please join me for a big applause for the one and only Vincent Stadelbauer. Thank you, Vince. And I definitely want you here. Yes, he's coming. So please, welcome the guy that does it all. Thank you, and I'm heading the mic over to the real guy, Tony. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. And as we get ready to make the award presentations, first of all, first order of business to announce the women's and men's audience prizes. Stefan Giroud of Sweden winning the women's prize, and Daniel Aiole from Chile winning the men's prize. They each receive a ski from Conley and D3 respectively. So give those two individuals a big round of applause, please, for accurately predicting the podiums. All right. Now, before we go on to the major prizes, how about the women's strongest pull? And with a force of 653 pounds, it's Whitney McClintock. Master Line presenting the bounty of $500. And awarding a very large trophy and a Master Line tournament rope. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up, please, for Whitney McClintock-Rini. All right. We also have a men's competition as well, and the prize bounty also from Master Line. The winner of the strongest pull for the men's with 966 pounds, it's Robert Hazelwood. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up, please, for Robert Hazelwood. All right, now we go into the award presentations. We're going to do something rather special with this one. Valerie spoke to me a little bit earlier in this event, and she wanted to involve the youth of the sport as a nod to them going forwards and involve them in the award presentation. So Tim Field, Noah Borrell, and Sia Haramo from Canada, hopefully I pronounced that right, they will be presenting the prizes. All right, so first off, first business here. Okay, so we are going to award top 5. And in 5th spot from Canada, it's going to be Paige Rini. Ladies and gentlemen, presented to you in 4th place from the United States, Regina Jaquist. Oh, there you are. Okay, now we come down to the top 3 from the United States of America. In 3rd spot, Ali Nicholson. All right, ladies and gentlemen, presented to you 2nd place and runner-up with a score of 5 buoys at 10.75 meter in the final. She is from Canada, and she is Whitney McClintock-Rini. Thank you, sweetheart. And now, ladies and gentlemen, presenting to you the winner and the champion of the Swiss Pro Slalom Women's Competition, the 10th edition, with a score of 1 at 10.25 meters in the final. Let's give it up, please, for your champion, Jamie Bull! All right. Now, Jamie, couple of orders of business here. First of all, I'm going to give you the microphone, but I'm going to give you something else before that, because with 31%, skier of the day, Jamie Ball. All right, Jamie. Now you've got the microphone.
Thanks, Tony. Yeah, I'm super stoked to be on top of the podium today. I didn't really think that was going to happen. So great skiing to all the other girls. Thanks to the Stadibars for 10 years as Swiss Pro, and to the whole HO team.
Open. Everyone on the podium's over 21, right? Don't hit yourself in the eye with that one, will you? Ladies and gentlemen, your champion, Jamie Ball. Ladies and gentlemen. All right, then. Always chuckle when that happens. All right, then. So now we're going to go on to the men's competition and the presentations. We pay to 8th spot, and we have 8 finalists. So let's start off in 8th spot with 3 at 10.75 meters from Bumpus, Virginia, Corey Vaughn. Ladies and gentlemen, in 7th spot, from Canada with 3.5 at 10.75 meters, Cole McCormick. All right then, moving swiftly along before the weather sets in. 6th place, also from Canada, with 1.5 at 10.25 meters, it's Jamie Calhoun. With a score of 2 at 10.25 meters, in 5th place, it's Nate Smith. Ladies and gentlemen, also with a score of 2 at 10.25 meters via superior backup, our 4th place competitor is from Canada, Charlie Ross. All right then, folks, this is the part where we start humming God Save the King. All right then, in 3rd spot with a score of 3 at 10.25 meters from Great Britain, Joel Poland. Loving the English flag, sir. All right then, here we go, folks. 2nd place, runner-up, with 3 at 10.25 meters via superior backup. 2nd place runner-up, Rob Hazelwood. And now, ladies and gentlemen, presenting to you your winner and the champion of the Swiss Pro Slalom 10th edition. He's won this title once before in 2019. He repeats 5 years later. His name, with a score of 3.5 at 10.25 meters, Will Asher. Now, don't open that quite yet. Put it down on the ground for a second. I'm going to give you a microphone.
We're all going to eat it, but no one's running. For the photo.
Oh, hold on. Hold on.
Well, you got to do a speech.
Oh, okay.
Point it at yourself, they pop.
Oh, shit. It's like it's my first time. I'd like to thank the Stadelbauer family. Of course, they start the season off here. We're all super pumped. Gives the opportunity to get started early. Gives us something to shoot for, and to come out here with perfect conditions and really put our stuff on the line and try and get the season started with a good roll. I'd like to thank everybody for coming out, everybody for watching, cheering, supporting. It's just a lot of fun. I'm proud to see all these young guns down here and older ones. I'm just inspired daily, and I'm just pretty happy to be up here. Thank you.
We've done it before. You can back off a little bit. Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, presenting to you your podium finishers, including your champion for 2024, the 10th edition of the Swiss Pro Slalom, Will Asher.
Thank you guys. Thank you, Clint.
All right then, folks, that brings to a conclusion the 10th edition of the Swiss Pro Slalom. Great to have you on board, and next year it'll be edition number 11, coming to you live from the Swiss Waterski Resort, and 50 weeks after this one, we'll have the Swiss Pro Tricks to take place about a couple of weekends before. So, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes the competition. Thanks a lot for coming out. Thanks a lot for watching. My name is Tony Lightfoot, and I'm going to say ciao for now.
At Dillinger Insurance, we have over 50 different carriers to shop your home, auto, and recreational vehicle insurance needs. We would love the opportunity to save you money. We insure $1 million mansions, condos, mobile homes, rental homes, and everything in between. We know all about wind inspections, 4-point inspections, and how to get you the right coverage for your particular home. You've got questions, we've got answers. Can you remember the last time you had a rate decrease with your auto insurance? Let's take a look and see what we can do. We know all the ins and outs of getting our customers the best rates, coverages, and discounts, so put us to the test.
Don't monkey around with your insurance. Call Dillinger Insurance today. We've got tons of companies to help find you the best prices and the best coverage for your particular needs on home and auto insurance. Go Knights!
Where do competition standards meet the highest culinary standards? Where do the old masters meet the new masters? Where do first-class conditions meet first-class hotels? Where does the purest joie de vivre meet the purest drinking water quality? Only 30 minutes from the airport and Vienna city center.